Okay, well, what we're going to do right now is get this call started and underway. My name is Armand Morin, and you're on the Big Seminar Preview Series, and tonight is another call in our preview series leading up to our big seminar in Atlanta, Georgia. And I know many of the people on this call are already registered to come to the event. As I was introducing, welcoming people onto the call, I recognize many of the names since I started welcoming people on at 1:15, and I recognize many names that people are already registered to come, and that's a great sign. But there's certainly plenty of other people that haven't. We fully expect to sell out. We got some great surprises that we're planning right now. I'm working on a huge surprise. I was hoping to announce it today on the call, but I'm not going to be able to as of yet. Hopefully next week if we can work out the details for you, and we'll make an announcement then, possibly even a big announcement over the weekend. Who knows? But it's going to be a tremendous event. We've got a great lineup of speakers, just to name some of them that are going to be there. T. Harv Eker, tremendous person, great strategies, great techniques that he's going to share with people. He's trained over 250,000 people worldwide on his systems and his strategies for success in creating wealth online, and he can do the same thing for you. An amazing man, an impressive business plan and business planner that he is, will be able to show you how you can take your business to the next level. We also have Joe Polish, a good friend of mine, and Joe has really made a huge impact in the marketing industry, especially in the mainstream marketing industry, working with people like Bill Phillips. He has a great system he calls ELF Marketing. And ELF Marketing is this. It's easy, lucrative, and fun. That's what ELF stands for, and he's going to tell you all about that and how it can affect your business. Whether you're doing business online or doing business offline, it doesn't matter. His systems work online and offline, and so you can hear both realms of the story, online and offline, at this big seminar. So it's going to be a tremendous event. We also have Sean Casey, a friend of mine that I've known for many years. Sean is one of the only people that I know on the Internet that sold over 100,000 copies of his ebook. 100,000 copies. Imagine that. Even at $19.97 or $19.95, whatever the price it is that he's selling that for, you can see very quickly that adds up to about $2 million worth of revenue that he generated from a small, inexpensive ebook. And he's going to show you how you can do the same thing online too, as well as many other things. We have Alex Mondosian, Stephen Pierce, John Childers, J.J. Childers, Mike Stewart, Michael Fortin, one of the greatest copywriters in the world. And Michael is going to teach you how to write your own copy. Many people know the stories of John Reese and Frank Kern, how John did over $1 million in a day. Frank Kern came very close to that. I believe it was about $850,000 over the course of a single 24-hour span. Well, there is one common factor between those two people, and that is that Michael Fortin wrote the ad copy on both those campaigns. Coincidence? I really don't think so. So Michael's going to tell you how you can write tremendous sales-pulling copy yourself. There's specific strategies, there's specific techniques, and he's going to walk you through and lead you through it step by step. And, the reason why Michael is there is because I fully believe 100% in what he does. I believe he's the most brilliant copywriter on the planet, online or offline. And he's going to show that to you while he's at the big seminar in Atlanta, Georgia. We've got, again, a tremendous lineup of people. There's several other people that I didn't get a chance to mention. But what I want you to do is this. I want you to sit back, and I just want you to take a look and read our website. In the email that you received tonight for this conference call or one of our other previous conference calls, you probably received a link to go to our website. Go to our website, take a look at what we're offering, what we're doing for people. We have a real seminar that has real results, meaning people are getting results from what we teach, and that is extremely important. We have taught more people in the Internet marketing business about Internet marketing than any other seminar in the world. So I urge you to go ahead, take a look at what we have, and find out how it can help you for your business. And I'll talk more about that later. But, folks, we're going to have a call tonight. My name is Armand Morin, and I'm going to be talking tonight to you about many different subjects. And we're going to start off with just kind of a general overall theme here. What I want to start off is from the basic beginning. The basic beginning of business. And that may sound almost boring, but I'm going to tell you there's a reason and there is a method to my madness. And we need to start off the very beginning because many people on this call do not have a solid foundation in order to build their business from, meaning that they do not think properly. One of the great things that I learned when I was very young and getting started in business is that you need to think like a successful person. I very quickly realized that successful people and wealthy people think differently than I did. They were thinking in ways that I couldn't possibly imagine at that particular point in my life. I needed to think like those people if I wanted to achieve what they have. So the one thing I need to explain to you, and I feel it's my obligation to explain to you, is this thinking process, because it is a way of looking at things differently. Once you expand your mind to thinking in a new direction, it will never be reduced. It will never shrink down to its original size as far as thinking goes, because it can't. You cannot reverse this thinking. Let me give you an example. Have you ever bought a new car? Let's assume that you bought a brand new, and I'm just going to use a car name. Let's say you bought a brand new BMW 750 IL. So I don't even know if they make that model, but a brand new BMW 740 IL. And so you have a brand new 740 IL, and all of a sudden you buy it, and then you start noticing on the roads how many other people are driving that exact same car. Well, that's because your mind is now expanded to thinking in a certain way that you now recognize all those different cars. Well, when you start thinking of your business and your marketing in a different light, you're going to start noticing subtle differences. You're going to start noticing the marketing campaigns of everything that you look at. Whether you're watching a television ad, whether you're watching a television show, whether a door-to-door salesman comes to your house, you're going to look at them from a different perspective than you ever had before. Now, the question is this, is how do I get that different angle, that different viewpoint from it? It's very simple. It's being consciously aware. Being aware. See, there's two different types of thinking. There's I am aware of many things that I maybe should be doing on my website. I don't necessarily know that I should be doing it from my website. You see, there's a difference. There's being awareness and actually knowing. If I'm aware of it, I know that's what I should do. If I know it, that means I internalized it, and I know for a fact that is what I should do. You see, the more action you take, you increase your level of knowing as far as what is the right thing to do, because you build a success cycle inside of your brain. You start thinking, well, okay, I did this and I got this result. It either made me more money or it made me less money. If it made me more money, then I will continue to do that action until it doesn't make me more money, until I don't see its value anymore. If someone else tells me what to do, I may be aware of that is something that many people say I should do, but at this point I don't know it yet. You see, the more ideas you become aware of, the more arsenal that you have in the know, meaning that you're going to take the things that you're aware of and you're going to start implementing it. Because the key to this whole process, online or offline, it doesn't matter what type of business you have, is the ability to start implementing, the ability to start taking action on what you need to do to get your business to the next level. The most important question that you can ask yourself and your business is why. Why? I stated this on a previous conference call, and it's probably the most powerful question you can ask yourself, but why? I'm not making enough money. Why? I'm not making what I should be making. Why? Well, keep asking yourself those questions why, and then seriously sit down and answer. You see, you can ask all the questions you want all day to yourself or to anybody else, but if you're not getting any answers, then that asking the questions is really just a waste of time. I think we can all agree on that one point. But in order to take your business to the next level, you need to get inside of a person who is already successful at what you are doing. If you're trying to build an internet business, identify the people who are successful. Now, there are some things that I'm gonna say some things tonight. Probably I'm just gonna open up because we can talk openly on this call, which is great since it's my call. There's people online. I mean, I ran across, I have a chance, an opportunity, because I do speak at a lot of different seminars all over the world. I have a chance to meet a lot of marketers, in many cases, well-known marketers. And I start realizing the definitions of success, and I start realizing what is effective and what is not effective. And sometimes some people have the general public snowed as to what their idea of success is. See, my vision of success, the people that I personally, and I'm going to talk from my personal point of view, are the people that make more money than I do. Even if they make the same amount of money as I do, I'm going to probably listen and watch and pay close attention to what they're doing, because they can have an impact on my business. But if they are not making as much money as I am, why the heck would I want to listen to these people? It's the same thing for you. There's some of you right now on this conference call probably have a pretty successful online business already. And then you're going to someone who, little do you know, probably makes less money than you do online. So what is the purpose in even listening to this person? And that's probably my biggest pet peeve with people selling courses on how to make money on the internet, is that they never define how much money they make. Now, I know that's a tricky question, and I know it's a trick to really answer it properly without trying to create enticements to get people to buy their products. But they'll show you 1 month, and that's a good month, or they'll show you a second month. Let me give you an example. I read this guy who's developing his own, happens to be a seminar, and he's really high on himself, let's just say. And I believe his website, and I'm going to just give you some rough numbers, but he says that, let me show you the exact same system that has made me a massive success on the internet and made me $650,000. $650,000. The next line said, in the last 47 months. Well, I read that, and it sounds pretty impressive at first, but then I looked at it, it was like $14,000 a month. Is that successful? Well, to many people it is. But it's not exactly what many people envision success to be. Let me give you an idea of what this business can actually do for you. I started where many people are, where you are at right now. I started in many cases where many people are at this point on this call, and that is I didn't have any money. I started with literally nothing. I started with free internet tools, and I started all by myself without anyone's help from anybody else, because it was back in '96. I really didn't have a lot of people I could even talk to or even buy their course to learn how to do this business. But I knew the one thing I needed to do was knowledge. What's transformed over the course of those years up until today in the year 2005 is the potential of the income in my particular business works like this. People ask me the question all the time, how much money do you make on the internet? I'm going to tell you exactly how much money I make. It's 10 cents. 10 cents, that's it. 10 cents for every second that I'm alive, whether my business grows, whether I'm awake or whether I'm asleep, my business is going to continue to make that 10 cents per second, whether I'm here or not, whether I'm actively working or not. If you figure out the numbers on that, you'll find out it's pretty considerable. It's a multi-million-dollar company that we do on a yearly basis. It's not huge, certainly by some standards, but I think we're doing pretty good at this particular point. So my point in all of this is really look at who you're asking advice from to know whether you should take them seriously or not. That's the first thing, is find a mentor who is doing what you want to do. But be very careful who you accept advice from. That's my whole point in this story, is for you to be aware that all people are not necessarily honest online, and to be aware of that, and to scrutinize almost everybody, myself included, and look at the people. One of the advantages that we have at our particular seminar is I know what these people make. These people make a tremendous amount of money, over $1 million per year on average between all of our speakers, but much, much more than that. Most of our speakers have multi-million-dollar businesses, and that's why they're qualified to teach you. I do have a criteria in selecting those people, so I've already done the selection for you. If these people are not doing the type of business that I consider myself personally as successful, they're not going to speak at my seminar. It's very, very simple. That's the rules that I have in order for people to speak there. So look for a mentor. Now, here's what you need to do when you find that mentor, is to study everything that they do. Analyze what they do. Now, you don't have to necessarily know that person up close and personal, but what you do need to do is you need to watch them. Watch what they do. Watch how they do it. There's many people and many businesses that I watch online. In fact, I use a little program, and I don't even know how to pronounce it, but I'm going to say it anyways. It's called Copernic. I call it Copernic. Could be Copernic. I don't know. I believe it's www.coppernIc, I believe it is. And the reason why I bought that program was one thing and one thing only, is because I can program a website into it, and I will know when that website changes. It will send me an email telling me this website has changed. You should go back and take a look at it. Why do I do that? Well, because I'm watching what someone else is doing, but this program is doing it for me. So if they see a certain number of changes, it automatically sends me an email, and then I can go back to that website and say, okay, what did this person do? And then I can start thinking and ask myself, why did they do it? You see, if you ask yourself why they did it, then you'll be able to really be your own coach in many respects. Start analyzing why they did it. If you don't know that person at all, that's about all you can probably do, is ask yourself why they did it and make a logical assessment as to what is the most logical reason why they made this change to their website. Okay? But what may happen is you may, over time, get to know that individual where you can pick up the phone, you can email them, or even if you don't know them, you can email them and say, hey, I noticed a huge, huge change in your website, and I just wanted to ask you a question. Is this something that you're just testing, or is it something that you know to be true? But I just want to ask you that question, and I appreciate any help you can give me on this. And so shoot them an email. Now, they may answer, they may not. It may not even get to them. They may be sequestered and filtered by layers of people that you have to go through before you actually get to that certain individual or get to a person that actually handles that within their organization. But I can tell you this, is that that's a great place to start. See, the concept is called modeling. I mean, many people have talked about this before. Tony Robbins became extremely successful for teaching people the process of NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, but also with a process called modeling. It's a fast way to get changes. Modeling works like this, is that basically you select a person. You take on their traits. You take on their personality almost. It's like acting, if you want to call it that. You essentially play pretend. I am this person. How would this person think? What would this person do in this situation? So if you start thinking mentally like other people, you start taking on their traits, you start thinking in a different way. You start thinking like they would do it, and something magical happens. You start taking on those traits yourself. It's not play anymore. You start thinking in a total different realm, and all of a sudden you start making the right decisions. And this can work very, very effectively. Many people don't know this, but you've heard myself and you've heard many, many other people talk about Napoleon Hill. Well, if any of you have read Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich, there was one part of the book which I found almost strange, almost to the point of being crazy. And here's what it was. He was talking about, he had his mental advisory board, and that's the best word that I can call it, advisory board or his mental mastermind group of famous people that he either knew or from back in history. And when he made a decision, he would basically hold a meeting mentally in his head with this group of people. And I can't remember who these people were necessarily, but there was probably about 5 or 6 of them. And whenever he had a major decision, he would basically close his eyes, think, and pose this question to this group of board of advisors, if you want to call them that, and he would find out what their reactions were, and he would go around the room. He would go around the room, and everyone would give their response as to how this, as to what their answer to the question would be. And he started thinking like each and every one of these individual people. He read everything about these individuals. He knew these individuals as much as humanly possible from an outside point of view. Some of them he knew from a personal point of view because he had a great contact database. But he started going over all of his processes, all of his major decisions by talking to his group of advisors. You can do the same thing. And it may sound a little strange to some of you, but I'm telling you, different parts of this business seem so strange at times. And the things that work, I mean, who would think that the process of writing down a goal would have any impact on whether you achieve that goal or not? But scientific studies have proven that, yes, it does work, and your odds of achieving that goal are much, much greater than if you don't write it down. I mean, so try these different techniques. I mean, that's just one technique, and there's many, many more. Obviously, I suggest that you read the book, Think and Grow Rich, because that particular book in itself has, I know this, it was the first business book I ever read, really, that made a dramatic increase. I walked 5 miles when I was 19 years old in order to pick up that, actually I was 18, to pick up that book. Middle of the hot summer, I walked all the way across for 5 miles just to get to the book because that's the only store in town that I could find that actually carried that book in this particular town. And then I walked all the way back home. So I walked 10 miles total just to get my hands on that book. And since that time, since I was 19 years old, I probably purchased that book probably 7 to 8 different times over the course of my life. And I'm constantly buying a new version because I'm rereading. I probably reread the book 2 and 3 times a year on an overall average. But it's a tremendous book. I suggest that you get it. It's only about $4 or $5 at your local store. You can order it online. But get that book and read it because it will make a difference in how you think. And that is the first step to succeed online. Now let's talk about another aspect of business that you also need to have online as well, too, and that is before you can actually make any money online, I think there's one thing that we can all agree on is that you have to have a product to market, whether it be your own product or someone else's product. If it's your own product, great, you keep 100% of the profits. If it's someone else's product, then you're marketing as an affiliate and you're keeping only a small portion of the product. So let's assume, though, that this is your own product. Some of you probably have great products right now that you're currently marketing. Some of you have products that you're currently marketing, but the products could maybe be better than what they currently are. And then the other part is some of you just don't have any product at all. You need to create a product. So let's start from the very beginning. The easiest, most simple product that you can create online in order to make money is exactly what I'm doing right now, and that is a teleseminar. My good friend Alex Mondosian is the foremost leading expert on conducting teleseminars, techniques that he has developed through the numerous teleseminars that we have conducted over the years. And he has just a tremendous strategy, probably the best, and I should say probably the best strategy that I know as far as conducting a teleseminar and making money from that teleseminar in a short period of time. And it's always changing. It's always being innovating with that process. But a teleseminar is the best way to start your product. Let me give you an idea of how you can create a product from a teleseminar. I'm doing this right now, actually, which is something a little different even. What we're doing right now is I recorded a teleseminar for a class that I had, probably it was in the last few months. And I taught one section of this class. It was on instant businesses, and it was just one call. It was about 2 hours long. Well, what I did is I had that call transcribed. I discovered that I had about 60 pages of information. So let's follow the process. I did the call. People had already paid me to be on that call. I recorded the call, so I have an audio of it. I also have a Word document of that call. I found out it's about 60 pages. Now, I could simply pair up the call and that transcript together, and I could market it, and I'd probably do very, very well with it. But I know that the call itself, as I'm talking out loud in front of people, I tend to forget different things that I want to talk about, or I miss things, or I may not be clear in my thinking process as I explain something. I think we've all done that at one point or another. But when I get the transcript back, what I have the opportunity to do now is go over it and find out and make a list of what did I miss? What is this missing? How is this incomplete? And then I can fill in the rest of my thoughts. I figured that with this particular product, I'm going to probably add about 40 different pages of information. So now I'm taking that, I'm adding more information to it, but I'm even going one step further. Because most people, when they take a teleseminar and they market it, they take the call, they pair it up with the transcript. The transcript is identical to the call. So if you listen to one or read one, why even listen or read the other? It doesn't make sense. So my suggestion to you is redo the transcript. Change it from the point of view where it's just you talking, you lecturing, to where it reads like a book. Meaning, think of how a book is. Open up a couple books that you may have sitting around at home or sitting around your office, and look at how that book is laid out. Turn your Word document into a book. Now, the biggest joke, I think, that exists on the Internet is when I purchase a product, especially a PDF file. I get this product that I may have paid $30, sometimes $40, sometimes $100, and what I get back is a 30-page report, essentially, that's double-spaced, written in huge font, in my opinion, probably like a 15 to an 18-point font, and they're telling me that this is a book. No, this is not a book. This is a report. This is a report, in fact, that you shouldn't have even created in the first place because you don't have enough information to even do the product. If I took out the double spacing, if I brought it down to maybe 1.5 spaces between lines because that makes it easier to read, so write that down, which your paragraph spacing should be 1.5, not 2, 1.5 in between. How big should your font be? There's only one size. It's either, well, I shouldn't say there's only one. There's only two. There's two sizes I would even think it's acceptable. It's either 10-point or 12-point font. That's it. If you're going bigger than that, then guess what? You need to get more content if you think you need to go bigger because you want to fill up more pages. It's not that complicated. It's not that hard. If you know your topic to begin with, you can fill up volumes upon volumes of information. If you don't know the topic that well, hire someone else to do it for you. But don't sell people a cheap product because you're shooting yourself in the foot. Your product has to be top-notch. Your product has to stand out from the crowd, and if it doesn't, pull the product off the marketplace right now because it's going to do you more harm than it is good. Rework it and then put it back up. That's the best advice I could give anybody because you don't know how important that first impression is to that person who purchases your product. Remember, we're not looking for a one-time customer. We're looking for a customer that's going to buy from us over and over and over again, and I think that's what many people tend to neglect and they don't realize. See, when a person purchases a product from me, I know in the next 30 days my average customer is going to purchase at least 4 more products. Now, if the average price of my product is $97, how much is that customer worth to me? They're not worth $97 to me. They're worth $500 to me. Do you see the difference in that? So if I'm thinking that every customer is averaging $500, every person that purchases a product from me means $500 in my pocket, what am I willing to do? Well, I'm willing to spend more money on advertising. I'm willing to go the extra mile with them and make them happy because the more happy customers I have, the more people that are going to be spending $500 with me. If they weren't happy or if the product was just so-so, they may only spend $97 with me. If they're maybe a little bit more happy, they may spend $200 with me. You see, The amount of money that the customer spends with you is your report card. The more money they spend with you, the better your report card is. And if you're getting $500 from them, that's great. Do I think that's the best I could do? No, I still think there's a lot of room for improvement in my process. And, I hope you think there's a lot of room for improvement on yours too, because I guarantee there is, especially if you ask your customers what they think of your process. They will be brutally honest with you and give you the answer. So think of that. Think of what your customer's perspective is, but you have to start with a solid product first. Start with the product. Again, a teleseminar is the easiest thing you can do. From the teleseminar, you have a recording. Then you can get it transcribed. You can turn it into an ebook. Now, let me give you another shocking fact: is that 99.9% of all ebooks are done wrong. 99.9%. Out of all the ebooks that I have seen, and I have seen more ebooks than you could possibly imagine. Why? It's very simple. I make ebook software. I have ebook software and I have PDF software. I've seen almost every combination of book that you could probably think of, some funny, some funky, some just plain out weird, and some of them they just have no right in putting a book together at all. Is it their fault? Possibly. But my opinion is they just don't have the knowledge in order to take that book and do it the right way. So what is the right way for an ebook and how to put it together? It's very, very simple. What you do is you lay it out like a book. Look how a book is done. Look at the table of contents. If you look at a standard book, what's at the top? Well, it's usually the title. If I look at it, if I just flip open to any page in the book, if I go to the very, very top, it's usually the name of the book, right? Probably in the upper left-hand or upper right-hand corner, depending if you look on the left or right-hand side of the page. It's usually the name of the book, or at least the chapter that you're on, the title of that chapter. If you look at the bottom, what does it say? Well, if it's a business book, it's going to say either the title of the book, a website address, and the page number. And that's at the bottom of the business book. Now, in a fiction book, it's probably just going to give you the page number. But we're talking about a business book, a money-making how-to type product, not teaching people how to make money. I'm talking about just any kind of how-to type product. Follow the format of a book, because a book in itself will lead you towards the right direction. Make it look like a book, get the look and feel of a book. If you have to hire someone else to format it for you, by all means, go ahead and do that. Do not just accept a bunch of text on a page and hope that that's going to pass. Do not be embarrassed by your own product. Get other people's opinion, get their ideas of it. People that you respect, their business sense. That's very key. And because many people will talk to me, we've all had this. Well, did you run it by anybody first? Well, yeah, I did. I showed it to my wife, and she thinks it's cute. Well, yeah, of course, it's your wife or it's your husband. But are they a business person, or are they do they have expertise in business? Have they run a business before? You see, you have to get an objective point of view from a person that's actually going to tell you the truth, not just blow a lot of smoke at you because they are your friend. You want someone to be brutally honest with you in such a way that they're not afraid to tell you, hey, man, this looks like crap. I would rather hear it looks like crap than just tell me, oh, man, I think this is great. I don't want to hear it's great. I want to hear that it's crap, because that's going to be much more value to me than it is for me to hear how great the product is. I don't care about how great it is. I want to know what would you change and how would you make this better, and how can this stand out from the crowd as to all others. But putting in a PDF is probably the most easiest thing that you can do, especially if you have your transcription in a Word document. The second thing is that you can do is, again, on the beginning page, the first opening page of that book, that's the first shot that you have to make an impression. Think about it. You open up the PDF. What's it look like normally? At best, they may throw some color in and have a couple words in red. I mean, think about it. That's about it. That's the level of fanciness that we've evolved to on the Internet when it comes to information products. No, don't accept that. Don't accept the norm. In fact, if there's any piece of advice I could ever give you about marketing, that is this: do not accept the norm, but question the norm. Just because people say this is how it should be, and just because the majority of successful people say this is how it should be, do not accept it. Question that to see if it can be made better. Because what happens over a period of time in any industry, when people are achieving a certain level of success, they become complacent. They do not test anymore. They do not try new ideas. They do not try to think outside of that box. What they're done is they've become so accustomed to this is what everyone says, this is how it should be. Give me an idea. I use a long sales letter, and I think long sales letter to me in my testing has proven that it works itself over and over again. Have I ever tested a multiple-page sales letter, though? The answer is no. Am I going to? Yes, I'm going to at some point in time because I think it can work. I've already figured ideas of how it can work. In theory, now to see whether my theory works or whether it's crap. So I don't want to accept that. And you start thinking of different ways that you can buck the system in one respect. But do it after that you've copied into a successful model. If you're just starting out, do not buck that system. Okay? Let me repeat. Let me go back to again. If you are just starting out, do not try to buck the system from the beginning because you have no basic marketing theory or strategy to go with first. Get up and running and then do your testing. Make some money and then test with it. Don't try to be innovative on the first shot. Go with what's accepted on the first shot and then question it. You see, you make money first, ask questions later. That's pretty much how the concept goes. So ebooks are just a very simple way for you to create a product. Now, some of you may be thinking, well, man, I want to make money at this, but I don't even have an idea. Here's my simple process. I call it 48-hour ebook creation, and this is how you do it. What you do is you simply go to the Internet, you go to Google, and you type on the term articles. Now, let's assume that we wanted to do an article on back pain. Let's use something, acne. Let's say we wanted to create a product on acne. Now, I'm not an acne expert, but as close as being an expert as I had it when I was a kid. That's about it. So I'm not an expert in acne, but what I can do is I can find other people that have already pre-written information, and I can be a compiler. I can compile all this other people's information into a single resource and sell that grouped resource. And here's what I do. Listen to the whole process and write this down. Step 1, I go to Google, and I'm going to type in these exact words, acne articles. I'm going to do a search, and I'm going to then pull up all the different pages that have articles on acne. I'm going to search on acne articles and any other type of variation of that, blackhead articles, whitehead articles, whatever it is, all the different types of acne and stuff like that, the keywords you can do. Search on that for articles and plus whatever keyword it is. You get my point. Now what happens is you have these articles on these pages up in front of you. You highlight the whole article, including the resource box at the bottom of the article. You copy that resource box, you place it into a Word document. Then what you do is you simply contact each one of these people. You contact each one of these people, and you say something just like this. Hi, my name is Armand Morin, and I'm writing a brand new book. It's on acne. I ran across your article, and I thought it was fantastic. I would like to include it in my brand new book. Is this okay with you? And, as a side bonus, I'm also going to leave your contact information inside this book in case a person wants to get in contact with you about more information about this particular article. So you're going to get free advertising from it. And you write that article, you send it out. Out of 100 people, you probably get about 70 people to say yes or so, roughly. Now, so you have 70 articles. You've emailed 100 people. You have about 70 articles. You paste them all into a Word document. Now the next step is to simply formally take those articles and put them in an order that makes sense. just take out the title. So what's the title of each article? Put that on your table of contents page, and then rearrange them according to the order that makes sense. Rearrange the rest of the book like this. And at the end, you simply turn it into a PDF file, you write a sales letter for it, and you're done. How much of that information was actually yours? None. None of it was yours. How long did it take you to put together? Maybe a day, if you're lucky. Maybe a couple days if you're really, really, really slow. But if you have any ambition whatsoever, you want to pump this out fast, then what you need to do is you need to go ahead and just do it. Find the 100 articles, do it out, contact the people, put the book together, write a website, and put it out in the marketplace. It's that quick. 48 hours should be it. Do not take, if you take more than 48 hours to do this process, you're not doing it right. You're thinking too much about it. This is what I call no thinking business strategy, because no thinking business strategy means I don't want to think about it. This strategy is not meant for you to think. This strategy is meant for you to do. Do not think about any part of this process, because the more you think about it, the more you're going to try to change it, and the more complicated you're going to make it, when in reality this is not a complicated process. That is probably the hardest thing for people to understand, is that there are certain types and certain processes in your business and certain strategies that are what I refer to, again, as no thinking processes, meaning do not think about it. Do not, because if you think about it, you will complicate it. And if you complicate it, it will make it so that you don't want to do it. And that's our own internal fear of success that will start kicking in, because once we view something as complicated, and now we've put in the back of our mind that we don't want to do it because it's going to take too long, it's going to be too complicated, I'm not going to understand it, people aren't going to want to respond to me, it's going to take me forever to write the email, you're going to come up with excuses. Do not complicate scenarios. Look at the quickest and the shortest solution to the problem or to the product, to create the product, and then just do it. You see what I mean? So don't try to overcomplicate this. The biggest problem that I see in many people when they're getting started is they do overcomplicate it. My first ebook that I ever wrote on the Internet, that book took me 3 months to produce. I was very, very critical of myself. I had no pattern to go by, so I was making it up as I went ahead. And I actually went opposite from what I'm telling you today. Meaning I went through this innovative way. I had all kinds of frames in this ebook, and it looked pretty, and it was very functional as well too. But I was trying to be creative rather than just putting out the information and not really thinking about it too much. You see, and it took me 3 months to do that. Yeah, it made me a lot of money when I put it out there. That book averaged about $30,000 a year for many, many years. In fact, I'm just getting ready to relaunch that same book again after X number of years later. So, so think about ways that you can just automatically just get this done. See, this process I just described to you in the 48-hour ebook creation process, you don't even have to do it yourself. You could hire someone else to do it for you. Give them that blueprint that I just told you about. Hand it to them and just say, do it. Why would they want to do it? Well, if you could partner up with them, they could do the physical work. You could help them with the marketing, and now you can get these products done on a much faster basis. And which is probably something I should probably do sometime. But anyway, because I just thought let's think about this. Remember I told you about thinking differently? Here's what I just thought. Now, how many people on this call, and I don't know, this is a rhetorical question, but how many people on this call would like to joint venture with me on a product, right? Because that's a pretty common question I get a lot of times. Well, here's how it works. Very simple. We brainstorm with a bunch of product ideas, right? I select the product ideas. You guys put together the product. I do the sales letter to the website, and we market the product. I tell you exactly how to market it. Isn't that pretty simple? And then we split the profits 50-50. Is that easy enough? Well, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that someday, because I think that's just an easy way to do it. Because we both are bringing something to the table. I bring my knowledge of marketing, my knowledge of expertise out there, and you bring the actual part that just putting together the book through that 48-hour ebook process, and we create a bunch of niche products into different categories. So So that's a great idea. So maybe I'll do that sometime in the future. But, you start thinking about different ways like that. Because as I'm thinking, it's an idea that I've told, I don't know how many times, how many people, literally thousands of people all over the world, but yeah, I've never viewed it in that particular point, and I don't know why. So it's kind of interesting. But let's talk about something else here. What else, as far as your business, what's the quickest way to drive traffic to your website? There's two things I want to talk about on traffic. First of all, search engine optimization. Let's talk about search engine optimization. This is not the quickest way to drive traffic to your website. And I don't care what kind of automated program you have, whether it's my smart page generator, whether it's my directory generator, whether it's Jeff Alderson's traffic equalizer, or any other type program like these. They work tremendously. We drive millions upon millions of visitors to our different websites every month utilizing these other tools. But I can tell you this, search engine optimization is not overnight. So if you're going to try to say, well, I've got my site up and I want to get it into the search engines, so let's do that now. Well, yeah, you can start now and work on it as you go, but it's going to take you months. You can get in pretty quick in many cases, but it really is, it's going to take you months in order to effectively do it. So, be aware that search engine optimization is a time-consuming process and certainly is not guaranteed. Just when you think that you have it, the search engines will change. So don't put all your eggs into one basket with search engine optimization. Be proactive in your marketing and go after your clients. Go after your new business. Go after your new prospects. If you had an offline store right now and you just opened it and you're going to open it this Saturday, okay, remember, an offline store, you're going to open up this Saturday, how would you get people into that store? It's very simple. You have to run an advertisement, don't you? You have to advertise in the newspaper. You have to advertise in various places where you know that people are interested in what your store has to offer are going to go. So they'll see your ad. It's the same thing online. It's not any different, except what we use is we use pay-per-click advertising, and we use Google to be precise. Google AdWords is the quickest way to drive traffic to your site literally within just a few short minutes. You can start your campaign with Google AdWords, and you can then start receiving traffic in about 5 to 10 minutes. It's that fast. So let's talk about this for a second, because I know many people. I just want to preface this up front. I'm not an expert by any means of the sense on Google AdWords. Do I know a little bit more than some people? Yeah, sure I do. But many people have some great ideas, great suggestions about Google AdWords. So always pay attention to what everyone says. I'm going to give you a strategy right now that I've used to maximize my Google AdWords campaigns. And it's a very, very simple process. I'm a pretty simple person when it comes to advertising, and I don't want to complicate it. Now, Google AdWords to many people are just confusing. You set up the process. It's about 3 steps. You have your setup in place. Now, what you want to do is you want to create your keywords. Now, if you did nothing more than utilize Google's keyword suggestion tool that they have built into the system, you will generate a huge number of keywords that you can advertise in. So use the tools that Google has built in place already to start to build your keywords. Now, the part is that once you have your keywords, once you've set your limits on your campaign, and this is what I mean by limits on your campaign, you can dictate to Google exactly how much money you're willing to spend on a daily basis. Let's say that you're willing to spend, $20 on a daily basis. That's $600 for the month. And you say, yeah, I can handle that. Okay, that's a good place to start. Now let's see what your maximum price per bid is. Now this is going to be dependent upon your keywords. You remember, some keywords are going to cost a lot of money, some keywords are not. But here's how you start off, and how you start off small to begin with. The first thing you do is when you enter in what your maximum click-through that you're ready to pay, your maximum cost per click that you are willing to pay for any given keyword in any group, you start off at only 6 cents. 6 cents. It's very, very crucial. Write that down. 6 cents. Why? Because 5 cents is the minimum, and 6 cents will put you above all those people that are just bidding the minimum, which is probably the majority. So I'll put you one step higher. And then we go up from there. You see, we put in that 6 cents, we let it run for a day or two just to see what kind of traffic we can generate at only 6 cents per click. Now, at 6 cents per click, I think if you get any kind of traffic at all and it converts, then you can see that it's going to be a fortune for you. Let me give you an example. If I had 100 visitors come to my site, how much would it cost me? $6, right? Well, if I had a $100 product and I had 100 visitors come, on average, I converted 1%. Basically, I just pulled in $100. I spent $6 in order to get the traffic, those 100 visitors, and then I'm left with a net profit of $94 off that $6 advertising. The question comes in is how many times a day would you like to do that? Well, that's a great example. It's in a perfect world example, but probably we're not going to get to where we get 6 cents. We can produce at 6 cents. We can get traffic at it. But chances are we're going to probably have to keep moving our bid higher and higher and higher. The key is on pay-per-click advertising is not even so much the click-through rate as far as what your ad is getting, but it's your conversion rate when they come to your website. That's the most important number because that number dictates how much money that you're willing to spend in your advertising campaign. Do you see what I mean? That number will dictate how much you're willing to spend because if I send 100 visitors and those visitors cost me $6 now per click, so that's how much money? I just spent $600 in total, and if I only produced one sale, my product was $100, I just lost $500. Doesn't make sense, does it? But yet people do it every single day. Know your numbers. Don't just throw money at this. Throw money at it scientifically so you know exactly how you're spending, and then you can cut any bad campaigns off as well, too. Sometimes if you have a situation where you're getting too many clicks from your Google advertising, well, if you're getting too many clicks, then you need to put a disqualifier in it or adjust your keywords. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be your ad. It's going to be the people who you're advertising to, meaning that you're using the wrong keywords in order to generate that traffic. If I was a real estate person and I was living in Orlando, Florida, and I was going to advertise on Google, what would I do? Well, if I was a real estate person in Orlando, Florida, the last thing I want to advertise underneath is real estate because real estate does not matter to me. See, I'm in Orlando. Only Orlando real estate matters to me, doesn't it? So why would I advertise under the main keyword real estate? I wouldn't. It's a waste of money. They're wasting their money if they are. I want to advertise under Orlando real estate, Orlando real estate brokers, Florida real estate, Orlando, Florida real estate, Orlando, Florida apartments, Orlando, Florida, single-family homes, Orlando, Florida, and then name the different parts of Orlando, which there's a huge number of different parts of Orlando that are combined together. But, I'd advertise underneath those types of words because that's going to give me targeted traffic. You see, all traffic is not created equal. The more targeted the traffic is, the more likely they're going to spend money with us because we are gearing it towards exactly what they want and not what we want. Does that make sense? You see, so we want to be very, very specific. So some of you may be thinking, but if I get too specific, I'm not going to have all these people come to my website. Your idea is not to generate just traffic. Again, your idea is to generate targeted traffic. I would rather have 100 targeted people as opposed to 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 non-targeted people because I am just fooling myself. I am not in the business to make my hit counter go up and up and up. I'm in the business to actually turn a profit from my website. So I'm looking for targeted people that have the potential, that have the ability, that have the financial capability to buy something from me. Do you see? The only way that we make money online is for product or services sold, whether we sell it ourselves or we sell another person's product, and they take the money for it. Either way, someone buys something. That's how money is generated. Someone buys something, someone sells something. and someone possibly earns a commission on it, either way. So we want to get specific into the keywords that we select. Next thing is our ads. One of the things that many people don't realize, and I didn't know it for the longest time until actually Michael Fortin pointed it out to me, because I'm a pretty standard person where I don't really pay attention to the directions, and I don't really read the directions too much. Well, Michael does. He reads the directions, and he pointed out something to me that literally blew me away. Is for each campaign that I have in Google, I can actually have Google test and track which campaign is going to work best for me, which 4-line classified ad is going to work best for me. Let me give you an example. I have an internet campaign right now going for my seminar, for the big seminar, and I have on many well-known marketers' names. I have it on many different keywords, and my first test was just the headline. This is exactly what I did the other day. I tested, actually, on that particular test, I tested 8 different headlines. Just some of them off the top of my head that I came up with. The first headline was the first line of the ad. All the rest of my ad was the same except the headline, meaning the first line of the ad. I'm limited to X number of characters. There are probably, I think it's about 22 characters. So I had to be I choose my words very, very carefully. So the ads that I ran, everything being the same, I just changed the headline. The first headline said, Armand Morin's Big Seminar. Pretty straightforward. Says my name, says my big seminar, and that's it. Next one I had was Internet Seminar, ? Then I had Internet Seminar Atlanta Internet Seminar. I had best, and they won't let me say best. So I say Great Internet Seminar, ? And then I have Great Internet Seminar without the question mark. You see, we're just testing different ways. And those are just some of the ones that we tested. But you get my idea. I test just the headline first. Then I look at the conversion, meaning, okay, if I've got this many that's converted, I can clearly choose a winner. This one did better than the rest of them. So then once I find the best headline out of all 8, I get rid of the 7. Now I add new ads again using the same headline, everything being the same in all the ads, except for the second line. First line was a headline, then the second line of our ad, and then we go back through and we do the same thing. We change just that second line. That's the only thing that changes. What we're doing is we're isolating what's going to work and what's not going to work. We're finding out what works best and then just keep on building on top of it. And does it look time-consuming? Yeah. I mean, how should we base it? Well, it's pretty simple. You base it on actions. Google will track it all for you. It's up to you how long to let it run. But statistically, you want to get 40 clicks, meaning the first one to hit 40 clicks is usually the winner. 40 actions if we're just testing an ad. So 40 actions meaning what kind of action do we want? Well, we want just to click on our ad. You see, our ad is not meant to sell people. Our ad is meant to get people just to click and go to the next page, which is our website. So you have to look at that and know the numbers there as well too. Remember, the purpose of the ad is just to get a person to click. So now we go through that process, the second line. Then we go through the third line, and then we even go through the URL. As you know, if you're looking on the right-hand side of Google, if you do a search on it, you're going to see that there's the URL. It's usually written in green, possibly blue, but I believe it's green. And it usually looks something like http://www.bigseminar.com. Now, is that the best format? No, because what they found out is that sometimes different formats for the website URL will make an impact as to whether that person clicks that ad or not. So I would test different things like having the http://www.bigseminar.com as opposed to just www.bigseminar.com, as opposed to bigseminar.com, as opposed to just Big Seminar. I mean, there's so many different variations that you can do. Try all the different variations. It doesn't cost you anything. You see, it doesn't cost you to do this testing. Google does all the testing for you. You do not have to be even technical in order to do this. No matter what type of affiliate program, no matter whether it's your own program that you own or whether you're marketing someone else's affiliate program. You see, those of you listening to this call right now, what I'm talking about right now is advertising And I've never said once that it has to be your product that we're advertising. We can be marketing. We can be showing other people. We can be marketing other people's products and services through the same method through Google AdWords and make a tremendous amount of money doing it. And you don't even have to have a website. That's the best part. That's the beauty of this particular system. You do not even have to have a website, but yet it will work. It will work, and it can work, and people are doing it right now and making a tremendous living from doing this. So we're almost out of time. I have a little bit past 10 o'clock at the top of the hour, but you kind of get my point. I mean, what I'm talking about here is there's so many different aspects of your business that you need to focus on one or two of these things in order to get your business. I'm totally restructuring personally my company right now in many ways to make us more efficient, to make us more systems in place, to make us more automated. That's my really big kick since the beginning, even before the beginning of the year, in order to automate more and more of our processes. And I think we're pretty automated right now, but we can always do better. And in order to handle bigger volumes, because I know in order for me to handle bigger volumes of business, then I need to have better systems in place. Well, you need to start your system from day one that you start your business. And that's what everything is all about, is being prepared to accept success in your life and being prepared to accept business success in your business. But you know what? It does start with the thinking process. It starts about your product, how good you feel about your product, and then your marketing, your follow-up systems, and there's many, many more different aspects. I just hope that I said something today. If you could just pull one idea from what I said tonight on this call, then definitely my call was worth it. I know everything that I said tonight is not going to apply to you, and that's okay. It may apply to you in the future. Who knows? But if you could just pull one idea that I said, hopefully it just triggered something that will cause you just to look at it differently, or hopefully cause you to think in a way that you can apply some of this information to your business in your specific manner. But again, folks, this is all part of our big seminar series. At the big seminar, our whole purpose in being there is to teach people how to succeed in business. Do it in a condensed period of time where it's conducive for you to learn at a very rapid pace, for you to go home and implement these techniques, these strategies immediately. That's what it's all about. The people that become the more successful online are the people that learn how to implement things. I said that earlier in the call, and I'm going to say it over and over again because it's true. So, with the big seminar itself, we have a tremendous staff of people. I mean, I really can't say enough about these people and what they can do for your business. My whole business really took off for me when I first went to a seminar. That's the honest truth. I met so many people at my first seminar that I went to that I still are good friends with today. We talk frequently on the phone, and those are relationships that have made me probably close to $500,000, and that's great. But if I could have went to a seminar earlier, I would have. And when I first went to a seminar, I probably said what many of you are saying right now, and that's more money than I've ever spent going to any seminar. That's what I said too. But I knew I had to get uncomfortable in order to go to the next step that I wanted to be at, and I did get myself uncomfortable, and I went ahead and I paid the money anyway. I went there. The contacts alone made the seminar worth my time. The contacts of the people I met there were just tremendous. There was some great content information in there. Kurt Christensen taught me some strategies that I bought 3 different search engines within 2 months after that first seminar through a strategy that Kurt Christensen taught me. And it was great. It was awesome. And, there's so many things are going to happen down at the big seminar in Atlanta. It's going to blow you away. This could be my biggest and best big seminar yet. That's not hype. That's just because we're putting a lot of money into it. We're doing a lot of great things with our staging to make it even better for people to attend. And it's going to benefit you directly when you see exactly how we put this whole business together as far as the seminar itself. It makes a lot of sense on how we do things. And we do little things that are going to help you along the way. What we do that all other seminars out in the market don't do is that we actually do your lunches for you. No other seminar out there, especially internet marketing seminar, does this. I don't care what it is. You can name them all. I know them all. I've spoken at them all. No one else does it. these people are all my friends. They don't do it. The people that have tried said they'll never do it again. I feel that that's one of the highlights of our seminar. Not the food itself. The food is always great. We've never had a bad experience with food. But the highlight of our event is the fact that you can network with these people while you're eating. My good friend Alex Mondosian says it this way. He says there's something about breaking bread and looking a person in the eye and talking to them face-to-face that creates a stronger relationship than you've ever known. And I believe that because I've seen it happen. I've seen what happened to the people that created relationships at our seminar previously. There's just so many different things. Once you see it, you're going to be amazed at what happens down there. If for any reason that you come down to the seminar and after the first day, if you don't see the value in what we just showed you just on the first day alone, here's all you have to do. You just come up to me. You say, Armand, this just isn't for me. And I'll say, well, that's great. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you tried it out. And I will pull out a check, and I'll write you a check right there on the spot. It's pretty simple. Because I'm that confident in the seminar and what it's done. We've had so many people succeed in business because of this. I've had people that I'm going to be having on these calls in the near future that are making anywhere between $300 a day to $1,000 a day in their internet business of people that come to our seminar. And that's not just from something that they had previously. I'm talking people starting brand new businesses in the last few months up to this point already. Some of them from this last seminar, some of them from the seminar before, but in less than a year going up to over $1,000 a day. I think that's pretty good in my book. It's a great income. It's $360,000 a year income because they came to the seminar and actually implemented some of the strategies. Is that common? I'm going to tell you, no, it's not common. But it is common for people that actually implement the strategies and techniques that we have. Most of the people that come to our seminar are serious about their business and they're serious about what they're doing. Now, the question is that are you serious about your business? Are you serious about what you're doing? If you want bigger results, if you want drastic changes, drastic results, you need to have drastic change in your business. And the seminar just may be it for you. So I urge you to go ahead, take a look at our website. We're going to have a tremendous event. I hope to see you all in Atlanta, Georgia, and I look forward to seeing you there. So again, my name is Armand Morin. Please take a look at the website. It's a tremendous event. We're going to be doing a promotion over the weekend. I'll send you an email on it or two over the weekend, just kind of let you know what it is. I'm not prepared. I was going to mention to you on this call, but we're just not ready for it. So I'm going to tell you all about that. Hopefully I can announce the great news that I have tomorrow when I do send you that email, and that's going to be part of that promotion as well, too. But we only have about a week until our two-payment program ends. That's probably incentive enough for you to sign up for your seat for the seminar. So if you're thinking about coming, you need to break it up into two payments. We have that set up on your website. As of next week, it will be reduced only to one payment on the website. So take advantage of the two-payment program while you can now, and we can break that up for you. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us. It's very simple. It's support@bigseminar.com. So, again, I hope I give you some information that you can take to the bank tonight on this call, and I look forward to seeing you all in Atlanta, Georgia on April 8th, 9th, and 10th. My name is Armand Morin, and everyone have a great night. Bye-bye, everybody. So we're going to go ahead and get this call started and underway again. Many of you jumped on here to learn some great information about marketing. I'm going to try to give that to you this evening, some things that will change how you do business online. And the strategies that we're going to talk about are pretty simple, quite honestly. I mean, no matter what level that you're involved with at the Internet right now, whether you're a beginner or whether you're an advanced person, these strategies will apply to you. They work. And we're going to utilize our own sites as examples to explain to you why these work, and we're going to talk about some of the results that we received from utilizing these strategies. And so we're going to kind of keep it to 60 minutes, but I'm going to tell you this. The next 60 minutes will be a lot of content, a lot of information. Make sure that you do take notes on this particular call. And again, as always, this is brought to you part of our big seminar that we're having in the next few weeks, actually about 3 weeks to be precise. Actually, in 22 days, on the 22nd, we're going to start the big seminar, and at that point, we're just going to have a huge, huge weekend. Some of the top marketers in the world coming together to teach you for 3 full days how you can literally build a successful online business in no time at all. So We're going to tell you more about that later on in the call, but what I want to do right now is I just kind of want to get into some of the strategies, and I want to talk about them and explain them to you so you can start implementing these immediately after the call. I can tell you this, if you implement everything I talk about today, you will double, triple, quadruple your sales within just a few short days. So let's get into it. Let's talk about audio. As many of you know, I'm a big, big audio fan. We have a service called Audio Generator that's owned by myself, Alex Mondosian, and Rick Raditz, and we've certainly helped make audio very popular on the Internet today. And the fact is, most people just don't get it. And I'm going to be very blunt. They don't understand it. They think it's a fad. They think it's some cutesy little trick. It's not. This is audio itself is the most powerful marketing technique that I've ever utilized and have ever utilized on the Internet. Now, with that being said, I've also found out that the way that I've been utilizing audio in the past has been 100% dead wrong. Now, you have to think about this. I've tried audio in a lot of different ways, some of them that you guys probably haven't even thought of yet. But you know what? I've been doing it wrong for so long. And let me explain to you why. Let me explain to you how people were using audio and are people still using audio. Most people that have embraced audio on the Internet are utilizing audio to simply be an information device, meaning people can click a button, they can then hear all about how great their product or service is. They can click another button, hear all about their features and benefits. They click another button, they can hear all about their bonuses. And that's fine, and that is a use of audio, but it is not the primary use of audio on the Internet. Okay, what you need to understand is that you need to figure out, even though this is a different media for people to utilize when they come to your website, not everyone knows enough to click an audio button. They do not know it's an audio button. Therefore, some people won't click it. Some people don't want to click it. You know what? The one thing that we've always recommended is to use permission-based audio. And when I say permission-based audio, I'm saying is that people have to opt in to click that button. Well, I've discovered that that is not the way to go. I'm saying that let it play, and if they don't like it, that's tough. And that's what I've found to work the best. Why? Because I watched my sales increase utilizing unpermission-based audio as opposed to permission-based audio. So, for example, how do you use that? Well, let me give you some websites that we've used this on. First of all, many of you have seen one of my products, and if you haven't, here it is. It's called Ebook Generator. It's an ebook software. That's not the purpose why I'm bringing you to this page, though. Ebook Generator, what I did is I redesigned the actual landing page quite some time ago. I believe it was about 2.5, maybe 3 months ago or so. Now, here's what happened. I knew this particular page will cover a lot of our call and some of the things I want to explain to you. If you go to that Ebook Generator site, you're going to notice something. It's a very, very small entrance page. It's a landing page. Now, many marketers on the Internet, for example, Jonathan Mizell calls it a name squeeze page. Stephen Pierce calls it an accelerated affiliate sales model. Alex Mondosian calls it a shy yes page. Paul Culligan calls it a list grab page. I don't care what you call it. It's basically, here's what it does. I don't know who started it first, but whoever it was, I'd like to thank them to this day. But the fact is, the way this works is a person has no other choice but to sign up for them to give me their name and their email address before they see my sales letter. Okay? Again, they sign up. They have to give me their first name, their email address before they can actually see my sales letter. On this particular page, if you go up to the top and you click on the Register Now button, it says, claim your free video and receive instant information. A little box will pop up. If you click the Learn More button on this page, again, it says, claim your free video and receive instant information. It forces a person to give me their name and email address. They're not going to get past this page without it. What's the bribe? Very simply, It's a free video of my software. Now, if they're interested, if they're truly interested, let me rephrase that. If they're truly interested in getting more information about an ebook software, they're going to give me their name and their email address. If they're not interested and they're just essentially tire kickers, they're not going to do it. You see what I mean? So again, what we're doing is this is a weeding out process. You know, everyone has always preached up and down that, well, I want everyone to see my sales letter. Why? Everyone's not even qualified to see your sales letter. You see, the Internet, it's about qualifying people either when they get to your sales letter with a headline, you can qualify them immediately, or qualify them before they get to the sales letter. And that's what we're doing here. They give us their first name, their email address, and then they finally see my sales letter once they click that button, as well as I've captured their name and email address, and I followed up with them. Now, one of the most important features on this page is, yes, the text does say what this whole product is about and some simple tips on it. But the most powerful piece on this page, it says, listen to our audio message. So when they come to the page initially, the audio started playing, and, I don't have my speakers turned up right now, but it says something essentially to this. Thank you for coming by Ebook Generator. Claim your free video, enter in your first name, your email address, and click the Send My Video button right now. Something to that effect. Now, and then it tells them they'll be transported to our sales letter or our information immediately after clicking the Submit button. So we're telling them, what to do. Okay? Write that down. The purpose of audio on the Internet is to tell a person what to do. That's the number one reason for audio. That's the number one reason for audio, is to tell people what to do when they come to your website. The second reason for audio is to tell them what to expect. Those are the two, if you want to call them laws of audio, as far as what works best. A, tell them what to do. B, tell them what to expect after they've done what you told them. So now you're framing a person. Now, let me explain to you the concept of framing. Now, Mark Joyner has talked about this. People that have any kind of psychology background know a little bit about this, but framing is this. You see, if I sent you an email that said, I just bought XYZ product, I wasn't really impressed with it. In fact, they probably charged too much for it, and also I found it complicated to use, and, it really wasn't what it's cracked up to be. But here's the link anyway. You can go ahead and look at it, but, I really don't suggest it. Now, if you click that link, what is your expectation when you get to that page? It's not a very high expectation, because why? You framed that page that they're going to click through in a very poor way. Obviously, this person, if they wasn't trying to sell them on this product. So they had a very low expectation when they got there. Chances are that person ordering something was probably not very good. So that's one way. The second way of framing is like we're doing on Ebook Generator. Quickly discover why thousands of people from all over the world chose Ebook Generator for their ebook publishing needs. And then, we'll prove it to you through our video. I want you to do this right now, is simply fill in your first name, your primary email address, and click the Send My Video button now. I'm going to send you a video 100% absolutely free, and then I'm going to give you all the information on the very next page. So look real closely for your email, and you're going to get all the information in just a couple seconds. So go ahead, again, fill your first name, your email address, and then click the Send My Video button. You're going to be amazed as far as how simple this software is to use. You see, I just framed a person, so there's an expectation. I kind of built it up a little bit, not too much hype, but I have given them a positive a reason to go ahead and follow my actions as well, too. So I framed it in a good way so when they get to the page, they have a high level of expectation. Now, see, the reason, let me also explain to you some other factors behind this concept just on this site alone. The concept behind this site alone is this, is that I know that, for example, I'm just going to use some conversion rates here for you on this particular website. Our conversion rate without this page is about 3%. okay, roughly about 3%, meaning out of 100 people that come to the site, normally without this page, if they just came straight to the sales letter, our conversion rate would be about 3%. That means that 97% of the people still aren't coming. Now, if you went to the sales letter, you would notice on the left-hand side I have a place for them to sign up to get their free video. Now, I know that that converts between 12 to 13%, meaning that on a normal sales letter, if we had our normal sales letter up there, 12 to 13% of the people would sign up to get their free video. That's pretty good. That means I'm capturing a little bit more of those 97% that didn't buy, but yet I'm still only selling 3% of the people. Now, here's what happens with this page. By putting this, let's call it an in-between page, whatever phrase you want to utilize it. By putting this page up, we're getting, now listen to these figures real quick, 46% of the people to go ahead and fill out the form. That's 46% of the people to go ahead, fill out the form on this page and give us their name and email address. So how many more email addresses did I capture? Well, before I was only getting 12 to 13%. Now I'm getting 46%. We're talking about, 25 more email addresses out of 100 we're getting because, actually 25, 35, I guess. Almost 30 email addresses, let's just call it. More email addresses than out of 100. So think about that. Again, 46% from this site or 12 to 13%. Which would you rather have? But some of you may be saying, well, Armand, though, but that means that 54% of the people that come to this page, they don't give you their email address and they just leave and they never see your sales letter. Yeah. So? But the 46% that do are extremely targeted. You see what I mean? So I'm only allowing the people that are targeted to see the site. If I allow anyone else to see the site, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter all these other people not seeing the site. I want only the people that are qualified to see the site to see it. This way I'm going to have a higher conversion rate. Now, when I did this, my first reaction was, oh, man, I'm going to have a massive decrease in the amount of orders that we're getting. Because right now I'm only getting 3 out of 100. Well, you know what? I'm still getting 3 out of 100 as far as the overall conversion rate, meaning out of all the people that come to the main page, I'm still converting 3% of those. Now, here's where the kicker is. Before I was only capturing 12 to 13%. Now I'm getting 46% of the emails that come into that site. Now, here's what happens. Is that now I've got all their email address. Now I can institute a follow-up system that's going to follow up with this person and go ahead and try to get them to purchase, and we're going to send them a series of emails. Now, we've recently just switched our series of emails because of a friend of mine who many of you know, Marlon Sanders, suggested that we went to a daily follow-up system. So we're testing out a daily follow-up system, meaning for the first 7 to 10 days, we're now following with them every single day. Do you see how that works? Why? Because it's fresh in their mind. Why? Because they've just seen our video. Why? Because we're reminding them of our guarantee. Why? Because they went through these extra steps. And we're converting off of those. So again, we're still converting 3% up front, and then we're converting at least between 5 and 7% of the people that we just got their email address. So overall, what are we getting? Well, we're getting a huge number of people that I wouldn't have gotten any other way. Why? Because we stood up and said, give me your name and give me your email address before you can actually see our sales letter. 2, we had audio telling them what to do. And 3, we instituted a follow-up program in order to follow up with the person. So we did all those things, and that's why this campaign is working so well. Well, some of you may be saying, Armand, well, if it's working so well, how come you don't have it on any other sites? Well, if you notice the sites I've recently launched, like Big Seminar, for example, it does. And you know what? Many people would have thought, well, if you're just limiting to the people that fill out the name and email address, you're not getting a lot of people seeing the Big Seminar site. You're right. I'm not getting as many people seeing my site as I possibly could. But you know, I've had a higher conversion rate than any other of my big seminar websites that I've ever had. I have more people coming to this big seminar than I've ever had. And you know what? It works. So it works on a small ticket item, which is $97, and it works just as effectively on a high ticket item, which is $1,797. So what does that say, and should you do? Well, I'll tell you what you should do. You know, again, we're using audio, so I'm going to tell you what to do. Start looking at this model and start looking at the ways that I'm doing it. Start looking at the ways that other people are doing this, that are doing it on the Internet. And so the question also may come up, and I thought of these questions myself before I tried this. I was like, well, if this method works so well and everyone's talking about it, how come most people don't do it? For the same reasons that I didn't do it for the longest time, is because we were scared. Most people are scared that I'm going to turn away all my visitors, and therefore I'm not going to get as much conversion. My sales are going to drop, and all these other, you know, crazy reasons for not going ahead and just making the decision to do it. You know, those are all bogus reasons. The results way outweigh the reasoning for not doing this. It's amazing. It's the most amazing thing, the best discovery I've ever had. What I'm doing right now is I'm in the process of actually converting every single one of my websites over to the same model, meaning that the person has to give me their name and email address before they see my sales letter. Why? Because, A, I'm building a huge list. Think about this. Just on this site alone, we've captured about, I think the number is, I'm just going to take a rough guess off the top of my head, I think it's about 6,500 to 7,000 emails right now, just off the ebook generator site. Just off that site alone, we're collecting that many email addresses over the course of the last couple months. Now, if I already done the numbers on this, and this is what convinced me even more, if I converted all my websites over to this model and I was converting at the same rate, meaning that I was capturing the same number of email addresses, I know that I'm going to get between, anywhere between 800 to 1,000 email addresses a day. If you could build your email list between 800 to 1,000 emails a day, that's new 30,000 roughly email addresses every single month. What would stop you from doing it? Well, some of you may not have many sites as I do. I mean, heck, I'm talking about, 12 to 15 different sites. You know what? That's okay, though. You need to start with what you have right now. So, if I'm thinking about doing this, and many other people have gone through and done this as well, too, shouldn't you do the same thing? The answer is yes, yes, yes. If you don't, then you just wasted all the time for being on this call, because this is probably the most powerful thing I'm going to talk about today on this call. Look at this concept. Understand the concept. Okay, the concept is very simple. We don't let a person see our sales letter unless they're qualified. How do we know they're qualified? We don't. They tell us if they're qualified. How do they tell us? They give us their name and their email address. Because why? Because we told them to do it using our audio on that page, and then we follow up with them. We follow up with them if they don't buy. If they do buy, then, we can follow up with them as well, too, but that's an entirely different talk. This is just for trying to get people to purchase our products. That's the model. That's the system. Let me give you another system, another website that we've done recently utilizing the same system. It all spawned from one of my testing on here. We developed a system a little bit ago called CB Clicks. If you go to cbclicks.com, myself, Frank Durdorf, and Zach McCullough actually put this together. And when you come to this site, it's a big, long sales letter. It advertises a viral campaign that we did. Again, disregard what the product is. I want to tell you the techniques that I used on this page. And again, you have if you come to cbclicks.com, you see our headline, everything's good, but all of a sudden when you start hearing audio playing immediately. Why? Because I don't want to take the risk of a person not clicking on that button. I don't know if you're going to click on it or not. I have no idea. Some of you will, some of you won't. But if I start playing it automatically, all of you will. You see, I know that if a person can hear me, that they can hear my enthusiasm, they can hear how I emphasize certain words, they're going to be more likely to read the rest of this. I know that. If you talk to someone, if you send someone a letter, they may or may not read it, right? Think about this. Send someone a letter, they may or may not read it. But if you call them on the phone and you read to them the contents of the letter, they're guaranteed to hear it, unless they're doing something else on the other line. But for the most part, they are. So we've gone ahead, and if you listen to the audio message there, I told them what it is, then I also told them what to do. And then I told them to do it. And I told them what to expect. That's what I did with the audio on this page. Again, another example. That's with the sales letter right on this main page. Okay, the question may be, well, Armand, didn't you just say you should actually capture the name and email address? You're right. I should have. Well, you know what? This is a free program, so the form's right on the bottom of that page, so I can capture the name and email address. That's why I didn't bother with this site. I tried something new and another variation of this recently, and we're going to talk about this a little bit here as well, too. And we're going to talk about a product I created called Directory Generator. If we go to directorygenerator.com, I'm going to talk about a couple things on this site here. Okay, first of all, let's talk about this. The audio. The audio starts playing automatically. We just talked about that. You know that that's the way the audio should be playing. The first thing that you should do when you get off this call is any audio that you're using right now, change the format. Okay, change the format to play automatically. If you have multiple buttons, obviously you can only have the first one playing. Second part is you tell them what to do on the audio, and then you tell them what to expect after they've done what you told them to do. So that's the format of an audio. Again, let's just repeat that for everybody. So I just want to make sure you guys are clear on this. If you do this, I'm telling you, it will just make a huge, huge difference for you. What you do is, you go ahead, make the audio play automatically, you tell a person what to do, and then what to expect after they did what you told them to do. Now, what are some other places you can use audio like this? On your pop-up boxes. Any kind of pop-up boxes you have asking a person to subscribe to maybe your newsletter or anything like that, put audio on it. It's huge. It's powerful. You can have it start automatically. You can have it drop in. It's going to grab their attention. Did a huge, huge study on this. We test a newsletter subscription box with audio as opposed to without audio. Did a total A/B split on this test. Now, we sent half the visitors here and half the visitors over here. The results were that the pop-up with audio had a 375% increase over the one without audio. 375% more people subscribed just because we had audio on that pop-up than we didn't. And it played how? Automatically. That's how it's played. And so you do the same thing here. Okay, same thing on your sales letters, and that's how it works. Now, what I want to talk about on this particular page is some other things that we did. We utilized a different type of headline on here, and it's just something that kind of struck me differently, and I decided I wanted to test it, and it proved really successful. Let me read you the headline, and let me tell you how I would have written it previously. It says, it instantly creates a new breed of website and drives an avalanche of targeted traffic to all your products, services, and affiliate programs, 100% guaranteed. Underneath that, the one and only traffic system which has never failed since the start of the Internet, which is true. Patent pending technology, you benefit immediately. Be up and running in just minutes with almost no effort on your part. Now, what's the purpose? What am I trying to say in the headline? I'm trying to say the software does the work and you don't. When it comes to selling software, if any of you sell any kind of software, some of you do and some of you don't, but if it comes to selling any kind of software, any kind of automation program, you want to emphasize the fact that the program does it for you. You don't have to. That's the purpose. Now, this is something new that we did, and let me explain to you the difference, how I normally would have wrote this headline. Normally, I would have wrote, instantly create a new breed of website and drive an avalanche of traffic to your products, services, and affiliate programs 100% guaranteed. What's the difference? I mean, again, let's go over it one more time, just a moment. instantly create a new breed of website and drive an avalanche of targeted traffic to your products, services, and affiliate programs 100% guaranteed. That's how I would have wrote it. But this one says it instantly creates a new breed of website and drives an avalanche of traffic to all your product, services, and affiliate programs 100% guaranteed. The difference is one headline says you have to do it. The second headline says the software does it. How does it start off? It. What? The software. That's why I used it. It doesn't say what it is. Therefore, a person has to read the sales letter. I say it instantly creates means it creates it. It creates it. A new breed of website and drives. Who drives? It drives an avalanche of targeted traffic. We don't say what it is. Therefore, the person has to read the sales letter to find out what it is. So, see the difference? Look at your headlines. Does your product sound like it does it for them? It may. It doesn't just have to be software. You see, you have to put the stress on your product. That's what we did on this particular headline, and it was probably the best headline I've written in a long time. It may seem like a minor change, and some of you may be thinking, well, that's not a big deal. You're right. It's not a big deal. What's a big deal is the results of this website. This website is converting at 5.8% right now. Some of you may think it's not a big deal, but I can tell you this. Compared to 3%, 4%, almost 6% conversion rate, it's a pretty big deal. And not just on targeted traffic. I can send targeted traffic to any website, and I can get it to convert 18 to 20%. Why? Because I have a good recommendation on it. I can frame it in a way that will increase the amount of sales. But I'm talking overall traffic. I'm talking traffic from myself, from my affiliates, and everybody else. You see what I mean? Do you see the difference? So this headline is a huge, huge responsibility, hugely responsible for that traffic. That's why I believe it works so well. I had an inkling that it would work so well, but now I do know that it works as well as it does. The headline is the most important part of your sales letter. You've heard many people talk about it, but yet I think some people just don't understand it yet. You can test everything on your sales letter. You can test it over and over and over and over again, but you know what? The only thing that you need to test to start off with is your headline. Just one change in the headline, studies have shown that you can increase sales up to 1,900%. I've had dramatic 400, 500, 600% increase in sales just by changing my headline. So what does that say? It just tells you this. You need to test the headline first and foremost, and don't stop testing your headline. You think that, for example, I never stop testing. None of the friends that I know, none of the marketers that I know that are going to be teaching you at the big seminar have ever stopped testing. I've seen Marlon Sanders testing probably, 12, 13 different headlines if you just kept refreshing the page, and he just did this massive test. I've seen John Reese just test headline after headline after headline. I've seen Alex Mondosian, just test headline after headline after headline. Carl Galetti's same way. All these people. Why? Because we know that that's the most important part. We don't just say it because we want it. It's a mass, it's a massive stereotype of scenario. We're not trying to convince everyone that they should just test headlines. It does us no good. What only does us good, as a marketer and someone teaching people about marketing, it only does me good if I tell you something, you get results from it, and then you tell other people about it, and then you tell them that, you got to listen to Armand because his information is great. That does me good, right? So I'm not going to tell you something that I know is just bad for you to do. And no one else is either. It's not to their benefit, okay? So think about it. You may think it's so simple. It's kind of funny. I've seen people, I had a friend of mine, who I don't need to name, receive a refund from a customer the other day. And he was kind of telling me this privately. And what he said was, this customer didn't even use the product. They said they knew everything already contained in this product, and this was a huge product. Well, you know what? Yeah, I've heard a lot of different things myself over the years, but, I haven't tried it all over the years. I'm not even close to trying it all. I try a lot of it, but you know what? Just because something seems simple and it seems almost idiotic, don't
don't let that stop you from increasing your sales. This is the biggest key. Let me give you the biggest key to being successful on the Internet. The biggest key is this, is to sell out 100%. I've said this numerous times on conference calls. I've said this to people in person. I've said this from speaking in front of hundreds and thousands of people all over the world. The fact is, you need to sell out. You have to come to the conclusion that, A, you don't know everything, and you especially don't know everything about the Internet, because no one does, and then find a group, a certain person maybe even, whoever it is, and just say, this person I can relate to, and what this person says about marketing, I'm going to just take their advice. That's what I did. When I got online, the reason why my business excelled so well when I got online is because I made I admitted to myself immediately, I don't know what the heck I'm doing on here. I have no clue. And, I do a little bit now, but, it's still testing. Even when you think you know it, you don't know it. Your market dictates how much information you know, and the market always changes. But I identified with a group of people. I found the people who I assumed were doing well on the Internet. There weren't teleseminars like this to help out. So what I did is I went to people I knew were selling well. Marlon Sanders, I bought all of Marlon's stuff. I liked the way he wrote. I liked the way I could understand what he was saying. Some of the early stuff, Terry Dean's things, I bought some of that information. I kind of liked the way he said it too. As time went on, one of the people I could relate really well with and I became good friends with is Jimmy Brown. The way he wrote some things, he thought differently. He thinks differently than I do. And the way he wrote things, I was like, oh, man, I like the way he writes about this. And I identified with him really well, and we got to be good friends. But I started picking up all these different pieces of information, and then I started testing different stuff. I started testing this long sales letter concept. I was the worst person you could ever try to get to write a long sales letter. I thought it was total crap. I did, because I'm like, a person's not going to sit there and read all this stuff. That's true. I'm not going to sit there and read this stuff, but not my customers. My customers sit down there and read every bit of it. I don't, though. Some of you may be the same type of personality. You don't read the whole sales letter. I'll go bits and pieces. The way I read a sales letter is I scan it first. Hopefully, just by scanning, I'll be able to pick up the gist of what this person's trying to sell. If I still don't understand it, then I'll go back and read it in detail. And then if I like the sales letter, I'll go back and read it in real close detail to try to analyze what they did and how they get me to like it so much. That's what I do now because I'm a marketer now. But at first, I admitted that I didn't know anything, and I started writing these sales letters. So even though we just talked about a headline, I want you to understand that you have to test that headline. It's very crucial. It's very important to you. Now let's go over to the rest of the sales letter here. I use a lot of things when I'm writing that forces you to read to the next level. For example, if you're scanning down right before I get to my graphic, there it says I start with a statement. You need targeted traffic right now. Okay, it's just a statement, a bold statement. And then I ask the second question. If you look at the next subheadline, well, I guess you call it the subheadline, isn't more targeted traffic what your online business needs right now? That's the question. First I said you need traffic. Then I'm asking you, isn't that what you need really? I'm making you think about it. And then it says, let me put it into perspective for you. Let me put what into perspective? If you just saw let me put it into perspective for you, you had to go back to the previous paragraph to read the paragraph to put what into perspective. And then you have to read the next sentence. You see, now you have to read the next paragraph in order to see what I'm putting into perspective. You see, I'm taking the things that I'm making people read, I'm making read above and below in order to make sense out of that one statement. Let me put it make what into perspective? Put what into perspective? But I have to go back to the previous paragraph. And then I say, okay, put into perspective. And then, boom, now I have to read the next section of it. But I use the little dots at the end. I don't know what you call those things, but I use them at the end in order to lead a person on to the next sentence. Now, again, I don't care about what the product is because this is irregardless. One of the things a friend of mine, Stephen Pierce, showed me to do was show proof. Show proof of what you are doing. Anything that that you can show proof of. If you're telling a person how to do this, show proof that you can do it yourself. Show proof that if you say you made X number of dollars, then show proof that you did do this. Make people understand what you're saying, and the only way that many people on the internet are skeptical. They don't believe what you're saying to them. Think about the internet. If you type in any subject into the internet, you will have everything from the legitimate person to the biggest scam artist, and the sad part is many times the scam artist has come up first. So people are skeptical in nature. Even people that have been around. The longer they've been around, they're even more skeptical. The new person on the internet are really skeptical because they haven't had an experience of maybe buying an online product or anything from somebody. So what happens is by providing proof, you simply give them proof that cannot be denied and put your proof right there. Obviously, the best proof is a testimonial. A video testimonial is actually the best proof. And also anything else that you can show that you can legally show. Here's a secret traffic generating system. We're just going to scan down through this because there's a couple pieces that I want to talk about. Okay. If you go down on this website, here's where I first have it. It says, if you go down, there's a headline, a subheadline. It says, through a new partnership, a new breed of software has been created to instantly create niche targeted directories anytime you want, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 100% optimized for the major search engines. Again, we're not talking about the product. The reason I'm saying that is because I actually use the full headline in the middle of my sales letter. Okay, a full headline in the middle of the sales letter. You need to break your sales letter down into what I refer to as chunks. Okay, chunks are simply this, is that a sales letter is comprised of 6 to 7 different pieces of information. Each one of those 6 pieces should be able to stand on its own, meaning they have to have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and a way for a person to buy. You see, the sales process is a matter of giving people a bunch of information, finding out what their hot button is. You don't know what their hot button may be, but by giving them enough information at one point when you get them really excited or where you feel they should be excited, ask them to buy. You show them a feature, you show them why it's for them, you get them excited, boom, please buy my product. Again, you ask them to buy, you start the process over on the next feature. And again, you get them excited, you ask them to buy. You keep going through this whole scenario throughout your whole sales letter, but there's about 6 major pieces of information, roughly 6. It can be more, they can be slightly less, but I'm using this as an example. Each one of those pieces should be its own sales letter. Therefore, it's not improper to have a full-blown headline in the middle of your sales letter. In fact, it can improve response rates and break up your sales letter by simply putting a huge headline in the middle there, just like I've done here. So think about that. Next, what I want to point out to you is underneath the graphic, if you're going down this page, it says here's the picture, and then there's the button. Underneath, click here to download right now. Okay, click here to download right now. Now, if you're selling an ebook, would that phrase be appropriate? Yes, it would. What does it connotate? It means if you click here, you're going to download it right now. Well, what I didn't say is that you have to buy it first before you can download it. But we want to get people in the habit of clicking to buy it. It makes it easier. You know, if they click it, they're going to go down to the bottom of the page where I ask them to purchase my product or service. Now, that button, though, could have been a link. In fact, let's scroll down the page a little bit more. In the middle of my features and benefits of my description of my product, you notice I've actually have certain pieces highlighted in yellow and certain pieces aren't. Well, without me blatantly saying and grouping all this stuff together, everything that's in yellow is our exclusive features. Okay? So I pointed them out without blatantly saying, in yellow is our exclusive features. So I kind of made it subconscious as far as that goes for them. Then in the middle, I've also put, get started immediately, download directory generator right now. I have these. Now, that was a link. That wasn't a button. But now underneath, if you keep scrolling down the features and benefits, there's another button. I'm alternating between buttons and links. I'm going to tell you why in a moment. And then plus you'll see, blah, blah, blah. There's really nothing really exciting. The rest of this, reasons why they should buy it. And then there's another button. I was alternating primarily on this page between buttons and links to find out what people will click on more. Why would I want to test that? Well, I know if I can get more people to click on the link to go to my order form, the more sales I will have. Therefore, I started thinking one day. I started thinking about if I had, we know if, let me explain to you something else. I shouldn't say most people, some people screw up their whole website just by trying to make the website look pretty. A pretty website is good. I think a website should be aesthetically pleasing to the eye, but not without screwing up the content. Don't screw up the content, the layout, the design, and what a human's natural reaction is to do. We, as human beings, as people reading a website, have been trained a certain way. Anything else is new to us, and we may or may not do it. For example, a link should be blue, and it should be underlined. If the link is not blue and it's not underlined, we may not recognize that that's a link. You could be wasting your time. Why? Because you wanted to make your website look pretty, but yet you're sacrificing sales in order to make that look pretty. Don't do it. Remember, links are blue, links are underlined. We've all been trained to know this. Don't buck against the grain. Don't try to change the world. Just give people what they want and what they recognize. Keep them in a frame that makes them feel comfortable. So now if we know links are blue and links are underlined, we know that we should click a link because that's what we've done since the time that we've ever been on the Internet. Well, I started thinking one day, what else do we click? Well, we could click a graphic, but we're not really trained to click on graphics. I still don't know if I would actually click on a graphic to this day. So I said, well, what else? A button. We know if it's a button that we should click the button. It's that simple. It's that easy. So I put the buttons there, and I interspersed them with the links because I didn't want to screw it up in case my theory didn't work. So I put the buttons on there, and I discovered that people are 5 times likely to click a button as they are to click a link. Think about it. 5 times. It's 500% more likely to click a button than they are to click a link. So what did that do? It increased my sales. And that's huge, huge, huge. Then we have the sales letter at the bottom, and that's about it. Give people a reason to buy. Give people a reason to buy today, and then ask them to buy, and make it simple for them to buy. So my point is to start utilizing buttons. Start, not all the time, but throughout your sales letter. Alternate them. Test them. I haven't done a sales letter yet with all buttons on it, but I intend to in the future just to see if, again, my theories hold true. I know right now that mixing buttons and links together works because of the conversion rate on this website. And these other little pieces I told you about on this website, the headline, again, still pulling true, and pretty much the rest of it was just basic good copywriting. I'm probably, I probably have a bunch of misspelled words on this whole page, but that's okay because I'm trying to just get them to see what I have to say, to read my sales letter, to see why this particular product is so powerful, why am I selling this, and then creating this whole sales letter in this process. You see, it's not minor changes. I mean, think about this. It is minor changes. It's not major changes, I should say. Think about this for a moment. I mean, when a person, when you have all these different techniques that you learn from various people, it's really overwhelming in many cases. I mean, we don't know where to start. We don't know what to do. We don't know what's the most important to us. I mean, I don't know how to write a headline. Well, then I suggest you go out and buy every product on how to write a headline. And more importantly, I think you should go to all the people that you feel that you've bought products from and look at their websites, look at their headlines. Something probably on the headline appealed to you. Not every headline is good. I've seen a bunch of headlines I can't stand. I don't know why people would even use it. But if it's working for them, then what does my opinion matter? It doesn't. You know, the marketplace dictates if a campaign is successful or not. Think about your market. Let them decide. If the test is working, yes, great. If it's not working, get rid of it and try something else. See, it's a never-ending process that you should go through. So go back, start with one thing, one technique, and one technique only. Pick 5 things that you want to test. Well, first of all, you should only test one thing at a time. But you can implement a bunch of different things that you know will work. And you could change a headline, change around some buttons, things of that nature, and look at the results and find out why, you know, is this going to work? Is this going to work for us, or is this going to work against us? We don't know yet. It's a matter of just testing, tweaking, and finding out why this works. We can't dictate it. Our market dictates all that to us. So that's just some small things. But the key to this whole message that I'm trying to make today is that just by introducing some simple strategies, it can have a major effect on your business. Am I going to go through on my websites and change everything to switching back and forth between buttons and links? Yes, I am. I'm convinced at this point with the little testing that I've done on the directory generator site that this is the way that I should be doing it. Will you? Well, you have to prove it to yourself first. I can tell you, but it's not as valuable as you finding it out yourself. We've all done it. I mean, think about it. Our parents have told us, well, you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that and you shouldn't drink so much. And did we listen? Well, yeah, sometimes we did, but we didn't in many cases. Why? Because we had to go through the learning process and learn for ourselves. I just hope if you are going to take that route that you go through it and you do it fast, because the faster you go through that stage trying to figure it out yourself, the sooner you'll come to the realization that it's much more valuable to listen to other people. You learned your lesson. Yeah, I tried it the hard way. It doesn't work that well. Now let me listen to someone else. After you've been burned a couple times and after you realize that it's not about me, it's about the information and it's not a shortcut. Trust me, it's still not a shortcut by listening to someone else. And quite honestly, some of these techniques may not work in other markets. We don't know until we do test. But if we give you some ideas that you can take and bring it to your website and test into your market, then who knows? It may just possibly work. So think back of some of the techniques that we covered. I mean, we covered some of the things like utilizing, again, we can call it a number of different things. Capturing a person, basically just capturing a person's name and email address before they get to your website, before they get to your sales letter. Using audio and to tell them what to do on every page. Tell them what to do. What do you want them to do? And is it permission-based? No, it's not permission-based. We just play it. What if they don't like it? Who cares? They weren't going to buy anyway. It sounds kind of cruel and it sounds kind of harsh, but it's true. You know, the truth, it's the truth. If they weren't going to buy anyways, what's it matter to you? It doesn't. You're not going to convince. You can sit there and come up with these different ideas and say, well, you know, if I didn't have that, you know, I could have got these number of people. No, you wouldn't have. I mean, let's be a realist here. You know, these people weren't going to buy anyway. If they were serious, if they were just a tire kicker, you know, they'll be a tire kicker tomorrow and they may change their mind and they may be serious in a couple months from now and they may come back and give you their name and email address, but they weren't going to buy on that first day they came. I can tell you that right now. If they were serious, they were going to give you the name and email address. I do it. I look at his website. Oh, they want my name and email address. I'm not going to sign up for that. And what do? Well, I go away. Then if that subject's important to me later on down the road, you guarantee I'm coming back, and what am I going to do? Put in my name and put in my email address. If that's my only option, I have no other choice. I have to put in something in order to get through. So then And, let me explain to you, too. You may be saying, but, well, aren't people going to put in a bogus name and a bogus email address? Yep. And you know what? I actually have them confirm all their email address. I use a double opt-in mechanism. They have to confirm before they get that video. So I don't get all the bogus email addresses. They automatically just go into the trash. And only the people that confirm actually get the video. So the bribe on this process has to be good. I use videos because let me give you, for example, a video people aren't used to. If you have an ebook, a video may be hard. You could give them a couple free chapters. But if you're using software, then I recommend a video. Why do I recommend a video? Because people aren't used to a video. They haven't seen a video before. They don't know what a video is all about. They're curious about it, and if I give it to them, they're going to be happy. They're going to be happy receiving that video, and I'm going to be happy by capturing their name and email address. Make sense? So that's pretty much it. There's just a little bit of information I wanted to cover, but that little bit of information that we just covered in the last hour or so is pretty powerful. I think if you guys really understand what I talked about, and hopefully I could convey the message well enough that you do understand what I'm talking about, this can make a difference in your life. It can make a difference in the way you do business. I'm serious. These last techniques, these few things I just talked about today, are things that I'm doing, that I'm getting ready to do on my other websites as well, too. And they made a huge difference as far as income goes. How do I know? Let me give you an idea. That directory generator site, 2 days. The first 2 days, first 48 hours, $56,000 in income in 2 days. If I had a crappy sales letter, would it have worked? No. If the audio didn't work, would it work? No. If the headline wasn't good, would I have done that much? No. No. Yeah, so yes, it does work. So just go for it. Try it. Try it and just go for it. It takes 5 minutes. Just do a couple things. It doesn't take a lot of your time. Everything I talked about today, each piece can be done in 5 minutes. It doesn't take a lot of time. So I urge you to go ahead and do that. But this is just some of the information. I plan to go into a lot of details at the big seminar about a lot of what I'm going to be talking, things like this that we're talking about, a lot of conversion techniques that I like talking about, and many other people will be there as well, too. Those of you that were on the call last night, we had a great call. We had a super teleseminar call where we brought in almost all of our speakers all in one shot. And, I made an offer on that call last night, and if you go to this website, everyone write this website down. It's www.bigseminar.com/bonus.html. It's www.com/bigseminar.com/bonus.html. You'll see, actually, A, you can re-listen to the call that we had last night in case you missed it. B, what I did is I released some bonuses on top of it that I'll actually do later on tonight. For example, I released a Credit Secrets product. If you go ahead and purchase your big seminar ticket by tonight at midnight, I actually will go Pacific time because I wasn't very specific on that last night. By 12 midnight Pacific time, you're going to get my new Credit Secrets book. That's a 200-page ebook. It's the most powerful book on how to legally and ethically repair your credit that's ever been developed. It's Grant Secrets book, which is over 500 pages. Matt Lesko made millions of dollars selling a book of a very similar type of book, and you can actually sell this too online. It's going to be huge, huge. And then we have a 6-month education program. This is the primary focus of my bonus last night. It's continuing education. Every seminar that you go to, after you leave that event, you don't know what to do next. You don't know how to implement these things. You don't have any place to turn. So I've made an implementation program. Basically, I'll help you along the way. You're going to want to get some specialized information from any of the speakers. I don't proclaim to know everything that these guys know. I know some of it because we're friends and we talk, but I don't know everything that these guys do. So, many times, if you want to know specific information, then you get together with that particular speaker. But we're going to talk about just general implementation, getting you started on the internet. Not only for advanced. Not only for beginners, but it's for advanced people as well too. It's for everybody, and we're going to talk about how to implement and get things going online after you leave the event. You want to utilize, you want resources, you want things. All you have to do is ask. You just ask, and I'll tell you exactly where to go. And also, I have an exclusive bonus, which I've extended, which is called which is the Resell Rights to Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Everyone's seen it. If you were at my last big seminar, I gave the whole book away to everybody. Well, I have the public domain version of this. You know, you can't find this on the Internet, and I'm actually giving it to you all this. It's over $22,688 in legitimate bonuses. I had someone email me today and ask me, you know, how much to get all these bonuses to resell rights to these things? I'm like, you can't. I'm not selling it. Why? It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, yeah, I'll use it for you guys if you wanted to come to the seminar, but I'm not going to put it out there, and I'm not going to market the resell rights to this stuff. It doesn't make sense. I'll put these products up myself. I'm going to sell these products online. That's why they're there. That's why they're created. And I'm going to, you know, I'll make a fortune off this. And you guys can too, if you actually have them. But then that's in addition to all the other bonuses as well too. But that value, that package, is good up until midnight tonight Pacific time. So if you're interested in coming to the event, you know, go ahead, reserve your seat. Doesn't matter whose link you threw. You have it. If you had a link from someone, just click on that link, register your seat, and get ready to come to the seminar. It's going to be amazing. That's all I can say. We're working on some special things that are going to be happening there. All I know is this: when people walk away from this event, they're going to be talking about it. If you're not there, you're going to wish that you were. I can't even say what's going to happen because it's going to be mind-blowing at this event. We're really excited about that. I'm excited about this for several things about this event. I love going to L.A. Also, I love the fact that this is going to be our biggest event. Yeah, I'm excited about these things. I'm pumped for 3 days, and then I'm like on a 3-day downer after the event because I'm just beat after the event. Because you guys may think, well, yeah, but you're just running around. Yeah, it's true. You know, but I'm learning a lot of information in the hall because I'm talking to a lot of people out there and finding out what's happening, what's going on. And these are people and friends that, you know, I get to see only a few times a year. It's a great fun. It's a great event, and we're all there to have a good time in an environment that's conducive to allow you to learn. You see, I know when I was in high school. When I was in high school, there was those classes that you've had. We've all had them, and in college as well, too, that you had this teacher. One teacher you couldn't stand. You just couldn't stand this teacher. No matter what they taught, you know, you didn't care. You just couldn't stand the class because you couldn't stand the person. And, you know, you didn't really get good grades in that class, or not probably as well as you should have. But then you had this other teacher. Probably wasn't the best teacher, but you know what? You just had a lot of fun, and even though you're learning, you're having fun, and that reinforced the fact of what you were learning, and you had great grades in that class. And, you know, that's kind of how I like to look at the big seminar. You know, we provide you all the information that you can learn, and we give you the best teachers in the world, and then at the same time we try to make it fun for you. And then what we do is we go take it one step further, and we teach you how to network with other people to maximize not only your time at this event, but to maximize the rest of your life. I mean, creating $1 million Rolodex right there on the spot just in one night. So we have just some great things that we have planned, and I hope you can make it out to L.A. We've got some great bonuses if you register by midnight tonight, and we've got a great room deal which you receive right after you come. So, again, thank you very much for tuning in tonight. Everyone, I know the presidential debate was going on this evening. I'm going to go jump off the phone, and I'm going to watch what I can of it. We're going to have a great time at the event. I hope you all make it there, and thank you very much, and I hope you learned one or two pieces of information off this call tonight. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night. Bye-bye, everybody.
And we're going to go ahead and get the call started right now. As I was stating earlier just a moment ago, you know, these conference calls that we've been doing, we've been putting on, you know, different people. You haven't heard certainly any of our, really only just a few of our speakers so far, but we're going to be having more and more of our speakers on every one of these calls. Tonight's call, Michael Thornton was supposed to be on here. He actually got held up. Not literally held up, but his plane got canceled in Las Vegas, so he couldn't make it with us tonight. We're going to have him on one of our next few calls. So Michael's going to be joining us here very shortly. But tonight's call, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the number one aspect of most people's businesses that they have a hard time with, and that is driving traffic to your website. So we're going to talk about all about that, how you can do it, how you can do it quickly, how you can do it affordably, how you can do it, I don't want to say cheaply, but almost cheaply. And we're going to explain all about that in just a moment. But before we do, we certainly want to give you our little 2-minute commercial about the big seminar. The big seminar is coming up shortly, just a little over a month away, probably I think about a month and a half, about 6 weeks away or so. We are having the big seminar down in Atlanta, Georgia on April 8th, 9th, and 10th. We've got a tremendous lineup of speakers. More and more I get excited about the seminars. You know, I was fortunate enough to meet many of these people previously, but yeah, some of them I definitely don't know as well as others. Many of the people know that at my seminar, most of these people that are speaking are actually my friends that I've met online, and these are tremendous people, well-known marketers. More importantly, they're what I call active marketers. You see, there's two types of people to learn from out there. I don't care if it's online or if it's offline. When it comes to marketing, I think there's two types of people. They're active marketers, or I should say working marketers, and then there's inactive or non-working marketers. And what I mean by that is that I want to learn personally from an active marketer, a person that's out there in the trenches, that's working continuously, building their business currently. If I look at someone and the only thing that they sell is how to make money products, then I have an issue with that. The issue that I have is, well, if you're teaching me if you're just selling how to make money products, how do you know that your techniques work? Do they work in real life? Do they work in selling other things than how to make money? That doesn't make sense to me. See, I want a person that knows that they can their information, that their techniques, their strategies, their concepts, their theories work outside of this make money industry. That's not what it's all about. You see, if you have a good marketing strategy, if you have good marketing know-how, your information will carry through to any other industry. It doesn't matter. Once you know marketing, marketing is marketing. It doesn't matter if you're what industry you're in, online, offline. The principles, the techniques are still the same. It doesn't matter what you're marketing. And that's why I am very passionate about having what I call active or working marketers teach the people that attend the seminar. That's extremely important because the information that you learn throughout these 3 days, I've set up specifically to make it an accelerated learning environment. We've had some great success stories about people who have attended our seminar, literally, in many cases, people making thousands of dollars, in some cases per day. Now, since they've attended the seminar, some people, I know there's some people on this call that have done it, that have attended our seminars, and that are had just a significant change in their life over the course of the last year, since they've attended just about a year ago at our previous big seminar. But we've had other seminars where people in the last 6 months have made six figures in the last 6 months since attending our last seminar. Not everybody does it, and I have to be totally honest with you. Not everybody does that. That it takes a certain type of person, a person that's willing to actually listen and then apply the strategies and techniques that they learn. And I know many of you right now, the reason why you're taking time out of your Tuesday night from wherever you are, anywhere in the world, to be on this call is because you want to further your education about your business. Your business means a lot to you. And it will mean more to you as you build it, because the more money you make, the more risk you have. The more money you make, also, we tend as human beings to want to make more money. It's just a natural fact of life. Our goals increase, our desires increase. That addiction of success, if you want to call it that, also increases as well. We want bigger and better things, and that's natural. Well, our purpose of our seminar is to show you how to be able to do that with your business, how to expand it, how to take it to the next level with different strategies that you may not have heard before. The people that we have here are one thing, and I'm going to steal a line from my good friend Michael Fortin, and these people are fanatical testers. These people test everything. They know what's working. They're constantly trying to not just let what the industry says is right or wrong, but they're the true innovators within this industry or any industry when it comes to marketing. And they can show you how to literally double, triple, quadruple your business in a relatively short period of time. And you can learn that information from these people. There's something that's said about meeting a person in person and talking to them face-to-face, asking them a question that you have, or seeing them speak during a presentation. At many seminars, not just my seminar, but many seminars, people tend to utilize seminars themselves as a launching ground for new strategies or new techniques that they're going to release to the public. And that happens many times at many events. So in many cases, you're receiving information from them for the first time ever. and that's a big advantage. Now, I don't know what people are going to talk about as far as innovative or something new if they're going to launch anything new. I know myself and Alex Mondosian, we're launching something brand new at our seminar that's going to literally help thousands of people all over the world, and it's just going to be fantastic. And we're going to probably have other people do that as well. My point to you is this. You're jumping on these calls. You hear me talk about the seminar. I'm going to be bringing on some people that have attended our seminar and some of the results that they received, because to hear it from me is one thing, but to see it and hear it from other people, as far as the results that they've received, I think that's more important for you as well, too. So we're going to talk to some of those people in the future, but what I ask you to do right now is simply this, is to take a look at our seminar, take a look at our website. If it's for you and you're ready to take your business to the next level, then, in my honest opinion, I think that you should be there. Because it truly is a one-of-a-kind type of experience, and it doesn't exist at literally any other seminar out there. We actually provide your meals for you, so you don't have to go roaming around on the streets trying to find some place to eat at lunch and at dinner. We actually give you all kinds of bonus gifts throughout the whole seminar. It's pretty amazing. I'm giving away over $20,000 worth of bonuses and gifts and computer systems at the seminar. I think you're going to be pretty amazed at what we come up with to give away. We have some live entertainment that's coming out Saturday night, because it's so important that we not only sit here and we learn as much as we can for 3 days, but we also need time to take a little break. And on Saturday night, I consider Saturday night a little break halfway through the event to bring in some kind of entertainment, to let you not think about marketing at least for a couple hours, and then usually it does turn back into marketing and talking about it after that. But it's to get your mind off of it. So we kind of entertain you as well there too. So we bring in different people. We brought in hypnotists. We brought in Mark Curry from Hanging with Mr. Cooper. We brought him in last time. So we have a lot of great things. We have a lot of fun things. We try to create an environment, again, that's an accelerated environment that allows you to learn at a very rapid pace, so we can literally jam in decades of information over the course of just 72 hours. Most of the time people are so tired when they appear in the morning the next day, because what they learned the day before, they're usually up at night trying to implement or trying to get a grasp as far as how they can implement that into their business. And that's probably the only drawback to the seminar. If that's a drawback, I'll take that any day of the week. So, again, take a look at our seminar. One thing I do want to remind everyone of, I'm going to be talking a little bit more about the seminar later on in this call, but the seminar itself, we have a 2-payment program right now. If you need to break up the cost of the seminar into 2 payments, that's great. We have a 2-payment program that's available on the website for you to do that. The only thing I do have to tell you is that on the last day of this particular month, the 2-payment program actually ends. It'll then be reverted down to a 1-payment system. So we're going to be talking about that. I'll tell you more about that a little bit later, but I'm going to give you some incentives as well too. And we're gonna talk about that later on in the call. But right now, what I want to talk about and what I promised to talk about is this, and that is how to drive traffic to your website. So let's get right into the details about this. Traffic is probably the most, it's not the most complicated, but it's certainly the most desired topic that I've ever ran across that people want to know about on the Internet. Because you can have the greatest website in the world, but if nobody knows about it, it's like having a billboard in the middle of a desert. It does you absolutely no good. So traffic is what you need to concentrate on. You can have a great product, but yet traffic is still what's going to get people to see it. And certainly if your website and your sales copy is good, some of those people will end up buying your product. Now, the first thing you have to understand when we talk about traffic is that not all traffic is created equal. And what I mean by that is there's just general traffic and there's targeted traffic. General traffic, we may get sales off of it, but at a very, very reduced rate, meaning that if we sent 1,000 people to a website, if we get 10 people to buy it, that would be great. But if we had very targeted traffic to our website, we're going to notice conversion rates of 2%, 3%, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% or more with targeted traffic coming to our website. Now, consider this. See, most companies on the Internet do not concentrate necessarily on targeted traffic. Therefore, the average conversion rate of the average site on the Internet is only 0.5%. 0.5%, and and companies are making millions of dollars. Well, with targeted traffic, you can increase that from 0.5%, like I said, up to 10, 11%, or even more if you know how to get targeted traffic to your website. Now, let's dispel some myths about traffic, first of all. The first thing I want to talk about, or the common things that people tend to fall for when they get online when it comes to traffic. First of all, you're not going to get all the time a 10% and higher conversion rate. So don't think about that. Don't set yourself up for a fall. The second thing is that these automated traffic systems, you'll see them all the time. They're advertised. If you type in internet traffic or website traffic into a search engine, you're going to see all kinds of people advertising. We'll send you 100,000 visitors, and we'll send them to you in the next 24 hours. Well, that's crap. It doesn't work. Yeah, they'll send you a bunch of people. They have no interest in what you're buying, and if you get any sales from it, consider yourself extremely lucky. But you're probably not going to make anything off of it. The only person that's going to make any money off of that particular proposition is the person that sold you the traffic. No one else is going to make any money off that deal. So don't try to get the easy way. See, traffic has to be built systematically with people that are interested in what you have to offer. If a person coming to your site is not interested in what you have to offer, that's considered a wasted visitor, and therefore it's not going to do you any good. So it's not the amount of traffic that you receive necessarily, it's the quality of traffic that you receive. Do you see the difference? So the first thing I want you to write down on your piece of paper or notepad in front of you is that quantity of traffic coming to my website means absolutely nothing, because that's the first rule that you need to understand. The quantity or the number of visitors coming to my website means absolutely nothing. And then the next thing I want you to write underneath that is this, is that the quality of my website visitors determines how much money I will make. The quality of my website visitor will determine how much money I will make. That will determine how many sales you're going to make, everything. It's the quality of the visitor. So now let's get back into it. Well, the best traffic that you can receive is a referral type of traffic. So therefore, the number one method that I would recommend certainly for traffic is an affiliate program, because referrals are the best way to generate traffic. But I know many people can't afford or they don't have an affiliate program for whatever reason. Maybe you think it's too complicated to set up. Either way, you should probably set one up if you don't have one. If you don't have one, simply go to ClickBank. Sign up, use them as your processor, utilize them to process. They will handle your affiliate payments for you. You don't have to deal with it. It's a great place to start. I started there. Many marketers start with ClickBank, and I think they have a great system to get started with. Eventually, you will want to go to a full-blown affiliate program like One Shopping Cart or one of these other systems. We have a system that's called QuickSales.com. If you go to QuickSales.com, you'll see it's our version of One Shopping Cart, and we're just getting ready to start marketing it in the near future. But that will do your affiliate program, that will do your autoresponders, that will do everything for you. So to set up an affiliate program, you need some kind of affiliate tracking software. That's what QuickSales.com does. But if you don't have an affiliate program right now and you still need to generate traffic, and I mean you need to generate traffic fast, you need to generate it in the next 10 minutes, which just seems to me like what most marketers want. They don't want they don't want to have to wait a couple of weeks for search engines to get optimized, get the pages in, and over again. They want to generate traffic in literally the next 10 minutes. So how do we do that? Well, there is only one way. And no matter who you use, it's the same system over and over again. It's called pay-per-click advertising, meaning that you're going to run ads on other people's websites, high-popularity websites such as Overture, Yahoo, Google. And if someone sees your little tiny classified ad, they click on it, they come to your website. And the only time that you pay is if that person actually clicks on your link. I'll give you an example. Let's assume you went to Google right now. If you went to Google right now and you typed in a word, let's assume that we typed in gardening. And let's say I had a gardening product. So if I'm going to go to Google, and I'm going to do this actually as we talk. I got gardening. And what do we have? We have a bunch of people advertising on gardening. First website is Burpee. Okay, that's great. Burpee.com is the first one advertising on the right-hand side of the page, which is called Google AdWords, and we'll tell you more about that in a moment because we have a very specific system. Now, some of you may be thinking, I already know about Google AdWords. No, you don't. There's specific systems in order to do it right. Most people do it wrong, and we're going to tell you about that tonight on this call, no matter how long it takes. Then we have mygardeningsecrets.com, great domain name, by the way. Thompson Morgan, BHG, best stuff here. All this stuff on gardening. It's kind of strange, too. I want you to think about this. There is 18,900,000 websites on gardening, but there's only 8 people advertising underneath it. So I'm going to tell you why it's important in a little bit. Pretty amazing. Pretty interesting, really, because I thought more people would be advertising underneath the term gardening. But we'll write that down. 8 is a magic number, because we're going to use that later on as we go through some examples. The ads that appear on the right-hand side of the page, for those of you that don't know, are what's called Google AdWords. Google basically says, you can advertise in this spot. We'll give you the space to advertise on our site, and the only time you will pay us is on a performance basis, meaning the only time that you will pay us is when we send you traffic. And to me, that's a pretty fair deal. It doesn't cost me anything to show myself there, but if they send me results, if they send me the results in the form of a website visitor, then I pay them. The question is, how much do I pay them? Well, it starts off at 5 cents, and it can go up to a lot of money. The most expensive keywords to advertise, and when I say keyword, what I'm referring to is what you are typing into the search box on Google. For example, my keyword in this case was gardening. So everyone that says, I want to advertise, I want people to see my ad every time someone types in gardening into Google, those are the people that appear on the right-hand side of the page, these little tiny classified ads. Well, it's pretty simple. If we have the right keywords, we can get a more targeted type of traffic to our website. So the ads on the right-hand side of the page are your AdWords, and that's what Google's program is. Google is not the only company doing this. There's probably close to 1,000 different pay-per-click search engines. Now, I know some of you may be thinking 1,000 pay-per-click search engines, which is what this form of advertising is, but I only know about 2. I know about Google, and I know about Overture. What are the others? Well, that's you're in the same boat as what most people are. See, most people tend to ignore all the other pay-per-click search engines, which is probably the mistake that they're making, because they're putting all their focus on Google and on Overture, and they're ignoring 900 plus, maybe more, other pay-per-click search engines. Now, yes, these 2 are going to give you the most amount of traffic, but that's not to say you can't get sales generated from these other places. You see, if you have number 1 and number 2 as far as advertisers or website traffic for this type of advertising, and everyone else makes up the rest of the bunch, well, you should try to advertise a little bit everywhere in order to try it out to see if you will get results. You see, if I try it out and I don't get results, I'm going to pull the ad pretty dang quick. But that's not to say because I did it on that particular website doesn't mean it didn't work. It just means it didn't work for me. Most people, when they're testing something, are too quick to drop the whole deal. They're too quick into pull an advertising campaign because it didn't work, instead of testing and tweaking that advertising campaign because they didn't appeal to the right person. So it's a matter of testing and tweaking. You're not going to have a winner on your hands the first time, every time when you put a little tiny classified ad of 4 lines up on a website. It's not going to make you $1 million. It can make you money, but it's probably not going to make you extremely wealthy initially. If you have a bunch of them, then that's probably a better odds in that case. Now, let's go through, before I even go into, because I'm going to walk you through Google AdWords, because that's probably the fastest way to generate traffic online. So that's what I want to focus on tonight. But before I even do that, what I want to do is I want to share with you a technique that I've used in the past and I've told a few people about on how to generate probably about $10,000 worth of pay-per-click advertising, almost absolutely free. It's very simple. You're going to laugh once I tell you how to do this, because it's pretty dang obvious, except you don't really know how to do it. So we're going to go to a website. It's called pay-per-click-search-engines.com. Pay-per-click-search-engines.com. And you'll see this is a site by Alan Gardine from Australia. He actually owns this site. He has 642 of the pay-per-click search engines listed on this site. You can search them. You can see what their programs are. You can see how much it costs to advertise with them. But he has all of them listed on this site, and so it makes it very easy for you in order to do that. Now, on the main page, he has his top 10 that he recommends, and you know what? His top 10 are basically my same top 10 for the most part. He has Overture. Overture is basically owned by Yahoo, and that's a great place. The difference between Overture and Google AdWords, is the fact that Overture has more of a process that you have to go through, meaning it takes longer to set up your advertising campaign with Overture than it does with Google. And that's why we're going to focus on Google tonight. Maybe we'll have someone else focus on Overture at a later point in time. But then we have Find What. Find What these are all pay-per-click search engines. Find What has their search engine. You can start an account with them for $25. That's what it tells you. We have Go Click. We have Enhance Interactive. We also have 7Search, Canoodle, ePilot, Search 123, Search Feed, eSpotting as well too. Now those are just 10 pay-per-click search engines that Alan recommends to people on the net. Pretty good deal. It's a pretty simple place to look at to start off with. But now that's 10. So now we've got, between Overture and Google, we've got 11 total pay-per-click search engines that we know of right now that generate the most traffic. Now, what about those other 642 pay-per-click search engines that he has on his site? Are any of those applicable to us? Should we advertise on those? Are they any good? Well, truly, the only way that you're going to find out if they're any good is to actually advertise with them. But what I'm going to show you is a method that we can get about $10,000 worth of free advertising from these pay-per-clicks. And it's not going to happen all at once, but it'll take a little time for you to do. Let me give you an example. I'm going to click on New Pay-Per-Click Search Engines, and you'll see what I mean on this strategy. Let's see if we can find a good one. Everyone's talking about their affiliate program. Okay, there's what's called a matching bonus. Meaning, okay, let's say I go to one of these other pay-per-click search engines, and they say, if you deposit $5 with us, we're going to give you $25 worth of advertising. Is that a pretty good deal? I think so. I think it's a pretty simple way in order for them to solicit people to advertise in their search engine. If it doesn't work, how much did you spend? $5. It only cost you $5 instead of the $25 which you should have spent. It doesn't matter because if it got traffic, it worked. I will spend more money there again. If it doesn't get traffic, then what am I out? The worst case is $5. Now, this bid matching type program, meaning that whatever you put up to advertise, they will match. So if you put $25 in, they may give you $50. Or you put in $25 in, they may give you $100. Well, if you went through all these different pay-per-click search engines and took them up on the various offers, some of them will even just give you money, meaning saying, hey, if you sign up for an account to advertise with us, we'll give you $100 worth of advertising. See how that works? It's pretty simple, not very complicated, but if you go through the process of contacting, emailing, signing up for each one of these affiliate programs, not affiliate programs, but pay-per-click advertising programs, then you're going to find yourself with about $10,000 worth of free advertising that probably costs you probably about $500. Is that a pretty good deal? Yes. Do you have to do it all at once? No. You do it from profit. You see, I'm a firm believer that the Internet itself does take a little bit of money, but you shouldn't be spending hundreds or thousands of dollars when you're first getting started online. It doesn't make sense. This whole system that I just described is really simple to do. You do a few of these websites every day. That's all you do. You make a part of a habit. Okay, I'm going to submit my site to 3 or 4 different search engines, and I'm going to track it. What do I mean by track it? Very simply, instead of sending them to my main website, what I do is I put an affiliate link on there. I actually sign myself as an affiliate for each one of my products. So then I create a tracking link. And if someone clicks on that tracking link, then they will be sent to my website, but I will now know how many people actually came from that particular campaign. Meaning, so now I can judge and say, we've had 112 people come from XYZ search engine. That's a good search engine that we should be utilizing more and more. Let's spend more money there. And then I can look at it and say, okay, this other program, I got, 11,000 impressions. No one clicked on it. I received no visitors. I'll never advertise there. What am I out? If I put up $25, I'm out $25. If I put up $5, then I'm probably only out $5. It doesn't take a lot of money to get started. The point is just getting started in order to get the maximum benefit from these pay-per-click search engines. But go through all the different ones. All the search engines that they have listed here are not going to be applicable to you. But it's a good place to start in order to get this matching bonus that everyone's talking about, so you can get more bang for your advertising dollar. Does that make sense? It's a simple strategy, but yet I challenge everyone on this call to actually do it. Most people won't. There's a little bit of an automated process that someone has developed, and I have no interest in actually, sending you to someone else's website. I want to send you to this other person's website. I have no interest in the website, meaning I don't own it or anything like that. I'm just telling you about it. It's not even my affiliate link. Just go to keywordgold.com, keywordgold.com, and you'll see that goes to Keyword Gold. Keywordgold.com. It goes to Keyword Gold. So if you go there, what they do is they submit you sign up for their service. This is the way you have someone else do it. You sign up with their service. I don't know how much it costs exactly. They'll tell you what on their website anyway. But they will submit your site to 110 plus search engines that will give you approximately a total of $4,000 in free advertising. But they're going to charge you for it. They're going to do the work basically through their automated system. They'll do the work, and you just reap the benefits. You receive the visitors if any visitors come. But keywordgold.com is the place that you would go to do that. And it's a simple service. We've utilized them a few times. Actually happens to work. So go ahead and try that out when you get a chance, or if that's something that you're interested in, just contact those guys. I have no idea. I don't even know who owns the dang thing. But go ahead and contact them, and what they'll do is they'll give you more details about it. If you go to keywordgold.com, you'll see all the details regarding that particular promotion. Now, let's get back to driving the traffic. So I want in the next 30 minutes, I want to give you all the information you know in order to actually drive traffic. I just need to cover a little bit ahead of time to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Okay, let's walk you through. I want to walk you through an AdWords account. AdWords meaning, when I say AdWords, I'm referring to Google. So if I go to Google and I type in AdWords.google.com, that's where I'm going to right now. Again, for that URL is AdWords.google.com. If you don't know how to set an account up, we're going to go ahead and we're going to show you this in about 2 or 3 minutes here, how to sign up. It's pretty easy. Okay, so what we do is we click here to begin. It says sign up now. And we're on step 1. There's only 4 steps in this whole process. Actually, a little less, because one of the steps is really only selecting your payment option, how you're going to pay them. So let's start off with step number 1, setting up an AdWords account. That's what we're going to talk about right now. Step 1, there's 2 parts. There's an A and a B. The first thing we want to do is select the languages that you want to advertise to. Now, is it good to select all languages? Well, it can be. I really don't select all languages. I select just English. Those are the type of people that I'm interested in. If they can speak English and they can understand English, then they have the ability to buy my product if they're in the market for my product. So I only want to talk to English people. I can't see myself doing customer service in Chinese or Danish or French or German or any of these other languages, even though they're great. They're great to market to people in those countries. I don't want to advertise to them. I don't want to go through the hassle. I don't want to go through the work. I just want to select English because that's who I'm trying to target. Now, B, targeting options. And we have 3 different options, essentially. We have global or nationwide, which means that your ads appear anywhere in the country or just the countries that you select. We have regions and cities, which means that you can choose a specific location. If I want to advertise in the Nashville area, where I happen to be currently right now, I could advertise to just people in Nashville. It won't show. When I go home, when I go back to Raleigh, North Carolina, I won't see that ad anymore because it's not advertising to those people. Because if I have a local business especially, I just want to target local people. I don't need all the other stuff. I don't need to be nationwide. So I can target my advertising to meet the places where I want to advertise. What I do is I usually select global or nationwide if I'm selling a digital product especially. Now what we're going to do is we're going to click Save and Continue. And now what we're going to do on step 1B is select the countries that we want to advertise in. So think about it. What countries are English speaking? Well, obviously we've got the United States, we've got the United Kingdom, we have Canada, and Australia, and let's see what else. Any other English-speaking countries? Doesn't look like it, so we're going to go with those. And I'm sure there's more English-speaking countries, but for this purpose, you kind of get what I'm talking about when I'm referring to English-speaking countries. So we just want to go for the majors, the givens: the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. Those are the markets that we want to focus on. So I click Save and Continue, and now I've got all that saved in my system. Now what I want to do is, now in step number 2, is I want to create my ads. I want to create my ad groups, which just helps me maintain my organization as far as when I'm looking at my different campaigns. And then the next part is creating the actual ad. So I can name this ad group, and so let's just name it. I'm going to call it Test Group. Now let's assume that we have a product to market. The next thing is creating the actual ad. Well, they have some editorial guidelines that you should be aware of. In fact, if you go to adwords.google.com/select/guidelines.html, and that will tell you all the rules, all the regulations for Google. Now, it may work, meaning if you read them, you may think that you're abiding by all their different techniques and all their different rules and regulations, but you may fall out of grace. So that's why it's always good to read them every now and then, so you know what's good with it. Usually, if you have an exclamation point in the title of what you're advertising, they'll if you have an exclamation point, for example, in the title or any kind of funky character, they'll take your ad out. Okay, pretty simple. If you have a repeated question mark, some people put their question and then they have 2 or 3 question marks. That doesn't work. If you have more than one exclamation point anywhere in the text, at the end of a sentence, for example, that's where many people put it, that don't work. We'll take away your ad. So you have to think about that. You have to be very careful when you craft your ad. There's only 4 spaces. You see, Google AdWords itself will make you a very talented copywriter. Why? Because you have to develop your ads in the shortest amount of space possible, meaning only 4 lines of about, maybe 20, 25 characters at best wide. So you need to be very, very careful with the words that you choose. It's very important that you do that, because if you're not careful with the words that appear in your ad, then you won't receive a high enough click-through rate. So now let's start off with a headline. Let's assume that we're going to sell a widget. A simple headline is something like, "Got widgets?" ? What's a widget? Well, they have to read the rest of the ad and find out what the widget is. So we don't need to worry about that. Another ad, again, assuming we're selling widgets, we could use another question. Did your widget break? ? Did your widget break? It's another type of ad that you can utilize. Widgets for sale, dirt cheap. Is that a headline? Yeah. What's another headline? Widgets in every color. Now, I don't know how long these are, but you only have a maximum of 25 characters for your headline. So you have to be very, very careful as far as what words you utilize, which words you choose, because by selecting the words, the proper words can mean the difference between people clicking and not clicking. So we want to be very, very careful as far as what we're putting in for words. Description lines 1 and 2. They're right underneath each other. That's the next two lines that we have to work with. We do not want to try this. This is probably one of the big mistakes that people make. Is we do not have to try to sell someone in our actual ad. All we need to do is to get the person to click. What's the purpose of an ad? There is only one on the internet. It's to get someone to click on your link and go to your website. There is no other. There is nothing else that you need to do. You don't need to tell them anything else if you don't want to. Now, if you're getting too many people coming to your website, then you need to qualify them, meaning you need to put something to negative, essentially, in there that will cause less people to click on it, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So the description line 1 and 2 should be very simple, very sweet, to the point. For example, got widgets, could be something like line 1, largest selection of widgets, largest selection of widgets. This probably takes most of my next 35 characters. In stock, everything from blue to green. I mean, again, we're making this up as we go, but you kind of get my point. So the first line was got widgets, largest selection of widgets, in stock, every color, any color you want, any color you want, period. Or click for more information. That could be the third line as well too. Click the link for more information. It could be that very simple. Line number 2 could actually say that. Line number 1 could just spend, got widgets, we have the best in the world. Next line, click here for more information. And I don't know, sometimes Google actually frowns upon using the words click here now. I don't know why they want to freak out about it, but they tend to do. So that, as I'm saying this, they might even stop doing that. They might not even allow you to put that type of phrasing, click here now, on it. You could get around. You could say see site for all the details. See site for all the details. That's just telling us we want to go to the site. So to get more information, that's it. It's just a simple form of advertising. But think about your ad real carefully. The next thing is the display URL. And again, this first ad doesn't have to be perfect. That's what I'm going to show you right now, is how to get that ad looking good and working properly. But we're going to be talking about testing in a moment. So the first line's our headline. Second line describes what we're doing. The next description line, again, gives them a reason to come to our website. The last line is the display URL, and then also the destination URL. The display URL is what's going to show up in the ad. See, as you create your ad, it's going to give you an example of what it's going to look like. So we put in our headline, our description 1, our description 2, then we put in the URL. The destination URL is if a person clicks on that link, where do they go? And that's where we want to send our traffic to. The display URL shows them what's going to appear on the ad, meaning for example, for the big seminar, if my ID was bigseminar.com/x.cgi $21757. Okay? You could do that. But let's talk about this, because this first ad really doesn't matter that much. Let's go back just for a moment. I guess got off track. The URL for the big seminar would, again, just as I just stated, what I just read wouldn't necessarily fit in this space, because we only have 35 characters for a display URL. The destination URL, those are actually where I want to send them to, and that would be the link that I just gave you. So we have bigseminar.com. We have the display URL, which is just bigseminar.com. So we have bigseminar.com in the display URL. The destination URL is the bigseminar.com/x.cgi blah, 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 all this stuff. That's our destination URL. That's where we want to send the traffic to. So once you've created your ad, the next thing we have to do is this. So I'm just going to create a little ad, just kind of give you an idea here so we can get to the next step. Because I'm doing this live actually as we're doing it. Headline is got widgets, largest selection available here. Description 2. Go to site for more details. And then our display URL is bigseminar.com in this case. And the next one is our affiliate link itself. We put that in there. We click continue. And let's see. What happened is it told us that it didn't like what we put in. So here's what they said. This is pretty neat because they've increased the ad a bit more. Largest selection available. What they said is unless verified by a third party, your ad text cannot contain comparative or subjective phrases such as best, cheapest, top rated, or number one. This verification must be displayed on your website. Please remove largest from your ad. So we have to remove the word largest and replace it with something. We can say good, though. Good selection available. Interesting. So we'll see that. And so now the next step is to enter our keyword list. Okay, so we've got our ad. It looks like it's acceptable. Once we have the ad in itself, though, we have to get someone else to approve the ad. Meaning that Google's going to look at the ad, and if they're going to make it run immediately. But then they're going to have someone look at it. If they don't like it, they'll email us and tell us we need to change a few things. No big deal. But now the next part is the keyword list, and this is where most people screw up in pay-per-click advertising. They think that they can get 10, 15, 20 different keywords, and that's all the keywords that they're going to use. No. Like I said, big mistake. You see, let me give you an example. If you're using a one-phrase if all your keywords are just one word, meaning if we're using widgets, if it says widgets, good widgets, bad widgets, whatever, those might be 4 different keywords that we use. If you're just using one word to advertise under in one word or 2-word keyword phrases, then you're missing the boat. Because usually if a person just puts one word in or a 2-word phrase, they're just shopping. They're not serious about what they want to do. They don't want to buy anything right now. So if you use a multiple phrase keyword phrase like a 2 or 3 line ad like Orlando widgets online, a 3 keyword phrase, it's a little bit more specific, isn't it? And by being more specific, we target the traffic better in order to get it there. So on this next step, we need to enter in our keywords. Now, you can sit here and you can try to figure it out yourself, but one of the easiest ways to do this is to simply use their keyword tool to find out your keywords. And all you have to do, and let me give you an example on this. I'm going to type in Ebook, just because I know we'll get a few on that. And it's going to search their whole deal for the term ebook and gives me a bunch of keywords on ebook. And it's pretty extensive as well, too. But then also they give me similar keywords on the right-hand side of the page. So I can look at both these lists, and then I can take the list, simply copy it, and paste it into my advertising campaign. You see what I mean? I can list there because they say, okay, you typed in the word ebook. Well, the people that also typed and searched for ebook had these other words connected to it, like ebook, ebook software, PDF ebook, and things of that nature. And they give you other suggestions, and then they even give you other suggestions on top of that. It's a very smart system that they have for the keywords themselves, so you can utilize this tool to get all your keywords and create them anytime that you want, right inside your eWords, your account. So now, once we do is we select the keywords. Well, let's go back up. How many keywords should we have? That's the question, and that's the problem that most people have. The number of keywords that we need in order to advertise are going to be somewhere between 250 and 500 keywords. Google itself has a maximum number of keywords that they will allow you to utilize, and that's 1,100 different keywords. How do we know that? Because they wouldn't let us pop in all of our keywords one time, so we had to break them up into 2 separate campaigns, and that's how we found out that they have an actual limitation. But we can put our 2 to 500 in without a problem at all, and that's going to get us the maximum benefit from our advertising campaign. So once we paste in our keywords from the keyword tool, we click Save Keywords, and the next step, what it's going to do is ask us for a maximum cost per click, meaning what are we willing to pay on a per-click basis for each one of the clicks that come to our site. Well, now what most people will do is they'll run some funky numbers in here, and they make it much more complicated than anyone should. So here's the really simple system in order to do this. You start off at 6 cents. Here's why you start off at 6. Well, the people that are in the last position, you know that the lowest amount of price that you can pay Google for advertising is 5 cents. So you have a bunch of people that are extremely cheap out there advertising for 5 cents a piece. And that's fine. You can make money with that. But we want to put ourselves, if those people are going to be advertising in our topic, we want to put ourselves above those people. So we want to start off our advertising campaign with actually 6 cents. So I'm going to type into the box here 0.06. And then I'm going to click a little button that says Calculate Estimates. I only typed in one keyword. I didn't paste it from the other places. Now look at this. Under the term for 6 cents, I just typed in the word ebook. At 6 cents, I would get 210 clicks a day. It would cost me $10.50 a day to get 210 people coming to my website. Is that a pretty good deal? I think so. But now look at the average position under this topic. My average position is actually 2.3, which means I'm going to be about between the number 2 and the number 3 position based upon my 6 cents average as far as what I'm willing to pay. So if I agree to all this, then I simply click Save and Continue. And it will kind of give me the whole process here, but then it will allow me to go to Step 3, which I create my AdWord account, and they ask me for my credit card information and all that other good stuff. So even before I do that, though, they ask me to specify my daily budget. What am I willing to spend on a daily basis? What am I willing to spend? What can I afford to spend on a daily basis? You see, you may not have a big advertising budget right now, and that's fine. I mean, no one does when you first start advertising. But as you see results with advertising, somehow magically your advertising budget all of a sudden starts growing. But you need to figure out how much you're willing to spend a day. Think about it. If you spent $10 a day, how much are you spending per month? Well, it's very simple. If you spent $10 a day, you're spending $300 a month, right? Roughly. $300 a month, so you need to know your numbers. And let's back up a little bit because your numbers are probably the key to this whole process. This is the most important part of the process, is knowing your numbers. You see, let me explain what numbers you need to know. You need to know how many people that come to your website actually go ahead and buy a product from you. Let me repeat. You need to know the number of people that come to your website and how many of those people actually buy a product from you. Meaning, what's your average conversion rate? Is it 0.5%? Is it 1%? Is it 2%? Now, let's just use 1%, for example. Let's say I was using this ebook term, and I was getting 210 clicks a day. It cost me 6 cents per click, and it cost me $10.50 a day. So now if I had 2 sales, and let's assume I was selling only a $20 product, well, if I had converted at 1%, I would get 2 sales, so I'd make $40 minus my $10.50, and I roughly got about $29.50 left. Is that pretty simple? See, that's the basic number that you want. It's the easiest number that you can do. Now, some people, they don't send everyone from their Google AdWords campaign directly to their website. What they do is they use there's so many people that call it different things. Some people call it a flycatcher page. My friend Alex Mondosian calls it he calls it a shy yes page. A friend of mine, Ryan Dice, he calls it a forced opt-in page, which I kind of like. And Stephen has a whole affiliate accelerated sales model system that he refers to it as well, too, and that's Stephen Pierce. But we're just going to call this a name capture page, okay, just to make it simple so you know what we're talking about. What happens is people don't send them to their website automatically. They send them to one of these name capture pages, which asks for their name and email address, tells them what they're going to see on the next page, and then uses this as a method to build their list at the same time. Remember, it's always been said that the gold is in the list. The money is in the list. Well, shouldn't everything that you do be building you a list for something else so you can market to them later rather than just that one time alone? That's why they create these pages in order to do that. So whatever system you decide to do, it's totally up to your decision. Both systems actually work. You do not have to have, you don't have to choose one or the other. You can test to find out what works best for your market. You see, ultimately it boils down to what's going to be best for your market. Some markets react differently than others. That's a fact. That's nothing that anyone can argue. Some markets react differently than others, so you still have to test to see what works and what doesn't. You may have a little bit of a head start because someone may have told you some great marketing strategy or principles, but yet you still need to test your particular markets to find out what works and what doesn't work. But you can send them to your website or you can send them to a name squeeze page. So once we know our numbers, we can determine how much money that we're willing to spend on a daily basis. Is it $10 a day? Well, if it was $10 a day, I wouldn't be able to get all 210 visitors. Is it $15 a day? Maybe. Maybe that's what the number is. Who knows? The point is that we need to put in a price that fits comfortably in our budget. And I don't care how small your budget is. If you can afford $5 or a couple bucks a day, that's great. But remember, that's going to dictate as far as the amount of traffic that you get. So the higher the number, usually the more traffic that you'll receive. If there are different keywords, and it'll total all up for you. So you can get an estimate, a preview of the estimate, before you actually go ahead and commit to spending that much per day. Now, you can shut your campaign down anytime you want. I've gone in and found out, oh, my God, I spent $300 today on pay-per-click advertising on just one account, one campaign. So if I just have one campaign, running, and I'm spending $300 a day, I better be making a whole lot more than $300, or else I'm just wasting money. So we need to, again, test, tweak. We need to know how much we're willing to spend, and then go ahead and spend it. So once we decide that, $10, $20 a day, something within your budget, you click Save, Continue, and then it's going to ask you to set up your credit card information. Now, once you've done all that, you're going to go log in to your AdWords account. Now, we've only made one ad up until this point. The first thing before we make any account or any AdWords campaign active is to go ahead and add more ads to it. Let me give you an example. What I need to do in my campaign settings is select on my ad group, and then I need to create not just one ad like we already did, but we want to create variations of that single ad. And let me explain to you what I mean by that. What we want to do is we want to create the perfect ad. And I know many of you may be thinking, there is no such thing as a perfect ad. And I would have to say, you're absolutely right. There isn't anything as a perfect ad, but you can get pretty close. And here's how you do it. You test, okay? Big secret, huh? I think most people knew that. You test to find out what works, and you test to find out what doesn't. We don't know the answers. You don't know the answers. So what you need to do is you need to find out what your customer knows for sure is the answer. And you need to start off with ads. What I do is I create 9 different versions of my single ad. I just keep adding the ad, the exact same ad, okay? Just go ahead and bear with me for a second. Make 9 different versions inside of your AdWords account. Select your campaign, edit that campaign, and then click add a new ad, new classified ad. Now what happens is you create the same ad 9 different times. It will do it for you automatically. You can do it in a matter of seconds to create 9 different ads because it's the exact same words. Nothing changes. So now here's what we do. We test. The first thing we test is just the headline. That means we have 9 different headlines there. Everything else is identical. Okay, the headline is the only thing that changes. The headline is about 25 characters long, and we have very limited space to do it, so we create 9 different headlines for that one ad campaign, and then we start from there and we don't do anything else. Now, the question is, why do we create 9? Well, Google has a built-in feature of basically tweaking and optimizing and showing the ads that are doing the best first, meaning the better your ad does in Google, if you have one ad that's outstanding as opposed to other ads, it's going to utilize that ad more. It's going to, because they view it as being popular. View it as being popular and effective because they want the ads that people are going to get the most click-throughs with where? At the top. Why? Because every time someone clicks on one of those ads, Google makes money. You see how that works? So they want to put the ads that have the highest click-throughs up higher in their listings because now if they have a higher click-through rate, they're going to make more money every time someone clicks on those ads. So they're just maximizing their revenue. At the same time, it's kind of helping you because it does you a little test. It gives you a way to test all your different ads. So again, the strategy is simply this. I make 9 different ads. They're all 100% identical. The only thing I change now is from the 8 other ads, I go ahead and change the title. And then I let it run. I let it run until one of those ads is clicked on 40 times. Again, let me repeat that. I let the ads run till one ad out of those 9 has hit 40. And then, 40 times as far as the number of responses or the number of sales that you received. Now, once one of them hits 40, we've established that out of these 9 ads, this headline is the best because this was the only variable that we had in the headline. So now what we do is we make all the headlines identical, meaning we edit the second line of the ad. We make it identical in every way, shape, or form as the other ads, except the only thing we change this time is the second line. And we get the results for that. We see, did it go up or did it decrease? How did it do? The third thing that we change, once we found the winner of those 9 second line ads, is the third line. Now, the third line, we do the same process all over again. Once an ad gets 40 click-throughs, that's the winning one. That's the winning third line. We do the same process over and over again. And the last one is the actual big seminar. In my case, I'm advertising big seminar, but the actual URL that displays that link address. Now, why is that important? Well, some people just won't bother clicking on an ad, so if you put your URL there, they know where you're going. They know you're legit. So you put your URL in there. It's just part of the process, too. You really have no choice to do it. But what can you change on the URL? Well, it's very simple. I'm just going to use Big Seminar as an example. I could have www.bigseminar.com. I could have www.bigseminar. Everything's in lowercase, so I have www.bigseminar.com. I could capitalize the B on big. I could capitalize the S on seminar. I could decrease as far as the B on big, and I could increase the S as far as seminar. So now I have one capitalized and one lowercase. I could leave the www.in or take the www.out. It's totally optional. You don't have to put www. In front of everything that you do. If you just had bigseminar.com, I'm sure people would realize it's a dang link. So it's not complicated in order to do this process. So we go through this step, and again, we keep running each test until it gives us 40 responses. That could be soon or that could be later, depending on how much traffic that you get. But once we know the numbers, we can find out exactly we know exactly what this looks like, what this works. How does this work? So we have a great ad once we get all the numbers in place, and we know that one ad outpulls all the others. Do we want to stop testing? No, we continue to test because we may start running something better. But if you test bits and pieces at a time, instead try to basically rewrite a whole ad, because I think every ad's probably pretty decent. Everyone's ad is probably pretty decent. The question is how does the customer view the ad itself? It's a simple. Again, this process is simple, but you have to take the initial steps in order to do that. This is a very scientific business, and if you take your business seriously, this is how you do your testing. It's a simple way to do it that lets Google do it for you rather than you having to do it yourself. I'll give you an example. I had Internet Marketing Seminar was my title with a question mark. Then I have Internet Success Secrets. Now, all the other three lines are all identical now, except for the headline. Well, one received 0.2% conversion rate. The other one received 0.6. That's 300% more than the second ad. So should I keep the first ad or the second ad? Obviously the first ad. That's proven. I should at least keep that headline. Now the next two lines underneath that may need to be changed because we haven't tested those parts yet. But if we continue to test and test and test what works, we will have a great ad that will increase as far as the amount of pulling power it will have and get us more clicks and also get us a higher quality of clicks that we receive from any one person. You see, this system that we just described as far as laying it out in nine ads for every ad, and then rotate the first line, rotate the second line, rotate the third line, and rotate the fourth. It works. It works every time. It never fails in order to design a decent ad because you're letting the system tell you what works and what doesn't rather than you trying to tell the system or get information from it. It just gives it to you. So that's why it's so important that we do this right. So, that's the basics of actually getting started and running with your Google advertising. You can do that. You can do that right now. You can get started advertising your website on the Internet. You can get started going through this process in the next 5 minutes. It's very simple, not complicated. And, what I think should happen is you need to do this for your business. You need to consistently advertise. But the most important part on this call is I want to emphasize that you do not need to limit yourself to just Google and Overture. Go to other places. There's a lot of pretty big pay-per-click search engine companies out there that most people ignore. Why? I don't know, but they ignore them. So don't ignore those other companies. If you go to pay-per-click-search-engines.com, it's a great place to start doing it yourself. If you want to use keywordgold.com, they'll handle it, and you pay them a fee. I don't know what their fee is, but if you go to our website, they can surely tell you what's going on and how it works. Email them, contact them, and you can do all that from there. But you need to start advertising your business. If you're not advertising, it's ridiculous. Because let me give you an example. If you opened up a store downtown in your town right now, what's the first thing you got to do in order to get people in your store? You have to advertise, right? The Internet is not any different. You have to advertise. You're not going to say, oh, well, I'll just do a joint venture with somebody. Well, if you don't have anything going right now, the odds of them doing a joint venture with you probably isn't too good. Because you also need to build a relationship with that person before you even go and asking them about a joint venture. So, with that being said, if no one else is going to do it, doing a joint venture with you, what do you need to do? You need to take matters in your own hand. You need to advertise. Don't settle for what you're getting now. Constantly look for trying to get more and more and more out of your campaigns. Start to get more and more click-throughs. Don't settle for the 0.5% because the 0.5% conversion on click-throughs because that's crap. You can get a lot more than that. You can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, even higher than that on certain keywords depending on how you advertise. But keep playing with the ads. Keep modifying. Keep making them work. Keep letting the consumers tell you what they want to see, what ads that they want to work, what works on them and what doesn't. That's how you know. And Google will track all that for you. You don't even have to do anything. You see what I mean? That's what makes Google AdWords so great. And I think a lot of people think it's confusing. What I just walked you through is just simply setting up a Google AdWords account and then increasing the number of ads that you have to 9 instead of 1 or 2 or 3. Go up to 9 instead. You rotate out the ads and keep on rotating all these ads until you get the right combination. So I hope you actually do this because it's a very, very simple process. So that about wraps it up for tonight's call. I'm going to be sending you guys an email later on tonight with a really special offer that we're doing for the next, 6 or 7 days towards the end of the month to allow you to take advantage of that 2-payment program for the seminar. I do hope I see everyone down in Atlanta, Georgia. We're going to have a great time down there. We've got a lot of great things that are happening. We're going to be talking more and more of our speakers. Next week we have our calls on Tuesday and Thursday. Actually, this week we're having it on Thursday. You'll hear more about that in the next day or two with details as far as who's going to be on that, what we're talking about, and we're going to have some great stuff happening. So I hope to see you in Atlanta. Register your seat for the big seminar, and I'll be sending you more information as far as some of the promotions that we're going to be doing over the course of the next week or so for the big seminar. So I wish everyone have a great night, and I look forward to seeing you soon. The key thing for you to do tonight is to simply create an AdWords advertising account and start advertising your site today. Let us know how you're doing, and everyone have a great night, and we'll talk to you on Thursday night. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.
So the first thing is I'd like to welcome everyone to the conference call tonight. My name is Armand Morin, and you are on the Big Seminar Preview Series. We've been doing these preview series for I don't know how many weeks now, quite a few weeks. Each time I've brought to you different people, whether it be myself or one of our other guest speakers, and we've talked to you about simply doing something for your business. Maybe covered one aspect, we may have covered 2 aspects, we may have covered multiple aspects on a single call. And I hope you've gotten great information. I hope you've taken 1 or 2 ideas and taken action and implemented them into your business. Well, tonight what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something a little different. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk with a few of the people, just 2 people in particular, that have been to our seminars before, that have gone ahead and built some businesses. That, in fact, one of the people on the call works with me very closely, in my business, and I'm going to let him know about, because he helps on an intimate level as far as what our business does, as far as not only my personal business. He sees a lot of ways I think, and also he sees what happens during our seminars, and everyone's going to meet him that's going to be at the big seminar next week, and that's George Cowens. The second person I'm going to introduce, who's on the call, hopefully he's on the call. Dory, are you with me?
I'm here.
Okay, I just want to make sure before I introduce you. Okay. Second person I want you to introduce to you is Dory Friend, and Dory has a fantastic product as a result of being at a seminar, and we're going to talk with both of these people to show you what this really means, because both these people are people that I consider that have taken the level of action and raised it at a much, much higher level, because what they've done is they've taken ideas, they've taken opportunities, and they've jumped on top of these opportunities, and they've built businesses with it. And, it's an amazing thing that happens when you get connected to the right people, when you are exposed to the right idea. When many people, we've gone through life, and as we've gone through life, we've seen things. And most of the time, we tried to make ourselves feel as comfortable as possible. I was stating this earlier before the call. One of the things that you can't help is when you're exposed to new ideas, to new ways of thinking, you expand your thinking so much that you cannot ever go back and think the same way again, if that makes sense. You cannot ever go back once you've been exposed to something and think that it didn't exist. That is the way the Internet works, is you need to expand the way you're thinking, and more importantly, you need to be exposed to the right people who can help you expand your thinking. And then the biggest key and the biggest message that I want to give you tonight is that you want to take action on this. So the first person I'd like to introduce you to is Dory, friend, and Dory runs a website right now. One of her products, she's been on the net for quite some time, but one of her products is called eFiltrate, and it's e-filtrate.com, and we're going to tell you more about that and how that came to existence, and also we're going to tell you more about that product as we go on to. So, Dory, first of all, welcome to the call this evening.
Hi, thank you, Armand. And you know what? I really want to touch on that uncomfortableness. Talk about that. I'm glad that you brought that up because, I've done something in the last couple of days that's made me really uncomfortable, and it's made me a lot of money. And, you got to stretch, and if it wasn't for, stretching and breaking through, I think, you really hit it on the head that nothing would ever get done. And I'm glad that you mentioned that because, for people to break out and do something, and even being on this call is a little uncomfortable. I'm not somebody who actually normally does teleseminars. I don't speak, at seminars. So, this is even breaking out into my uncomfortableness. But, it works. It really does. And I just love that you say that.
Well, let's talk about this. I just want to give everyone a little bit of background as far as what you've done before, what were you doing, and what you're currently doing now. Okay. And I know a little bit about your background, but tell everyone exactly what you've done previously.
Okay. Well, I used to work for Apple Computer, and I was a graphic designer. So I've mainly done logos and graphic design, designed some software products, but I never did. I designed what they look like. I never, worked with the programming and things like that. And so when I came online in the early 2000s, I did a company called the Logo Guru. So I was going to be the logo guru. I did logos, and sure, I could do this online, and it worked, and it really freed me up from having to have that corporate client any longer. I didn't have to live in the Bay Area any longer, so working on the Internet really freed me up. But it was going to seminars like yours that actually taught me how to start marketing that, so I could actually get traffic and convert that traffic. But then I learned something else, and that was something that was much more valuable to me, is that I didn't want to trade my time for money anymore. I was still creating logos. I was still, spending an hour. My days were filled with trading my time for money. And so I was really, wanting to do something different, and I did. Now
I know a little bit about this story. Now, just kind of give a little background. Now, I was at an event, a seminar.
Yes, you were. You want me to tell that story?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because this is actually how eFiltrate came about. Here I was, being the logo guru, doing my logos, and just brainstorming with everybody, trying to get a different idea of how I could come up with a product or something to sell online. And lo and behold, Armand was on a panel in one of the seminars I was at. And he just said, if somebody could do something with the spam filters, they'd make a ton of money. And I went, wow, maybe I could do that. And, and I thought, I kept thinking, oh, no, I can't do this. I've never hired a programmer before. I can't do this, But I just kept pushing myself. So I went upstairs. And because of what actually Armand had taught at that seminar about hiring people on Elance and Rent-A-Coder, I put the project up on Rent-A-Coder. And the next day, I got bids, It was like, oh, my God, this worked. And that's how it came about, really. It was an idea that Armand had, something, that I got from one of the speakers that he was going to do, and it was just like, boom, I got it, and I did it, and I ran with it. And
But, one of the keys is, now, I know a little bit of some of the other things that happened, is that, I was approached, and I talked to probably, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 people that said they were going to do this.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
You see, I didn't. You never asked.
I almost approached you to say I was going to do it, but I was too scared.
Which is kind of funny. Now, and here's what happened. And then, so none of these people ended up doing it. So I ended up actually at the big seminar in San Francisco. I sat down for lunch, and I sat next to you.
Yes, that's right.
And we started talking. You told me about the new product.
Yeah, I was very excited to see you again. And actually, it was funny because you were sitting there. I had sat there, gone and got something to eat, and then lo and behold, you were sitting there at my table right next to where I was sitting. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, my God, I get to sit next to Armand. So, there again, I had to break through and go, hey, I did create that product. I'm in the middle of testing that product, and, so we got to talk a lot about that. And, it was because of the way you seat people at your seminar that I got that opportunity. And it's because of the way you see people, feed people, and we all get to network together is the way, I got a lot of opportunities to meet other people that have sold my program.
Right.
And that's what's been most important to me about going to seminars now, because I still go. I'm going to be there next weekend. It's because the people that I meet that care, that I can make relationships with, that'll help me and I help them. I mean, we always create win-win solutions, win-win business opportunities. I mean, just like I'm looking for people, there's people that are looking for me too.
The key part, I think, in this whole story is that you heard of an idea, you heard of a concept, and then you went ahead and you took action on it.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is probably one of the most key aspects of this, of what happened to you.
Yeah, actually, I've had a lot of people write me and say, you know what, I had that idea, I was going to do that, or I started doing that and then got sidetracked. And, that's one thing, something else I learned, actually from John Reese. That was a big thing when I heard him say, you got to focus. Because I was one of those people that had just, a zillion projects going on all at once. And for me, I really just had to focus and say, okay, put the stake in the ground. This is what I'm going to do. It wasn't like this is what I'm going to do for the next year. This is what I'm going to make now, and concentrate on that. And it didn't take all that long. I mean, I still work on it. I still tweak it, and but it was up within a month, I think, 2 months maybe.
Now, just tell everyone exactly what the product does, because we really didn't talk about what that product and really how important that product actually is to people that are in the internet marketing arena.
Well, most people that are, get into the internet marketing, they start creating a list, and so that's real important when you're doing business with people. People that come to your website, you want to get their email addresses to create a list so you can have a relationship with them. The problem that's been is that the spam filters have been, of course, blocking a lot of that email, that legitimate, legal, requested email. And we all hate spam, and that's besides the point. But the thing is, our legitimate mail is starting to get caught. So what I did was create a system that you can check your email. We have a couple different checkers and different tools where you can clean up your email and check it against spam. We have two versions of Spam Assassin and another checker to see how that fares against the spam checkers. It comes up with a score. It says, this is, a 5. You have a 50-50 chance of getting through. And then it shows you, it actually highlights in the email what words were offensive, and it gives those individual scores. You get to see exactly how much, like, click here costs you in terms of spam filter points. I guess that's a new term, spam filter points. But so you get to, you get to clean up your email. You get to test your email. You also get to test to see if you're on a blacklist, because that's real important too. Because if you're on a blacklist, none of your email gets through. So basically, in a nutshell, that's what the program does. It's a site. It's a browser-based program that has lots of little programs in it to help you get your email through the spam filters.
Now, what's also important about that is also that fact that not only does it take a look at like, say, Spam Assassin, but you have two different versions of Spam Assassin.
Yeah.
And then also, a person on a Mac and on a PC can actually use this.
Right, exactly. I'm on a Mac, so I made sure that, everybody could use it. And it does. It goes through two versions of Spam Assassin, and we have a generic checker that, it's like every spam trigger word I could find in all the spam filters I found out there. So if it has ever been a trigger word, I got it.
Right. And I think that's extremely important.
Yeah, and I want to point out, too, I didn't just come online with the whole thing all at once. I started the product with a very simple version of of it going just through Spam Assassin. I did, like, with one tool. I didn't have all the other tools. Another thing that I've learned is, just get it out there. Just get it out there, and then I've improved it along the way. And, of course, the price has gone up along the way, too, which is a good thing for me. But I don't want people to think that, oh, my God, that seems so overwhelming to create something like that. because it's easy just to have one idea and one concept and go with that. Because eFiltrate at one time was only one web page.
Right.
One tool on it, and that was it.
And, and that's the key is that I think many times people get overwhelmed in doing this whole process. But in reality, it's not like you sat there and you had to code all these things yourself.
No, not at all. I wouldn't even know how to do that. I mean, oh my gosh, that's why it was great for me to learn, of course, at a seminar that to go to Elance and Rent-A-Coder and those kind of places, and how to approach them to ask for a bid. It was you that said, put in, if you're anybody knows what they are doing to be able to, this should be a piece of cake or something to get your bid down. So, that sentence.
Exactly.
You put in there. I mean,
a simple program for a programmer who knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And that works.
Yeah. I mean, I never would have known that kind of stuff on my own ever. I tried. And it's just you can't work in a vacuum, and that's the one thing. Another thing I love going to seminars is because I get out of that vacuum. I get to be with people that are like me, that have the same interests as I do and the same goal, and that is probably most of our goals are to make money online, to have a better source of living, maybe financial freedom, things like that.
Now, one of the things that I thought was really neat is what happened over the course of the last few days.
Oh my gosh!
Is that over the course of the last few days, and tell everyone kind of this story.
Okay. Well, this is where this put me totally in my uncomfortable zone again, because eFiltrate does pretty good, and I do pretty good, and I support the family, but my parents wanted to move into this house that's 2 doors down from me, and I want them to move in there too. It'll be much easier for me to take care of them as they get older. And they're going to sell their house, and we're putting all our money together, but we were short $20,000. And I'm like, oh, my God. And they're starting to think, well, we can't do it. Let's cancel the deal. And I was, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. So I started this campaign, and I'm doing a sale on eFiltrate. And I contacted everybody that I met through these seminars to send out an email for me saying, hey, there's a sale going on. Get your butt over to eFiltrate because you're going to get it at half price right now. And I'm halfway there. I've made almost $11,000 right now.
Now, here's the other key is that, what you did is you contacted several people that you met at these events.
Right. Now, everybody that I've met at these events, everybody that I had met.
So here's part of the...
Not one person that I contacted that I did not meet at one of these events.
Now, here's I think the key on this is, first of all, you went to an event, you hear the concept, you created a product of it, right? All of a sudden, then you went recently in the last 2 days, and because of what you needed to do for your parents is you created joint ventures with every one of these people.
Yep.
And so all of a sudden you create these joint ventures with these people. All of a sudden, within 2 days, over $11,000.
Yep.
And
my parents' jaws have hit the floor, and I'm now the hero.
And it's an amazing thing that what happens. But again, I think what's important and what I want people to understand this is that where you met these people was at an event. You actually created a relationship. For example, you can go up to these people and you can call them by name and shake their hand, and they know who you are.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have been able to do that if you didn't see them live.
Right.
You may not.
Absolutely, I would not have been able to. I couldn't even approach people if I hadn't met them first. I mean, I have tried that, and it's much tougher, if not even impossible. Because I think a lot of people get a lot of people contact people, and it just makes it easier if you've met them in person, and it's just like anything, you have to create relationships. And
you said
like with your list.
It's very key what you just said. Is to create that relationship with that person. And, to me, joint venture marketing itself. I mean, I get a ton of stuff from people saying, "Hey, could you send this out?" And "Hey, could you send this out?" And I don't know these people.
Right. It's like, well, yeah. Who are these people? And so it is much easier when you sat down and broke bread had coffee, had cocktails, you know.
Exactly. I mean, so you can sit down, you can talk about it, I mean, I just want to let everyone know. I mean, a lot of times, when we're having, maybe a social get together, maybe the day before the conference, usually on Thursday night.
Yeah.
You'll see a bunch of people, and you know where they're from, because the night before a big seminar, that everyone's saying, getting together, they're maybe having a drink, whatever it may be, and they're just kind of talking, kind of catching up with each other, and the networking aspect, it's not always about business.
Right.
It's just getting to know one another, and it's getting to know, who that other person is, what have they done before, and, if you have a good idea as far as background goes on these different people that you meet, and you will meet a lot of people this way, it just makes it for a fun environment for networking. And, one of the other key parts that you said was, and one of the things that we do, which a lot of seminars don't, in fact, I don't know of any other seminar that does.
I don't either.
Is actually do the lunches and the dinner.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that is phenomenal. I couldn't believe it the first time I went to one of your seminars, and we got you served us lunch, and we got to sit together. Oh my God!
And and there's I think that aspect, well, you said it earlier, is that it's a matter of breaking bread together and actually sitting there and eating and just kind of relaxing outside of the seminar room, outside of the actual event itself.
Right.
I mean, even though we're right in the next room, but
it's different. It is really different. It does create a different atmosphere and a different way you can approach people and talk to people. And another thing that I really love that you do is that you have all the speakers sit at separate tables. So it's not like they're there with their significant others or their friends. They're there by themselves, and so it's a perfect opportunity for them to talk to you because they don't have anybody else to talk to. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, and that's I don't even think that's something I've ever mentioned on these calls is that we do make people. We don't make them, but we ask them to sit at a different table each day.
The whip. No.
Like, what are you doing? Get back in there.
Yeah.
But we ask them to sit at a different, just so everyone knows on the calls, we actually ask each of the speakers to sit at a table, a different table each day, and with a group of people. And, so you can get to know them, and you can ask questions. Because when you're at an event, I think one of the things is that people feel is that, I think it's really kind of funny, quite honestly. But I've been there, and I still am to a certain point, where you see someone, I know that guy. That's Marlon Sanders, and then and then you say that from afar, but you'd never go up and talk to Marlon personally. Marlon's a very funny guy when you get to know him, and all you have to do is you only have to get to know him. I mean, just go up and say hi to him. He's just a funny person. Marketing, he's just a genius.
Yeah.
And when you start talking with him, he's you can't help. I mean, think about it. This is what these people do day in, day out. They can't help but just throw things out at you. And one small idea can make a huge, huge difference in your business.
Absolutely. One small idea, that's all it takes. And I would dare to anybody who didn't get 100 ideas, 100 small ideas at a conference like this. I usually take a booklet. I even take it to the bar, so I can write down ideas that I get. And I even left it there once. I had to go back the next day. Hey, do you have my notebook? I was like, is this it? Yeah. Because then, I get home and that's like treasure.
And it's funny because the notes I took at my first seminar that I ever went to are notes that I still look at today.
Yeah.
Those are the same notes. In fact, it's really kind of funny because probably about 9 of the product ideas of the products that I have were ideas from that first seminar.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that
Interject something here, Armand?
Yeah, go ahead, George.
The reason he can keep looking at those notes is they were only half a page long. I was sitting next to him and wrote notes that I can't make any sense out of. Armand wrote half a page and said to me, I think I've got a ways here to make about $8 million.
It was a good half a page.
We'll talk about that half a page in a minute.
Yeah.
But Dory, again, thank you for being with us. Now, I just want to let everyone know we've talked about your eFiltrate product and how good it is. Now, again, for the last 24 hours, 48 hours or so, you've been releasing that out. And one of the things that you've been doing is putting it out there for half price.
Right. And it's not on my real website. You're not going to see half price numbers on my site, you got to go to a special link, which is e-filtrate.com/special, and that'll get you half price. And I got an extension on escrow, so we're still hammering away towards that $20,000, and then get my parents next door.
So here's the deal: is that so if they go to, first of all, if you want to learn about the product, go to e-filtrate.com. That's FILTRATE.com, e-filtrate.com. And then if you want, then with the specialist, don't order from that first page.
No, don't.
Go to the second page.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Go to the second page, which is e-filtrate.com/special. If you're doing any kind of email marketing on the internet, you have to have this product.
Or even plan to.
Yeah, if you even plan to in the future. For example, this will be the lowest price you'll ever be able to get that product. She's doing 50% off. She's got a very good reason for doing it. She's trying to put her parents into a new home, and which is right next to yours, right?
Yeah, 2 doors down. Yep.
2 doors down from her. So it's a good cause.
It feels like next door.
It's a win-win situation for everybody. But you need to have this. If you're on the call right now, you have to have that product. So go ahead and grab that product today. And I'm telling you, I mean, I used it. I've used it, quite often, especially the last few days. Many of you may know I sent out quite a few emails over the last few days, promoting different things for different people that I've needed to help out. And as far as sending emails, things of that nature, and promoting different calls. I dropped the email right into there. It actually tells you on a scale as far as how well your email will get through. It'll tell you if you need to change your email. It actually highlights the words that you need to change and tells you what you need to change in order to make it work. I mean, it's the most comprehensive email program as far as doing this that exists on the market. I mean, that's no bull. There is not even a competitor out there that even remotely does what this does. So what I urge you to do is go to e-filtrate.com, read about the product, go to e-filtrate.com/special, and you will actually see the actual 50% off the program. So again, save yourself some money and at the same time do your business a favor. And Dory, thank you very much for taking time out of your day.
And I look forward to seeing you next week.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. And, folks, that's just kind of just a small bit of what can happen at an event. And, a lot of people have heard me tell this story about my first event. And the first event that I went to was actually an event put on by Ron LeGrand. And you've met a lot of people. Tell us just quickly the 2-minute rundown of, A, why you go to these events, and B, what's the value for it in you? I mean, you being a person that can literally pick up the phone anytime you want to, and, for example, get me on the phone.
I get you on the phone, or
which is
a
impossible.
dozen other marketers on the phone.
Exactly,
Well, I went to live training events for 35 years, and when I was farming, when I was factory management, when I was military intelligence, when I was government intelligence, I went to these, and Armand, I always, even at a very young age, only went partially for the learning of the speakers. I always knew that what was happening off stage was more important. I wanted not only to listen to the speakers, I didn't want to only know the speakers. I always felt what was more important is who knows you. And I set up, at a very young age, a set of criteria of things I would do at these events so that people would know me. Sitting in the crowds of these events, Armand, I didn't know you. I knew you had Ebook Generator, but you were not an internet marketing expert. Every person I knew, or almost every person I know at one time or another, was sitting in the crowd next to me.
Right.
You had made a comment earlier how when we first met at the Ron LeGrand event, which, by the way, was just, I think that was the first or second day the planes were flying after the towers were.
After 911, exactly.
Yep. And that shows how the people who showed up for that event, that shows how dedicated they were. Everybody was scared to fly, but the people knew that that the country didn't stop it, that their future depended on that. Well, you made an interesting comment at that event, how you met Ted Sue, Terry Dean, and you met all these people, Armand. And earlier, when you were talking to Dory, you made a comment how taking action and doing something will get you somewhere. You have surpassed in your own business every one of those people that you were looking up to and in awe of at that event. And the only way you did it was not by inventing something new. Most of your products, there's probably competitors out there. You have the best and the biggest seminar. You didn't say, oh, Ron LeGrand or oh, Ted is putting on such a big deal, I never could. You just went out and said, I'm going to put on a seminar. I mean, the statement was as simple as that. It wasn't that easy to do it. But you just said, I'm going to do it, and you went and did it, and you grew it to be the best. It's taking action, getting off your butt, and doing something.
You know, and it just brings up a good point. You know, one of the concepts that I teach when I teach product creation is this, and that is I refer to it as building a better mousetrap. And it's really true. It's really very simple. But what you do is there's an existing ideas. I mean, let's face it. One of the things that I like to tell people is you do not get paid on creativity. That's a pretty bold statement, but because everyone thinks that you need to go out and create the next latest and greatest, and that next latest and greatest might just be a tweak of what already exists. And you know, when it comes to a seminar, you know, certainly they've been doing seminars for probably hundreds and hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. They just never called them a seminar. And what happened was that the way that this big seminar came about was simply an idea. I mean, I wanted to put on an event that I've been to these other events. I've been to several of them, and I said, well, you know, I like this, but I don't like that. And, you know, if I took out this part that I didn't like, and which many other people didn't like as well, too, and I added in these other features that I knew people are going to get more out of, then you're going to have something that people are going to remember. But, George, you know, and that's how we did the big seminar, and that's how we still continue to do it today. We're looking for ways to differentiate it. We're looking for ways to make it better. But we're always putting foremost out in front is the end user's experience. Now, George, you've since going to the seminars, we've created a relationship. You know, now we work very closely together on my old business. I mean, you actually handle all my affiliates. You're handling all the updates for all my products now, and you know, you're seeing a lot of insight. And plus, we're also working on your own products as well too.
I'm working on my own business as well as on yours. I'm not one to sit back on my laurels. I mean, being your affiliate manager has given me a lot of recognition. But on my own, I'm doing things. With you, I'm doing things, and I'm helping you with your things.
You know, and so, you know, folks, you know, the whole thing is that there's so much time in a day. I mean, well, for example, I mean, speaking of time in a day, you know, recently, George, you had the opportunity to do something that a lot of people on this call would probably want to do.
Okay.
And you're wondering.
I'm thinking I can think of about 10 things, but you're probably referring to one specific one.
One specific one that you've been working for several years. Do you know what I'm talking about?
You mean when I left the corporate world?
That is the one.
Yep, that was my biggest deal. Our family has always been entrepreneurs. We've been farmers and everything else, and I was the oddball who had a heart attack from a perfectly healthy family and lost a lot of confidence in myself. Went to the corporate world, first into banking, and started rising to top to bank manager. Didn't like that field, so I went into the wireless field because I was more interested in communications, always have been, and rose to the top. At one time was one of the top 3 people in a very fast-growing wireless company, and just realized that wasn't my dream, that I was fulfilling someone else's dream. But at the same time, there was this fear. Where am I going to get insurance? What if all this falls through? What if I have another heart attack? I mean, those golden handcuffs can really keep you in. But just recently, I finally said, hey, I have to. My life depends on it. Not only my financial wealth, my actual life depends on it, my mental well-being, my health. I have to make the break, and I did. I am not looking back. My income has increased by doing it. My wife still has sometimes when she's saying, "Did you make anything today?" Yes, I made something today. And when the day that my paycheck used to arrive in the bank, she'll always say, "Well, there was nothing in the bank today." And I said, "Well, yeah, there was, and it was probably a little more than what my paycheck used to be."
Right. But the thing is that leaving corporate America is probably the biggest risk that anyone can take.
And it's very scary.
And it's definitely the most scary. It's kind of hard because I'm an outsider looking in, and the reason is because I've never actually had a job where I really worked for someone else. And I am an oddball in that respect because I've been fortunate enough not to have to go through that, and I'm glad. And anyone that's going through that, right now, I can understand. Where you are, but there's one thing in common as far as every person I've ever met that has always had a job working for somebody else, and that is they always wanted out of it. That is the common thread for most people, because there are some people that truly do love their jobs, but you know what? What people are looking for in America today, and I shouldn't say just in America, but in the world today, is this. Is they're looking for freedom, whether it be financial freedom or time freedom. They're looking for it to fulfill what they really want to do. Now, some people may not look at sitting in front of a computer as being necessarily what they want to do. And you know what? You're absolutely right. That is probably not what you want to do. But you know what? It's a vehicle. Every way that to create money in the world today has a certain vehicle. Some people have chosen real estate. Some people actually have chosen corporate America as their vehicle to become wealthy. Whether they do or whether they don't, who knows? But the odds of a person becoming rich working for someone else is very slim. It's not impossible. I'm just saying that it's very slim. Now, with owning your own business, as many of us know, the freedom comes in the form of A, working when you want to, or B, working the hours when you want to. That's a fantastic part of working for yourself, but also, more importantly, it's when you're not working. It's what you want to do when you're not working, whether it be taking time off on a Tuesday morning at 12 noon and going to the movies with your wife, which I do quite often.
One of the things that you said at an event, we'd known each other a long time, but every time I go to an event, I learn something. I think we were giving you, having a little fun with you about, the fact that you sleep in the morning like that, and you made a statement, and this statement was very, very crucial in my decision-making process to finally cut the cord and leave the corporate world, and you said, I sleep till I'm done sleeping.
Yeah.
And I just thought, that's the simple, most basic human need is sleep, and I don't have that luxury. Now, at noon, at 2 o'clock, at 1 o'clock, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll sit down and go to sleep.
Yeah.
At midnight, I might have an idea, and I pop out of bed, and I don't have to quickly try and scribble a little note and paper to work on the next day. I pop out of bed and come down to my computer and work on it.
There's a certain amount of pressure, I think, that everyone has in their lives. There's a certain amount of pressure that we all feel. Whether it be self-imposed or from someone else. Usually if we're working for someone else, that pressure is from someone else. And if you're working for yourself, there's certainly a certain amount of pressure as far as, like you said, Georgie, your wife asking you, did we make any money today? And, the pressure is good. Let me just state that up front. Pressure is good, but undue pressure is bad. That's why people have heart attacks. That's why people have stress.
That's right.
And that's why people get gray hair. The fact
or
is...
lose their hair.
Or lose their hair in some cases. But you know what? You can greatly reduce the amount of pressure and stress that you have in your life by working for yourself. Now, if you go about it wrong, because the question is all... And I just want to let everyone know this, because I have a really solid philosophy as far as when a person should quit their job. Now, sometimes maybe because of health reasons you may want to do it earlier, sometimes of other things. But here's whenever I meet a person at an event, and I get this question a lot, and that is, when should I quit my job and do this full time? And, that's a very tricky question for someone to ask. And, my response is always very conservative because I don't know that individual who I'm talking to, but I do give them an answer. And the answer is this. If you're working a job right now, then you should not quit your job until you're making 3 times the amount of money per month that you're making on your job. And that's a pretty safe answer for me. Because I know if they're doing that well, then yes, their job is just taking too much of their time and they should be making a lot more money in their regular business. And, and that's my philosophy as far as people quitting their job and things. You know what, though, is part of the entrepreneurial spirit, let me try to say that again, entrepreneurial spirit is you like taking risks. That's why a lot of you are on this call tonight. You like taking risks, and the higher the risk, the more opportunity there is at the end of the tunnel. Let me repeat this. The higher the risk, at the end result is going to be a higher opportunity. Also, there's a greater risk to fail. And some people thrive on risk. I personally thrive on risk. I thrive on pressure. I thrive on deadlines. That's just for me. It happens to be when I work best. But that's certainly not for everyone. I believe that most people should be well organized. If not, find someone who is organized and work with them and partner up with them. George works with me a lot in my business, and you know what? Because George is probably the most organized person I know. And
you better talk to my wife. She might have a different opinion.
But you know what? He does it in a way that I know if I say I need something done and I need research done, or we're working on a project, I know George is going to be my go-to person to actually get that job done in a specific time frame. And and I've known George for several years now, and we've done a couple projects together. We've done many things. We talk quite frequently on the phone. And the thing is expanding your mind. And I mentioned this, I alluded to this earlier in the call. What I mean by expanding your mind, expanding your thinking when it comes to the internet and in business is you have to look differently. Some people use the cliche of saying you have to think outside the box.
That irritates me.
It does irritate me because you know what? Most people don't even know what the box looks like.
There we go. And their box is so small and confining that looking out of it is not anything creative.
Yeah, and if you don't understand what I mean by saying think outside the box, I'm saying to think differently, to think unconventionally. And, thinking unconventionally, again, requires risk. We're back to that word again. And you have to also be willing to fail. And that is key. And the only way, in my opinion, that you can limit or reduce the amount of failure that you have is to simply team up, partner up, become an apprentice, whatever you want to call it, with someone that has already done it. Meaning you have to sell out. And I've said this on many, many calls, and I'm going to say it again because I believe it 100%, is that the day that you realize that you don't know anything about internet marketing is the day your internet marketing career will start. Because that's the day where you're now going to be open up to the new ideas. You're going to be open up to the criticisms. You're going to be open up to the different methods, and you're going to admit to yourself, I don't know anything about internet marketing. I went through that. I can tell you to think like that because that is exactly what I did consciously. Not subconsciously, but consciously. I sat down when I decided that I was going to do work business on the internet and market products and services that I had to admit myself that I know nothing about this because I didn't know anything about copywriting was. Quite honestly, let me tell you where I was. I barely knew what a copywriter was. I didn't even know what that was because, again, it wasn't part of my background. I've never experienced a copywriter. What does one look like? Who knows? And
it was made by Xerox, right?
Yeah, it was a copier. That was it. But you know what? I admitted to myself that I didn't know anything. I went into this business thinking, and I still think to this day that I don't know anything. I do know a lot now. I know more than I did, but I certainly am nowhere near I'll never be near the area where I know everything there is to know on the Internet. And is that the ultimate end goal? Yes, that's the ultimate end goal for me. I want to know what I'm doing. I know a lot. I know by my tests. I know by my consistently testing what I can accomplish and what the end results should be. I know by calling up friends that I have met at seminars, that I have met in person, that I can pick up the phone with and call them, hey, have you tested this or have you tested that? I can learn from their experience. And, you know, we're always in a learning step. It's a never-ending progress that we're going through as far as building our business on the Internet. And, you know, you need to just simply make that one decision. That's one decision that you can make, A, that costs you absolutely no money to do, and B, it will only just make your business go that much faster. It will put your business on a growth curve that you can't possibly imagine. I mean, I was the biggest person on the Internet that said a long sales letter will not sell. It will not sell because why? I won't read a long sales letter. And very rarely will I read a long sales letter today. But you know what? My customers do, and that's what matters. My opinion didn't matter. And when you get your opinion based upon, what was my opinion on that? Because I didn't read it, obviously no one else is doing it, that would have been a crazy opinion. That would have been a drastic business mistake for me to assume. So I just went ahead and I read a book. I read a book on sales letters. In fact, I bought Marlon Sanders' amazing formula. In the chapter, it talks about a killer sales letter, and he went through this little formula that I initially learned how to write sales letters. Then I went on a quest. I went out on a quest to find out, okay, how do I write a sales letter? What do these other people say? If one person says this and it works for me, what does this other person say? And then I started just reading everybody's sales letters. I started actually reading the long sales letters, not to buy the product, but because I wanted to learn why these sales letters work, and I started thinking of things on my own. And, you know, I'm at the point now where I can write an okay sales letter. I can write a pretty decent sales letter that, you know, have some of my sales letters have sold, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. But am I still not learning about sales letters? No, I'm consistently learning about sales letters and copywriting. You know, about product creation. I mean, I'm always looking at ways people make products. I'm looking at how they do it. And, you know, it's a learning progress that keeps on going. And, you know, every major industry that exists in the world today, most of the professional industries, I should say, have some type of continuing education program.
The one that's going to survive does.
Yeah, I mean, let's name them. Doctors has a continuing education program. Lawyers, they have a continuing education program. You have to read so much new information every year to stay up with current trends, current happenings that are happening in the law industry. Dentists, same thing.
Carpenters, plumbers, electricians.
Every single one. You know, they always have some type of required continuing education. But yet, here's the funny part, is when people get on the Internet, they do not want continuing education because they feel that they don't believe in it. They feel it's not required because no governing force is forcing them to get this continuing education. Therefore, it must not be needed. You know, wrong. Because of the fact that when you're in business for yourself, you are the boss. There is no one going to be over top of your head saying that you have to do something. Now, I'm not just talking about a seminar. I'm talking about education in yourself, whether it be buying a new product, buying a new course. You know, last night I spent, $300. I spent $300 over the course of 2 or 3 different products. And was it worth it? Have I read all of them yet? Have I devoured all that information? Not yet. I will. I will as time goes on. I've scanned them all already to figure out the points and highlights that I want to. I do that immediately. And then the ones that I want to go back to, I'll read in depth. I'll scan for what I want, then I'll go back and read what I missed. And, you know, I spend a lot of money on my own education because I know for a fact that I don't know everything. I never will, and I've come to that conclusion, and I'm happy with that. And you know what? When you start investing in yourself and your continuing education, when you start learning about these different techniques, I don't care if it's a brand new person that released a product out today and this was their first product. I will probably go out and buy that product if I think it's a good product and if it's appropriate for me at that time. I don't care what they've done before. The point is, will that product help me? And I will read that product, and I will read it and try to get as much information out of it as possible. If I can get one idea or maybe some person said something that makes me think differently about a subject, then that product was worth it for me, whether it be a $20 product or a $150 product. If I find a piece of software that will make my life easier, then you know what? I will purchase that product. I will get that product. I will buy it because my time is valuable. And your time is valuable. So anything that you can do to save yourself time, I recommend that you get. Anything that's going to help you build your business, I recommend that you get. See, I will not probably buy something because of I just want it. I may or may not. Sometimes I do. Many people have heard me many times on these calls where I talked about, I'm a mooch. I mean, I will buy stuff from an infomercial in a heartbeat just to see what that product says. And it may cost me $30, maybe $40. And
he's not lying, folks.
Yeah,
he's a sucker for infomercials.
George knows. George knows that. You know what? I will buy this stuff, and I'm not just joking about this. I will buy this stuff to see what they did. I will buy it for research purposes in many cases to see, okay, what's their packaging like? What's the follow-up system like? What's this like? And I continually buy stuff like that. And sometimes I find good information. And, maybe not all of it, but sometimes I find one or two pieces of information that's going to make it worth it. And, when I first started on the Internet, again, my first Internet seminar I went to was only a few years ago. Within 4 months after that first seminar, I was actually speaking at events. And I released the product, after I released more products, I should say, after that first event, and more products and more products. And I mean, quite honestly, if someone came up to me today, how many products I'm marketing right now online, I couldn't tell you. I can't tell you. I know it's around 15 or 16, maybe, somewhere in that area, but I couldn't tell you exactly. I know what they all are. If you had me name them all at one time, I could probably do it. I might forget because they're all in the generator. I get confused. But you know what? Is that process. It wasn't all in one shot. Every one of my products haven't been winners, and none, not all of your products will be winners either. But if you consistently and persistently do and work on yourself and on your business, you can achieve great heights. You can achieve that goal. I don't care if your goal, some of you on this call may be looking to make an extra $300 a month. You know what? That's okay. That's great, and you can learn how to do that fairly quickly, depending on how much time you have to invest. It may not take as much time as to the person that wants to make an extra $1,000 a month. And, there's some of you out there that want to make an extra $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Now, you've heard people talking about, we're making, this much money a month, and this person is making this much money a month. And I understand this is that those words, just because someone says they're making $50,000 a month, can make you feel almost intimidated to a point. It make you feel almost insignificant. I've been through that. I understand that. You know what? Whatever it is that you want to achieve, I want you to achieve those goals. I want you to achieve that extra $300 a month. I want you to achieve that extra $1,000 a month. If $5,000 a month is your goal, then go for it. Do it, but figure out how you're going to do it. It has to be scientifically based, meaning $5,000 a month. Let me just run you through the numbers. Some of you may be thinking, that's a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. Let's face it, $5,000 is a lot of money. Let's look at this. $5,000. If we divide $5,000 by 100 products, by $100, I should say, we know we only need to sell 50 products. That's a little over one sale a day. If your product costs $100, and if you sold only just a little over one product sale a day, some days you might sell 2, some days you might sell 3, then you're going to make $5,000 a month. You see how you break it down? We're not talking about selling 50 or 100 sales a day. All you're talking about is 1 or 2 sales a day. That's it. And you can make $5,000 a month based on a $100 product. But here's one of the things I also want you to remember is that from $5,000, right, let me kind of put it in perspective for you. If I divide $5,000 by $20, I have to sell 250 ebooks to make $5,000. That's why I recommend that you have your minimum product set at $97. That people will pay for it. People will buy it. I know. I can tell you. If you look at the products that I have, if I'm just using myself personally, I'm just using myself as an example because I know what happens with my products. If you look at the products that I have, you notice that my price points are all $97. $97. Why? Because I know that it's still, at that point, a impulse item. And people can make a quick decision on that.
And just because someone else is selling it cheaper doesn't mean you have to. There was a product selling for, $30, and you decided to sell yours for $97, and you sold more than the person who was selling at $30.
Well, let me give you a good example of that. And the scenario that I use is Jimmy Brown.
Yes.
Jimmy has a $19.95 ebook software. I have a $97 ebook software. Yes, mine does have a few more features and things, but ultimately the end result is we both make an ebook. Both good products, yes. One has more features, yes, and we have some things that you can't do in a net $20 product. But either way, they both make an ebook. Now, Jimmy also released another product shortly after. He released a product that only cost $14. That created an ebook. And you know what? I thought the day that he reduced that price down to $14, I figured I was dead in the water. I was like, oh no, what's going to happen now? That day, my sales increased. Why? Because Jimmy just made the exposure to that market that much higher. What he did was he exposed more people to the concept of an ebook, and therefore they figured in the back of their mind, just like your customers will think, if this product costs $14, then this one that costs $97 should be 5 or 6 times better than this product. Now, whether it's 5 or 6 times better is a matter of opinion. But do I feel it's worth $97? 100%. Do the features I have in it make it worth it? I believe so, and that's why I priced it at that point. Now, you would think that another product existed in that same marketplace, the same group of customers almost, because we do share a lot of customers. Jimmy, I'm talking about Jimmy Brown, and you would think if we shared the same amount of customers, then my sales should decrease. That's not what happened. And it's not always good to be the lowest price point on the block. It's better to be on the upper end, the highest price point on the block, because people will pay for it. And you need to think of your business that way, which is going to be best for you. George, any closing comments? We're almost at the top of the hour.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, though, when we're talking like that, Jimmy happens to be a personal friend of both you and I, and with him together we bring up the same conversation. So.
Oh, yeah. If I didn't mention that, if you think, oh, my God, he's talking about Jimmy Brown like that. Yeah. Jimmy's a good friend of mine.
One thing I want to say is I'm just going to take it for granted that I will see everybody on this call at the big seminar. So I want to have them do one task before they go to the big seminar. I want them to go to the big seminar site and look at the list of speakers. Decide which speakers they would best identify with. Pick 3, 4, 5 of them, whatever they want, and then just sit down and write down some questions. Write down questions that you will ask that speaker when you meet them at the big seminar, because if you don't, you're going to get introduced to them or you're going to run into them, and you're going to either be awestruck or not prepared, and you're going to waste those $1 million seconds that you have with that speaker. You're going to totally waste them when you meet them face-to-face, and you can't think of anything to say. Have it on a 3x5 card. Pull that 3x5 card out and say, Armand, I've always wanted to ask you this, and then ask the question. You saved your time, you saved the speaker's time, and you impressed everybody with just how professional you are. That's all I wanted to add.
Sounds good to me. We've got one more call after this, as many people know. We've got one more call. I'm talking with a friend of mine, Stephen Pierce. And that's going to be on Tuesday. And after that, we're done our teleseminar calls. So, basically is this point, is right here. I talked a lot about this tonight. And it really does come down to a decision. Whether you come to the seminar or not. A good friend of mine, John Reese, many of you talked to John. He's on the last couple calls that we did. He breaks down the marketing in 2 different things. It's either yes or it's no. Okay? It sounds pretty simple, but it's so true. It's either yes or no. And, if you want to come to the event, it's there for you. It's there for you. We're going to be there. My personal opinion is this, is that you need to be there. I mean, if you're looking to take, I don't care if your business is doing $1,000 a month or if your business is doing $50,000 a month, you need to be there. I mean, if you're $1,000 a month, you definitely need to be there. $50,000 a month, you definitely need to be there because of the people in the joint ventures that will be happening over the course of the event. We focus a lot on networking, and you may have heard me talk about this and emphasize this a lot of times throughout these calls. Networking is the key. I mean, to me, it's the way I've built a great business that I'm extremely happy with, but networking is the key. Networking will take you to that next point in your career because you know what? You are not an island. You need the help of other people. And there is nothing wrong in reaching out and asking for that help every now and then and doing the joint venture where it's a win-win situation with the person you're joint venturing with, for you, and also for your customer. And networking can be huge for you. And that's if I just put a bunch of people in the room without any speakers, if I could just group these people together, because you know how hard it is to find a group of like-minded people that are interested in internet marketing, that are all building an internet marketing business, and be able to actually talk with them on one-on-one. If there wasn't any speakers in the room, that would be worth it because it doesn't exist in the world today. That this event allows us to do that. We're going to have somewhere between 300 and 400 people at this event, and they're all looking for the same thing, and they may be looking for someone to joint venture with you. The speakers, the content, I know what some of these people are going to be talking about. I've already went over a lot of this information with them, and this seminar, I will definitely say it's going to be our best event yet. The topics that are going to be covered are just outrageous. The latest techniques on the marketplace. Some of these people don't talk very often. John Reese, I was on the phone for 3 hours just to get John to speak at our event, and he did it as a personal favor to me. And he's a great marketer. Marlon Sanders, Paul Culligan, Declan Dunn, all these people are just tremendous marketers. Many of you have seen them from afar. What I'm saying is that you can see them up close. So what I'd like you to do, as always, take a serious look, take 5 minutes after this call and just ask yourself, is the big seminar right for my business? If it is, I look forward to seeing you and meeting you next week, next Friday, next Thursday at the big seminar. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be a great event. So thank you, everybody, and I'll be talking to you next week. Bye-bye.
What's going to happen in about 1 minute is we're going to mute out the call. You're not going to be able to hear those beeps anymore, and you're going to be able to hear us very, very clearly. So we're going to have a tremendous call. Again, tonight you're on the Big Seminar conference call series. What we're going to do is we're going to tell you all about the Big Seminar. We're also going to tell you specifically how to launch your business in 2005, and we're going to show you how to do it in just a few short days, not years, but days, and we're going to do that on this call tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and mute out this call right now. Again, I'd like to welcome everyone to the call. We're going to mute out just a moment. Okay. Well, the first thing is my name is Armand Morin, and I'd like to welcome you to the Big Seminar Preview Series, and this is our first preview series call that we're having tonight, and we're going to go over a lot of information on this call, and what we're going to do on this call is share with you different techniques that you can utilize to take your business and literally double the sales in your online business in a relatively short period of time. When I say relatively, I don't mean years and I don't mean months. I'm talking with a few simple steps, maybe 5 or 6 different steps. What's going to happen is you're going to be able to double your online sales in no time at all, and you're going to see the results almost immediately. So stay tuned for that. But before I do, the reason why we do these calls, it's all part of a seminar that I've put on for the last few years called the Big Seminar. Many of you have heard of it. If you're on this call, actually you've been to the website. You've seen some of the statistics as far as what people have done from the call. We have people on this call that dialed in, that as I was welcoming people onto this call, that have made literally well over $100,000 within months after attending the big seminar. That's what it's done to their business, and you can be one of those people. And the reason that happens is because what we do is we try to bring the top marketing minds in the world together into one room at one place at one time. If you had to pay each one of these marketers for one-on-one coaching, for example, Most of them charge upwards of $500 plus per hour, many of them 2 and 3 times that amount per hour. That's what their time is worth. Personally, I don't even accept anything less than $500 an hour anymore. It's not worth my time, and if people want to know specific information, we've charged as much as $2,000 an hour to show people how to get top rankings in search engines, for example. That's the type of person that we're having to come to our event, and that's the type of people that's going to be teaching you for 3 full days in Atlanta. And it's on April 8th, in Atlanta, on April 8th, 9th, and 10th of 2005. It's going to be a great event. This is our 5th big seminar. Going into the promotion of the seminar, we had 147 people sign up. As of this time, we had already 165 people sign up just in the last few days. We've just had a few more people sign up. It's been amazing, the response we've had. But some of the people that are going to be teaching you down there in Atlanta, and you can find this out on our website if you go to bigseminar.com, people like T. Harv Eker. He's taught over 250,000 people how to become wealthy. Literally tens of thousands of people, come to his seminars every month. Because of what he can teach, of what he can show you how to do. He has a concept. He has a book out called Speed Wealth. He just is releasing his first book, another book, I should say, just recently. It's just amazing what he's doing. In a single day, he sold 11,000 copies of that one book. That's better to get than to put that into perspective. Let me give you an example. Is that it only takes a couple thousand copies of a book to be #1 bestseller on Amazon. It doesn't take much more than that to really become a top seller in New York Times bestseller list. And he's doing this day in and day out, so it's just amazing. Joe Polish, if you guys haven't heard of Joe Polish yet, Joe Polish is literally a marketing genius. I've had the opportunity to meet with him and speak with him at different events. And Joe's just brilliant when it comes to marketing. He originally started teaching people about the carpet cleaning business, how to run a successful carpet cleaning business. And it was very funny. Just the other day, I had my carpets cleaned in my house, and the person happened to see Joe's picture on something that I had out, and he says, I know Joe Polish. And he had went to one of Joe's seminars just recently around here. It was amazing. But those of you, if you've ever heard of the person's name by the name of Bill Phillips, he wrote the best-selling book, Body for Life. He used to run the contest for people to lose weight within a 12-week period. Well, Bill Phillips came up with that marketing idea. In fact, just for that one idea, not only did he get paid very handsomely for that, but Bill Phillips actually gave Joe a brand-new Jaguar just for the idea. Why? Because, Bill Phillips made literally millions of dollars off that one single idea. Well, Joe can show you how to take those ideas and apply them to your business and what he calls his ELF businesses, which means easy, lucrative, and fun. And he's going to talk all about that at the big seminar. We have Sean Casey. Many of you know Sean. He wrote the book, the best-selling book, Mining Gold on the Internet. Over 100,000 copies of that book have been sold online, over 119 different countries. Sean, literally makes millions of dollars on the year on the Internet. It's just amazing what he can do. He's a self-proclaimed recovering attorney, so to say. So Sean's going to show you how he currently markets his business online. He's been doing a lot of joint ventures with people. We just recently did a joint venture with him. It was fantastic. He's working with some great people, Jeff Paul, Jim Fleck, and guys like that, and it's just great. One of my favorite speakers that's going to be at the big seminar, and one of the persons who I believe is the man, in some respects, behind the scenes of many of these top marketers, and that is my good friend Michael Fortin. And Michael, for those of you that don't know Michael Fortin, Mike Fortin has written ad copies that have literally produced millions of dollars in a single day and sometimes just a few short hours. To give you an idea, those of you that know my friend John Reese did a $1 million day, actually $1.08 million in sales in just 18 hours John achieved, but it was because not only because John had a great product, but it was also because he had a great sales letter, which Michael Fortin was responsible for. Another good friend of mine, Frank Kern, $889,000 in 24 hours. Who wrote the copy? Michael Fortin. And the list goes on and on and on. His clients have generated over $35 million in just a few short years because of his copywriting. There is no one better. On my sales letter on the big seminar, I wish I could take credit for all of that. I wrote what I thought was a pretty good copy. Michael Fortin then went through and actually made it great copy, and I really appreciate that, because what he can do in just a few short minutes amazes me to this day, and I mean that probably more than any other marketer or any other person. Is, as far as copywriting goes, people always wonder, what do I need to have a good copy? I mean, who can teach me about good copy? There is only one person. If you want to make $1 million with your websites, then you have to go to someone that's made $1 million on their website. Someone that can. If you want $1 million sales copy, then you need to go to someone that can write $1 million sales copy for you. And there's only one person that I know that can do that, and that is Michael Fortin. And he's going to be there, and he's going to be teaching you all about copywriting. He's a fanatical tester, and also his clients that he's worked with in the past have been fanatical testers. And everything that he shows you, it's not just because I said so to do it. It's because here's the test, here are the results, and this is what proven to work. And so I think you're going to really enjoy that. Mike Littman, a great man. He's an extremely talented individual. I mean, he wrote the book. Many of you may have heard of his book, Conversations with Millionaires. Sold over 100,000 copies. Physical book, over 100,000 copies. It's in 3 different languages. Unleash the Greatness, over 250,000 people worldwide for Unleash the Greatness program. It's just amazing. It's been called the Tony Robbins of the 21st century. He's been called the Napoleon Hill by Networking Times magazine. Mike is just an amazing individual. He's full of energy. He truly believes that anyone can succeed, and I do too. What he can show you as far as the belief concepts, the belief principles, and how people can go from average to above average in a very, very short period of time. There are some things that you need to know in order to prepare yourself, in order to achieve that next level in your business. That's why I'm having Mike there. I want the best person that I know to teach you how to take you to that next level. He's going to be there, and he's going to show you. JJ Childers, again, another great friend of mine. JJ is going to show you not only how to make the money, but he's going to show you how to keep the money. JJ is an attorney that I personally use. He's actually my personal attorney as well. But JJ is going to show you how to protect what you make. You see, so many people on the Internet talk about, well, I want to make a lot of money. Well, that's great, and I hope you do. I hope all of us do. The fact is that once you make it, what's going to happen? You see, the most true statement that I've ever heard anyone say was this: it is not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep. Now, think about that for a moment. That is probably the most true statement I've ever heard in my life. It's not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep that matters. JJ is going to show you how to keep as much of that legally, ethically, and morally, and within the confines of the tax systems. And it's not doing anything. I've seen, many of you probably have seen this too. If you go online, you search for asset protection or anything like that, you're going to find out these crazy schemes. Now, let's trust me. I mean, we've built a pretty big business over the years, and we don't want to go ahead and put that into some half-ass marketing method. What we want to do is we want to protect it with legal means that we don't have to keep on looking over our shoulders, and JJ is the person that can show us how to do this. The next person is Stephen Pierce. Stephen Pierce, for those of you that don't know, is one of the most brilliant marketers that I know in the world today. The level of he thinks at is, it amazes me each and every time, not because he may have such totally revolutionary ideas, but it's because it's the ideas that people should be thinking towards that he actually takes and puts into effect. You see, I have a firm belief that everyone knows what they should be doing in their marketing. The problem is that no one does them. Stephen is one of those people that has follow-through, meaning that he actually does what you should be doing in your marketing and then even adds to that, because now when you add his innovation, his creativity to it, you have a strong, powerful package that can't be beat. I mean, he's written the book. Many of you a few years ago may remember this book. It's called Under Oath, The Whole Truth. Still a very top-selling book on the net. I recommend anyone go out and get it today. He started recently working with Jay Abraham and many, many other people. But what Stephen has accomplished on the net and what I have personally witnessed him do on the net has been literally amazing. Again, when you look at a person's business, you have to look at their whole business. Stephen believes in diversification. He has businesses, different types of businesses doing different things, and he knows how to maximize his time and leverage his time. And he knows how to think in order to get not only himself in the proper thinking mode, but also his team of people in the proper thinking mode. Remember, right now, some of you may be thinking that I am an island. Well, I'm here to tell you that you're not an island. You need other people around you to make this happen. You need other people around you to help take you and your business to the next level. If you try to do it all yourself, you will be stuck at the same level you are forever. And once you understand the concept, then you're going to be able to take your business to the next appropriate step. And we'll talk more about that later on in this call when I get into the teaching. We have Alex Mondozian, one of my best friends, also one of the smartest marketers I know. I've learned so much from this man. It's been amazing. But Alex has recently, at our last big seminar, he taught people how to conduct their own teleseminars. And their teleseminars itself are just an amazing feature. And in fact, we're doing them right now. We're doing a teleseminar right now. We're having many aspects covered by this teleseminar. Now, just to kind of give you an idea, we're doing a teleseminar right now. What can I do? I can have it transcribed. I could charge people for the call if I wanted to, which this is not my purpose. What I can do is I can market something on the call, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm actually telling you all about the big seminar website prior to me getting into the content in about 2 more minutes. But Alex is the recognized expert in this field, Teleseminar Secrets. He knows what he's talking about. What he's also going to talk about at this event is something totally different, something amazing, and he's going to talk about being a teleseminar consultant, but he's also going to talk about a brand new program that isn't even released to the Internet. You know, the biggest question when people hear myself and Alex Mondozian talk at any stage, anywhere in the world, is that we want to work with you guys one-on-one, and you know what? That can't happen, because neither one of us accept one-on-one coaching clients anymore. So he's going to tell you about a brand new gold program that we recently developed, but he's also going to tell you how this works as far as joint venturing to get the word out to this. And I'm going to announce more about him and another feature to the seminar when I tell you in a little bit more. Mike Stewart, Mike Stewart has been known as the Internet audio guy, the Internet video guy as well. But you know what? Mike himself has been delving into a whole new area. That new area is called podcasting. Podcasting will explode in the next 6 to 18 months. Literally explode the Internet like nothing you've ever seen before. It's going to catch on so fast that you guys are not going to be able to keep up with it. And I believe that Mike and a couple other people that will be at the seminar are going to be responsible for this explosion. And if you don't understand about podcasting, if you don't know what it is, you need to listen to Mike Stewart. We're going to have him on one of our preview calls in the very near future. He's going to talk about podcasting. He's going to explain to it what it is, how it gets started, and how you can benefit from this, because it's an amazing technology that's happening that is still in its infancy. But I do know this, that people that jump on board during the infancy stages, that go through the trials and tribulations, can also get the lion's share of the revenue when it comes time for it to go mainstream. So that's why it's so important to learn about this new concept called podcasting, which Mike Stewart's going to be talking about. John Childers, another friend of mine. Actually, it's J.J. Childers' father, if you didn't put the 2 and 2 together. John Childers has taught me how to make more money than any of these other speakers combined. And let me tell you why. He taught me how to do something that I was doing already, and that is speaking in front of people on the stage. I was doing that already. He taught me how to not only do what I was doing already, but do it more effectively and actually exponentially increase my income. It's no secret I am a walking, talking testimonial for John Childers. John Childers, within the first year after I took a class from him, I generated over 7 figures, not 6 figures, 7 figures just from speaking to people on the weekends when I wasn't busy. So that's why it's so important for you to listen. He is an amazing person. He's easy to relate to. And you know what? He can teach you how to make money. That's my point. My whole focus during the seminar is to give you all the tools you need to take you to the different level. You are not going to associate yourself with everybody at the seminar. You're not going to be able to be on the level. You're not going to be able to, let's say, just experience everybody as far to their fullest extent, because some people you relate to more. That's fine. That's natural, and it's the same thing with me. But you know what? This seminar will change your life. The part of the seminar that I haven't told you about yet, which I'll tell you more about later, is the networking aspect to this seminar. The people that you meet at an event will take your business to the next level, meaning the joint ventures that you create, the friendships that you create, the associations that you create at an event where all these people are serious about being there will give you the contacts, will give you the means, will give you the inspiration to get up and do something, meaning literally take action on the things that you need to be doing. And there's going to be much more there. I at the seminar, I'm going to be the last speaker on Sunday, and I'm going to talk about something that I've never talked about before. I call about instant business creation techniques, meaning there are tons of ways that I personally make money on the Internet that I do not talk about openly on conference calls. What those ways of making money are just little tiny websites. Most of you have heard of, Frank Kern and Ed Dale, and they have their Underachiever system, Underachiever Mastery System, which is the most fantastic product I've ever seen. But, that's one side of the coin. There's other things where it's just an instant site. What I call instant business creation. Instant business creation is all about taking a site within 2 hours, having it online and making money with no effort, with no experience whatsoever. And I can usually identify 3 to 4 of those sites every single day without thinking, and there's a whole business behind it that no one has ever talked about on the Internet. I'm going to be revealing that to you. I'm going to be telling you exactly how I do it. I'm going to show you my examples. I'm going to show you how much money we make with it, and I'm going to show you how you can do that too, and I'm going to talk all about that at the event. So with that said, that's the seminar. If you want more information on it, you can go to bigseminar.com. And we'll tell you all about the details there. The biggest thing that we've changed this year, though, on the seminar is also our affiliate program. When you sign up for the seminar later on, what you're going to receive is an email telling you how you can sign up as an affiliate, and that affiliate call, email will show you how you can make $1,000 per person. Every person that you refer to the seminar itself, you're making $1,000. If you refer 2 people to the seminar, you now have your seminar paid for, and it's for free, essentially, because at the seminar I'm giving you a check for $2,000, and you spent $2,000 for your seat to come to the seminar. If you referred someone that brought themselves and a guest with them, then the referral fee or the commission on that is actually $1,500. So you can make a tremendous income for the affiliate program itself, or with the affiliate program that we have with the big seminar. So with that said, let's get right down to some content that you guys can do. Go ahead, take a look at the website if you're interested. Please go ahead and sign up for the seminar. We're filling the seminar up faster than we've ever had before. I fully expect all the seats to be sold out by the end of February, especially at this pace. We had 5 people sign up today alone. So figure out the numbers. You guys can figure it out. It's not very complicated. So let's get into some details. What I promised you on this call was actually what I can teach you in order to allow you to take advantage of the technology and the business trends that are happening on the Internet today. And many people, when they look at the Internet and when they look at technology, they think it's all about the technology. You see, let me define technology in my opinion for you. Technology can only enhance the fundamentals of good marketing. Okay, let me repeat that. And this is the part you should write down. Technology can only enhance the fundamentals of good marketing. You see, if you don't have good marketing practices already established, any kind of technology that you implement will only amplify what you're doing right or what you're doing wrong. So you need to have the basics of proper fundamentals first before you utilize any technology. So that's step one. We have to understand that, and we have to go into this with that. Now, one of the things I like doing is I like to show people results. I like to show people what happened and undeniable results. Stephen Pierce, who's, as I mentioned earlier, speaking at the seminar, taught me one major important lesson, and I learned it from that book, and I also learned it from him and talking to him in how he acts and what he does and how he lives his life, and that is undeniable proof. I like to show you. I like to show you what I'm talking about. I like to give you the proof and to let you see how effective this is working. Now, I want to show you something that all of you probably have seen already. In fact, I know you've seen already because you're on this call, and that is the Big Seminar website. I want to point out to you the details on this website because it's very, very crucial for your business success. Because this method, many people call this, some people call it a Shy page, some people call it an accelerated affiliate sales model, some people call it a name squeeze, some people call it a forced opt-in page. Whatever you want to call this type of page that does not allow a person to see your sales letter until they give you their name and email address, that is what we're utilizing on the Big Seminar site. Now, why? Well, let me tell you why. the first thing is, if any of you remember, any of you were on the first emails that I received, I sent that out late, probably about 8 or 9 o'clock on Saturday night. So let's count it up. So it's Sunday night is 1 day. Monday night is 2 days. 3 days as about right now we've fully been up online. Now, here's the results as far as that goes. Now, remember, part of the key is to build an opt-in list. Isn't that correct? Everyone talks about you need a list, you need a list, you need a list. Well, that's true. You do need a list. But let's look at the number of autoresponders I have. Message people on my autoresponder message. I have 2,978 people as of right now that I'm speaking at 9:22. 2,978 people have registered to be on these calls and receive this information. So that's 1,000 people a day that I am putting on my prospecting list for the seminar. Do you see how that works? 2,978 people. Well, Armand, what kind of traffic are you getting? Well, I'll tell you exactly. You'll be able to figure this out because I track also the number of visitors that we're getting, which is it's a lot, but it's not really that much. Where the average opt-in rate on this site's a little low, so we're doing some testing still. But on this site, it's a little low in comparison, and it depends on how targeted the traffic is. But we average out at about 37% opt-in rate. So let's just call that about a third. That means 33% roughly of the people. Let's just drop that down at a lower number. Are opting into the page. That means 2/3 of the people are leaving. Now the question is, Armand, aren't these people the people you'd want to come and see your sales letter? Isn't one of these people that are leaving the site, these 66% of the people leaving the site without giving you their email address, aren't they the type of person that you would want to see your sales letter and hopefully they would buy maybe a seat to the seminar? The answer is no. You see, that is the hardest part to get through anyone's head when it comes to this concept, this technique. You don't want everyone seeing your sales letter. You want only qualified people seeing your sales letter. If they're not qualified enough, meaning if they do not trust you enough after reading that little blurb and maybe seeing a video like I have, maybe hearing an audio message, maybe seeing your site, and if you haven't convinced them enough at that point, chances are you're probably not going to convince them enough on the sales letter anyway. So, no, those aren't the type of people I would care about. They can put in their name and email address. I'll give them information, and then I will send them to the next page where they can see the details on that. But, okay, 66% of the people aren't going there, 33%. So I'm doing roughly how many visitors a day? Well, 2/3 are going away. A third equals 1,000. So that means 2,000 people are going away. So we're getting about 3,000 visitors a day, roughly, just to put in easy terms. Now, how successful is that, and what does that mean on the internet? Well, many of you already know about Alexa, and you've done Alexa searches before. Well, as of today on Alexa, and I'm on the internet right now, and I'm actually checking this out for you live. And I know what I was earlier today on Alexa. I don't know what I am now. I was 1,259 today, which means the highest ranking site on the internet is 1, and I'm the 1,259th most visited site on the internet. Today we dropped down a little bit. We actually went down to 3,385 as of today. So you can see the little peak that we had up there. But we went from, on Saturday, do you know what it was? 0, meaning that we were at over 100,000, in the 100,000th place or higher. I believe they had us ranked as 144. Then the next day, within the first day, we jumped up to 18,000th most visited site on the internet. Then yesterday we hit 1,259. Today we're down a little bit to 3,385, and I expect that will go back up over the course of the next day or two, and that will bounce up and down between probably where we are right now and 1,000, and I'll probably break the 1,000 mark at one point or another with this website. Now, that's how popular the site can be, and that's how people will come back and visit your site. Now, what's one of the key things you noticed when you came to this website? And a lot of you may have already seen it already, and it's pretty obvious because you can't help it because it reaches out and starts talking to you, and that is the video, right? I mean, you can't deny the video when you come to this website. it starts talking within a minute or two, and you don't know the difference. Now, I have to give you a confession. I've never talked about this with too many people. Only a few people know about this. Is that I did that video here in my home. I woke up one morning, obviously got dressed, took a shower, put on a sport coat, put on the tie, put on a dress shirt. Well, put on a dress shirt, then put on the tie. But here's a little secret. The beauty about doing video on the internet is what? How much do they see of me on this video? They only see me from the shoulders up. They don't know that I'm actually wearing pajama bottoms on the bottom of that video. And that's the beauty of doing video at home and making it very easy. And obviously you can see it's a shameless plug for our instant video generator service. But here's the purpose of the video. Now let's talk about this. Now, I've always recommended doing this with audio. Audio itself can be very, very powerful on the internet, and you can get your message across very, very effectively. And I fully do believe that audio is still perfect. Now, depending on the price of your product, your event, your seminar, your service, will determine possibly which is going to work better for you. Personally, what I would do is I would test audio against video. Now, I'm not going to tell you that video is going to win. My inclination is that it will win, but I can't guarantee that because I don't know. You see, the only person that's the true marketer, and you probably heard this before, is the actual customer. They will tell you exactly which is going to work best for them. You will find out which is going to convert more. Is it audio? Is it video? We're finding a great conversion rate on this particular page. I'm happy with what we have. I'm not extremely happy because I believe that we should be up over 50% as far as an opt-in rate, which we've achieved previously. So we're still working on this, and we're going to continue to change this over and over again as we continue to market. So you have to always test. You also have to test the market. Anyone that tells you any different, they're blatantly lying to you. Your market has to dictate as far as what you do on the internet in order to make it. So always test one against the other. Never take anyone's word for almost anything. I mean, use it as a suggestion, use it as a guideline. I'm giving you straight facts, and I'm still telling you to test. What does that tell you? So video works great. Audio works best. You should split test between the two. Now, what are some of the other features on this website? I did very subtly on this website, I did a takeaway. And what I mean by takeaway is I said, here it is, but then I took it away from you. Now, what I want you to do if you're on the bigseminar.com website, the main page right now, which is the opt-in page, if you click on any of the buttons at the top of the page in order that would normally be activated in order to navigate the page, I have fill in the form to get full details emailed to you right now. If you click on any one of those buttons, you get the same exact message. Now, people are saying right now, that's annoying. You know what? You're probably right. It is. But it's a takeaway. What you're doing is you're psychologically working with this person, let's say. What you're doing is you said, okay, here's the button. They're thinking, I can bypass your system. Everyone is going to whatever system that you develop, there is going to be someone somewhere, and in fact, in many cases, many people out there trying to bypass your system, thinking that they're going to outsmart you. The best part is to almost let them think that way. Let them think that they're going to pull one over on you and then take it away. That makes them want it even more. So by putting that little button there, it forces people to say, oh, he's got me, she's got me. And they'll fill in the name and email address below and then enter into your sales letter. Remember, we only want qualified people, so if they get mad about any piece of our sales letter, if they don't like it, if they're offended in any way, hopefully not offended, but if they are in any way for whatever reason, don't worry about it. You know, there are millions upon millions of people on the internet, and one person is not going to make a difference in your income whatsoever. Trust me. It's just not going to matter. Now, a technique, and this is Michael Fortin's response testing that has proven this. I believe, I can't think of the name who Michael learned it from off the top of my head, but he puts this little red box around the submit button. That draws more attention to the submit button, and what that does has a higher click-through rate on the submit button. So putting a red box does work as well. So and also what you need to do is you need to understand that draws the focus of the attention to that submit button and to that
The name, first name, email address as well, too. Enter your first name, enter your primary email address. Remember, how many email addresses do you have? Ask yourself that one question. This is something a friend of mine, Alex Mondosian, taught, and Michael, puts it on his forms as well, too. The question is, how many email addresses do you have? Now, I have a bunch for my business because we have different support email addresses and stuff like that. But I also, on a personal side, I can count at least 4 that I have. One of them I use more often than others, but I have 4 email addresses that I could give a person right now that they could email me. So that's 4 different email addresses. Now, if you ask a person to enter your email address, they could enter any one of their 4 email addresses. If you ask them for their primary email address, which one do you use the most? That's what you're asking the person to fill in that blank. That's important because you don't want an email address, you don't want a subscription, you don't want your offer going out to a secondary or third email address. You want it to go to their primary email address, the one that they're going to be checking the most, the one that they're going to be reading the most, and then do it. Now, I want to backtrack just for one little bit. What I want to backtrack to is the actual video that we have on the website. Now, if you have the capability, if you're listening to this, maybe if you're listening to this live, if you're listening to this on a recording, go to the webpage, go to bigseminar.com, and I want you to click the play button, and I want you to close your eyes and just listen to the audio and listen to what I say. Because it's not the fact of having the audio, it's not the fact of having a video, it's the fact of what I am telling them to do. Now, let me explain to you. Video and audio is useless. Okay, let me repeat that. Video and audio on a website is totally useless unless you have a specific purpose. It is not just say, oh, here's some great things, and yeah, you can see me, and yeah, blah, blah, blah. No, you have to have a specific purpose, what you're trying to do. My specific purpose was to tell you to do a couple different things. My first purpose was to tell you, first of all, welcome to my website, who I am, and then to basically what we're doing. I want to give you a free gift. That's my bribe. Then I'm going to tell you to fill in your first name, your primary email address, and click the submit button below. And on the next page, you're going to see all the details and all the information about my upcoming Atlanta Big Seminar. So I accomplished telling you a lot of information within one short video message. I also told you what to expect. There's a law of expectation, meaning when a person clicks the submit button, what happens next? If they don't know, they're going to be more reluctant to click that submit button. Did everyone hear me on that? Okay, let me repeat. There's a law of expectation. A person has to know what to expect when they click a button. If they do not know what is going to happen next, if they click that button or click that link or do anything, they will hesitate, and chances are they will not do what you want them to do. The third thing that you have to understand is that you have to also just tell them. You have to tell them. Remember, people, when they come to your website, they're on the fence. They don't know if they're going to do it yes, they don't know if they're going to do it no. So tell them what to do. By you simply telling them, not asking them. I never once asked you to sign up. Will you sign up for my conference calls? No, I told you. Fill in your first name. That's a command. Fill in your primary email address. That's a command. Click the submit button below. That's a command. I never once did I ask you to do anything. I told you what to do on that website. And if you're on this call right now, that's a direct result of that. Whether you want to admit it or not, you may have already decided that you're going to do it, but also by someone reinforcing the fact, it ensures that you follow through with the process. So that is the purpose of audio and video. That's what you need to understand, is tell people what you want them to do. And don't be wishy-washy about it. So many times I see marketers on the internet, and they're scared. They're scared of offending somebody on the internet. I am too. I'm really scared as far as offending people. I try not to. I try to look at my words very carefully.
when I either write an email or if I'm writing a website, writing a sales letter, or writing a promotion. I'm really careful as far as how I choose my words for the most part. Sometimes something just slips by and I didn't see it, I didn't catch it, or it slipped out of my mouth before I said it. I think we've all done that at one time or another. But for the most part, we try to monitor what we say and what we do. Not that we're going to say something totally wrong, but we need to cater to all audience, or as many audiences as we possibly can. For example, on this call, I don't know if anyone even caught it. I said something that made me think 3 to 4 minutes after the fact what I said, and it was still getting me. And I'll just explain. I'll totally tell it myself. But in the beginning of this call, I think as I was welcoming people onto the call, and then maybe I was explaining what we were going to do, I said half-ass, right? I normally don't say that, and that just kind of came out. And not that it's extremely bad. I think everyone knew what I was talking about, but it was, was that a possibility where I could offend someone? The answer is yes. But on the Internet, I'm not saying that you should use, any kind of profanity or anything like that on the Internet. I'm saying that you have to be more stronger on the Internet. Be aware of what you're saying, but be more forceful, be more dominant, and don't worry so much about offending somebody in the way that you do it. Pop-ups. Some people use pop-ups, some people didn't. I was a big promoter of pop-ups, still am to an extent. But the fact is, a pop-up offended people. Oh, my God, they had a pop-up on their page. I'll never go back to that site. It's like, so, it doesn't matter. One person, because you had a pop-up, they're not going to come back to your site, or they emailed you. I mean, think about it. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. You had a pop-up on your page, so the person is going to email you to tell you how bad that pop-up was, and they took 10 minutes out of their day in order to write you this long email telling you how much of a bad person you are because you had a pop-up come up on your page, and all they had to do was click the X button at the top, and the pop-up would have went away, and they could have carried on with their day. So it's not your issue; it's that person's issue. And anyone that you offend, as long as you're not totally off the wall, and I think we all have a sense of reality when it comes to that area. As long as it's not totally off the wall and it's within the reality scope of things, you shouldn't have a problem. But be more forceful with the people and tell them what you want them to do, especially when it comes to ordering, when it comes to buying. If any of you have ever been in direct sales, you've always realized the top salesperson, he wasn't necessarily pushy, but he was on that line, though. Some people he could have been, oh, man, he was pushy. But you bought anyway. And so were you happy? If you were happy with the purchase, then were you glad that he was pushy? 9 times out of 10, the answer is yes. I was glad that he pushed me in to buy it because it was the best investment I ever made. I'm glad he pushed me to buy this car because I love it. I would never trade it in for the world. I'm glad he pushed me to buy the house because, or she pushed me to buy the house because this house is probably the best house I've ever bought in my life. I love it. I wouldn't move for the world. Well, see, there's a fine line between being persuasive and being pushy. So be careful as far as the fine line. Don't be classified as pushy, but if you're being called pushy, that's probably not so bad. You're probably in the right direction at that point for the average person. So when you're doing your audio, when you're doing your video, my whole point is that don't worry about offending people and don't worry about being pushy. Just tell them what to do on it and then go on from there. See, I'm not even talking about any other page. I'm just talking about my opt-in page. Now, you're going to see more and more things come up about with this opt-in page. You're going to see these opt-in pages. Let's talk about the future a little bit. Here's how you're going to stay ahead of your marketplace. Now, this is something I haven't talked about with other people yet. So you guys get the first time to hear this. When it comes to the opt-in page, these opt-in pages, just like we're looking at in this main site of Big Seminar, you're going to see some things change over the course of 6 to 12 months. We're not talking a long time. We're talking within this year. By January 06, you're going to see some changes. You're going to see people start getting real crazy with what they're asking. Stephen Pierce, told me about, he talked at my last Big Seminar about being interactive, finding more information about the customer, catering more to the customer, giving them what the customer wants rather than what you want to sell the customer. That was just a small piece of his talk. But what Stephen's talking about and how I interpret it, and I interpret things a little differently because I'm looking at from my point of view, my experiences, my background. I'm looking at the sales letter, and here's what I'm thinking the whole time. Well, okay, people are going to ask a question. You're going to come to this page. It says, grab to 14 hours. I could have asked you a lot of questions on here, First of all, I asked you for your first name, your primary email address. What if I asked you for other information? Okay, let me give you an example. What if I asked you for your age? Okay, would that make a difference? Well, yeah, that does make a difference. To my market, not necessarily, but I just need to know that you're over 18. Because if you're over 18, chances are you have the financial means in order to come to my event. In this particular case, I'm trying to sell a seminar. Now, what other information is pertinent to me? Okay, the state. Do I care about the city? Could care less about the city. I just want to know the state. Okay, or the phone number. I could get the phone number, and then I could figure out the state. So I wouldn't need the state if I had the phone number. You see, and here's why. Okay, let's take the phone number for example. The phone number. What can I do with the phone number? I can tell you where you live, and I can have your phone number. I can call you, right? I can call you up, and I can say, hey, this is Armand Morin. Thanks. Hey, you were just on my teleseminar last night, and I just made an offer at the end of that teleseminar that you can't refuse, and I put up a special web page only for you guys. It's only going to be up till 5 o'clock today, and then I'm taking it down. Okay? Do you think that's good? I mean, would that be good to be able to do? Do you think that would increase your conversion rate? You see, the biggest problem that people have on a teleseminar, let me just tell you this up front so you know. The biggest problem that people have on a teleseminar is conversion from a seminar to actually hardcore sales, meaning that no one's really developed a surefire system. We came close, Alex, myself, and Rick Radix. We came close with an idea that Rick had and that Alex had, and we put this together, and we did 500 sales in 10 minutes on our call for instant video generator when we first launched it just a few short weeks ago. That was the most I've ever seen sold on a teleseminar as far as number during a teleseminar. Now, after the teleseminar, we had a little over 1,000 people in the first day or so, somewhere around that area. Is that pretty good? Yeah, it's a heck of a conversion rate. But most people from a teleseminar do not get it to convert because people are saying, it's on a teleseminar, I want to think about it, I want to do this, I want to do that. But what if I make an offer? What if I make an offer tonight, which I will, and you'll see exactly how this works. But what if I gave you an offer that was only good tonight only? That's only good tonight only, or maybe it was a contest, maybe it was a giveaway, whatever. What if I made it tonight and gave you all that information, gave you something extra, a great bonus, maybe worth several $100s of real-world value, not bogus value. Let's just stop about that for a moment. When you're giving away bonus gifts, they have to have real-world value. What I mean by real-world value, meaning if people weren't going to pay money for that, then it's not a good deal. Why would I want to give away a bunch of crap that people can get for free on the Internet if they just do a little searching in Google? Does that make sense? Think about it. If that's what you're doing in your business right now, do you think it's a good idea? Probably not. If they can look for your bonuses and they can find them on Google, it's probably not very good, especially if it's on the first page if they type it in and they can find it anywhere. Your bonuses will become outdated at some point, whether you like it or not, unless you create the bonuses yourself. So the solution is to create the bonuses yourself, and no one can duplicate it. No one can have the same bonus as you, even if someone is selling a similar product as you. Does that make sense? So think about what you're giving away for your bonuses. If it's not real-world value, then don't do it. Don't use it. Get rid of it. So back to my point. So let's say I offered a tremendous bonus, tremendous value if you did what I wanted you to do. In my particular case is sign up for my seminar, right? Why? Because you're doing yourself a favor. You're going to thank me for it more than I'll ever thank you because you're going to have that information for the rest of your life. And it's going to be a tremendous event. But let's just use that as an example. You come to the event. You sign up for the event tonight. Or no, you say you don't. I make an offer. You want to think about it. So all of a sudden tomorrow afternoon you receive a phone call. You pick up the phone and it's me. Not me personally, but it's a recording of me. And it's saying, hi, hey, this is Armand Morin, and you were on my big seminar preview series last night, and we just made a tremendous offer, and it's good tonight. In fact, at midnight tonight, the offer ends. I will remove it. No one else will ever have access to that offer again. Is that powerful? Do you think I'd get more people or less people to sign up? More, wouldn't I? Now is everyone going to take advantage of it? No, they're not. I realize that. You realize that. We're not trying to get everybody. We're just trying to get a little bit more than what we currently have. You see, many times we try to focus on creating that winner, that home run that gets hit out of the park. We don't care about the home run. We just want to hit a base hit. Let me ask you this. Now let's use my example again. I don't care what example we use, but my example is real easy. If I had sent this out to, if there's, 300-400 people on this call, if there was just one person got converted, would that make my time for this 1 hour worth it? Yeah. Why? Well, it's $2,000, right? It's $2,000 to come to your seminar. Well, that makes it worth it. that $2,000, for this hour made it worth my time to be here. So think about it. How can you put different things like this? That's how these opt-in pages are going to come about. We're going to get more details from the customer. We're going to be able to customize the sales pages. Think about the process. Okay, if I have an opt-in page, what would be my ideal or my perfect sales letter? Well, what if I asked them a series of questions? Okay, let me ask you this. Would my sales letter be more powerful if I did this? I asked you for your first name, your primary email address. I asked you where you're from, maybe city, state, where you're from. I asked you what level of marketing expertise that you had. I also asked you what you like best about seminars, or have you ever been to a seminar? And then also I asked you what you liked least about a seminar. And I asked you all that page. This is before you even got to my sales letter. Now, remember this. This is before you even got to my sales letter. So now you click the button. You know what I just did? Well, I took all your likes and I added different pieces to my sales letter that were wrapped around your likes, and then I took out your dislikes, or I rephrased them so they weren't there anymore. I filled the sales letter in with your name. I filled the city and state from where you live. I could have at the very top of the page, attention, special bonus offer from people from North Carolina only. Would that be cool? Would that work better? Again, would that get us more sales or less sales? Well, common sense says it'll get us more sales. How do we know? We don't know unless we test it. But, if I'm a betting man, and occasionally I do if it's a sure thing, this is almost a sure thing. I'm not saying it's going to definitely increase sales, but I bet you a system like that would dramatically increase sales. In fact, we may just do that. But now here's the drawback, because there's always a drawback, right? Well, the more information that we ask, the less people will you get to respond. Let me repeat that. The more information you ask, the less people will respond. Meaning, if I'm asking you for first name and email address, do you think I'd get more people or less people if I just asked for your email address? Probably get more, right? Less personal, more generalized, though. So I would get more people, but I wouldn't have the first name. And is the first name important to me? In some cases, yeah, it's pretty important. I can personalize emails with it. I can do a lot of different things. So I could do that. So there's a trade-off. You need to think about it. Is it which is going to work more effective? But now if I'm going to get a higher conversion rate, if I ask you all these other questions, and I'm going to convert more of those people that came to the sales letter, and that overexceeds what I was going to do as far as sales anyway, then it would be worth it for me. So again, we're back to the chicken and the egg. We have to test. We have to let the market tell us what's going to work and what's not going to work, rather than us trying to think ourselves as far as what's going to work. Do you understand? You see, what the biggest focus that you need to do right now is take action. I mean, and I'm not talking about these seminars. I'm talking about in general in your business. And this is the biggest lesson I've learned over the course of the last 5 months. What I mean by taking action is this. I said it during this call one time, and what I believe to be the true secret of success on the Internet, becoming a successful business on the Internet or an unsuccessful business on the Internet, and that is this. An unsuccessful business on the Internet knows what they should do, and they just don't do it. To me, that would be a definition of insanity. I know what I'm supposed to do, but I just don't do it. Well, the most powerful question you can ever ask yourself when you're running your business is why. Just one word. Why? I know what I'm supposed to do, but I just don't do it. Well, if I was their psychologist, if I was their mentor, if I was their coach, my only question would be, why? If you ask yourself that question about your business, and you sit down and you seriously ask yourself about that, you will be surprised with the answers that you come up with. Now, let me give you the secret on this, because it is a secret, and this is what people aren't willing to do. You see, you've all heard the phrase before, and it's all so cliche, I hate to even say it, but successful people do what unsuccessful people aren't willing to do. Again, successful people do what unsuccessful people aren't willing to do. So here's what you should do when you run into a business so-called crisis, when you come questions regarding your business and reasons why you think in a certain way. Ask yourself that question why, but write out your answers. Write them out, type it out, put up a notepad on your computer, however you take notes. If you're like using a pen and piece of paper, then use that, and write out why. Write out your reasons why. Why am I doing it? Okay, I don't have time. I'm not really sure of myself. I don't know this. And then analyze it. I mean, just sit back, look at it. Okay, I don't really have time. Okay. My response to someone that says I don't have time to do all these things for my internet business, let's say you have a full-time job already, which some of you maybe have. Well, if you have a full-time job already, and you're saying, I just don't have time, I get home from work, I have my family, I have my kids, my wife, and I'm torn in 60 different directions at the same time. My answer to you is really simple. Do you have 5 minutes? Do you have 5 minutes? Because if you have 5 minutes, I can show you how to become successful on the internet in 5 minutes. Not in just 5 minutes, 5 minutes a day. If you can devote 5 minutes a day to start off with to your business, you're good. You're fine. Because what I've found out, and I don't care what it is that any tip, any technique, any tactic that anybody can tell you to do with your website to increase your conversion, to increase the amount of money that you make, can be accomplished in 5 minutes. And I can prove it almost every time, is that, what's the biggest thing that you can do to increase your website sales and conversion? Everybody? What? A headline, right? How long does it take you to change a headline on a website? Well, less than 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Okay, what's another thing? Okay, remember I said to put that little red deal? Marty Foley is the one who came up with that, by the way. Marty Foley came up with the little red around the submit button. Well, how long would it take you to do that on a button on your website? Well, 5 minutes, right? How about if you added a few more order links on your sales letter? How long would that take? About 5 minutes. How long would it take you to write 2 or 3 more autoresponders to your follow-up system or your prospecting system? Okay, what? Another 5 minutes. You see my point? It's 5 minutes. It's always 5 minutes. There's not too much can't be done within 5 minutes. And you don't have to tackle the huge task. Okay? The way to eat an elephant is just what? One bite at a time. Not to try to eat to swallow the whole elephant. It's just one bite at a time. It's the same thing when you're trying to increase your business. It's one step at a time. 5 minutes here, 5 minutes the next day, 5 minutes the next day, 5 minutes the next day. So it takes you 12 days to put in an hour into your business. That's an hour that you wouldn't have put in anyway. So you're that much further ahead. If you can increase your productivity by just 5 minutes a day, then you're fine. See, just think about that. If you took your tasks that you need to get accomplished, that you need to change on your website, that you need to get done as far as your business goes, any business task, I don't care what it is, break them up into 5-minute segments and then have a goal for each one of those segments. I want to get these 5 things done this week, and then I'm going to take the weekend off. The next week, I want to get these 5 things done this week. I'm going to take the weekend off. Not like you're working a lot, and I'm not saying that's all you should work on your business. But if you're limited on time, then I'll take 5 minutes from you than I can anything else. Do you see what I mean? So work on that. Work on dividing up your time, what you need to work on most. You see, let me explain to you this process, because the one question I've had that I thought was really interesting is that someone sent me an email. We get probably 50 to 60 questions a week or so, just from people just wanting to know different things about marketing. And we try to answer some of them and at least point them in the right direction if we can't do it ourselves. And the question this person has says, I just don't understand it. I just don't understand
how the internet works. Could you kind of give me an overview? Now, if someone asked you that question, could you answer them right off the top of your head? I couldn't. I had to think about it for a minute. Well, an overview. Okay. How does the whole internet business work? Well, it certainly depends on the type of business, so I had to preface it with that. Depends on the type of business, but let's say since he was emailing me, he must have had an idea of what my business was, so let's kind of rephrase it. Let's try to cap it off for him. Okay. What I do is I have a product. I have a product that people like, want, and need. That's criteria number one. Okay. Number two, I create an opt-in page, meaning I collect their name and email address before they see my sales letter. Okay. I create an opt-in page with audio and or video on it, and I get them to subscribe. Then they go into my prospect list. But during the subscription process, they're automatically redirected to my sales letter. After the sales letter, if they buy, then they're removed from my prospecting list and they're automatically moved to my customer list. Okay, let me repeat that. If they buy, they're removed automatically from my prospecting list to my customer list. So this way they don't keep receiving my prospecting questions. I follow up with them for about 15 days, teaching them how to use my products. Then I start introducing them to new products that I have, and then the cycle starts over again. That's it. That's all internet marketing is. It's the same processes over and over and over again. Once you've created your own personal system for success, it's just a matter of repeat. That's why the learning curve, it's not like a traditional business where you may have this huge, learning curve in order to become successful, and it could take years and years and years. No. The internet is really simple. It's the same system over and over and over again, and modified in different ways to meet different industries or results. So once you win the system once, it's up to you on how fast you want to duplicate that system or how many multiples of that system you want to have working for you at the same time. With the invention of this opt-in or shy yes or whatever you want to call this type of forced opt-in page, with people starting to do this, it makes it even better to build your list of people. Let's think about it. Okay, now how effective is this? Well, we mentioned I get 1,000 people a day. What I have before we started this call, let me give you an idea. We had on this call, we had 2978 on this call. Now, I don't even know how many people we got right now, but while we're on this call, I'm sure that someone opted into my list somewhere onto that for this particular call, which they don't know what's going on right now. But I'm sure someone probably did, and let's just see. These are live numbers. I'm not fudging them. I don't need to. 2978, I have 2992 right now. So I had a few people opt into my list while we were on this call because of the forced opt-in page. Those are names and email addresses I could never follow up with before unless I had their information. But if now that I have their information, what's my next step? Well, now I can follow up with them. I can tell them about the next call that we're going to have, which is on Thursday. And I can, have them listen to whoever's going to be speaking on that call. And I can follow up with them. And if my offer is good, if my product is good, and I know my seminar is good, so that, so if I have a good product, which is, again, the event itself, then I'm okay. If you have a solid product, that's the key. It all depends on a solid product. If you don't have a great product, it doesn't have to. Let me back up just 1 minute. I know we're running out of time here, but let me back up for a second. If you do not have to have something great. You do not have to have something revolutionary. You only have to have something good. And that's it. You can always make it better. And that's the beauty of the internet. Is that, again, you don't have to be great. It doesn't have to be life-changing, but it just has to be good. Something that you can be proud of, something that works and fulfills all the promises that you made in the sales letter that you used to sell that product. That is what you need to have. If you have something above and beyond that, then great, I'm happy for you. But don't think you have to come up with something revolutionary and be ultimately this huge creative person, because you do not get paid for creativity. Okay? That's a pretty shocking statement. But you do not get paid for creativity. You get paid for results. It's the only thing that matters in business, online or offline, are the results that you get from your advertising, from your marketing, from your conversion, from all the different things that you do, if you're not producing some sort of result from doing a certain type of action, you're producing a result whether you know it or not. But if you're not producing the desired result that you need, then you need to rethink your marketing methods. You see, it's not a complicated business. It's either, again, John Reese, we were talking, actually he was at a seminar a few years ago, and he was saying, it's two things, and I've mentioned a couple times on this call. It's either more or less. You look at what you did, will that get more sales for you, did it get less sales for you? If you do this, will it get more or will it get less? That's it. It's just when it comes down to marketing, and I fully believe that, and I think that was, a very simplistic statement that says it all. But don't complicate things. See, 9 times out of 10, you will complicate the issues more than anybody else will complicate the issues. If you're able to step back, the biggest ability that you can create, okay, let's focus on something. This is pretty big, is that the biggest ability that you can ever have, that you can focus on, that you can work on, is to step outside of your own business. Okay? That may be the hardest thing for you ever to do, but step outside of your own business, and how does it look like from the outside? How does it look from the outside? How do your customers perceive your business? How do you handle things when they happen to your business? Do you react to it, or do you just think you see it happen, and then you think about it, but you don't just have a natural reaction as to what happens, because you never want to react to something immediately. I always think about it. If I have a nasty email from a person or from a customer or whatever, and every once in a while, in the course of business, you will get your 1 or 2 people that are just they're crockpots. I mean, they're weird, and they'll send you something, and you're like, oh man, I'm going to write them back this nasty email, and I'm going to show them, and no. What you do is you never respond to those emails the first day. You think about it, you let it simmer, and then you respond to them the next day. You never respond to anything when you're emotionally involved in it. These little tips for your business, you see the way you run your business is going to make a big difference for you in the long term. When you look at your customers, how they see you, how does your customer service look? How long does it take a person to respond to a customer service question? How long does it take for your customer to get their product? Is it a hard product? Is it a physical product? Is it a shipping product? If you're shipping a physical product, what does it look like by the time it gets to the customer? Have you ever sent yourself your own product in the mail? Do you know what it looks like? Meaning, what's it look like by the time it gets to your customer? You might leave your place looking pristine, but if it doesn't get to your customer looking pristine, then you get an issue. You need to change something. You need to change your packaging. You need to change how you're shipping it. You need to change who's your shipping carrier. If you have a digital product, does it get sent out immediately? Is it available for download immediately after the website? Is it complicated for people to use? Do you give them explicit instructions? If you're not giving them explicit instructions, then the question is, why? And because you don't know how. Well, then find someone that teaches you how to do this. You see, if you don't want to do it yourself, find someone else. Hire somebody. You don't have to do it all yourself. I mean, I like doing all the things myself. I don't want to a lot of the times, but I do like it in many cases where I still handle I handle a lot of my website design myself. I handle my graphics design myself for the most part. Actually, for all part. I handle, I like doing this stuff. There's certain things I like to do, and I have my business right now where I can do what I like to do, and I don't have to do things I don't like to do. That is a successful business to me. Oh, and the other part is, you make money too. That's the good part. But these are the things you need to think about when you're building your business. So let's talk about. We got 3 more minutes. I want to wrap this call up. Okay. The first thing is you want to start utilizing this name squeeze opt-in page type technology. You want to use it, and you start using it immediately. If you're not doing it, you're losing money. I'm telling you, right now you are losing money. You're losing the list. You're losing out big time across the board. I mean, my challenge to everyone that's listening to this call right now is to just do it. And that it sounds like crap, but I mean, just do it. Just get out there and just say, the heck with it, and I'm just going to do this because he says he's going to do it. If it doesn't work for me, all I have to do is just go back to what I was doing before. But try it at least. Don't knock it. Just do it, because once you do it, I'm telling you, you will see the power of it. I'm already sold on this. See, as you can tell, I'm pretty pumped up about this type of concept. And if you notice a lot of my websites recently, that's the only concept that we use. You think there's a reason? You think I'm going to change my older websites? Absolutely, because it's going to work. And we're going to get a lot more than 1,000 emails a day when I can change all my websites. We're going to increase that quite dramatically, and that's because I've been in business for years. But, think about this. If you could collect 10 a day, if you're only collecting 1 a day now, but if you could collect 10 a day, you just increase your business 10 times. You increase your potential for business 10 times. You can increase your list 10 times just by doing that alone. What if you use this strategy and your list was 100 and you increase that by 10 times? You squared that, and now you're getting, 1,000 a day. You see what happens is little tiny changes in your business can produce big results over time. Some of them immediately, and some of them it takes a little bit more time for them to come to fruition. Because the immediate results of eliminating people from seeing your website is the fact that you'll get higher qualified people, meaning your conversion rate will ultimately increase a little bit at first. That's okay. Where the money comes in, though, on the strategy is on the follow-up system that you utilize to follow up with these people. That is where your money is made. That is where you will get everything back in 10 times more because of that one strategy, because of the follow-up system that you're going to utilize to continue to keep these prospects in your mind, in thought all the time. So think about these ideas. Again, we only had a little bit of time. We only had about an hour to share together. I hope what I shared with you today on this call just provides you with something that you can go home and use today. My biggest point of view, my biggest vision for you to do is simply just go ahead and do something and take some action on it. Make one change. 5 minutes. Remember, 5-minute marketing. 5-minute marketing is the key to success. If you can break everything down to 5 minutes, and you will have everything covered. Customer service, emails, 5 minutes. 5 minutes here, 5 minutes tomorrow, 5 minutes the next day. And I'm telling you, you can accomplish so much in that method. So think about that. Use this opt-in strategy. A lot of the other things that we cover, these are just general things that you can do for your business. But this is just our first call for the Big Seminar Preview Series. We're going to have another call on Thursday. Quite honestly, I'm not sure of exactly which speaker we have. We have a couple different choices there. But we're going to have another speaker on Thursday where I'm going to be interviewing them as to who they are, what their business is, and how it can benefit you in your business. Again, we try to do it as quickly as possible, which I'm trying to get results immediately for you on that call. And this is trying to give you an example of some of the information that you're going to learn at the seminar when we have more time, when we actually have a lot more process that we can go through, when we can use visuals, when we can use a lot of these tools that we have available at a live event. It's much more interactive, and you can see the power behind it. People's lives have been changed by the seminar, and that's something that we're really proud of. And I'm going to make it really simple for you. The seminar itself, is there. The opportunity is there. The seating is limited. That's not a marketing ploy. That is actually the truth. We had 147 people going into it. We've had plenty of people sign up. I don't even know how many people we had sign up so far. But we're at about, I think, almost 170 people right now coming to the seminar. So we only got 230-something seats left, somewhere around there. And we plan on selling out by the end of February. So if you're interested in coming, I urge you to come on down to the event. We're going to have a great time down there, and you're going to see that these speakers know what they're talking about, and you're going to see, more importantly, that this can literally change your life. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for being on this call. I hope you had something from it. If you have any questions on anything that we talked about tonight on this call, or if you have any questions about our seminar at all, please email us at support@bigseminar.com. We'll be more than happy to answer anything for you. But thank you very much, and again, I hope to see you in Atlanta, Georgia on April 8th, 9th, and 10th of this year. So thank you again. My name is Armand Morin, and again, we're with bigseminar.com, and we'll hope to see you in Atlanta. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
What we're going to do is we're going to get right into the heart and the meat of this call, and let's just talk about some marketing, and let's talk about the big seminar, and let's tell you all about what's happening and why we're doing these calls and why we've done this literally, I don't know how many times over the course of the last 3 years, but we've done a lot of these calls. We've affected a lot of people as a result of these calls. It's kind of a twofold benefit. It's a win-win situation, definitely. So let's do this. Let's get started right with the call. First of all, officially, my name is Armand Morin, and you are on the Big Seminar Preview Series, and this is part of our preview series for our upcoming big seminar in Atlanta, Georgia on April 7th, 8th, and 9th. I want you to write those dates down, April 7th, 8th, and 9th. And
this particular event happens to be our 7th big seminar. Our 7th big seminar. As a result, we have literally trained thousands of people in the benefits of internet marketing, running their own businesses, and we have tremendous testimonials to not only say that, but to prove it as well, too. People that have actually been to our event and have just gotten a lot of results for it. People that have a lot of experience in the internet business world, and also on the other spectrum, people that are brand new, just starting out. And, one of the things that I discovered along the way is the fact that continuing education, since I've been online since 1996, which in internet time means forever. And over the course of my 10 years, now 10 years, my 10th year online, believe it or not, but over the course of the last 10 years, I've learned a lot of information. One of the most important pieces of information that I learned was the value of continuing education. I am probably one of the biggest buyers online, and that's probably, I don't know if that's a good thing to say or not, but I buy all kinds of products. I buy almost everything I can get my hands on when it comes to marketing and marketing information, no matter from who. And because if I can get one idea that can affect me and my business and cause me to make more income as a result of it, then it was well worth that money. And, most products I can usually come up with at least one idea, if not 10 times that many ideas or more. And so I'm a firm believer in continuing education as far as keeping yourself abreast of what's happening in your particular industry. Those of you that are listening on this line, you're one of several different types of people. First of all, you may be a person that's just thinking about starting a business online. And if that's the case, then great. I'm glad that you made it to this call. We'll tell you more about how you can get started in your own business. The other part is that some of you may be existing internet business entrepreneurs. You have developed your business. You've got to a point, and you simply want one thing. You want to make more income. Again, the whole world doesn't revolve around money, but when it comes to business, that is the objective in business, is to turn a higher profit, because that is how you keep score in business. And again, if you don't turn a profit in business, it then becomes a hobby, and we know that hobbies really don't make money. So with that being said, we started the Big Seminar about 3 years ago. Since then, again, thousands of people have come through. If you go to the Big Seminar website, which all of you have done, you can see some of the pictures of people that have been to our seminar. And again, we have some great photos of the size of the crowd. In fact, the last Big Seminar, we had approximately about 400 people or so there. And we had a great time. We gave away well over $100,000+ worth of prizes. We gave away, I think, over 20 laptop computers. And we do things a little bit different. It's like when you were in school, there were certain classes that you had fun in and you enjoyed going to, and there were certain classes that you totally detested in going. You never really wanted to. We try to make learning fun because remember, I believe if it's fun, then you're going to learn more as a result of it, and that has worked quite well for us. This event, to kind of give you the backbone of this event, just to put on this event, it cost us over $300,000. Actually, we just figured out the numbers today. It cost us $350,000 to put on this event. Now, that's not to brag. What I'm telling you is that we put a lot of money in planning and tools and processes and meals because we feed you, unlike a lot of other seminars out there, because I think it's important that you stay together as a group, because one of the highlights of any seminar that exists out there is the networking, and I don't care what anyone says. That's one of the main reasons why people come back time and time again. I have people that have come to my seminar 7 times in a row. Why? It's not because of me. It's because of the information and the people that they meet there. And it's an extremely important part of any event. And as an internet marketer, networking itself is crucial to your business, and we'll talk more about that later on in this call. But now getting to the people that are going to be teaching you for 3 days, we have a group of people that I ask to come to the event each and every time, and I usually try to change that up in some way, shape, or form. Some people we bring back time and time again. Some people we change out and we rotate these people in order to give you different views and different aspects, because people are always changing their businesses. People like that we have this time, Yannick Silver. Yannick Silver is a tremendous marketer. He's been online quite some time. Many people know Yannick. You've seen him in several books, in fact, Multiple Streams of Income, Secrets of the Young and Successful. He was in Debbie Allen's book, Confessions of the Famous Internet Promoter. He's in Dan Kennedy's book, No BS Business Success. Yannick is a tremendous person as far as a marketer goes, as well as an individual as well. He's got some of the most sought-after products on the market today, and you can learn a lot from Yannick. And he's going to be there, and he's going to be teaching you, again, as one of our teachers over the course of the 3 days that we're going to spend in Atlanta. We have Declan Dunn. Again, Declan, as I mentioned earlier, for those of you that were on the call earlier, is a true pioneer in the world of Internet marketing. Declan was one of the very first people to really start marketing online, and he stayed abreast of the latest techniques and strategies, and he never ceases to amaze me. I just spent the last weekend in San Diego with Declan, and we spent a day going over some strategies on a project that we're doing, and it was just amazing. And what he's doing right now just blew me away. And what we talked about was what he was going to teach at the big seminar as well. And he showed me a case study of what he has done with a group that was brand new, just starting out. And you can read all about that actually on the big seminar website. I won't tell you more about that. You can go back there and read that. We're going to have Mike Filsame. Some of you may know Mike. Some of you probably recently purchased his product called Butterfly Marketing, which is a tremendous product. In fact, that product sold so well, and using his own techniques, he's did over $1 million in sales in just the first 5 days. That's pretty amazing. It's an amazing feat. I mean, most people would love to make $1 million in the course of a year or more, and Mike has been able to do it in just 5 days. And so we're going to be talking with Mike. He's got a tremendous opt-in list. He's going to teach you about butterfly marketing and what it is, how he does it, and how it can work literally for anyone. So, again, we have a great person, Mike Filsame, great marketer. We have Morgan Westerman. Now, I want you to go to Google, and I want you to type in one word, and one of the most searched terms in the world, and that word is God. And the number one site that you will find, last time I looked at least, was theinterviewwithgod.com, theinterviewwithgod.com, which is one of Morgan's websites. In fact, over 40 million people have visited this particular site. And it's just amazing the traffic he has generated from this and what he refers to as buzz marketing. And he can show you how to do the same process within your own business and for your own business. Everyone talks about viral marketing, but the fact is that everyone just talks about it. Not too many people know how to do it. Now, if you tell me that you know about viral marketing, show me your viral marketing campaigns. Very few people can actually show me those campaigns. Few people even have those types of campaigns. But Morgan does, and he's done it not only for himself, he showed other people how to do it, and it's worked just as effectively for those other people. And he can show you how to do this too. And once you see his story and understand his story, you will see that anyone can do this, and he can show you how to do this. And this is a very, very strong part of Internet, especially coming into the year 2006. And we'll talk more about what's going to happen in 2006 in a little bit, because there's a lot of information I want to share with you guys to get you prepared for 2006. We're just starting we're in the month of February right now, but it's not too late to get your 2006 straightened out. Now, the next person I have actually on the list, if you look at the website, is a person by the name of John Childers. Now, some of you may be thinking, why would John Childers be at Armand Morin's big seminar? Well, I've been asked that question a number of times. Well, if I could introduce you to a person that has literally taught me how to increase my income an additional, let me make this very clear, an additional 7 figures. Yes, that means over $1 million, just by learning something that he has done. Wouldn't you want to know about that? And I think you would. I think you should, because what John Childers teaches you is the greatest skill, in my opinion, in the world, and that is the art of public speaking. And we're not talking about being phonetically correct, because if you listen to me on this call, you will know that I am not the most eloquent speaker that there is in the world. But what John tells you is how to speak and also how to sell at the same time he's speaking. Yes, that's right. There is an art to this. Yes, people do make money from doing that. And he can show you what that is, what that's like. And when I took John's course, this is no lie. Let me explain to you something. I took John's course, and I paid a lot of money for it, a lot more money than you guys will ever want to spend for any course in your life. But I took the dive. I knew this was something that I do because I speak at seminars all over the world. And I figured if I spoke, I want to get the most benefits from it. Now, let me explain to you something. when I spoke at seminars, I would, at the end of, I get done speaking, and many of you have seen me speak at seminars, I usually sold about $15,000 worth of products and services. And, I'd usually have to split that with the promoter, and so I'd get about half of that, which is okay. So think about it, $7,500 for an hour or an hour and a half worth of your time. Is that pretty good money? I think it is. That's, that was dang good money to me. So what I did is I took John's course. Well, that $7,500 that I netted when I started speaking, when I went to 2 more seminars, I was averaging over $50,000 for an hour and a half worth of work. If you could go from $7,500 for an hour and a half to $50,000 for an hour and a half worth of work, and I've done as much as $150,000 for an hour and a half worth of work, wouldn't that be worth it? And if you can imagine that, and some of you can and some of you can't, that's why I have John Childers teaching you there and showing you how to do this. And it's an amazing technique, and I think you should all be aware of it. I'm showing you things, and the way I select the speakers for this event are things that I know personally that you need to know about. There are ways. We run a multi-million-dollar company here in Raleigh, North Carolina, and the Big Seminar is just one of the companies that I own. And, each one of these speakers I've selected for a specific reason is because I know you need to know this information, what this person has to offer, because this person knows what he's talking about. There's a growing process. We get hammered every year with the Big Seminar as far as people wanting us to allow them to speak on our platform, on our stage. And I say no almost all the time. And there's very few people I say yes to. In fact, no one really approaches me and I say yes. I usually have to approach you. And that's really the way it works. And quite honestly, that's the selection process that we do. I usually approach that person because I know they have something to offer that I think that our particular audience would like to know, and that has worked very effectively for us. Ask anyone that's ever attended the Big Seminar. They'll say that our speakers are bar none, can teach you more information more than anyone else in the world on that field. So again, getting on with this because we have a few more things, and then I want to actually tell you and train you and teach you tonight with a lot of different things. Well, I don't know how long this call is going to last, and I'm going to tell you it's going to last until I finish. That's about it. So we have Mike Stewart, though. Everyone's talking about video infomercials, video blogging, video auctions, and all this stuff. Well, you know what? Video is great, and I'm going to tell you it's a tremendous deal right now, what's happening right now online with video. The problem is that most people don't know how to do it correctly. There's a lot of people talking about video and saying, oh, well, you should do this and you should do that. My question is, show me proof. Show me what you have done and show me the results. And when I say results, I'm not talking about making it look pretty. I'm talking about show me results of campaigns that you have done with video online. I don't care if you've done it offline, because offline doesn't matter to me, quite honestly. What have you done online, and show me the results of what you have done. That is the most important thing. Mike Stewart can show you what he has done online in some big campaigns. Some campaigns are so secretive that he will not be able to share this. He's not going to share this with anyone until the Big Seminar. But he's going to show you step by step on how he does it on all these avenues. Once you see some of these techniques, you're going to be amazed at what this can do for you and what it can mean. And I can tell you this: the techniques have worked for Mike, and Mike's not afraid to admit this. But Mike doesn't have a very huge email list at all. So again, that's one aspect. We got Craig Perrine who's going to reveal to you about email marketing. Some people think email marketing is dead. You're absolutely wrong. Right? Email marketing is not dead. You just need to know how to do it right, and Craig's going to tell you all about that. He's worked with some of the biggest companies that are out there. We have Stephen Pierce, and again, I think George has his his line unmuted. So George, hit *6. We've got Stephen Pierce is a person that is a tremendous marketer. He's done just amazing campaigns. He's one of those people that I truly respect as a marketer, and what he has done and what he has taught people and what he has developed, and someone that I believe that you should pay close attention to. Stephen never shocks me when I see the campaigns that he's put together recently, and he's got some cutting-edge things that he's done that a lot of people don't know about. And I'm sure he's going to be sharing those there at the Big Seminar. We have Dave Licani. Dave Licani has just written a best-selling book called Persuasion, and I'm sure he'll be telling you more about that at the Big Seminar. But it is a best-selling book. He's doing talk shows all over. He's worked with some huge, huge companies all over the world. People and companies like IBM, the U.S. Army, Rogers Media, Micron, GE, the Wizard Academy, It's just amazing what he's done. But he is a specialist, as many people don't know, in PR. And developing PR strategies for your company. Now, this is the one part that people don't talk about. PR, what is it? Everyone says, okay, well, you just go to PR Web and you go to one of those places, or you buy a software that just submits it out to all these different places. You know what? That's a total crock. That's not how it works. It's not how it works in the real world, and it's not how it works in the Internet world. And you have to look at the value of PR. People thinking that PR is just a matter of get a bunch of links back to your website. You're wrong. Okay? What PR will work for you online in the online fashion. It can get you calls. It can get you television interviews. I mean, think about this. You talk about the value of marketing. If you do a television interview and you mention your website and you're being interviewed, or if you're in USA Today, or if you're in a major publication, and what it can do for you. I mean, for example, some of my companies have been in places like USA Today. We've been Entrepreneur Magazine. I just secured a television interview that we're doing next week. We're doing all these different things, all based on PR. And, you can use PR to your advantage. It's not just to get a link back to your website so you can rank higher in the search engines. Yeah, that's a benefit, definitely. I'm not going to deny that. But it goes much beyond that, and you need to know how this works, because this is how real businesses do it. See, somehow, some reason, when people jump online, they think that their business is not a so-called real business because it lives in the virtual world. That's totally wrong. You need to start treating your business like a real business, and it will transcend between the virtual world and the real world, and you'll see how that can happen, and that's why you need to listen to Dave Lacani, because he can show you how to do that. We have Alex Mondosian, a good friend of mine, and a person that I own. I partner with several companies in. We own Audio Generator, Video Generator, and the new Marketing Makeover Generator that we have recently released, and he, along with Rick Rice, is my partners in that, and Alex Mondosian is going to be talking about many different things. He always coming up with something new. He has recently, developed his Teleseminar Secrets class. Many people have taken part in that, and it was just tremendous success, as I knew it would be. And Alex is a tremendous marketer. He's been online. He's worked with some of the biggest companies in the world, some of the biggest marketers in the world, and some of the biggest celebrities in the world, and teaching them about marketing and getting them online, and all these different strategies. And he's going to be able to show you those live at the big seminar. And then you have myself, Armand Morin, and again, I've been online for 10 years. Our company does over many millions of dollars a year in business. And one of the things that people always ask me, and again, I'm just going to kind of trying to segue into what we want to talk about tonight. A lot of people always ask me, what do you do? I mean, how do you run your company? I mean, how do you do your business? I mean, how do you think of ideas? How do you think of products? And all these different things. And, as I mentioned earlier on this call, people think that there's a big secret. There's a secret that's behind the curtain that you never get a chance to see. And you know what? It's not. It's very simple. That's what I want to talk to you about tonight. But again, those are a big seminar lineup, and we have actually one more person which we'll tell you about, and that is Harv Eker. Some of you may know of T. Harv Eker, and Harv Eker spoke at our event last year in Atlanta. He's coming back again, and we're going to be talking with Harv on these calls as well too. And Harv has literally taught tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands of people all over the world. A tremendous motivational person who has the ability to not only motivate you but direct you to make the right decisions. And we're going to be talking with Harv in the near future on these particular preview calls, as well as all the other people that I mentioned. But that is our lineup for the big seminar. And there's something I want to tell you before I get into actual real content that I want to go over tonight. And that is this, is that I have worked out a special arrangement for everyone that registers their seat right now. And that is, you not only get, this has really never been done in the history of seminars that I know of, but when you register your seat, you get Stu McLaren's Idea Seminar in Anaheim, California, if you're able to make that. Again, at no cost to you. Mark Victor Hansen's Mega Marketing Magic Seminar in L.A. on March 3rd through 5th. You can have the ability to go to that absolutely free. And then you can get to come to Armand Morin's, myself, my own big seminar on April 7th, 8th, and 9th. And you can't get this from Stu. You can't get this from Mark. You can only get this here at the big seminar, and that was the arrangement that we had made. And you have the advantage in your court. I mean, Mark charges over, I believe it's $1,400 for, $1,297 for his event. Stu's event, I believe it's about $500 to $600 right there alone. So, again, we're talking about another $1,900 worth of value, plus all the other bonuses that we're giving everyone. But those two events, the events can literally change your life. At Mark's event, I know this. Has actually Jay Abraham. He has John Paul DeJoria, basically the person who runs Paul Mitchell. He has Wally Famous Amos. He has many different people there that you're going to learn a lot of information from. And again, when you purchase your ticket for the big seminar, you get to go to both of those events absolutely free. Again, on Stu's event, though, there's limitation. We can only take the first 40 people, which I think we're pretty close at right now. But and then we have Mark's event as well, too, which we can accept to the first 110 people for that particular event. So that's the reason why you should register your seat today. And so that is it. That is enough for the big seminar. I'll tell you more about it later on before we close out. But, again, I'd love to see you there. We've taught a lot of people there, and I want to see you come there. It's going to be an amazing event, and once you go, you will always come back, guaranteed. Now, let's get into the heart of the call. I apologize for that taking so long. That will be the longest you'll ever hear me talk about the big seminar. Now, let's get into you. Why are you here? You're here for one reason. First of all, you were interested, you thought about the big seminar, things of that nature, but you also wanted to see what the heck is he going to talk about today on tonight's call. Why should I listen in, and what should I do with that? And let's talk about some simple strategies. You know, I've been going through a lot of different things with me and my company lately, and one of them was really, really shocking to me. And I hate to admit some of these things on a public call, but I will anyway. One of the things I discovered is that when I went to send out an email recently, I discovered that the majority of my email was actually not even getting through. Now, and I'm going to tell you why in a few minutes, but I discovered that, listen to this, about 75% of the emails that I have in my database, which is, you know, a decent-sized database, are not even getting through to the intended users. Now, is that a pretty big problem for me? Yes, it is. Is it a problem for you? It could be, because let me tell you the reason why this happened. The reason why it happened is because I run my database on my own servers, and when you run on your own servers and you don't have someone full-time taking care of getting you whitelisted, which means that constantly talking to people like AOL, Earthlink, and all these other major ISPs, you run the risk of being what's called blacklisted, meaning that your email will not get through. So if that is the problem, if that is the issue, what do you do? Well, first of all, let me tell you how I found out. I found out about this started with a conversation with a friend of mine, Ryan Dices. Many of you know Ryan. He has a program called Content Goldmine at contentgoldmine.com. You can find out more about that there. But him and Jimmy, and as well as Nichology and .com and things of that nature. But as I was talking to Ryan, we were talking about a product that he was working on, and he was telling me why he was using a system. Actually, he was using a system called Aweber for his autoresponders. And I said, well, you know, that seems kind of crazy. You know, why don't you just run off your own server? I said, you know, I've been running off my own server for years, and I really haven't had any problem. And he basically posed a question to me, and he said, well, how do you know? I was like, I thought about that for a second. I guess I really don't know. So what I did is I went to Aweber. Aweber has another system out there. It's called Delivery Monitor. And, yeah, you can just go to deliverymonitor.com, and that just goes directly to their website. And I signed up for their service. It's a service that takes a bunch of email addresses that are seeded in it, and you import it into your own mailing list. And when you send an email out to that, it will see if all these things get through, and it's a bunch of different ISPs. So I went ahead and I did that. I signed up for it, and I sent out an email campaign. And I discovered, man, you know, this got to be wrong. 26% of my emails are actually getting through, and that means 74% of them are not getting through. Now, think about this. I mentioned something twice on this call so far. I mentioned that I own a multi-million-dollar company, right? Let's put it this way. I can tell you this. I'll let you kind of guess where it is. My company does over $5 million, and it does less than $10 million. You can figure it out from there, but somewhere between $5 and $10 million, and we don't need to get specific. And so if I'm doing between $5 and $10 million a year in my company, and 75% of my email is not getting through, what would happen to my income if I actually got the rest of my email to go through? And so I started thinking about that, and that was kind of shocking. It was kind of an eye-opener to me. And then when I think of a situation, when I think of a problem, and really that's what business is all about, is solving problems and assessing the situations and assessing the source of the problem, I discovered very quickly, it's common sense really at this point. Okay, I'm running on my server. It's not working. 75% of my email is being blocked approximately. So what do I need to do? I need to move, right? I need to move to a place that's going to get through. And so, I hooked up a deal with Aweber. I created my own private label of Aweber, so it doesn't matter. I mean, I have autoresponder generator, which only makes sense for me. So I set up my accounts at autoresponder generator, and now in the next week or so, this is pretty new information, as you can tell, but in the next week or so, we're actually going to be moving our autoresponder messages and everything in our lists over to that particular system, and making sure, because they have a high delivery rate, they spend a lot of money and they work with a lot of the major ISPs in order to make sure that the email gets through, and that is where I need to be, and that is where you need to be, because email marketing is a very tough game. If you do not do it right, then you have a big issue on your hand. So, I'm using Aweber as an example because I know how well they do it. One thing you want to be leery about when you're doing business online, some companies claim to be everything to everybody. And let me tell you the good and the bad about that. The good thing about being everything to everybody means that, yes, you can probably save money in working with them, and yes, they may be a very good company to work with, but if they do autoresponders and they do this and they do that and they do this and they do that and they're a hosting company and whatever, and I'm not mentioning any specific companies, I'm just kind of give you an idea here. You have to remember is that if they're everything to everybody, that means a portion of their time has to be devoted to these 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different aspects in order to maintain their whole process up. What impresses me most about Aweber and the guys, Tom Kulzer and Sean Cohen over there, the guys that literally run Aweber, what impresses me about them is that, first of all, historically, they are the longest-running autoresponder out there that I know of. And there may be one or two others, and that could be debatable. I don't know, but as far as my knowledge, they are the longest-running autoresponder system that exists out on the internet today. They've had great results. They've constantly tweaked their system. And here's the other part. They are what's called, and what I refer to as a specialist, meaning that they only do one thing. They simply handle autoresponder messages, and that's it. So, with that being said, that is the reason why I chose to entrust my list with Aweber to make sure that my mails go out. And that's really important for you to make sure that you're with a company. And I'm not just promoting Aweber here, and that's certainly not my intention. My intention is to make you aware of a situation that I have that chances are I would be willing to bet you have too. So what I'm sparking you to do is to, first of all, think to see if you do have the problem. Number 2, take an action. Find out if you truly do have a problem. And number 3, take another action, which is solve the problem. And this is how I solved it, and this may work for you. So again, email marketing, there's many different methods of email marketing as far as the techniques go, which Craig Perrine will go over at the big seminar. But that technical aspect of email marketing is something that you have to be fully aware of. I know many of you, have lists. Some of you have a list with other people. It doesn't really matter where your list is from. You want to make sure that your emails are getting through. And if you sign up for that delivery monitor, what was very important on that delivery monitor is not only did they tell me what ones are getting through, but they also told me how to fix the problem. They told me the email addresses I should contact in order to make sure that my emails can go through, how I can get whitelisted, essentially. So they gave me the solution on how to fix it if I want to do it myself, but their company, Aweber, certainly does it all for you if you use their system. So again, take a look at it. That's one thought. That's one thing you need to do. As I was writing emails just yesterday, I thought of something that I found very, very strange. Did you ever receive a promotion in an email, and you receive that email into your inbox, and that link, it was not activated, meaning it wasn't a hyperlink. You couldn't click on it. It was just the link itself. And as I was writing my promotion, I started thinking, one of the ways, for example, if you're using Word, Microsoft Word, and not for your email, but just in general, Microsoft Word, if you're using Microsoft Word and you type in a URL you know that URL doesn't become active until you put a space after the actual .com, and then it becomes active. Well, you know, email clients work the exact same way. So when you're writing a promotion, whether it be for a broadcast, whether you're using a one shopping cart system, an Aweber system, or whatever it happens to be, always, always, always make sure that you put a space after the email address. After the URL that you happen to be putting in the email that you want people to click on. That one small tip can mean the difference between your link being active or obviously inactive and people not clicking on it. But you have to remember that people are lazy. People are lazy when they read an email. They don't want to take the time to highlight that, copy it, and then paste it into a browser in order for them to view your particular marketing message. So if you don't know this is happening, or if you never really did put a space, or many times just by hitting enter after the URL, it will activate it. But if you do both, put a space and then hit enter to go to the next line, then you're kind of assuring yourself that this is going to happen when you send an email out to your database. So that's pretty important to make sure that little things. See, the whole science of internet marketing itself, and it truly is a science because you can track everything. You can track it, you can test it, you can modify it, you can increase your results. The true science of internet marketing is really a matter of testing. It's not a bunch of big secrets or anything like that. It's actually a bunch of small secrets. And let's talk about some of those small secrets today. And some of these things are common sense, and some of these things are, takes a little bit more thinking involved behind it. So let's start off with the most basic elements here. The first thing is that when you're marketing online, what's the first thing that you absolutely have to have? And this is a part of a thinking process, and it's an exercise. But the first thing you actually have to have, most people say, I need a website. Well, technically, you might. Not really, though. In my opinion, the first thing that you need to have, first of all, is an internet connection. And that's kind of breaking it down really minuscule. But when you're getting ready to make money online, you need one thing. And in my belief, you need a product. You need a product to have. You need a product to market, whether it be yours or somebody else's. Now, some people may say, well, I want to market someone else. I'm going to make a huge amount of money in affiliate marketing. And then I'm going to create my own product. And I'm going to say something extremely controversial right now. I'm going to tell you why. Why do you want to market someone else's product? If you market someone else's product, who makes the most money? They do. Most of the time, there's rare exceptions. Yes, some companies pay you a little bit more than 50%, but usually they make the most money. Why don't you want to own your own product, and why don't you want to make the most money? Now, the other thing I want to ask you a question is if you polled 1,000 internet marketers and you ask them that same question, and you ask them the question about internet marketing, and you ask them how they make their primary income, I say, again, primary income, and find out how many of those their primary income is from affiliate marketing, I will dare to say that very few of them, their primary income is from internet marketing. Now, a supplementary income, absolutely. Affiliate marketing should always be a part of your marketing arsenal, but my belief, to make your primary income, it's going to be a product of your own. And, trust me, I make a lot of money with affiliate marketing. I mentioned Jimmy Brown, I mentioned Ryan Dice. Those guys pay me I think $5,000 a month right now just for sending out 2 emails promoting 2 of their products. Is that pretty good? Yeah, it's pretty good. But did I do that first to start off with? No. I did that after I built a company and after I built a list. That's the only way I could have done that. It wouldn't have worked if I was a nobody starting out from scratch. And can it work if you're nobody starting out from scratch? Yes, it can like that. But I would rather try to market my own product. If I'm going to try to push a product and sell a product, whether it be for $27 or $127, I want to make all the money. And is that greed? You can call it greed if you want, but it just makes more sense. Why would I want to make $50 when I can make $100? And the reason is because the $100 may be a little bit more work. It may be a little bit more time. It may be a little bit more energy, maybe a little bit more thinking behind it. But long term, that is going to make you more money. So let's start off with a product. What kind of product can you create? Now, first of all, people think about product marketing as, I need something new, I need something revolutionary, I need something that's going to change the world because everyone has seen everything already. You know what? they have probably seen most of the things that you will think of. That's the sad part. But does that mean that creativity can't exist? No, it doesn't mean it can't exist, but I'm going to tell you why. Why would you want to try to be creative and create something the world has never seen before? That may be a goal, and that's probably more of your ego speaking than the logical part of your brain, because what you need to do is just create a product and throw it out there. Get it out. And to change the world, you're not going to think of it in an hour. You're not going to think of it in 2 hours. You may not think of it for 10 or 20 years. And you may develop a product like that, and quite honestly, I hope you do. But my objective and goal tonight is to tell you how to make a product now and then get it out there and start marketing. So how do you do it? Let's talk about the common things. One of the biggest problems that people have when they jump online, when they jump on the Internet, when they get started, when they make the decision to build an Internet business, is they tend to forget everything that they've learned from the real world. When I say the real world, I mean the world that's outside of your door, not on your computer. Whatever you've done prior to making that decision, somehow people negate. They think that I'm not going to use that. I shouldn't use that. I shouldn't use my experiences before. Why wouldn't you? No matter what job that you have had, no matter what skill that you have had or developed over the course of your life, and you probably don't have just one skill, you have a number of skills that you have done, those skills are somehow lost and forgotten and therefore ignored, and they are literally gold mines waiting for you to go ahead and make known to the world and put together in a product. Okay, some of the skills, what are some of the skills? What have you done? Well, it's a proven fact that people want to know about anything and everything. So what can you do? Well, let's assume this. Let's assume that you were I don't know. Let's go on the low end of the spectrum, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, but let's assume that you were a manager in a fast food restaurant. Some of you may be that, and if you are, great. What you can do is you can write a manual, how to be a more effective manager in the fast food retail industry. Do managers in the fast food retail industry search online? Yes. And once that's an idea for a product, so you write that down. So what you do first is you brainstorm. What else can you do? What else do you have the skills to do? Well, how about this? How about, here's a kind of a funny book, and I'm just kind of thinking of this off the top of my head because I happen to be looking at one right now. But what if you could make a book on and this would probably be a novelty book that would sell just as well anyway, but what if you could make a book or an ebook that actually just taught people how to set their time on their VCR or DVD player and things of that nature? That would be pretty funny, but it'd probably sell. And I bet you, because that's one of the biggest problems, certainly one of the biggest jokes there is. So if that's one of the biggest jokes there is, chances are that's one of the biggest topics that people are searching for as well, too, no matter how much that joke is a joke. How about this? How about how to, something very simple. Hopefully all of you, if you've managed to get on this call, you've at least done this. How to set up a computer. Now, some of you may have heard of this a television show. It's called Beauty and the Geek. It's actually on right now while we're on this call. And it's kind of a funny show, and I watch it every now and then because it just kind of takes my mind off things. But this particular show, one of the tasks one week is for these people that, I don't know, let's say that weren't too bright. Their objective is to become smarter throughout the course of this event with this, dealing with this one smart person and one, the beauty and the geek. The beauty happens to be not so bright in this particular case. Their objective was to simply set up a computer. And, some of them couldn't do that. So if they couldn't do that, does that mean that maybe other people can't do that? Things that we take for granted? Yes. So you could do that. That would be another product, a small product. You see, I'm telling you about products that are not going to set the world on fire, and I'm going to tell you why in a few minutes. Now, what else can you do? Well, how about this? And I'm just kind of, what I'm doing is I'm actually looking around my desk here in my office, in my house. I'm looking around my desk, and I see, for example, I've got like 3 remotes. I have like a television, I have like a VCR, I have like a DVD player, and I have all these different things on my desk here because I watch training tapes and stuff like that while I'm working a lot of times. And so I see like I've got like 3 remotes here. What if you could just show a person and teach a person and train a person how to use a universal remote where you could actually pre-program all 3 of these remotes into one remote. This way you don't have a ton of remotes all over the place. Some people just don't get how to follow the instructions on that. So what if you just showed the people how to do that and then recommended 3 or 4, 5 universal remotes that you could do this? How about this? I see, for example, again, on my desk, I have an iPod speaker system. So what about this? What if you could teach a person how to use iPod accessories? Okay, if you have an iPod, which some people do, I don't know if you do or not, but if you have an iPod, there are a lot of accessories for iPods. What if you could review those accessories, tell them which ones are good, tell them which ones are bad, and why they should have this certain accessory? That's another topic that you could create. Again, organizational skills for setting up your bookshelves. And again, what am I doing? Looking around my office, going through your bookshelves. How can you go through the clutter, organize your bookshelves in a logical way that you can go and you can literally find any subject on any product or any book that you want instantly without having to go through this whole thing. Because that's, for example, in my particular case, that's an issue with me, is that I have all these books, but I roughly know where most of my books are because I could have them by sizes. But, I couldn't tell you exactly where the book is. So what if you could show a person how to just logically order up their bookshelf? That would be a product. And you see, I'm not telling you to take products that are complicated. These are little instructional manuals. And these are just simple ideas that you could do, that anyone could do right off the top of their head. Now, here's the deal. What you think, and again, if you think like this, then listen real close. If you don't think like this, congratulations. But a lot of people think that in order to create a product, that product has to do thousands of dollars in sales volume a month, or tens of thousands of sales volume a month, or it's not worth doing because this product's only going to make me $300 a month maximum because that's all I can really foresee this product doing. Yeah, so what's your point? If it makes you $300 a month, you should be happy about it. And here's the reason why, is because what you're not listening to and what you're not thinking about is you're thinking about one product. You see, let's look at this. Let's look at some numbers here. Let me run some numbers through you. Let's say that we had a product, and I don't know, let's just say we sold a book as an ebook for $20, okay, just to make our numbers really easy. And we had $300 a month income we're going to make off that book, so we divide 300 by 20. What do we come up with? And we come up with 15 books. Now, that means we'd have to sell one book on average of every other day in order to make $300 a month. Is that a huge task? That means like 3 to 4 books a week, max. And the answer is no, not too complicated. Not too complicated, a little bit of marketing skill, you could probably do that. You see, if you think like I just mentioned, you are setting yourself up for failure because you think that you're going to create a product that is going to create thousands of dollars every month right off the bat. And you may do that. Don't get me wrong. You may do that. I hope you do that. But let's bring it down to something feasible. Because if you think that you're going to create a product that's going to do $3,000 to $4,000 a month, you have automatically set yourself up to fail, and you have automatically set yourself up to believe that the internet marketing business does not work and that all the information that you have bought is now a 100% scam. Well, that's because of the way that you have impressed upon yourself, or maybe it's because the way other people have made it sound. It's so easy, and because if it's so easy, then why aren't you doing it? Because obviously there has to be some kind of secret behind this. Okay, so if that's the case, why we only want to make a $300 product? First of all, it's easy to obtain. Okay, that's the reason. It's easy to obtain, and what we're doing with our first product that we put out in the marketplace is we're doing one thing and one thing only, and that is building a belief system that this works. Because if you don't have a product out there that's making at least $300 a month, then you don't believe that you can create a product doing at least $300 a month. So our first thing is to build a belief system. If we can achieve $300 a month, then we can achieve $3,000 a month, just with a little bit of extra work. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, let's assume that was the maximum profit potential for that particular product. If that was the maximum profit potential for that particular product, how many of those products would we have to have in order to make $3,000 a month? Well, yes, simple math says we need 10 products that make at least that amount of money. Now, again, the next logical step, $3,000 a month to making $30,000 a month. How many products do we need then? We need, 100 products? And yes, I said 100 products to make $30,000 a month. $30,000 a month multiplied times what? 12, which would give us what? $360,000 a year in income. Is that a good income? You see, I'm not trying to teach you how to make enough to survive. I'm trying to teach you how to make enough to become financially wealthy on this particular call, because to me, ultimately, that's what you want. I think that's what you want. You want a business that you can rely on. You want a business that can actually take you and give you the lifestyle that you want. Maybe it's a lifestyle you're accustomed to. Some of you, I'm sure, have tremendous maybe jobs that you already have that you're making a couple $100,000 a year. Some of you have jobs that maybe you wish you had jobs that paid you a couple $100,000 a year, and some of you, you just want to equal the income that you're making right now, and that could be perfectly fine. Whatever level that you want to achieve, you can actually achieve on the internet, and certainly with your own business. I've seen people do it from all walks of life and all types of income. My thought and my process in showing you how to make $300 and $3,000, and then on top of that, up to $30,000 a month with a simple product that only makes $300. That you can only make $300 a month with. You see, you are not. This is what you have to understand. I want you to write this down right now as you are listening to me right now. I want you to write this down. Type it out. I don't care what you do. This is what you need to understand. And I want you to write it down like this. I will not get rich with one product. I will not get rich with one product. And that is the absolute truth. Can it? Yes. You can get rich with one product, possibly. What are the odds? Very remote. Let's put it this way. I've done it. I've made a lot of money with one single product. But is that the norm? The answer is no, and I know that. And so you need multiple products, and they don't all have to be winners. If you develop products that simply turn a small profit that each and every month consistently, then you have built a business. You see, some people build their businesses, and they think they need to build their businesses on what I refer to as fad products. And what I mean a fad product, I mean a fad product is a product that is temporary, and that is the absolute wrong way to build your business. You need a product that is going to be here today, here next year, the year after that, and the year after that. You want a product that's evergreen. It's going to be here forever. And therefore, you don't want a product that is just going to be the flavor of the month. Because if you built your whole business on flavors of the month, then you will never, ever have a chance to enjoy your business. You always have to be developing new products. So, that being said, think of simple things. How-to type products are the best things in the world. Let me give you an example. When I went to college for a very brief period of time. I went to college actually 1 year, and I quit college to have a glamorous job of selling vacuum cleaners door to door, which sounds kind of crazy, but that's what I did, and it was the best move I ever made in my life. And I'll tell you more about that on some other time. But when I was in college, I was fortunate enough to have this one teacher, and this one teacher told me two things that I'll never forget. The first thing he told me was that, Armand, he said, you need to buy this book. And this is a true story. You need to buy this book. This book has created more millionaires than any other book in history, and outside of the Bible, certainly. And so he said, you need to buy this book. And he said, it's a book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And I was like, okay, well, that sounds good. And he kind of built this whole mystery up behind the book. And I got back and I called up the bookstore, and I called all the bookstores in the area, and these bookstores, none of them carried it. I finally found a bookstore about 5 miles away from where I was living, and I didn't have a car. I didn't have a car at this place, and where I went to college, and so I walked 5 miles. 5 miles to this little store, found the book, got my hands on the book, paid I think it was about $4 for this book. Then I walked all the way back to my place. I read this book. I read it from cover to cover. Not the whole walk, obviously. I had to get back, and I continued reading all night long until I finished that book. And I never sat down until I finished it. And I was looking through this whole book for the secret. And what I didn't realize is as I was reading the book, the whole book was the secret. Is that it's a thinking process. The way you think will determine how successful you are. And if you don't have the book Think and Grow Rich, I think you should go out and buy it right now. Go to your bookstore, get the physical book, make notes on it, highlight, whatever you want. But Think and Grow Rich is one of the greatest books I've ever read. The second thing he told me this is that, and this is it's not really a secret, but he told me a fact. The fact is that he said that he was a business consultant. I said, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. And I asked the question. I said, well, what do you do? What's a business consultant do? And he says, well, a lot of different things. And he gave me one example. And this is the example I always remembered. He said that, I charge people, for example, $100 to take their business and to register them at the county office. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He said, well, here's what I do. He goes, and this is what I get paid $100 for. Now, remember, I'm like 19 years old. I grew up in a small town. The most I ever made was $160 in a whole week at the time. So, $100 is a lot of money. And he says, it only takes me 10 minutes. I'm like, oh, man, 10 minutes and I can make $100 if I did this. And what he said is I go across the street to the stationery store and I get this form. And I don't know what the form was called, but it was some kind of a form that he had to buy at the stationery store across the street from the county clerk's office. He took the form, filled out the form, and then he took it across the street and turned with his client's information in it, and then turned it into the county office. And that was it. And they paid him $100 to do that. And my immediate question was, well, why don't they do it themselves? And he said because they don't know how, and that's what they pay me to do. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I always remembered that. How-to information, such as something simple, like how to register your business with the state, how to apply for. Here's a great one that people think there's a mystery when it comes to business. How to apply for an EIN number. How to apply for an EIN number for your basically a tax number, if you want to call it that, for your business. People think that that's a complicated issue to do. In reality, it's a matter of a phone call in some states. In other states, you may have to do a little bit more work. But for the most part, times I actually had to do it in my life myself, and this may be different because I don't do that myself anymore. But the times of my life that I had to do it, it was a matter of making a phone call, and I got it. And literally, they sent me the information. That was it. I was done. But putting an information product and how to do that. Another thing that you can do, and again, we're talking about how-to information. And one of the greatest sources of how-to information that a lot of people don't know is government websites. Most of the things, and again, I'm going to kind of be very generic here because I don't want to give you wrong information, but most of the things that the government, the U.S. government specifically, and if you live in the U.S., one of the things the U.S. government does is makes their information public domain, which means that you can use it to create anything you want. You can use it in your information. You can use it in your publications. You can literally copy, paste it, and sell it and charge money for it, and you don't even need to reference them if you don't want to. So the question is, how do you do that? Well, there's a couple different ways that you can get information on U.S. government. The first thing you can do, if you go to Google.com and you type in Google.com/Uncle Sam, Google.com/Uncle Sam, and you'll notice that the Google logo itself is now changed to red, white, and blue, and now it turns into another search engine. Now, if we type in something, let's think of something like. Here was a pretty big thing. How about this? How about grants? Okay, let's type in grants. Isn't that a pretty good topic? Since people made a fortune, Matthew Lesko. A lot of people know him. Last time I knew is that his company, and this may probably change by now, but his company is doing about $150 million a year. It's that crazy guy in television with the question marks all over his jacket and stuff. He's usually on late night with his little commercials and things. Well, grants. Now, here's a real easy way to go to grants, and the first link is grants.gov. If you go to grants.gov, you'll see it's not a great website, but if you roam around here and you search around, you can get a listing of all the government grants that exist. And it's the same grants that Matthew Lesko is selling you for like $29, $49, $59, and all this information is sitting right here at grants.gov. Pretty interesting, huh? How about this? Check this out. We go to the same place. I'm in Google still. I type in identity. Identity. theft. I type in identity theft, right? Now, this is pretty neat. It's consumer.gov/ID theft. So what we do is we open that up in a new window, and guess what? This whole site is now dedicated to what? Identity theft. So there's all kinds of articles. There's all kinds of PDF files. And you know what? We can take it all. And by taking it all, what can we do? We can turn it into a product that we can now sell. Is that a quick way to create a product? I think so. Do people search on it? Well, don't take my word for it. Let's actually look this up. And again, this is a very simple way to do it. There's more complicated methods, but if we go to inventory.overture.com, and I simply go there and I type in the words identity theft, okay? It's not a big secret here. Identity theft. So I type in identity theft. Okay, well, that makes sense. Services unavailable. So let's try it again. Maybe we can get them to... It doesn't work the first time, do it again, right? And it works second time. So identity theft. Check this out. 44,186 people last month searched on the word identity theft in Overture. And so do you think people would buy a product on that? Yes. The number one keyword underneath that was identity protection theft, identity statistics theft. All these different things people are searching for, information about identity theft and how to avoid it. Certainly. So this is one website that you can do that easily. And you can use this search engine to literally find anything you want to know. If there's any information about the government that you can have. Another website you can go to, and this is a government website, is if you go to first, I'm going to say this wrong, but I believe it's firstgov.gov. And yes, I am right. So we have firstgov.gov, and what happens here is we have all this information about topics, okay? And we can search on all these kind of topics, all these kinds of reports. It's a whole government search engine, essentially, that we have right here on our website in front of us that we can search on literally any topic about the government we want to. Another great website is ftc.gov. And if you go to ftc.gov, what you can do is click on the upper left-hand corner, and it says Contents, and the first link there is called For Consumers. And the great part about this is that we have several different topics. We have automobiles, credit, diet, health, fitness. Let me ask you a question. Is diet, health, and fitness a pretty good topic? I think so. And we have e-commerce and the internet, energy and environment, franchise business opportunity, at home, identity theft. Again, which takes us to that same link. Investments, privacy, products and services, scholarship and employment, telemarketing, telephone service, tobacco, and travel. So we have several different categories. If we click on any one of these, let's click on credit. If we click on credit, that takes us to another website within here that tells you all this information about credit. For example, the rules and acts, we can see all of those. We can see for consumers, or we can see credit for business. And there's all kinds of reports that we can download, we can use, we can actually print out, we can adapt into our product, and we can create a whole product based on credit. And guess what? For free. It doesn't take us any time to create that product. And that's just another method that you can use to create a product. And again, I think it's a pretty great product you can make out of this. In fact, I think someone should do that. One of you guys listening should do it, definitely. Let's see. Investments, again, what's the purpose of the FTC? To protect the consumer, right? The purpose of the FTC is to protect the consumer. So these are all, information that's been written by the FTC. We know we're not going to get in trouble for this information. But on investments, you see that there's, I'm just going to guess, probably 40, 50 documents here on investments and consumer information about investments and things of that nature. Well, you can just take those articles, put them into a PDF, and there's your product. You see, it's not complicated. This is not the complicated part about this. It's really simple. The government has a whole website on spam email. They have a whole website on weight loss claims and about money management. They have a whole website on money management as well, too. And it's just a matter of searching around and having a little bit of information. You don't need to know too much information here. If you just roam their data, if you roam these like websites like ftc.gov and roam like firstgov.gov, you have all this information available at your fingertips. Now the question is, what are you going to do with it? And the idea is to make a product. So just simply make a product from it. You can record it. Okay, for example, you can say, well, Armand, I really don't want to write an ebook because I don't believe in ebooks. Well, first of all, I believe in ebooks, and I think you should too. And there's a lot of statistics backing behind that, and there's a lot of big companies putting a lot of money behind ebooks. But regardless of the fact, you tell me, I don't want to do an ebook. Well, here's what you do. You list all these different articles out, and what you do is you sit in front of your computer, turn on, buy some recording software like, Sony makes something like SoundForge. I use a program called Adobe Audition as well too. Those programs are less than $100. What you do is you sit there in front of them, you read each one of these articles, and now you've just made a CD or a CD course on this. Now instead of selling it for $20, you can sell it for $97, and you can sell them a CD or two CDs on this particular topic. And you can put that. You can create an audio recording. You can put it up and upload that and get to be an author at audible.com. And you can do all these different things. You see, you don't think that the internet is complicated, because it's not. To create a product, you need to create a product first, and you can create your own product. You have all the skills necessary. Now, if you can click a bunch of links, just like we've done, then you can create a product. Okay. The next thing is, once you have that product, the idea is just marketing it. How do you market it? Well, it's very simple. What you should do is you go to Google and you open up a Google AdWords account, and you create these little tiny classified ads that appear on the right-hand side of Google, and you start testing it. Basically, you have a website that you would need to make, and if you don't want to make it yourself, go to a place like Scriptlance, go to a place like Rent-A-Coder, and you can hire someone for probably $10 to $40 that will actually make your whole website for you. You write a sales letter. How do you write a sales letter? Easy. Again, find someone that you know that has a successful sales letter and use their layout. Now, don't use their words. Okay, I'm not telling you to copy them. Use their layout, meaning how they've structured their sentences and their words, and then you write your sales letter according to their format. And that's really easy. And write it out, and then what you do is you upload it to your website. You have to have a way to accept money, which you can go to like something simple like ClickBank if you really wanted to, and eventually get your own merchant account. But after that, it's about it. It should only take you about 2 or 3 days to create a product at most. I assume that if you're working a full-time job somewhere else, then it's going to take you 2 or 3 days. If you're not working a full-time job somewhere else, this is only going to take you a few hours to really do. Maybe 4 or 5 hours tops. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And then you have a product. The question is, how long should our product should it be? It doesn't matter. What's the promise that you're going to make in your product? I personally would like to, if it's a book, an ebook, I'd like to see 10, 12 chapters in it. If you wanted to use a guideline, how long is that? I don't know. I really don't know. It could be 50 pages. It could be 40 pages. It could be 100 pages. However long it takes in order to get the information done. If it only takes 30 pages, don't put fluff in to make it 50. Then it's 30 pages. And there's nothing wrong with having a 30-page book or ebook. If it's 50 pages, it's great. Or if it's 100 pages, that's great too. But don't try to put fluff in and try to make up more pages, because people don't buy by the number of pages. They buy the amount of content that you have in your book. That's how they keep satisfied. So as long as you have a good amount of content, and you can add your own, if you choose to, your own commentary to this, you don't have to just use what's on these particular sites or this information, then what you do is you create this book. I would create a PDF file of it, and then I would sell this, and I would drive AdWords, go to Google AdWords, and you can learn more about Google AdWords there. They have some great tutorials if you don't know about it, and then advertise it, and then make a bunch of these. Think about it. The first one will take you 4 or 5 hours. I can guarantee you each one's going to be a lot less than that. Everyone after that is going to be a whole lot less. In fact, these particular products should only take you probably about an hour to an hour and a half once you get the hang of these things. I mean, I bet you I can do it in 10, 15 minutes. because it's not too complicated, and the faster you can do this stuff, and you can do this. I mean, if it took you an hour to an hour and a half, I mean, and you put them up there, how fast could you work to get 100 of these products out there, all making money? Again, what's our objective? $300 a month. That's our goal. If we make more than that, great. If we make less than that, okay. But we'll settle for it, or we can work on it a little bit more to bring it up to $300 a month. But if we had 100 products at $300 a month, then we're making $30,000 a month. Would you be happy? I think so. Would I be happy? Yeah, I'm sure I would be happy with an additional $360,000 a year. Why not? Why wouldn't you? Who wouldn't be? So don't overcomplicate the issue. And that's the point that I'm trying to make to you today. Is you're not going to get. First point is this: you're not going to get rich on one product. Number two, the information doesn't have to be yours. Number three, the information's already sitting there waiting for you to take and make money with. And number four, there is no excuses. Don't start making excuses why you're not making money. Once you start making excuses, then you are truly in trouble. Don't make excuses. Instead, I want you to reframe this, and I want you to start thinking about why it is that I'm not doing this. Now, I'm not doing this because. Why is it that I am not doing this? And maybe it's a time factor. You say, well, Armand, I just don't have enough time to do that. That's a total bogus answer. You can make time to do it. If you can take time to watch any kind of television throughout the week, then you have enough time to make a lot of money on the internet. Well, Armand, I just don't have the money to do it. You know what? Again, that's not a good answer, especially with me, because the fact is that my first product I put online did not cost me a dime to produce. I actually put that product, my first ebook especially, I developed that. In fact, here's the most money I spent on that ebook. I did spend some money. Actually, it cost me, I believe at the time, $47. I had to buy it in ebook software at that time because I didn't have my own, which I eventually created. But I did all the research myself. I created the web pages myself, and I didn't know anything about HTML. Then what I did is I combined it into an ebook. Then I went up to a hosting company. And in fact, I couldn't afford a real hosting company. I couldn't afford it. I just thought I could do it cheap and it's free because it's the internet. And so what I did was then I went for a free hosting company, and I put it up on there, and then I put it on there. That ebook, first year out, made $27,000, and made that for a number of years. And we're actually in the process of even redoing that ebook so I can continue to market it. These are the things. I mean, not having enough money, that is an issue, but don't let it be a hindrance because you don't need a lot of money. I mean, for example, everything I talked about today to create this product, you take all this product, you put it into a Word document. You say, well, Armand, I don't have Microsoft Word. Well, if you have a computer and you have access to a computer, then I want you to just go up to go to accessories, right, and then go to what they call WordPad because it's automatically installed on every PC that exists out there. And you say, okay, well, I can do that. And anyone can do that. Well, I don't have my own computer. Well, if you don't have your own computer, then you got a little bit of a problem, but it's called the public library. Go down to it, and you use that, and you do this research, you put it into a public library, and now here's what you do. What you do is you simply go to Adobe. Adobe, you can sign up for an account to get, I think it's 5 free PDF creations that you can go there, and you can create a free PDF file from there. But again, I don't have any HTML software. It's very simple. Go to a website. It's called NVue, NVUE.com. N as in Nancy, V as in Victor, U as in, ugly, E as in Edward.com, NVue.com. That's free HTML software. Or what you can do is you can actually go to Netscape, download Netscape Composer, download Netscape, the full Netscape browser, I should say. Inside of that is actually Netscape Composer. Again, that is a free HTML software where you can actually make a web page with it. You want free hosting? Well, if you register your domain name with a company like .easy, or if you go to a company like NetFirms, or a number of different ones, you type in free web hosting into any browser, and you can find free web hosting if you absolutely had to do it. Now, I'm not recommending that you do this way, but again, I'm trying to remove these excuses to see that your excuses do not exist. The only excuse is that you think you have these problems that won't let you do it. I know people that are making money on the internet that are blind. there is if someone blind can make on the internet, none of us that can see and that have all our functionality to ourselves and our bodies, there is no excuse that I can think of that a person can actually do this. Well, what's another excuse? I mean, I can't think of too many excuses here. Again, it's not an excuse. It's not why I can't do it, because it's why am I not doing this? That's the reason, what you need to discover, and you need to just start doing it. You need to make a decision and then go ahead and actually just create the product, put it up, and you know what? I'm going to tell you this right now. Your first product is going to suck, because my first product sucked. And you know what? That's okay, because, the best thing that you ever did was to make that first product. You can't make the second product, and you can't make the third product until you make the first product. So you need to go out and you need to make the first product. You need to throw it up there. That experience that you go through and putting up that first product, I can't describe it. I can stay here for the next 4, 5, 6 hours, but I will not be able to describe it to you, and I will not tell you, I cannot tell you how much you will learn in doing that. And, I mentioned a couple, 2, 3 days. What if it took you a week to create this first product? The next 7 days. What if you all just right now, those of you that don't have a product, and even if those of you that do have a product, make a decision that in the next 7 days you're going to create another product. I mean, I think that's pretty fair. And you're going to make another product and you're going to put it online. If you make a decision right now and you live true to that, then write me. Let me know. I want to hear about it. And some of you right now, as we're talking, I can guarantee you there's probably at least one person that is already finished, that they have went to one of these websites, they've already copied 10 or 12 articles, and they've already turned it into a PDF, and they're probably writing me an email right now telling me that they're done. Why? How do I know this? Because usually at least one person out of like 500, 600, 700 people will actually go through and do what I tell them to do. That's the sad part. The question is that will that one person be you? Will that one person be you? Will you go ahead and do this? And some of you may say, oh, man, he's talking a bunch of crap right now. No, I'm not. I'm telling you reality. The reality is this. This is how you make a lot of money online. It's not just with one product. It's not with 2 products. It's not with 3 products. It's not until you become famous that you start making money. You start making money from day one if you do this right. I made money the first day my product was released. When I was online, I got online, you know what I did? And I emailed a bunch of people. I didn't spam a bunch of people. What I did is something very simple. When I got online, here's what I did. Is the first time I released my first ebook, I didn't know anybody. I emailed a few e-zine publishers, and I asked them if they would be interested in promoting my product. They said yes. I sent it out. We made about $5,000 the first week on the product. Now, is that normal? I don't know if that's normal or not. I would dare to say no. But I had the guts to do it at the time, and that's the reason why it worked. And I didn't think that I couldn't do it, and I didn't have any excuses why I shouldn't do it. And so you need to start doing this as well, too. You need to start making these products. It's easier today in 2006 to make money than it ever has been in the history of the Internet. It's easier today in 2006 than it ever has been in the history of the Internet. And if you are not making money on the Internet today, you need to figure out why that is. And I can tell you this, it's not because you don't have the skill, it's not because you don't have the money, it's not because you don't have the tools. It's because you think at this point that you cannot do it. I'm going to tell you, everyone on this call is fully capable of making a lot of money on the Internet. I'm not going to tell you you're going to be a millionaire or anything like that, because that's your own personal decision. If you want to, I'm going to tell you you can, but I'm going to tell you this, is that you can make any amount of money that you choose to make, and you can make it online in your own business. And if you did nothing more than make a product that they made only $300 a month, guess what? You are you have all the functionality and all the capabilities to make anything that you want, because that's the only thing you need to do. One product at a time. One product at a time. It's not planning. It's not all these plans. It's not all these things. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to create this. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till Valentine's Day, because after Valentine's Day I'm going to free up my time, and then I'm going to do it. No. Today. You have to think this way. I mean, it sounds kind of crazy, and it may even sound like I'm harping on this, but you know what? I think sometimes that I believe in everybody more than they believe in themselves. I think I probably believe in you more than you believe in you. So what I'm telling you is that you need to just create one product. And if you have a bunch of products right now, I'm going to tell you this, you don't have enough. You can say, but, geez, Armand, I bought all these resale rates products. I bought this resale rate product. It's got 10,000 resale rights. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to fix that real quick for you. I want you to put your cursor on it. I want you to right-click on your cursor until you see the little menu come up, and then I want you to go all the way down, and I want you to hit the delete button, because most of that stuff is not going to work. It's not going to sell because everyone has bought it already. It's a tough uphill battle. It's worse than not having your product than having that particular product. Don't depend. I'm not saying that resale rights stink. Don't get me wrong. I take resale rights and I reformat them and I turn them into a new product and then I sell those products. Resale rights are great, but if you buy a resale rights product that has like more than 5 or 6 products in it, chances are you made a big mistake. Maybe 10. Okay, I'll even give you the benefit of the doubt. But if you buy a resale rights product that has like 1,000, delete it. Get your money back, whatever you need to do, because you are in an uphill battle right now at that point. So with that being said, create your own product, get the lion's share. This is just part of our series for the big seminar, and I hope you get something out of this tonight. If not, just check your email. As far as seeing if your emails are getting through. But the big seminar is something just amazing. If I had to honestly tell you about I'm biased certainly. As you can probably guess why. But the big seminar itself is something that has really changed a lot of lives and many people. They keep coming back year after year. We have people coming back now 7 times. 7 times coming back to our event, and we're really happy about that. They're no longer just attendees and people that come to our event. They're actually more friends and family to us that run the event, and we know many of the people by names. It's just amazing what has transpired because it's taken on a life of its own. And at these events, it's a whole different experience. It's this whole networking experience. It's and sometimes for lack of a better word, it's almost a magical experience because when you put 400 or 500 like-minded people in the same room, something truly does change. And what changes is that they start thinking differently. They start building upon each other. They start building each other up. And you get a chance to meet people. In some cases, some of these people are multimillionaires. You don't even know it, and they're just like the nicest people you ever meet in your life. And that's fantastic. And some of them, they're in the same position you are. And you get talking, and you discover that you have some things in common, and you create this friendship that goes on for the rest of your life. And, that's the true success for me in seeing that what's transpired over the course of the time that we've had the event. Is the friendships that people have had where people have, they go to each other's, in some cases, I've gone to other people's weddings, I've come to the seminar. Some people, as a result of the seminar, started businesses that have gone on to prosper. They've created joint ventures that have brought in tens of thousands of dollars. And they've got a lot of training outside of the event itself as well, too. And, is the big seminar, does it cost a lot of money to come? Yeah, it does, depending on how you look at it, though. Can you get this experience anywhere else? No, you can't. And I would challenge anyone to on that particular aspect, because there's not another internet marketing seminar anywhere in the world that has 400 to 500 people in it that are serious like the people at the big seminar. And that's a bold statement, but I also know it's a true statement, and I'm not the one that needs to back it up. It's the attendees that come to our event that can truly back that up, and those are the people that keep this event alive and going the way it has been for the last few years. And you're going to find out that the experience that you feel and you have at the big seminar is something that it's different. That's all I can say. It's truly different. And we're really happy and we're really proud about that. And all I'm asking you today is this, is that if you're serious about building your internet business, is to go to Big Seminar, go to the Big Seminar website. You have that in an email, chances are right now. Click on that link. And if you live in the West Coast, you have some opportunities as well. Anyone does, but I know this that the people on the West Coast are more likely to do this. If you live on the West Coast, you have an opportunity to easily go to a couple more events, such as Stu McLaren's and Mark Victor Hansen's, and to go to those absolutely free as just being part of it. And if you live on the East Coast, if you want to fly out there, I'll be at Stu's event, and I know Alex Mondosian will be at Mark's event, and Declan will be at Mark's event, and and there'll be a bunch of people there at those events. And so this is an opportunity that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist with any other seminar that I've ever seen, and it's just amazing the benefits that we have, and we're lucky that we can pull this off and have friends like Stu and Mark helping us in doing this. So you can take advantage of that, but I can tell you this. The way it's going, we had more people register in one day in the last 24 hours than we've ever had registered in a 24-hour period before for the big seminar. A lot of people are taking us up on this particular offer, and yesterday was our first day of launching. We're going to be setting up some more promotions, so if you're interested in taking us up on that, again, definitely go ahead and register your seat now. I honestly don't know. I know Stu's offer I'm going to have to pull off probably in the next couple of days because of the number of people that we have that have taken them up on that. And the same thing with Mark's. We got a little bit more opportunity because we have a few more people that we can take. We're going to have 500 people at this event. We have 200. I don't even know how many people we have right now, but when we initially started my promotion, we have 296 people that are already coming to the big seminar, and I know we're well over that now. And you can be one of them. You can be one of them. So, again, take a look at the website. If it's for you, come on down. We're going to have a great time. Saturday night, I can tell you, it's always something different. It's always a surprise. We have a great time. I want you to be there. It's going to do a lot for your business. I can guarantee it, and I really do guarantee it. On our website, you can see our guarantee there. After the first day, if you're not happy with anything, come up to me or any of my staff members. Tell them you want a refund, and then we'll part as friends. It's very simple. No grudges or anything like that. It's just you tried this out. It's not for you. Have a great day. Nothing wrong with that. And so we put our money where our mouth is, and we've, at the event, we've never had to give anyone a refund like that. So we're really happy about that. Everyone's had a great time, and this last event was the same thing. This next event is going to be bigger. It's going to be better. It's going to be just tremendous. We have a lot of things planned that we've never done before. So, again, if you're serious about coming, if you want to come, register your seat now before it gets filled up, because I can guarantee you we will sell out this event. So, again, my name is Armand Morin. Thank you very much. If you like what you heard today, send us an email and let us know at support@bigseminar.com because we'd love to hear your comments and ways that we can even improve upon what we're doing here. We're going to be talking with some great people starting next week with some interviews that we're going to be doing with all of our guest speakers. So, again, stay tuned for that. We'll send you an email. We'll let you know. So, again, my name is Armand Morin. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you in Atlanta at the next big seminar. Bye-bye, everybody.
The next speaker I'd like to introduce is my personal favorite. Again, I'm the next speaker for the next 90 minutes, and what I'm going to talk about is how to create your own high-profit products with absolutely no experience whatsoever. Now, let me ask everyone a question. How many people have had an idea for something, but it was just too complicated to put to use? I mean, you thought, geez, if I could do this, this would make me $1 million. But it just sounds a whole lot complicated. And it may be a software program, it may be something that you don't know how to do, but you didn't know the exact steps that you need to go to create this product. So, I was in the same position. In fact, I did it out of necessity. And I went on to create a whole software, empire as far as products go. As far as you've heard them all. They're all end-in generator, right? I think it's been mentioned once or twice throughout the weekend. So what you need to do is first you need to figure out why create a product. Okay, ask yourself, why should I create a product? Okay, what are the reasons behind creating a product? The first one is to create additional revenue, basically make money. I think that's the bottom line with most businesses, right? You're not in business to make friends. You're in business to make money. That's a business that continues on without making a profit is considered a hobby. Okay? That's, by definition, that's what happens. To create a brand name or recognition, some products you may want to put out to the marketplace, and you may just want to make yourself more well-known. Just to put out there, some people write a book just to be more publicized. Some people create a product just to create brand recognition that's going to go all over the place in a very short period of time. It's called viral marketing. Some people have talked about that and touched on that throughout the weekend. And we're going to talk on that in a moment as well, too. To create an opt-in list. Okay, you could create a software product to create an opt-in list. It seems kind of crazy, but I'm going to show you it can be done. To capitalize on current trends in the marketplace. Okay, you can capitalize on the current trends in the marketplace by creating a product that is going to show people or give people what they want at that moment in time. You know, the internet's funny because every day it's something new. Everything changes. What worked last month may not work this month. What works today may not work tomorrow. So everything becomes outdated very rapidly. So what we're going to talk about our first case study, which is Link Check Generator. Has anybody ever heard of it? Does anyone have it? Okay, well, I'll give you a chance later. But the Link Check Generator. Very simply, the reason I created this product was to create an opt-in list. Now, let me tell you the story behind this. You see, when you're working on your website, one of the things that you need to consider and look at is how many other sites are linked to you. Okay, that gives you your link popularity. Okay, when you go to a search engine like Google, one of the highest factors that they rate you on is how many other sites link to your site. So I was going to these free services online, and you can do it for free. I'm not saying that you have to order this product in order to do it. You can go to a free site. In fact, you can go to marketleap.com. Okay, that's marketleap.com. That's LEAP.com. And you're going to see a link popularity check on there. The problem was not only was I going there and checking my own link popularity, but I was spying on my competition too. You see, I would also go in and check what my competitors were doing out there in the marketplace and seeing how many other sites that they had linking to them. And so I would know how well I'm doing in relationship to my competitors. But also, that's the reason that I created a product. It was really for personal use at first. But I also figured there's a lot of people that also wanted it. And I figured this product, I could create a big opt-in list. Because here's what happened on the product. When you purchased this product, I gave you resale rights to it, which means that you could sell it to another person, and they could sell it to another person, and they could sell it to another person, and they'd tell two friends, and so on, and so on, and so on, just like the commercial. Well, what we did is I put a little box on there that says, subscribe to Big Newsletter. If you subscribe to Big Newsletter, that's my opt-in list. I also said, visit our other products, and I also had a link to my Go Generator website, which showed all my other products. So I was getting more exposure from my products and building an opt-in list. Now, the price of the product was $37. That's what I sold it for to everybody. The cost to develop it was $200. Not a big deal. The developer, though, was the interesting story. You see, even though I've created this little software empire, I don't develop any software. I couldn't. If you tied me up or going to beat the crap out of me with a baseball bat, I couldn't write a single piece of code for software. But this developer could. Now, he was an 18-year-old kid in Connecticut. Okay, it's not child labor. He was 18. How long did it take me to develop? Well, from idea to finishing the product, it took 2 days. Okay, 2 days. Why? Because I knew where to go to find this guy that could develop the software product. So the results, and some of you can't see in the back, but it's on your notes. We sold 123 products in the first 48 hours. I generated $4,551 in revenue. That's not shabby for a weekend, right? So, so that's what we started off with, and it's went on to sold more than that. I think we got about 300 or 400 people on that list right now, roughly. Probably more because I really don't check the list too much. But there's 4 keys to product development. So I'm going to give you case studies as we go. And I'm going to teach you how to do this utilizing different case studies. The first key to product development is the most important, is it must solve a problem. You notice people are more willing to pay to solutions for their biggest problem. For example, you're driving down the road, your tire blows out, you don't have a spare. A guy comes along in a truck and he says, I have a spare. How much are you willing to pay him? Whatever he wants at that point in time. Well, it's also the same thing with any kind of product that you create. You see, you have to look at your niche, the niche that you're involved with. And you've heard many people talk about niche. I know Randy talked for an hour and a half all about niche marketing. Once you create your niche, what you need to do is you figure out the biggest problem in that niche and then figure out how to solve it. It must be already in high demand. Okay, see, it doesn't have to be a unique product to gain popularity very quickly. In fact, if it's something that it already has competitors, it's a good thing. If it's already in high demand, meaning other people are already buying similar products, that's good too, because you know there's a demand already for that product. You don't have to be unique in order to make money and develop a great product. You have to have a built-in market. You need to research your market. You see, without research, you don't know if your product's going to sell or not. I don't like to develop a product and then have it sit on the shelf and not sell. I just waste all my time, all my money in developing that product. But if you do it right, you're going to know all these factors before you even start, and I'm going to show you how to do that. It must be simple for the end user to use. If it's not simple, no one's going to use it. Now, I'm not picking on any one company, but I am. Has anyone ever purchased a product from Adobe? How many people own Adobe, maybe Photoshop? How many people know how to use it? Okay. We're down to one. That's it. Well, you see, the thing is that Adobe is a great product. It's one of the best graphic programs that there is out there in the marketplace. Most professional graphic artists use Adobe, an Adobe product. Maybe not Photoshop, could be Illustrator, which is more complicated. But the fact is that you don't know how to use it. If you knew how to use it, you could create these real neat graphics that you see, but you're not doing it because it's too complicated for the average person to use. People like very simple instructions, and you need a very simple step-by-step format. So make it real easy to use. Don't complicate it. The most important key to product creation is that it must have one secret factor. This is something that I discovered about 2 months ago. In fact, this one key, if used properly, will actually create an overnight success for you with whatever product you create. I don't care if it's an ebook, I don't care if it's a website, a membership site, a software program. The one secret factor, you ready? I said, are you ready? Yes. Okay. It's called the holy crap factor. Okay? The holy crap factor works like this. When a person first sees your product, the first 2 words out of their mouth should be, holy crap. Okay, when they first start using the product and they find out how easy it is, the first 2 words out of their mouth is going to be, holy crap. And if they first open your ebook and they look at it, what's the first 2 words they should say? Holy crap. What? Holy crap. We're on video. They didn't hear you yet. Okay, they got you. Think about it. It's a shock factor. It's a shock value. You need to have shock value in your products. If you don't have shock value in your product is not good enough. Bottom line. If a person doesn't look at your website and just be dazzled, amazed, you didn't do it good enough. If they look at your ebook and they first open it up and they don't look amazed by the simplicity or the design of this ebook, guess what? You just lost them right there. If they come to your website, for example, Carl talked about headlines. If they don't look at your headline and they're not dazzled, amazed, they want to learn more, you didn't do a good job. If they look at the finished product, whatever the downloaded product, the PDF file, whatever information product you're selling, the first thing they got to look, and they have to be totally amazed at everything that they see about you. You see, the only 2 factors that really separate a $5 company and a $5 million company is that holy crap factor. Because the $5 million company on the internet, no one knows. It could be a 1-person operation or it could be a 10-person operation or a 100 or 200-person operation. The only connection that person has to you is your representation that you have with your product, your software, your website, your customer service, everything. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Does it make sense to everybody? See, if you just remember that one factor, that will turn your whole internet career around. Here's a case study. Ebook Generator was talked about a few times. My competitor software was hard to use. Okay, it was very complicated for some of my competitors to use their products. And so there had to be a better solution out there in the marketplace. Let me tell you why I know that their products were hard to use first. The reason I know their products were hard to use is because I bought every single one of them. Now, I say I bought every single one of them. I mean, I didn't just buy one and say I bought every single one of them. I didn't buy just 2. I didn't buy 3. I didn't buy 4. I didn't buy 5. I bought about 7 different ebook compilers. And every single one of them had some features that I liked, but they didn't give me the full deal. The next one had some features I liked. It didn't give me the full deal. The next one I liked had some features I liked, but again, it didn't give me everything. So I figured very simply is this. Common sense would say, if I could find a piece of software that did all these things in one, it would be a great piece of software. Make sense? It had an existing and growing audience. I wasn't the first ebook software on the market. I knew that because I bought everyone else's. That's how I knew. I had to have someone's to buy. But had competitors already. So I had competitors. I knew there was only 7 people. 7 people. I didn't go into an industry that I had 10,000 competitors. See, it wasn't a big deal. See, 7, if you have, let me use an example. The lottery. Okay? What are your chances of winning the lottery? What, 1 in whatever million? 155 million if you look at the back of the tickets or something like that? Well, the fact is that your odds aren't very good. But if I asked you to get involved in the lottery that the odds were 1 out of 7, that'd be pretty good. I'd buy a ticket in that. I'd spend a lot of money on that one. In fact, I'd play several times. It was created to be easy to use. My specific instructions, when I had this person program it, this company program it, was to make it very, very easy to use. If you make it easy to use, then people are going to use it more. You see, and once they start using it more, are they going to fall in love with it? There's going to come to a point where there's certain software programs on your computer you can't live without. You ever get a new computer? You ever try installing all the software? You don't put in the crap that you bought. What you put in is you put in the products that you use every single day, and then you make that vow, I'm not going to clutter this computer with all the junk ever again. And that starts off really good, but then, again, it goes down the drain. So, let's go back. It was created as a simple alternative to the hard-to-use ebook compilers. The side benefit, I added another feature that no one else has. It's called ebook tracking. How many people have an ebook right here? How many people use my software? Okay, you other people, shame on you. Okay, if you have an ebook, raise your hands again. Okay, gentlemen are here. How many times do you know that if your ebook was opened or not? You don't. Okay, there's someone over here. Do you know if your ebook was opened or not? No. See, most people don't know if the ebook was actually read or how many times it was read. So the fact is, how can you know what kind of readership that you're getting? See, I could have 10,000 people buy my book, but if I only find out that 1,000 people are, if there's only really 1,000 people reading it, I may be guessing. I could think to myself that 1,000 people are reading my book, but I don't really know. So what we did is we installed this ebook tracking device. Very simply, every time it opens up, it makes a hit on our server under your account and tells you that a new person has opened up the software. It also tells you some vital information. It tells you that the person, what their screen resolution is, which means how big their screen is on their window. Okay, some people have it set at 800 by 600, some people set it at higher, or some people have it set at smaller. But you can know that. Why would you want to know that information? Well, when you create the software, you can adapt it to the most commonly used computers out there in the marketplace. If you find out that your ebook is being read by more people with a 600 by 400 screen resolution, a 600 wide graphic's not going to do you too good because they're not going to see it. They're going to have to scroll now back and forth, up and down. You see, that doesn't make sense. So it's going to give you that information. It's going to tell you how many times they've opened it. It tracks it by IP address. So you can see that there actually are unique people opening up the software. You know, it goes on to tell you how many hits each day that your book is actually getting. You can look and say, oh, you know what? On the 31st of January, you know, I had 300 people read my book. And then the next day I had 2. And you can look at all that information. You can figure out some of your marketing statistics based on that. Which days of the week are best, which days of the week people are reading more often. So we also just released ebook disabling. How many people that sell ebooks ever had their ebook basically stolen? Okay, and what I mean by stolen is this, is that someone bought it. They asked for a refund. Did they ever ship the ebook back to you? No, they didn't. What they did is they kept it and said, hey, that was great, but it's not worth it, and, you know, I want my money back. And you have to give them their money back. It's not a problem. I don't mind doing that. But some people, they'll order at 9:07, then they'll ask the refund at 9:09. You couldn't download it in 2 minutes, much less, you know, open it up in that time frame. So what we did is very simply, because it was a big pet peeve of mine, we introduced ebook disabling because it was bothering me personally. So this is where all your products come from. Your product ideas is because your biggest problem, what bothers you the most, is usually the best product idea. You see? That makes a lot of sense. But we just added that one feature. We increased sales by about 400% just off that one feature alone. Step 1. Now we're going to get into the actual steps here. We're going to give you exact details. Research your market. Find where your market is and go there. Okay? Okay, the first site that I'm listed, gettingtraffic.com, only use that site if you have a marketing-related product. Okay? It doesn't make sense to go there any other way. That site lists every marketing forum that there is on the market today, and you can go there and you can find all these different sites instantly. And you're going to see all kinds of different categories, but primarily it's regarding marketing in some way, shape, or form, internet marketing or any other kind of marketing. So gettingtraffic.com is the first resource. The second source is groups.google.com. Now, groups.google.com is a pretty interesting case, because what we're going to do is, I'm going to come back to that because I want to show you live how this stuff works. Because, I've had people tell me that it's hard to understand how these things work. But when you go to Google, very simply, at the top of the page, you're going to see several different tabs. If you're looking at the screen right now, you're going to see that we have images, we have groups, we have directory, and we have news. Okay? Well, we want to click on groups. Now, if you notice, right in here, it has alt, biz, comp, humanities, miscellaneous, news, REC for recreation, SCI for science, social issues, and then talk. Well, those are the various news groups. Now, there may be 30 or 40,000 news groups in each one of those categories on different subjects. Let me give you an example. My wife's going to laugh at this one. If I typed in Elvis, okay, I find out that there's all kinds of discussions on Elvis here under the different categories. For example, it says recreation music marketplace, bugs distributors, music. And then if you can get more specific, alt.elvis.king, he's got his own news group. So you may post to it every now and then, so you might want to watch that one. But let's get a little bit more specific. Let's get realistic here. Let's go nurses. Okay, nurses. More on nurses and strikes. Okay, that's under science.med.nursing. On Boston nurses discipline. These are just the titles. Again, sci.med.nursing. So we know that those are very specific to nursing. So what we would do is we'd simply click on this particular news group, not the topic itself, because I don't want to click on the topic. I want to click on the news group itself. That's how it works. And we look at the articles here, and we see some news articles. Blame the nurses, smallpox response, Bay Area unions to boycott, Wilkes-Barre Hospital on strike. So apparently nurses are striking. Okay? Now, could you develop a product based upon nurses striking? I would think you probably could. As Bart had said earlier, it's newsworthy. You could develop a product based on nurses striking. You could put out a book, a survival guide for nurses. Okay, a survival guide for nurses. Find a nurse that is no longer a nurse and that has gone and went on to take her life into something else, utilizing the skills that she has learned from nursing. Maybe she opened up a healthcare agency. Maybe she opened up a home healthcare type situation. Whatever the case may be, you could develop a product around that. But whatever your topic is, my point is that you can actually go into groups.google.com, and what you can do is find a topic, type in your topic, and then you're going to find out how to actually go in and find the problems within that specific news group. Because everything is based around problems. And nursing and strikes right now is a big problem, and it's big news. So you would utilize that to your advantage. And that's just one example. But that's how you do it. Okay, there's nothing complicated there. You can do it real fast. So research your product. Look for common problems. I already stated that. What is the solution? Is it software or information? If it's software, something to automate your life, something to make your life easier, you can do that. You can create those things. You see, creating software is not complicated. You don't have to do it. Someone else does. I'm going to tell you how to do it. Listen to your customers. You see, when I developed Ebook Generator, the biggest question I had from my customers was, how do I create ebook covers? And my response was always the same. Go see this person over here, and they're going to tell you how, they're going to charge you $100 or $125 to create a cover for you. So I listen to my customers, and I create an Ecover generator. Survey your customers. Marlon Sanders says this all the time. He says, give a 12-step questionnaire to your customer list. Ask your customer 12 questions, basically what they want. Ask your customers what they want. Don't guess what they want. Ask what they want and then give it to them. You see, if you ask your current customers already, they will tell you what the next progression that your product needs to be. Ecover generator. Again, I just went over this a little bit, but I listen to my customers. There's no competitors. I have one now, and it's not very good. Simple to use for my customers. How to market. Graphic designers are charging $100 to $125 per graphic. Per graphic. Message boards, it was a huge topic. Common problems for many people. In fact, the message board said it can't be done. You can't make a graphic like that with software. Well, I said you could. The results. Here's the results. Okay, this was an idea that I had the early fall of last year. I released it February 7th, 2002. And the results, up until a certain point, this is actually a little outdated here, the first part, 1,098 copies sold since February 7th. Price $97 times 1,098 equals $106,000. Not shabby. That was the revenue as of June 16th when I spoke at Carl's event. Update. 2,326 copies sold to date, $225,000, $622 in revenue. Not shabby for a product. Cost me $5,000 to develop it. Reinvented the product to stay ahead of the market. I invested another $12,000 to make it better. Okay, did it come out of my pocket? No, it didn't come out of my pocket. I'm cheap. What you need to understand is that that money that's generated from those sales, it's just gravy. See, also here's the other side of the story too. Okay, what happened is we had I put out a big contest as a promotion to release the product. 908 affiliates I signed up the first month. Okay, to market the product. I didn't have to do a lot of marketing. I had 908 people marketing the product after the first 30 days. You see, affiliates and getting affiliates to market other people to do your work for you because they're going to get a piece of the profits is what you need to do. Now I have about 3,100 affiliates. You see, that just keeps growing, and that the more affiliates you have working for you, the less that you actually have to do. Define your solution. You have to define your solution first. Step by step, how to solve it. How do you solve the problem? Write an outline. Just simply write an outline how to solve the problem itself. Define your budget. How much are you willing to spend? It doesn't have to be a lot of money. I'm going to show you some things that it took me no time to actually create. If you don't know how, find someone who does. Software resources. This is the most valuable information you'll ever get. Why? Because I spent thousands in the wrong places to find these ones that actually work. The first one is scriptlance.com. As we said earlier, how many people have a website? Raise your hands. You ever have any programming done on your website? There's something, maybe a person submit a form on your website, maybe a person, something a little tedious task to automate it, and you had to pay someone else maybe thousands of dollars to do it? Well, there's another place that you can go, which is other than the United States, and people in other countries will do it for a lot cheaper. You see, a programmer in the United States costs about $100 to $200 an hour for a good programmer, and that's fair. But you know, a programmer in India will work for about $6 an hour. That's a big savings. So scriptlance.com, if you need any kind of CGI program, is the place where you need to go to have that type of work done. That's Scriptlance. Rentacoder.com. If you want to create a piece of software, go there, post your project. Now, these different Lance type of websites, you have eLance, which works the same way, Web Design Lance, Freelance.com, and Keen.com. How many people have like a consulting type of business? There's a few of you. You know, you can become an instant consultant and charge people for every phone call that you receive through Keen.com, Keen.com. If you go to Keen.com, if you have the handouts, again, these are actually in your notes. They're actually on the page right there in the book. Keen.com, you can sign up for their service in about 2 seconds. You can actually have people calling you, and they will charge them a per-minute charge to their credit card, and you get, I think they keep about 25 cents out of every minute, and you keep the rest. Most people are charging $1.50 to $3 per minute for the calls. and they're becoming instant consultants overnight. That's all you have to do. It's very, very, very simple. But Keen.com. But the deal is, with all these Lance-type sites, is that it's a reverse auction. You see, it's a reverse auction, meaning that they're not bidding for the highest price. They're bidding for the lowest price. You see, they're bidding against each other trying to get the job. Where in most auctions, they're always the bidding starts low and it goes up and up and up and up and up, and then you usually get bidded out. Well, these guys are bidding for your business, and so someone posts a price $500. The other guy says, "I'll do it for $400." Next person says, "Forget you, I'm doing it for $100." And then sometimes you get all the way down to like $25. And that happens all the time because they figure, here's how programmers think. They figure if they can get your business once, that you'll use them again in the future, which is true, 100% absolutely true. Using Lance-type sites works as a reverse auction, which we covered. You can set a maximum price. If you're only willing and have in your budget $200 or $100, guess what? That's all you have to spend. You're not required to spend X number of dollars. You can simply set your maximum price to maybe $400, maybe $500, or maybe $200, or maybe $50. I put an auction in bids in for like $50. Okay, hoping that I'd get somebody to take it. And I did. It took me 20 minutes. Someone posted it. You can put an auction on these sites and the response is instantaneous. It'll go out to like 1,500 programmers, and all of a sudden you'll have a response back in just minutes. And then you can pick someone. The quickest time I ever had, posted the project, had it completed, was about 59 minutes. Okay? Not about. It was exactly 59 minutes. And the reason is because by using these types of sites, it goes out instantly. Now, I thought this guy did it for $25 because he lived all the way around the world. Guess what? He's in the next town over from me. I'm like, "Oh, man, where are you from?" He goes, "I'm from Cary, North Carolina." I'm like, "Really? I live in Raleigh." But read the bidder's feedback. So you don't have to feel that you're going to be ripped off. See, because these things have a posting feature where people can put good responses or bad responses based upon the programmer. Very simply, what you do is you can look at their feedback if they have 1 star, 2 stars, and things of that nature. All you do is you look at their feedback and say, "Okay, he's had 1 good response and 3 bad responses. I'm not going to use him." Or he's had 10 responses and they're all good, so I'm going to use him. I feel confident that he can do what I want to do. Never, 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 never take the first bid. Just because it sounds good, don't take it. Make sure you get several options or several other people to bid on it. If you take the first bid, it's probably going to be the wrong thing to do. Make sure the bidder has done a similar project before. These guys, too, their eyes are bigger than what they can actually do. So what they do is they'll tell you, "Oh, yeah, I can do it, no problem. In fact, I've been programming for whatever." He didn't tell you that. He doesn't know the language that you're trying to get him to program in. So now he's using you as their guinea pig. So don't do that. Don't be their guinea pig. That's a good one. Post to more than one Lance site. Don't just use one of these sites. Use 2 or 3 of them all at the same time. If you use 2 or 3 of them all at the same time, you're going to get different bids. If I post to Elance, which are mostly prima donnas right now, all the programmers on the site, and Elance is more diverse. Okay, first let me set this straight. Elance is more diverse. No matter what you're looking for, it doesn't matter if it's a software programmer, anything. You need some of the transcription, you can go there. Graphic design, you can go there. And a lot of these other Lance sites, you can go there too. But with Elance, they seem to charge more money because it's a very popular site right now. So usually the prices are very high on it. But if I go to Elance and post for a CGI job, for example, I might get a bid of about $1,500. Same exact project bidded on over at ScriptLance, I'll probably pay about $200. You see? Depending on the type of programming, but you don't know where you're going to get the better deal. So do your shopping. Shop around. Know what kind of programming you need. If it's software, get someone's opinion. Okay? Programmers will be able to tell you what they can do. If there's a product out there that does something similar to what you're looking at, show the programmer that software as a template type idea, and they can go ahead and use it. Have a definite date of completion. Don't let them carry on. Put when you need this done by, and that's it. There is no questions. I need it by this date, and you're done. And the bottom line, use the secret words to get the lowest prices anywhere. It's not holy crap. The secret Lance words are this. the first line of every project you do. This is a very simple project for a programmer who knows what they're doing. That's all you have to put into it. That's the first line you use. If you put that line in, what's going to happen is the programmer can't say, oh, this is a complicated project. No, because you're telling them already. This is simple if you know what you're doing. Because if he says it's a complicated project, then what? He doesn't know what he's doing. So you put this in, and it disarms them immediately. So you're going to get a lower bid. Okay, here's a case study. New release product. Never released product. FlashPal generator. I just did the site. I haven't even made the links active on the site, but I developed it a while back. I had what used to be PayPal generator, but PayPal sent me a friendly note. But the problem was this, that the problem was PayPal, their links, there's fraud in it. People can easily commit fraud through PayPal. How does that work? Well, very simply is this, is that if you look at the code that they give you, they give everybody, if they click View Source, the actual download page of your digital product. Right in front of you. All the person has to do is click at the top of the page, View Source, look at the code down where the PayPal link is, and all of a sudden they can go to your download page and download your product. Doesn't quite seem fair, does it? Happens every single day. Market millions of people using PayPal. We'll take questions at the end, so write down any questions you may have. Millions of people are using PayPal. There's like 20 million people using PayPal right now. Solution. Well, I did a little research. I found out that with Flash technology, the same things that make all these fancy little, movies on computers, you can actually put links in Flash, and they can be dynamically created as well too. I didn't know how to do it. So how? I hired someone. Very simply. I'm not going to tell you how much I paid them because I haven't released the product yet. But time to complete. Less than an hour. 59 minutes. Potential is huge. Okay. Let me just go back to this. Here's what happens. You have this PayPal button. You go to click on it. It has a little hover button over the top of it. It's built in Flash. In Flash, you cannot see the source code. People don't know where it comes from. You see, so your order is so secure that nothing can happen to it. People can't rip you off. How much is it worth to have a person not rip you off? Well, it's priceless. $1,000, right? That's what I'm going to sell it for. No, just kidding. But it's worth at least, I don't know, $67, $77, something like that. Especially if you get 8 different PayPal buttons already developed for you, and all you got to do is change 2 lines in the little code that I give you. That's how simple it is. And then I'll take that product and I'll sell it over and over and over and over again. But it's a very simple concept. It didn't take long to create, but there was a big problem, you see. It was developed because of a problem. And the thing is my friend was having people having his information stolen all the time. Okay? He was having it stolen all the time. In fact, he put in one of these encryptor type programs that will encrypt your link. And so he encrypted it, and I sent him back where his download page was. He encrypted it again, and I sent him back where his download page was. He tried 3 different encryption methods, and I broke every one through very simple things. It wasn't very complicated to do. And then I was talking to George, George Callens, actually. We were on the phone. I said, I should really create that product. He says, well, why don't you? I said, I'm gonna. And that made up my mind to do it. So I went out and I did it, and it was an hour, and I was done with it. And now I'm just procrastinating on releasing it. But and that was a few months ago too. But the thing is, information products. Let's cover different topics itself. Information product solutions. Plain old research. See, everyone in here can write an information product. You can develop an information product. And there's different and various methods to use to create information products. You've heard many speakers talk about writing information products, creating ebooks, doing tape sets, and all these different things. Well, that falls all under product solutions. Personal knowledge. The first thing is that if you're creating a product within your realm of your own personal knowledge, then you can simply take what you know, put it down in writing, record it, or whatever the case may be. Interview experts. You can interview a bunch of experts. Alex Sampson interviewed a bunch of experts. Alex, stand up. Has anyone bought Alex's book? Okay, there's quite a few of you. If you haven't got it, buy it. Because it's a very simple book that tells you information about these. I think there's about, I don't know, let's say around 10 or 12 experts. I'm not exactly sure the exact number. About 10 or 12 different experts that from all different walks of life, much like you had here, and he interviewed them. Now, the key part is that he called them, interviewed them, and then he put it into this ebook. Here's the kicker to this, is that Alex lives in Trinidad. Okay? Now, I didn't know this, but Alex was paying something like $4 a minute to call me, and I'd keep him on the phone for like an hour or so, and I didn't know that, but now he has a better phone system now, and he's not paying $4 a minute. But back then he did. So to produce this book, it cost him like hundreds and hundreds of dollars just to do these interviews. You see, if he can do it, and he's all the way in Trinidad, you can do it if you're here in the U.S. or if you're not in the U.S. If you're not going to do it by phone, you could send them an email as well with the questions that you have in mind, and they can respond back to you. You could record it on a teleconference call. There's a lot of different methods that you can use to create your own information products. But interviewing experts are key, and here's why I believe that this product is so valuable, especially if you're brand new to any market, because you're going to build off the credibility of these other experts. Okay, let's take an industry, any industry, it doesn't matter. You take the top people in that industry, the most well-known people in that industry, and all of a sudden you put their name on a list, and you put your name not at the top of the list, but in the list. Now, people are reading it. They're assuming automatically that everyone on this list is an expert, right? Who did they include in with that list? You. See, it's success by association. Joel, you heard that term from Joel. It's a term I use all the time. If you associate with successful people and people don't know who you are, they automatically assume that you must be successful as well. Isn't that right? Okay? It's just like anything. So by putting your name on a website with a bunch of other people that are experts, you're going to be able to gain on their credibility. You're going to have instant credibility. And the problem for most people that market on the internet is they don't have any credibility. You see, if someone doesn't know you, chances are they're not going to buy from you because they don't know you yet. You haven't become a friend to them. You haven't become a person that they know and or respect. But they may respect and know these other people that are on that list. It could be an ebook or a PDF. My suggestion, both. Because there's a certain percentage of the marketplace that do use Macs. And why alienate those people by just having one? You should have both of them on your website. If you don't, then go ahead and do it. Audio products. You could create an audio product. It's simple. It's easy to do. You could record it. Denise just interviewed me 2 seconds before I came up on the stage. Okay, right here, she asked me a question. She says, if you could do everything all over again, what would you do differently? And I responded back to her, and she went around to, now was the 10th person she did that to this weekend. See, that was a challenge that I gave everybody, usually on the teleconference calls. And how many people did that this weekend? 3? Isn't that pretty interesting? Now, I've gave that challenge to many people since last year. You know how many people actually done it? And completed, I'm talking from start to finish, and actually put it online to market or sell that product? 0. Now, I probably said that. I'm sorry, George did it, kind of. But he did it through a site. But that idea is very simple. You could make a lot of money with that concept, that idea. But I probably shared that idea with probably, I don't know, just in the last 12 weeks, I shared that idea with about 2,500 people. And yeah, I only had 3 people do it. I also shared that idea with several people on other conference calls that they've been on. So I probably shared it with about 10,000 people all in all. And yet only 3 people have done it. Now the key is, and the challenge for the people that have done it this weekend, is to finish it and put it on the net and start to sell it. Flash information or uses. You can have flash information. Flash ebooks. Jimmy Brown we had a conversation, and we talked about flash products, about flash information. Let me show you something. And this is kind of neat, and we're going to come back to this as well. But you're going to see ebooks now in flash. Why? Because there's the shock value. There's the shock value of flash, is that it's impressive, it's easy to use. You see, this is a brand new computer, and so I don't have my software even installed on this product, on this computer right now. and I don't know how to type either. But let me show you something first. Okay, see that little pop-up window there? I think you've seen that in a couple other sites recently. Well, you know the person that made that software to do that is actually sitting in the back of the room, Ryan Dice. Ryan, stand up. See, Ryan made that software, so I just want to let you know that that works. Here's the site. You see, here's my prediction. Here's what's going to happen. This is the site that I sold, over 2,000 plus copies of this software with. It's not very exciting, is it? It's effective. It tells you, okay, we take the cover, we make the sides, spine, and everything else. And then we go down through, and it's just a simple order form. That's it. Nothing special. But my prediction is that you're going to see a lot of different things happen. And that's our new site. The flash sites are going to be something that's going to be big items. And the reason it's going to be big items is because they have value to it. You're going to be able to see some flash technology put into many different aspects of products because there's so many uses. You can embed music into it. You can embed graphics. You can embed movies. You can do all kinds of different things with Flash. You see, Flash is the next revolution for websites and products, and it's going to be very simple to use. Okay. Yeah, there is. The question was, is there a simple-to-use Flash generator that you could recommend? And there is a flashgenerator.com, and I don't own it. But let me give you a resource that you can use. If you don't know how to see, Macromedia makes Flash. And it's about a $500 to $600 program, somewhere along that line. But there's another product. It's called Swish. SwishZone.com. SwishZone.com.
This is the end of side 1. Please turn your cassette over.
If you go to Swish Zone, what's going to happen is you're going to find a piece of software that you can download, get a 30-day free trial of it, and automatically start utilizing that software. Okay. Now we talked about that's making an information product. Here's the first information product I ever did. I did it over 2 years ago. It's called Take Online Payments. The problem was this. What happened was about 2-3 years ago or so, I started online, and what I did, I put together and I saved all my resources that I went to. I created a big list of bookmarks. Pretty simple. How many people have a big list of bookmarks? Okay. Now, what I did with these bookmarks is I categorized them. And then I categorized those bookmarks, and then I put them out to the internet, and I sold them access to these bookmarks for $110 a pop for 1 year access. Pretty gutsy, wouldn't you think? Who would pay $110? Would you pay $110 to access your own bookmarks, even though there was maybe 500 or 600 of them in various categories? Would you do that? Ralph would. You can see me after. But what we did was this: is we put this together, created a membership site on it, $110 access for 1 year membership. 12 weeks later, we sold over 35,000 memberships to the site. It's over $4.2 million once it all was ended. 12 weeks. Now, why did it stop? Because my merchant account called up and said, you can't process anymore. We have too much out there, and we're going to hold half your money for you. I said, thank you, but I'll take it. And they said, no. So what I needed to do is find a way to process credit card payments. If you could process credit card payments, and I couldn't use a merchant account. I didn't want to use a merchant account because I didn't like merchant accounts at that particular time in my life because they're holding $2 million of my money. Can you understand what that feeling was? It was like the happy, sad feeling. I'm happy I had it, but I'm not so happy that they're holding it. So I went and I started doing some research. I found out there's about 80 companies that would allow you to process credit cards online without having to use a merchant account. You see? By doing so, they would take a little bit higher percentage of your fees. So it was an information product. All I did was did research, nothing but research. How to accept credit cards without a merchant account. People wanted the information. It was a big topic. Format, it was an ebook, and I created an online version of it as well. How? Research, lots of it. It took me about 4 months. That one book makes about an extra, or roughly, I think this year it made a little slightly less, but about $27,000 a year. I sell it for $19.95. It's not a big product. Do you see, the value in making an information product? Is that, when's the last time I updated it? I don't know, about a year and a half ago. An information product lasts forever. This was an ebook and it was an information product. When's the last time I promoted it? I can't remember. I can't remember the last time I promoted it. When's the last time I submitted to a search engine? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I don't even do anything with the site. All I do is I collect a check every month. It still runs on ClickBank, which is one of the resources we recommend. Okay, ClickBank takes care of everything. They have affiliates market it, and I don't do anything with it. It's totally hands-free. Why? I needed the information, very simply. How to create audio products. Now, many people are creating audio products. Audio products themselves are a great way to build your business, a great products to produce. They're very simple products to produce. Visit your local Radio Shack. That's the first step. This is very simple. It's not complicated. Those are the numbers. Pick one. They all do the same thing. They help you record from your phone to some kind of audio format, whether digital into your computer or into a recording device. Editors, you need something to edit it once you record it. I use Cool Edit. You can go to cooledit.com, and you can actually edit the audio files. What I do is I put a little music on the front end, something a little jazzy, and then what I do is I fade that into the actual recording, and then I put a little music on the back end, and then every time I say I go back and I take that out. And this way I sound like Walter Cronkite by the time I'm finished. Very smooth, even though I was probably stuttering the whole time. But Cool Edit is what I use to do all that. It's very simple to use. It's very easy. It's very cheap, too. It's like $67. Duplicators. You can duplicate yourself one by one if you're gonna market the actual tapes themselves. But you can in a place like Dicobe, which is dicobe.com. It's in your notes as well, and kingdom.com. It's two great resources. And there's a lot of other resources. These are just two that I know that many people I know use. Fulfillment. You don't even have to ship it yourself. You don't have to do anything yourself. iFulfill.com, iFulfillment.com. Same thing. They'll ship it for about $2, maybe $3 per package that they send out for you. What do you have to do? Just get them the information. They'll tell you how to do it, how the format they want it. That's it. It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple to do. That's how you create an audio product, and that's how you create fulfillment for any product that you have. Same thing. But that's simple, easy, simple to do. Audio transcripts. Why would you create an audio transcript? Well, it's another product to sell off the same information. So you're multiplying your efforts. You're multiplying your resources, the stuff that you already have. Take what you already have and figure out ways to make more money with it. If you have an ebook, make it an offline book. Okay, if you have an offline book, make it an ebook. If you then take that ebook, basically read it, and make an audio product out of it. Have someone interview you about the subject of your book, and then utilize all those products as either sales on the front end, or the actual product itself that you're going to sell, or sales on the back end. You see, there's a lot of different information here that you can use, and you're just maximizing the amount of money. Now, remember what I said about the other day? Those three things I said the other day while I was sitting on the panel up here was that you can sell a book for about $19.95. You can sell an ebook for maybe $67, possibly, effectively. But you take the same information, put it in a 3-ring binder, double space it, and sell it for $250. That's how you make money. You see, it's a home study course now. It's a different product. You have some costs involved. And people are willing to pay more money. It's a fact. How many people have bought a 3-ring binder and paid several $100s for it? I know I have. I think there's a lot of other people here as well, too. Why? Because it was the information that was in it. Alex said that he charges $100 less for the ebook version than he does the actual 3-ring binder version. Okay? That's a big difference. You see, people will pay for it. If you have the information already, print it, take it down, duplicate it, do whatever. It's not going to take you very long to do this stuff. Value-added bonus. You can use them as a value-added bonus if you just want to increase the value of what you're doing. You can upsell. Use it as upsells. Again, we talked about it. People like to read. They like to read the product as well as listen to it. Frank Guerin, is Frank in the room right now? He's not. Well, Frank Guerin, when he sits down at a table, if he's in the back of the room, if you looked at him over the weekend, I'll bet you that you saw this little bag sitting next to his leg. And then this little bag, normally, he has all this stuff printed out because he doesn't have time where he is normally, and he prints out everything, and then he reads it later. And because people like to read things offline. They like to sit on the couch and read it. They don't like to sit at the computer to read it. Fred talked about this in the early part of the seminar. But the fact is that you need to be able to accommodate those people, and they're willing to pay more money to do that. So accommodate them. People can print it. It's easy to use. Resources, transcription, hiredhand.com. Okay, that's one resource. elance.com. I introduced you to Maggie last evening. She's actually my customer service person. She's starting to do transcription services. If you sent an email to Maggie at netcustomerservice.com, I'm sure she'd be willing to do it as well, too. So if you did that, you're going to be able to get people to have it transcribed, put it in format, whatever format, printed out. Once it's transcribed, you can do whatever you want with it. It's very easy to accomplish. Teleconferences or teleseminars. How many people were on one of our teleseminars? How many people would have paid to hear that information? A lot of you, right? Okay, just give me a check now. No, those teleseminars are great because we give you a lot of value. And that's why you're sitting here right now, because you're getting a lot of value. The teleseminars, though, you can put them on. Alex did some case studies, and he showed you what can be done with a teleseminar. It's easy. It's easy to set up. It's easy to do. If you only need a phone to do it, you can do it anywhere. I've done teleseminars at a boxing match because I was stuck. I had to do a teleseminar at a boxing match, though, and I did that. It can be done from anywhere in the world, no matter where you are. Joel, have you ever done a teleseminar on a cell phone in your car?
Yeah, while my wife was feeding the baby in the back. Because we were in transit to Houston.
We've done I've been on several teleseminars where Joel's been, not at home, but he knew he needed to be on this call, and so he called in like that. Resources. This is where you go to get your teleseminars done. SparksCommunications.com, great service. I've used them for a long time. BlackandWhiteCom.com, handle almost unlimited lines. VoiceText.com, same thing as well too. Okay, just wait for the microphone. There's a lot of the free services on the conference calls, though. I think that's what your question was. You can use those. Those are good services, but mostly the free services for the teleconference calls, they limit you to the number of people that you can have on. They might give you a free conference call for maybe 20 or 30 people, or for example, one free service offers you 39 lines, and you can use that 39 lines at any time you want to. Or some of them will say, give us we'll give you your first free conference call free, and then what we're going to do is we're going to charge you 15 cents per minute per person for every other conference call that you have with us. Think about that. Okay, now here's how, if you go to your local phone company and you ask to set up a teleconference call, here's the rough fees they're going to charge you. The lowest ones I've seen is about 12 cents a minute per person on the call. Think about it. That's a lot of money to do a conference call. These guys, it's flat rate, which means if it's however many subscribers and how often you want it, you're going to pay X number of dollars. For example, I use Black and White for the conference calls that we did. I have a 24-hour dedicated line for conference calls, which means if I want to have 100 of my closest friends on the phone anytime I want to, I could have them all call in at the same time, and I can talk to them. I can mute them out. I can have them record the call. I can do anything I want. But Black and White is who I use for that. But that service, I have a 24-hour service, though. That costs me about $400 a month. They record it. They do charge you to record that, though. It depends on the service and the company, how much it is. I think I pay about $25 per call that I have recorded. if I get the audio for it, and also if I take the audio and I have them burn it to a CD, they'll charge me more for it. But it's not that big of a deal because that's less work that I have to do. You see, it's very simple to do with teleconference calls, and anyone can do a teleconference call. It's easy. If you're not the best interviewer, though, maybe you don't want to do it at first. Listen to other people's calls. If maybe not for the information, but to see how it's structured, to see how it's done, so you know the right ways to do it. There should be a person that's very well and very good at doing interviews. If a person has a good speaking voice, even better, because some people just have those natural radio type voices.
Well, thank you.
Take the microphone away from him.
Follow-up question, Armand. Am I still on?
Okay, go ahead.
And that is, how would I determine for my cruise business whether I should charge for these introductory cruise teleconferences or give them away free? And besides my current mailing list, which is only 2,000, how would I go to attract people to either a free or paid teleseminar? Because I love this idea.
Joint ventures. Joint ventures is how you get people on the call. 12 weeks I did joint venture. Think about how I get everyone on the calls. I did a joint venture with every speaker here. We sent an email to their list. They subscribed to the list to receive information on the call and when the call was going to be. And then that's how we put over 2,500 people on the conference calls in 12 weeks. All in all, that's how many people were actually on the calls. Now, same thing as far as getting people on. How do you know whether you're going to charge for the call or not? It's another issue, really. If you're going to charge for the call, if you feel the content is worth paying for. Would you pay to hear that content, for that information? I wouldn't pay for your content. Why didn't you just log into the preview of the seminar? Because I had an ulterior motive on mine. My objective was to get you into this room. That was my back end of the conference call. That was my main objective. And I don't think, did anyone jump on the phone not knowing that? I think you all knew that. Since I said that, this is a preview call for the big seminar in Dallas, Texas. That was the first lines out of my mouth for every single one of those calls. So it wasn't a big surprise when at the end I said, I'd like you to come down and join us down at the big seminar. And so that was the objective. What's your objective? That's what you need to think about. Is your objective to make money as an income stream from the calls themselves? Or is your objective to give valuable information and then to bring the people into something else? So there's many different ways of utilizing the conference calls to do that. The bonus, though, is when you do a conference call, it can be sold over and over again just by simply recording that call. So it's not just a one-time deal. Also, so it can be sold again and again. That's just one example of it. 5-minute software creation. 5 minutes you can create a piece of software. It doesn't take long. Okay? Here's what you do. Define your problem. What is it? Okay? Define your problem. Think of what the problem is. Okay, this has to be a software problem, obviously. Open source software. Okay? Those are the words. Those 3 words can make you over $100,000 this year alone in 5 minutes. Here's how you do it. You go to this site, sourceforge.net. That's the first site. Second site, freshmeat.com, webattack.com, gnu.org, completelyfreesoftware.com. Okay? Now here's what you do. You define the problem, and chances are there's a piece of software that already does what you're looking for. It already does it, and these guys aren't selling it, they're giving it away free. Why? Well, they're programmers, and they don't know any better. That's why. They're not marketers. They don't think that people are willing to pay for their products. So they give it away. Why? Not to build a list, just to give it away. I mean, does that sound crazy? These guys some of them went to college in order to give away free software. I could have done that at home. But they're doing it. They're giving away free software. Find what the software can do, and then simply make them an offer. Offer to have them private label it with your name on it, with your information on it. And what's going to happen is you're going to have a piece of software literally within about 5 minutes. That's it. It'll make you over $100,000 this year if you just follow that rule alone. How much will it cost you to private label it? Not as much as you think. $50? Sound fair? Pay $50 one time for the software. You may sell it for $150 every time after that. Because why? It has your name on it now. And now it's your software. And one important fact when you're dealing with these people, make sure you get the source code. It's very, very important. Okay, get source code to project. The reason why you want the source code is this. Because if you get the source code, we'll take the questions after. But the reason why you want the source code is this, is because you're buying the source code from them. That's what you're going to do. Private labeling, let me define that a little bit. Private labeling, it comes in different variations. If you're buying the source code of the software, you might have to pay a little bit more. Sometimes you don't have to, though. Sometimes these guys will just give you the source code with it. And then what happens is you can take that software and just private label it, which means you don't own the source code maybe. They keep the source code. But if I buy a piece of software and I'm going to market a piece of software, I want the source code. And the reason why is because if something goes wrong with it and I can't get hold of that original guy, I'm going to go somewhere else and have someone modify it and fix it for me. Things break. It's a fact. Technology changes. Windows releases, I don't know, XP2, whatever. But something's going to happen where that software is not going to work effectively anymore. So you need to do something about it. Get the source code and you'll be able to fix it. Summing it up, take action. That's all it is. It's just a matter of taking action on these different projects. I didn't leave anything out on this, you see. See, this is what I do exactly every day. Let me give you some examples, though. Now, this is something that I don't really do, but I'm going to show you exactly on a piece of software. Let's define a problem with a website, okay? Carl, give me a problem with your website. Give me a problem. Give me a problem that can be solved with software. Well, it doesn't have to be on your website, but a problem that can be solved with software. Someone give me a problem that can be solved with a piece of software. George, in the back.
As we say in Texas, I'm fixing to show you all just how dumb I really am. I've got a web page. The home page has an entry pop-up on it, but every time somebody clicks back to the home page from another page on the site, the pop-up pops up again. Okay. Because I'm dumb about programming, I don't know how to fix that.
Okay, it's very simple. Want to know the solution? Okay. You go to popupmaster.com, and you simply email him, and he will give you the source code for that to fix it, because he gives it away free on his site. That's the solution. It's actually a matter of, here's the technical part. The way that, what most people want is they want a pop-up to come up, but they don't want the pop-up to come up if a person clicks on the order link, right? Because that will annoy the person if they order. Makes a lot of sense. So what you do is you have to put in a cookie on their computer. You're putting a cookie on their computer. It's going to track exactly where they're going on your website, and if they go back to that main page again, it's not going to come up anymore, because it's going to read the cookie and says, you've already been here once today, and I'm not going to show you the pop-up again. That's what that does. But if you go to popupmaster.com, the person that owns that site, it has a piece of code that he created for a pop-up that will only pop up on exit. Or if you buy that software, it's a great piece of software. I would buy that as well too. It's very cheap, $35 or something. Let me just give you some examples here. I went to WebAttack, and I happen to like this site because it's very easy to use, simple to navigate. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on one of these links here, hopefully. In today's, WebAttack, mywebattack.com. Let's do this. This you can go to mywebattack or WebAttack. I did it. Must have transported me here, because I don't think I typed in mywebattack. Maybe I did. Let's just go to WebAttack. It's the same company either way. Okay, here you go. A little bit different. Same company. MyWebAttack is if you pay the $19.95 per month. They don't show you any ads. That's the difference. Let's go to freeware. At the top of the page is a link called freeware. Now, underneath this, we're going to select what we're looking for. You can see there's different various tools on this page. So let's assume that I want to have a pop-up blocker. Okay? You don't want a pop-up blocker? You want one or you don't want one? You want
something to block the pop-up blockers.
Interesting. Well, let me tell you something. I'm going to choose pop-up blocker, and I'm going to tell you why. Because pop-up blocker, I did a little research last month, and I found out that pop-up blockers were one of the most searched-on terms on the internet itself. Why? Because everyone hates pop-ups. Okay? So there's going to be some technology over the next 6 months that's going to make pop-ups obsolete. You're not going to be able to get away with what's going on right now. New technology is coming out that's automatically installed in like AOL. That's going to stop pop-ups automatically for you. In the browsers, it's automatically going to come so the pop-ups don't come up unless you request them to come up. Think about that. You need to think ahead of what's going to happen in the marketplace. You see, if you don't know what's going to happen next, how can you make your next move? You can't. That's why you got to stay ahead of these things and pick up on these things. And I'll show you another reason I did this as well too. But let's just assume that we want a pop-up blocker, and I'm just going to use an example. I'm just using this as an example anyway. Then I'm going to show you some other stuff. Pop-up stopper free. Pop-up stopper free, and we look at on the left-hand side over here. You'll notice that it says download free, download free, download free. We can see a screenshot of the program, what it looks like. That's what it looks like. And we like it, we download it, we try it out, we contact the developer, and that's it. And we get a private label piece of software. Also, what I learned is that in the last few weeks, I learned that if you know how to use some basic programming languages, it's not that hard as well too. That I know nothing about programming, but I know how to cut and paste. Does everyone know how to cut and paste on a computer? You know, if you can cut and paste, you can make your own software programs. It seems kind of funny, but you can. Its language is called Visual Basic. And basically what it does is you can go to different sites that have pre-made source code already. And you simply go there and basically copy and paste the source code. I'm oversimplifying it a little bit, but not really a whole lot. Because, you know, here's what I did. I made 5 pieces of software in one Sunday. The first one was a site that I've been experimenting with, popupzero.com. Now, this is a pretty neat site. Now, have I sent this out to my list? No, they wouldn't like me since I sell popupgenerator.com. But so if I don't get them coming, I get them going. But it says huge marketing rollout. You benefit. Limited time off, free offer. This offer to the first 500 people only. This offer ends midnight, Sunday, February 2nd, 2003. Only 127 copies left. You know, that's a good point. I should probably put an exit pop-up on there as well too. Just say, if you don't want to see this again, then you need to click here. But it's a very simple website, as you can see. It's not very complicated. You know, I made this website in one evening, sitting at home. I give a little example, you know, of what it looks like. These things popping up. It took me about 5 minutes to do. And I tell them what's compatible, and I'm giving it away. Free. Why would I give it away free? To build a list. To build a list to these people. Now, here's the reason why I would give this product away for free. I created the product, and like I said, it only took me a few minutes. Literally about 10 minutes to make this product itself. Because I found some open source software. And I edited it a little bit and did a few other things. I asked them for their information, first name, last name, email address. And now here's what happened. I immediately went to Google and I ordered their AdWords. How many people know what Google AdWords are? Okay, for those of you that don't know, it's a pay-per-click search type bidding scenario. I'm bidding for every person that clicks on that link. Now, the traffic that I'm getting to the site right now, 62% of the people that come to the site are downloading that software. Not shabby. Well, within 3 days, I developed a list of 267 people. Easy. Now, the next step is to test how effective that list is. I can do 2 things with this. I can sell them more advanced pop-up software, A. B, I can sell them like something else that they would be interested in. If they don't want pop-ups, to me, the most common sense thing would be is to sell them a type of privacy software. because they're very concerned about their computer and what's coming up on their computer. So I could sell them a privacy software. So I could do that through an affiliate program, or again, I could go back and I could look at WebAttack and find out about a pop-up software. I mean, a privacy software that I could private label. And then once they had the privacy software, I could have what's called an IP blocker. Does everyone know what an IP ad is? The ad that popped up on the computer that Ryan has is kind of an IP ad. Okay, which means this, and here's what I mean. Here's what's going to happen in the next 6 months or less. You're going to be bombarded, literally bombarded with these ads like what you saw, that popped up. That's okay because that came from my website. My website generated that. Okay, and I know that. But all of a sudden you're going to be online. You may not even have a browser open. All of a sudden, boom, an ad comes up on your screen, just like that. Boom, another one comes up on your screen. Another one, another one, another one. It's an ad because there's a flaw in Windows. NT 2000 XP ME. And you'll be able to, people can send an ad direct to your computer. You know how? Microsoft has this open door in the little back port of your computer that transfers information when Microsoft downloads the new versions. That little port is open. And as long as that port is open, people can send you instant messages like this, and you're stuck with them. And you just have to keep clicking OK, OK, OK. Now, there's not a lot of software that does this right now, but an IP blocker is the next step, which I've already developed. But you see, that's a need. That's a need because I'm anticipating those things to be more and more complicated because the price on the software to send those ads went from $700 down to $500, down to $200. So now you can go on eBay and you can buy that advertising type software for about $30. So now it's getting in the hands of everyday people. So now it's going to become more and more of a problem. Remember how many people were online in 1996? Okay? Remember, like, if you're doing any kind of marketing in 1996, what were they advertising? Spam software. Literally, spam software, bulk email software. Earth Online. That's all they sold. Was spam sending, bulk mailing software. That was 1996. And then what happened? Well, you couldn't send that anymore because it was illegal and you'd be shut down. Well, do you know what it takes to make something illegal? You know the process that they have to go through in order to make this particular function illegal? How long did it take them to make spam almost illegal? They really haven't even made it yet. I mean, it's really in just a few states that it's kind of illegal. But the fact is that spam itself is still a big problem. But it took 7 years to make any kind of progress where there's a legal action could be taken. So how long do you think it's going to take for these IP messages to do the same thing? You see, it's not spam. See, that's the key. It's not spam. That's what makes it legal for everyone to do it. It's legal because it's not an email. Unsolicited commercial email. That doesn't define this IP messages that I just told you about. It does not define it. So in order to block this stuff, basically, again, you've heard the phrase, an act of Congress has to be taken place in order to do something about it. Literally. So that's going to be a big problem. The person that develops a solution for it will profit from it. And so I saw a problem. Now, again, ask me how much that piece of software cost me. Okay, yeah. What did it cost you, Armand? Well, that piece of software cost me. That one I did for free too. You see, free. I did it for free. It didn't cost me a dime because I found the open source software, okay, which gave me free rights to distribute that software for commercial purposes as well. Those sites that I gave you a few minutes ago, you have to buy Visual Basic. Visual Basic is a product from Microsoft.
Yeah, the question was, where do you find Visual Basic?
Yeah, you'd have to buy it from Microsoft, or CompUSA, one of those computer stores, and it's a $200, $300, $400, $500 program. Next question right here.
Okay, you want questions now, Armand?
Yeah, we'll take the questions right now.
Okay, where are you with the questions?
Right here. This gentleman right here.
Okay.
When you're talking about acquiring the rights to private label the software, are you talking about a JV with a developer, a fixed amount of money?
I don't JV with any developer. If I buy it from them, I own the software. That's it. It's mine.
Okay.
And I don't suggest you JV with the developer either, unless that's what you want to do. And I would also make sure that that developer is going to handle the customer service as well too, if you're going to do JV. But again, I don't recommend that you do. Right over here, this gentleman. Could you stand up, please?
Two questions. How do you verify the programmer skills when you're shopping around?
You can verify their programming skills by simply looking at previous projects they've completed. It will show you exactly what they've done previously, and the response, their user feedback.
Okay. And does your ebook tracking work offline? For example, if you've got somebody trying to read the ebook on an airplane on their laptop.
As far as the tracking?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't work on.
Will it deactivate the book?
It won't deactivate the book like that, because in order to deactivate a book, a person has to be connected to the internet. It will let them go through a few times, but then all of a sudden it will connect in randomly throughout the month, and then the next time they connect to the internet, it will disable it. So it does it randomly. So this way, you're not going to, every time they open it up, it's not going to request that. John?
Armand, you mentioned, okay, I've got an ebook. This is a physical version of it, okay. And you're saying I charge $39.95 for the physical version, $29.95 for the digital version. You're saying if I put it in this form, that I can get $2.95 for it?
Well, I'm telling you that you first of all have to beef it up a little bit.
Okay. I mean, I cut out all the fat. It's pure meat. Okay. But go ahead.
I mean, I'm not just saying that because it's a thin manual, because there's a lot of valuable information. It doesn't take. You don't have to have filler information. But I'm just saying that when a person receives the product, again, remember that shock value.
Holy crap.
Holy crap factor, exactly. That you want people to look at it. Give them bonuses. Give them as much information as possible. Some people's bonuses on their websites are actually longer than the actual sales ladder.
Okay.
Okay, so you give them extra value, so when they do get that, they're going to have that value. Did you notice? Let me ask you a question. Here's an example of that same scenario that I just talked about. Did you notice on the manuals that you received today over the weekend? You notice that we printed out on the front and on the side as well too, and that's full color, and that wrapped it, so it made it look kind of nice and tidy. Did you also notice that there was a box that you received it in as well? A white box? Yeah, you threw it away. That's where it went. But the reason is because it was presentation value. I gave you a white box for it. It looked like it was more important because it was in a box. If I just gave you the manual, it wouldn't have been that valuable. See? That's what you need to do. Perception is a whole lot, and it's extreme perception. That's why you should have a graphic on your website. That's why you should have an Ecover on your website, is because of that.
Armand, when you're putting a project on Elance or somewhere to be bid on, how much detail do you put into the description of what you need done so that they can bid on it?
You can actually go through that and not put all the description into it, which means you can check a box on Rent-A-Coder, for example, that will say the person has to sign a disclaimer first before you give them details about your project.
Good.
Okay. See, that protects you. See, you have to look at your protection, because if you post your idea out to the general public, someone can steal it. In fact, some people, unscrupulous people, maybe just search those sites just to find out new ideas. And as you're scanning those sites, you will get new ideas. I mean, personally, I try to stay away from those sites. You know why? I don't want any new ideas. I've got plenty of ideas that I can't finish now. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, I'm Michael Quarles, and I do not sell cruises. In a product like the product formerly known as PayPal Generator, where you don't necessarily know what language or platform it's going to end up on,
sure.
How do you describe the project to the programmers?
As best you can.
Okay.
As best you can.
How did you describe that one?
I knew what I wanted. I knew it was Flash, and I knew the uses of Flash. I tried to do it myself, but couldn't figure it out. So if you don't know it, when you go to submit these forms, it's going to be various spots where you can actually check off. You can actually check off the types of languages. Check them all. Let them sort it out. Ryan Dice and Ben Prater just put together a book called Dead Software. Okay. Ben Prater wrote Software Secrets Exposed. Go ahead, Carl. Say that again.
Software Secrets Exposed is what it's called, and it explains how you create a software design document. And it does it so you can do it very simply. You don't need to know about programming. You just need to know how to specify what it does. An excellent book. I highly recommend it. It's like $100, but it's really well worth it if you can do that kind of thing.
Okay. There's just pause for the questions for a moment. I just want to show you something. Remember that flash technology I told you about? As I was sitting here, I remembered it. Okay, here's what happens, and we're just going to hit refresh on this so you can see it from the beginning, and just watch what happens. This is a demonstration of the newest version of my Ecover software. Okay, this is the first screen of Ecover Generator. You can choose from over 173 different professionally designed cover templates we've created for you. I've chosen Ecover Generator demo template to show you how easy Ecover Generator is for you to use. Select your template and click the next button to continue. Step 2, you'll see the front of the template you have chosen, and you can now add text to customize it to fit your needs. And then what happens is the mouse goes over, clicks the text button, tells you what it does. Add text, simply click on the text icon, and the Windows dialog box will come up. And boom, there it is. Type in your text in the box below, and then it does it. See, this is all in Flash. I recorded this in Flash. Pretty neat, huh? How much customer service do you think I have to have with this? Well, if I just release it out to the public, I guess I wouldn't have any. But but I haven't shown anybody this. Only a few people. I think Jimmy Brown has seen it. Maybe Carl has seen it, and 1 or 2 other people. That's it. But this technology is pretty neat to use. You can use it for all kinds of different uses. I've used a piece of software called robodemo.com. It's expensive. I paid $400. It was really hard for me to pay $400 for a piece of software. But I did this. And what it does, it just walks you through step by step how to do this, how to use the software. It makes it really easy for people to use. You see, it's not very complicated. You can do it. Anybody can do it. You can bevel the text in it. And just an example of how the actual software works. Now, this is kind of neat because it's going to put the text on this when we click OK. And, it's easier, better than me. This whole thing probably took me about 10 minutes, 20 minutes. And actually, the whole thing probably about an hour to do. I just added that sample text just as an example, and I can move it around to position it where I want it. And see, we've already made the covers for you. See, we had 173 different covers that we actually have in there of different variations, different people on it. That happens to be the one that's actually on the site that you saw earlier, and it matches the site. You see, it's a real neat effect. You click next. Simply, all we're going to do is we're going to paste it onto the spine as well too. And then the next part is really simple. This is the neatest part of the whole thing. Now, when you see this happen, we're going to rotate the text. Because on the spine of a piece of software or a book, what happens? The spine's not straight across; it's up and down. We just put it into place. Now, we introduced something new on this. We called it virtual space technology. It means it's in 3D. If you didn't get it. Now watch. There's a sample. That's the book we just made. That's the cover we just made. That's a box, a software box. Now I can rotate it, and it's going to rotate it over to the right. Okay, it's a little choppy in this because it's not in real time, but it's actually a very smooth transition. You can move it up and down. You can move it left and right as well too. Now, what's neat about it though is not that so far that you can move it and you can rotate it, because that gives you a possibilities for endless possible combinations. But what also, you can actually go up and change the designs. There's 8 different designs you can do from the same images. Here's the slick part. There's a 2-sided box. There's a 3-sided box. There's the book cover. It's pretty easy, isn't it? That's what I said. It's true though. It does have that holy crap factor. On the splash part, you can add audio to this if you wanted to. I made it really small. This was actually one of my practice pieces. But But it shows you the electronic magazine. It shows you, different size boxes. You can do a CD cover. If you market an audio product, creates the CD for you instantly, adds the CD into it. Yeah, this is the Ecover generator software. This is the newest version that we have. You know what also I do with all my products? I also give you lifetime free upgrades on all my products. And the reason why is because continually I make my products better to stay competitive in the marketplace like I talked about before. There's a couple questions we'll take and then we'll wrap this up. Mike?
One of the things that a lot of people don't do, and I think as an information provider or, as we sell information products, think about carrying around a tape recorder the same way a lot of people carry around a camera or a video camera and take advantage of the opportunity. Last night we put together Joel Christopher, Kurt Christensen, John Reese, Sean McElhone, Jason Potash, myself, Ryan Dice, and Alex Simpson, and the irrepressible Frank Kern. Is he here? And we put together an information product last night that was essentially a round table of what these guys are talking about, web products in their head that they just don't have time to do.
Right. That's as easy as it can be. Last question right in the back.
It's actually just a testimonial on your resale. You buy the software and private label it. There's a guy that did that with a piece of software for $50,000. He turned around and sold for $5 million.
Right.
License it. Guy's name, Bill Gates. Rename PC-DOS to MS-DOS. The rest is history.
I'm going to be at the back of the room. I'm going to answer any questions that you have, and then we're going to wrap everything up for the weekend, and we'll see everyone in just a few minutes.
My name is Armand Morin, and you are on the Big Seminar Preview Series. And as many of you know, the Big Seminar is an event that I've recently started putting on, actually about 2 years ago. And each and every time it gets bigger, and certainly it gets better as well. And we've got a wide variety of speakers that I bring together for 3 full days at different locations all across the United States, where we teach you how to market successfully online with your own internet business. And we have some tremendous speakers that are going to be teaching everyone for 3 full days live in Los Angeles this October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. People like Marlon Sanders. Many of you may have heard of Marlon Sanders, literally one of the true pioneers of the internet. And Marlon has made some of the popular tools that we take for granted literally come and stay by utilizing. He's one of the first early adopters of the Ebook as a product to market information products. He has just thousands of affiliates all over the place, and definitely one of the first people that I learned just a huge amount of information early on from when I first got started online. Again, so we have Marlon Sanders. We have John Reese. Many of you may have heard of John recently, and John did something that many people thought was virtually impossible, especially for someone working from home with a very limited staff. But John did something, again, what most people would think of as being impossible, and that is he did $1 million in sales in 24 hours from home during a hurricane, and he did it all online through joint ventures. And we're going to be talking with John on there about his new Traffic Secrets program, as well as I'm going to ask you, I'm going to grill him as far as how he did it. So we're going to get more information than what John thinks he's even going to talk about. We're also going to talk with Paul Culligan. And many of you who don't know Paul, Paul has been known or labeled as the front page guy, as the most popular site on the internet. Excuse me. When it comes to front page. But Paul also is a master in affiliate marketing. And affiliate marketing itself is something that we all use. I mean, to this day, a good portion of my income does come from marketing other people's products and services. And Paul's latest techniques really just totally blew me away. His new Tips Machine product is just fantastic. He's going to talk about that big seminar. He's going to not only talk about as an affiliate marketer, but he's also going to talk about another aspect of affiliate marketing, and that is from an affiliate manager point of view. Many of you know George Collins, who's my affiliate manager, and we just have a huge he just is responsible for a lot of things, actually everything when it comes to my affiliate program. And But, I can tell you this, that we're going to be getting Paul's new course, and I'm going to be sending that over to George, and it's just a fantastic course, and I think that everyone can learn from it. We're going to be talking with J.J. Childers at the big seminar. Many of you may not have heard of J.J. Childers, but J.J. is a licensed attorney who specializes in asset protection. Now, I have to say this, is that there is the biggest scam that you can find on the internet today is different companies claiming to reduce your taxes or hide your taxes or all this other good stuff, but most of it is a scam. That's the bottom line. So what JJ is and what he's done is he's a licensed attorney that shows you the legal, morally, and ethical ways that you can protect what you earn. I mean, let's face it, it's not what you make that's important in business. It's actually what you get the chance to keep, which is important. He's shown just thousands of people how to do this. JJ speaks regularly for MSNBC, and he's going to show us at the big seminar how we can protect ourselves and our businesses for literally generations to come. We're going to be talking with Stephen Pierce. Stephen Pierce, again, just a true marketing genius when it comes to the internet itself. I've just seen him release campaign after campaign after campaign, working with people like Jay Abraham, working with people like Jeff Paul, doing campaigns in his own niche market, the stock industry, doing over $100,000 in just a few short days. And he's going to be showing you how he did that, some of the techniques he's done with these really successful campaigns with these top marketers, and what he's done recently with them. It's just amazing once you get an insight as to what Stephen has done. We're going to be talking with Carl Valetti. Carl's been around as long as the internet has, even before the internet has. He's written ad copy for some of the world's top marketers, and many of you have seen his copy, and you don't even know that Carl wrote it. But Carl's going to be talking to you about the most important aspect and the most important skill you can possess as an internet marketer, and that is how to write copy that sells. You see, it's not just words. I know I've talked to many people, I've spoken in front of people that are authors, and a lot of people feel that they can write well, and that's probably true. To write compelling ad copy that makes a person want to buy your product or service is a total different business. And Carl does it well, and he can show you how to do it too, and he's going to do all of that at the big seminar. We're going to be talking with a good friend of mine, Randy Chirac, and Randy's success story is just amazing. When he first started online, in just 5 months, he brought in his first $100,000. He did it through an ebook that was geared towards the most niched industry I could possibly think of when it comes to the internet, and that is magicians. Randy's been a magician by trade. He performed for people all over the world, and yet when he started going online, he took all his passion, all his emphasis, and put it towards his internet business, just dived in to all the information he could possibly get from the different courses, different information out there, and actually put it into use. And he's developed now his new 3-step system for business success, and he's broken it down really easy so anyone really can succeed. We're going to be talking also with Alex Mondosian. Many of you know Alex is a good friend of mine. He's working with people like Brian Tracy, Stephen Covey, Mark Victor Hansen. He's worked with people like Ron Popeil, Suzanne Summers. I mean, those are just a few of the people Alex has worked with. But he's going to talk about something he's never spoken about at another seminar, and that is teleseminars, just like we're using right now. Alex is probably I think he's the only person I can think of on the internet today that probably does more teleseminars than I do. And he does it for profit, and he does it for not for profit as well. And there's a difference between the two. But if you structure your teleseminars properly, every one of your teleseminars that you do can be profitable. And he's going to show you how he makes literally hundreds of thousands of dollars a year through teleseminars. We'll also be talking with Jim Edwards. Again, Jim has known recently especially for his Friday night SmackDown newsletters. And, I like to think of Jim almost as the Internet's bad boy because he tells it like it is, whether you like it or not. And but behind this veil is literally a madman. He's a marketing madman because everything he does for a purpose, and his multimedia newsletters are something that no one else is doing, at least that I know of. Jim does it better than anyone I've ever seen attempt to do it, and he's going to reveal to you how you can turn your newsletter into a multimedia cash-making machine. That sounds pretty good, but and Jim is really easy to easy to learn from. You're going to see all the strategies, and you're going to see what this area of multimedia newsletter is heading towards, and you're going to be able to see that live, step by step in front of you at the big seminar in Los Angeles. We're going to be talking with Alexandria Brown, and it's all about communication when it comes to the internet. Allie's going to talk to you about e-zines, what they can mean for you, how to multiply your business 10 times over. It's a little-known method, yet so many people just haven't mastered the art of writing a newsletter, writing an e-zine, and communicating with their people properly. And by communicating properly on a level that people can understand, you can generate a revenue-generating e-zine really quickly and on a consistent basis, month in, month out. That does all the work for you. Mike Stewart, many of you have heard of Mike. He's been at our last few seminars. He's done our recordings in the back of the room. But Mike's always specialized in internet audio since he has a recording engineer background. He's run his own recording studio, but Mike's not going to be talking about audio. What he's going to be talking about is video production for the internet, basically the internet video guy. Now, at this point, Mike has developed new tools. I've purchased some of the things that he's going to be showing you at the big seminar. I use them right now. I've just edited my last series of big seminar videos utilizing Mike's new products. And it's easy, it's simple. You can literally become a video professional in 10 minutes or less. It really, really is that simple. And he's going to show you what this means, how to make high-profit videos for online and for offline. We all know that if we take our video products, we take our audio products, we go offline with it, you can make more money. And Mike's going to show you how to make those high-profit dollars utilizing video with his new Video Secrets. We're going to be talking with John Childers, and John has been known all over the world. He's taught people like Robert Allen, Mark Victor Hansen, Jay Abraham, John Dessauer, Ted Thomas. He's worked with all these people, teaching them the most profitable skill in the world, and that is speaking from a stage. But John's not going to talk about that. John has developed something that I just think is tremendous because it's a new wealth-building strategy that will work with any industry, anywhere, anytime, and he can show you how to maximize the amount of money that you're making, no matter what industry you're in just a few simple steps. And he's done this for many other people, and now he's going to show everyone at the big seminar live in Los Angeles. And then the last speaker is obviously myself, who will be your host for the big seminar, and we have a huge selection of information that I'm going to be talking about. Some of the things that I've been doing recently of simply turning $200 into a residual income month in, month out, utilizing things like eBay. We're going to be talking about the different strategies that I've learned, that I've developed, that you can take your business to the next level with these simple strategies. And we're going to be talking more about that in the future. But that's the lineup of speakers. And we have Declan Dunn. I almost forgot. Declan Dunn is going to be with us, and Declan, again, has controlled and did all the marketing at one point in time for American Express. All their online marketing was done through one of Declan's companies that he owns. And now Declan is back. He's bringing it down to a level that we can understand, and he is just amazing and passionate about what he's going to talk about. And he's going to talk about email marketing. In email marketing, what it is, how you can use it, and how you can use it effectively. And he is a person that has sent out literally hundreds of millions of emails, not in his lifetime, but every month. And he's going to show you not only how he did it, but he's going to show you what works and what doesn't work, because there's not another person that I know that exists anywhere on the internet that has sent out as much email as Declan. And so that's a speaker lineup, again, October 22nd, 23rd in Los Angeles. And, again, that's our commercial for the beginning of the seminar. And tonight's call is going to be with a tremendous speaker, one of my most favorite speakers at the seminar, a person that I've gotten to know recently quite well, and that is myself. So tonight, what I'm going to be talking with is a subject that everyone needs to know, needs to understand. And once you understand and utilize this skill, you will be set for life when it comes to the internet. And what I plan on talking to you tonight about in the next 45 to 50 minutes is the topic of networking and what it means to you and how you can do it effectively. And also I'm going to talk to you about what doesn't work when it comes to the internet. And here's what I mean. let's just talk about networking and really what is it. If you understand networking, most people feel that networking or joint ventures is the ability to contact someone and ask them to send an email out to their list for your product or service. Now, I can tell you that every single week I get between 5 and 10 requests of people saying, hi, I have this great product or service, and I think it would be perfect for your list. Could you please send out an email? Here's a link, and here's a preview of the product. And that's the extent of their networking capabilities. Now, I don't blame these people. In fact, I applaud these people for having the ability and having the guts to actually take a proactive stance in building their business, and I appreciate where they're coming from. The issue, though, is not them doing it. The issue is how they're doing it. Now, let me explain. Now, if someone if you were walking down the street and a stranger came up to you and asked you for $20, would you give it to them? Ask yourself that one simple question. The answer probably 9 times out of 10 is no. Why? Because you don't know them, you don't trust them, and you just don't want to do any kind of business with them as far as financials, from a financial point of view. But now, that's really what these people are doing. They're walking up to a stranger virtually. They're coming up to you and saying, hey, give me money, because they know that you have a list and they want to joint venture with you. There is no relationship. There is no trust built upon this. So what happens is either I respond by simply saying, no, I appreciate it, but, we're tied up at this point, or I may respond, or maybe I just won't respond at all, let's put it that way, because they just didn't do it right. They didn't follow the system in order to do this. Now, let me give you an example. Now, let's start with the best form of networking. I'm going to start offline, and then I'm going to move to online. The best form of networking that you could possibly do is live, face-to-face, in person. Now, let me tell you a true story that happened to me. The first seminar I ever went to, I paid $1,495 to go to. Is the most money I've ever spent in my life to go to an event. And this was probably about 4 years ago, I believe it was. And that event was run by a person that many of you may have heard of. His name is Ron LeGrand, and he was holding an event down in Atlanta, Georgia, at the Westin in Orlando. So myself and a friend of mine went down to the Westin, and at that first seminar, I happened to meet several people there. First of all, where I was sitting, 2 seats over from me, was a person I got to know recently. His name is Dale Calvert, and Dale Calvert at that time was the CEO of a very popular network marketing, or many people refer to it as MLM organization, literally owning a business that was producing hundreds of millions of dollars, and he was sitting 2 seats away from me. Now, I had followed the network marketing industry. I knew who Dale was, and I was kind of shocked that he was sitting 2 seats away from me at the time. Now, also remember this. At that time, I believe I only had 2 products released to the marketplace. I had my book, which was Take Online Payments, which was the first ebook I ever wrote. The second product I had out was just my ebook generator product. Now, when I got there to the seminar, again, I saw Dale there, and I met several other people. One of them you were introduced to earlier on this conference call. One of the first people I met at this seminar was a person by the name of George Callens. George had known me because of the fact that he had bought my ebook generator software. That's the way I originally met George. He had emailed us once or twice, and that's about it. But we happened to meet live in person at that event. The other people that I met, and you know what happened with George, obviously, because George is now my affiliate manager and handles everything regarding my affiliate program. But now I also met people like Joel Christopher, who I wanted to do a couple of joint ventures with. I also met Kurt Christensen there. I met Terry Dean there. I met Marlon Sanders. I met Carl Galletti. I met Ted Ciuba, David Ledoux. I met all these people at that first seminar that I went to. I met them face-to-face, in person. So many of them I had dinner with. Many of them I've gone on to do joint ventures with, such as people like Kurt Christensen. I've marketed products from Marlon Sanders. I've marketed products from Terry Dean. I've, spoken at Carl Galetti's seminars. He's spoken at my seminars. I've, spoken at Ted Siuba's seminars. He's spoken at my seminars. Literally, those joint ventures were worth tens of thousands of dollars to me, in a very short period of time. But again, all started from meeting live in person at these events, and it went from there. Now, that was, again, I went to the seminar, again, most money I ever paid for an event, and literally, to this day, that one seminar is probably worth several $100,000 to me because of what transpired during that short period of time that I was there over the course of 3 full days. I also met other people that I had built relationships with, friendships I developed, and that aspect of meeting a person face-to-face is the most powerful way to do business. Now, let's kind of transfer that a little bit, though, because I want to talk to you about what most people do online, and here's a real quick story. And the reason I'm going to tell you these different stories is because these are all true stories that happened to me, and I know the effects of what happened and what the effects were on my particular business. A classic way, and this is the right way in order to contact someone that you want to do business with online. Okay, number one is this. Let's talk about Alex Sampson. Alex Sampson, for those of you that don't know, is an internet marketer. He's been doing business on the internet for quite some time. And a few years ago, I received an email from Alex. Now, Alex lives in Trinidad, so keep that in mind. I want you to just keep that in the back of your head. Alex lives in Trinidad. He emails me and says, hey, a friend of yours, Joel Christopher, said I should contact you. And I was like, okay, well, now I had a reference point. I had met Joel, where? At that first seminar. And he said, Joel Christopher said I should contact you. I said, I don't know what he wanted to contact me about. But I said, okay. So he wanted to talk to me on the phone. And I was like, okay. So I gave him my number, and he calls me up. He calls me up, and we started talking. We just started chatting. Now, I want you to know that Alex, on this first call, when he contacted me, did not talk about his products. He asked me about me. He asked what I was interested in. I asked him a bunch of questions as far as, what he does online, just so I understood more what he does, because I'd heard his name several times. And he never really asked me to do anything. It was just more of a general chat. It was me getting to know him and him getting to know me. And he never asked me for anything. So we hung up the phone. Now, what you have to realize is that, again, I said earlier that Alex lives in Trinidad. So if he lives in Trinidad, he has to pay long-distance charges just to talk to me. How much does he pay? Well, he pays $4 a minute from Trinidad to call me on the phone. Now, after the fact, it felt a little bad they kept him on the phone so long. But he was paying that. Now, was that a business investment on his part? Obviously. Did it work? Well, let's continue on with the story. Now, Alex then started emailing me, back and forth, and I was responding back, and we were kind of just chatting, again, getting to know each other. And then, after all this time, we've talked several times on the phone. Over the course of 3 months, we built a relationship. Okay? We built a relationship, and he finally calls me up after 3 months of us talking back and forth. We're on a first-name basis. We know what each other's thinking. We're constantly making jokes, all this good stuff. He was now a person that I would call my friend. And now he emails and says, hey, that product I have, that Growing the Net Gurus, would you send an email out for it? And so now, again, he wasn't asking me from a stranger. He was asking me from a friend point of view. Now, whether this was his intention from the beginning or not, I don't know. But I know that this is the end result. The end result is, yes, I did email out for them, for Alex. And the results were simply, in less than 24 hours, we did over 100-plus sales for his product. Did Alex make money? Yes. Did I make money? Yes. Was it a profitable joint venture? Yes. How did it start? By simply contact and building a relationship. See, that's what networking is all about. Networking is just a fancy word for saying a relationship. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, how strong that relationship is will determine how, the strength of that business relationship. Again, so networking itself is just a fancy word for a relationship. Now, a relationship may or may not turn into a friendship. You see, the most powerful thing that can happen on the internet is if you have a relationship, a business relationship with someone, that can also turns into a friendship. So now there's not only a logical point of view, meaning the business aspect, and then there's the friendship. And when you combine those two, you have a strong, strong force, something totally different. Let me give you an example. Now, I don't know all the details about when John Reese did his $1 million day, but I can tell you this. John had called up several people who were his friends, people like myself, people like Stephen Pierce, people like Jim Edwards, and many, many other people. And again, I don't know all the details, but I do know that at least us three mailed, as well as I think maybe 100 other people or so. We had mailed that day. Now, John, when he approached us about it, he simply asked, hey, I'm getting ready to release this Traffic Secrets course on the 17th. Could you send an email out for it? And I was, yeah, sure, absolutely. Why? Was it because of my business relationship with John, or was it because of my friendship with John? It was because of the friendship. Now, obviously, he paid me a commission to send that out because that's where the business relationship came in. But even if he didn't pay me, I would have done it anyway, which I shouldn't probably tell him that, but I would have done it anyway because of the friendship I have with John. Now, here's the other part of the story, is where did I meet John Reese? I met John Reese at a well-known internet seminar, and I met John Reese outside in the lobby, and we talked to probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning out in this lobby after they closed everything else. From there, we started talking on the phone. From there, he's been to every one of my events that I've ever put on, and, because of our friendship, our relationship. Now, that's been over the course of the last couple of years. And again, that friendship led me to help to send an email out for him for his Traffic Secrets course. I'm not saying that I'm responsible for a huge number of courses selling, although I did sell my fair share. The point is that the way he got me to do it was through our friendship. Now, let me give you another example of a way of online going offline. Okay? I needed someone to write ad copy for me. A few years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, I had a brilliant idea, which I still think is a brilliant idea, because I am biased since it's my idea, about creating a hosting company. I was like, hosting is the way to go, and I still do think it's the way to go. I think it's the perfect product when it comes to the internet. But I was going to do this hosting company, and at that time, I hadn't written a lot of ad copy. Never really got into it, never really cared about it, because my opinion was that I don't need to know about it, which I was dead wrong, by the way. But I needed someone to write ad copy for me. So here's what I did. I went to this website. I'll tell you where I went. It's very simple. I went to this website called Marketing Experts. A person by the name of Trevor Levine actually owns this, who's a copywriter himself, but he was busy. I went to Marketing Experts. There's some articles on copywriting there. It looked pretty legitimate to me, and so I went ahead and I filled out a form, and I said, please have someone contact me. Well, he sends me back an email, and he says, you need to contact a friend of mine, and the person's name is someone I respect. His name is Alex Mondosian. And I was like, okay. So I give Alex a call. I said, hi, how you doing? My name's Armand Morin, and I was referred to you by Trevor Levine, and I need some copy written. At the time, Alex was doing a lot of copywriting. He doesn't really do a whole lot of copywriting for other clients anymore. He does other things, which I'll talk about later. But now I contact Alex, and that's the start of my relationship with Alex Mondosian. And let me explain to you the progress. First of all, when I first contacted him about copywriting, I learned so much in the course of 3 months about copywriting than I could have ever imagined, because the process Alex put me through, and this is kind of a side note here, but Alex put me through the most intense, thinking process I've ever had to go through for any type of business, online or offline. He made me think about what I was doing. He sent me this big old, I think it was a 3 or 4 page Word document that asked me all kinds of questions. What product are you selling? What are the specifics of it? What is the market you're appealing to? Where is that market located online? What percentage of small business owners? What percentage of people doing over $1 million a month? And it was this huge, huge list of information that he would need in order to write the copy effectively. And all those questions made me think more and more about my business. So it did a lot of help for me, and I learned a lot from the process, and I still use many of those same questions to this very day in order to actually write copy myself, because over time I did learn how to write copy. But at that time I didn't. So Alex wrote the copy. It took him about 3 months. I paid him, and it was a great, great copy he wrote for me. And I was, and I just never ended up starting a hosting business, which I will probably by the end of the year, but I just didn't at that time. So now, Alex and I, over this course of time, went ahead and we started working with each other. We started talking with each other. We found out that we had similar backgrounds. We found out that we possessed many of the same traits. We liked what each other was doing. We had similar thought processes. Everything was very similar with us throughout this whole that we found out throughout talking on the phone and just talking with each other. So one day he calls me up and he says, "Hey, could you do a teleseminar? Jump on a teleseminar with me. You speak about 10 minutes or so." I was like, "Okay." So I jumped on to the teleseminar, and it was just an amazing thing. I spoke for a few minutes. That was about it. But then all of a sudden he said, "Well, let's me and you do a teleseminar together." Now, again, we've known each other, haven't really done a business venture together. Our first business venture, an hour and a half, we pull in about $7,500 or so. Good start to a business relationship. Again, the more and more we're talking, the more and more closer or better of a relationship we're having as not only a business relationship, but a friend relationship. And now we've gone on to do many different joint ventures together, each one becoming more and more involved. As many of you know, with audiogenerator.com, Alex is the third partner. There's actually 3 of us, Alex, myself, and Rick Raditz. Again, one of the most profitable joint ventures that we've ever put together, profitable for all of us in every which way that you can possibly think of. We also, at this point, Alex and I have our own platinum group together, where we only work with 12 people a year on teaching them how to build their internet business and on a high-level coaching type program. So that's where that relationship would went to, but it all started from the internet, progressed online, and progressed onto into seminars. We finally met. I mean, it wasn't until almost a year later before I actually met Alex in person from our first initial contact, and then it was like we've known each other all this time. But one of the keys that you need to understand is that you will never, ever, ever build a relationship with someone just strictly by email. First of all, get that through your head. That sounds a little bold. That sounds a little crass, but the fact is it's true. I wouldn't be telling you that if it wasn't. There's nothing for me to tell you something that's wrong on this. You need to understand. Most people got involved in the internet because they didn't want to deal with people on a face-to-face basis. We knew there was potential on the internet. We knew that there's a medium for reaching thousands and millions of people all over the world, but we didn't do it so we can spend our time on the phone. Agreed? And the fact is that what are we doing right now? We are on the phone. See, right now, whether you know it or not, you have an idea about who I am You have an idea about how I talk. You have an idea about what I'm passionate or not passionate about. You can tell what's important when I say it. We are talking on the phone, even though our relationship first started online when you opted in to be on these teleseminars. You see, that's how relationships are made. So the first thing you need to do when you're building a relationship is to not remain online, is to take it offline as quickly as possible, and then write that down. Take the relationship offline as quickly as possible. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, let's go through a process. What's the right way for a person to contact you and to do a joint venture, and what's the right, I should say, what's more importantly, what's the right way for you to contact someone else in order to do a joint venture with them that you may want to do later on down the road? Again, it's all about building a relationship. We've already stated that. So the first thing you may do is you see someone, you want to get to know them for whatever reason that you may have. It may be business, maybe, all other reasons. The first thing you do is send them an email. That's the basic form of communication on the Internet. We all know that. The email may simply be a testimonial. If you have bought their product and you liked it, and don't try to flatter someone for the sake of flattering them. Send them a true testimonial if you like the product. If you don't like the product, don't send them a testimonial. Send them something else, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But maybe initial contact, maybe just a testimonial saying, hey, fantastic product, here's what I thought of it. And you feel free to use this if you'd like. Second email. The second email may be something like this. I was going over your product, I just want to make a suggestion you might want to think when you do volume 2 or create the next version of it or whatever. And here's a suggestion. Again, here's what it is, just my 2 cents. And again, it's just a suggestion for you. Hopefully it can give you some helpful insight, blah, blah, blah. So now you've given them a testimonial, you've given them a suggestion, and now the next step is to get them offline. Get them on the phone. Email them saying, hey, I'd just like to chat with you for a few minutes on the phone. That may be a way for you to get them on the phone. If it's some big wig that you want to get to know personally, what you can do is offer to buy an hour of their time. In some cases, for a couple $100, you can buy an hour of their time just to talk with someone. Make it valuable on your part, and get the information you need out of them. But it will at least start a relationship with them, and that's what you need to look at. So try to buy an hour of the time and see if that can work for you. That's another way, and you don't have to do it every time, but that's another alternative to getting them onto the phone if that's your only choice, your only chance. But get them on the phone, start talking to them, get them to know who you are. A friend of mine I mentioned earlier who's going to be at the big seminar, he says that most people talk about this one phrase, and it's only a half truth. John Childers said this, is that, what's a half truth is, it's kind of funny because I almost forgot this phrase. The phrase is goes something like this, and I'll probably screw it up, but that's okay. It's not it's who you know, it's not who you know that matters, it's who knows you that matters. The phrase is who do you know out there? Well, it's not really true. It's not who you know that makes you successful. It's who knows you that makes you successful. That sounds better. Again, let me just repeat that so I'm clear on it because I screwed it up already. It's not who you know that's important. What's most important to success in business is who knows you. That's extremely important. That's what you need to consider, and that's what you're doing when you're building these relationships. That's extremely important. Now, if we were on the phone, we were talking, just for example, we were talking on the phone, and I'm going to remember you more memorable than an email. I know what you sound like. I know what your personality is like. If I met you in person, I'm going to remember you more. For example, there's a person on this call that I recently met, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. Now, he had sent me an email a couple emails. His name is Segovia, and he sent me a couple emails. Then he was at a seminar. I was at Mark Victor Hansen seminar a couple of weeks ago. He came up, introduced himself to me. I remembered his name. His name was unique, so I remembered his name immediately. We talked there. We spent some time out there talking. He told me about what was interesting to him, and he told me about some things that Alex and I had mentioned that he did really, really well with, and we had talked. We had a relationship. Now, if he emailed me today, would I remember him? Yes. Would I know what he looks like? Yes. If I met him in another seminar, would I know enough to go up and talk to him, and would I remember his name? Yes. You see, and if he had an expertise that I talked to someone else, if I was talking to another person and he had an expertise that I could refer someone over to him, yes. Do I remember his USP as far as what he's all about? Yes. I remember all these things because of the process, about him. And again, I can now refer someone to him, and I would feel confident because I understand just from talking with him for a few minutes, face to face. This was not done just virtually over email. This was not just done on the phone. It was face to face, and that is the key in this process. Again, the key to online networking in JVs is to take that offline as quickly as possible. Whether you, in some cases, another case, last week I was in Australia. I was speaking at an event, X10. It's called the X10 Seminar. Simon Chen ran that event. The way Simon put together that event initially was that he bought some consulting time from Alex Mondosian, right? And Simon lives in Australia. Simon flew 14 hours to San Francisco to meet Alex for 3 hours. It turned out to be over 6 hours, but he met him, initially talked to him for only 3 hours. And they went on about 6 hours. Now Alex helped him put on that event. Alex was the head coordinator as far as the teaching staff and did a lot of the things to help make that event successful. And it did. It came out extremely successful. So now it all started because Simon bought some time from Alex. Was that the best way to do it? No. How did Simon first meet Alex? He met him at a seminar. Next week, weekend after next, I'm speaking at an event in Orlando, Florida. Why? Well, first of all, let me tell you this. It's a home school seminar. Now, first of all, I don't homeschool. Okay, my son is not taught from home. But here's what happened: is originally one of my first coaching students that I had. Her name is Ray Perry. I met her live at an event. Then we started figuring out what she wanted to do. She had an idea. She saw me doing seminars. She said, I would like to do my own seminar in the homeschool market. And so I certainly encouraged her to do that. She saw what everyone else was doing. I gave her advice whenever she asked for it. This is her third event now, actually. Her third event that she's doing. Each one she's gotten better and better at, more and more profitable each and every time. And she's holding our next event in Orlando, Florida, and she happens to have me emceeing that event. How she talked me into it, I'll never know, but I happen to be emceeing that event. And it all started because I met her live. We actually did some consulting with each other. I did some consulting with her, and it continues on. That is how relationships are built. Now, here's the other part to this aspect of it. Originally, she hired me for consulting, but I talked with her many times. She became a friend of mine. Will I pick up the phone if she calls? Yes. You see, that's what happens is you build a relationship till you get to the point of having a friend. You see, I have to state this because I think this is the most important of anything, is that you need to have a business and a friendship with a person for long-term growth. If I don't really like a person, I'm not going to do business with them. It's just a fact. Some people you like, and some people you don't. That's just human nature. I mean, you don't get along with everybody, but you don't have to. It's business. You pick and choose who you want to do business with. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's just what happens. So you need to build a relationship. Now, a friend, if I'm have a business relationship so strong, it goes to the personal side, and we do become friends, that's a real strong relationship that I can call on if I needed anything. If I wanted to do business with that person as well, then we're going to make equitable terms for each of us. That's going to make us both profitable. But a friendship, to me, at least, is much more important than the business relationship. I'd rather have that friend because a friend, a good friend, and I think we can all agree on this, a good friend is hard to find. A person that you truly trust, a person that you truly know where you stand with, a person that will tell you not only the good stuff, but they'll tell you all the bad stuff too. Alex and I have a strong relationship because if I call him and I ask him a question about something I may be thinking of doing, he's not afraid to tell me that's crap. What the heck are you doing? Did you just wake up or something? But he's not afraid. He's not afraid to tell me that, and I appreciate it when he tells me that. If I call John Reese, the same thing. If they tell me ideas, I'm going to say the same thing. Either I really like it, I think that's awesome, or what are you thinking of? I mean, you're going to be hammered with customer service. You're going to be doing this or you're going to be doing that. I'm not afraid to say that because of the relationship and the friendship that we have with each other, that we can do that. We're always going to offer suggestions to each other because we're not looking at it from a financial standpoint. It's not what can you do for me. It's what can we do for each other. That's the meaning of a true friendship. But it started off it went from a friendship then to a business relationship in many of those cases. In some cases, it started off as a business relationship and went to a friendship. Either way, the friendship to me is more important. Another thing is not to abuse the relationships that you have. And this is where people sometimes cross the line. And we've all seen it in our personal lives, where have you ever had that friend that was just so needy? That they were so needy, in fact, after a certain point in time, you just didn't really want to talk to them anymore because every time you talked to them, they wanted something from you. It was almost a one-sided friendship. And I think we've all experienced that to some extent, maybe in our personal lives, sometimes maybe even in our business lives. The thing is to not abuse that relationship. I have friends on the internet right now who have email lists of over 250,000 people. Some of them have some larger ones, but I'm just thinking of a couple people I know with 250,000 people on their email database. Now, I've known some of these people for 4 years, but yet to this day, I have not asked any of them to email out a campaign for me. Why? Because I don't want to abuse the relationship. If I needed something done, if something was really important to me, and I wanted to do a major launch, would I call them? Yes. I would call them, and I would ask them, if they would do this. And obviously I'd put it, not for free. I'm asking them would you do this as a friend? So I'm asking hey, here's another reason from a business side of it, I'll pay you to do this through an affiliate program I have for that product. If their list is appropriate for what it is that I'm marketing. So, my point is to don't abuse the relationship, but to build the relationship for long term. It's going to be much more profitable for you long term than it is on the short term basis. So let's kind of recap a little bit here. The first thing is, and I think you've heard me say this over and over again, that meeting a person live is the best way to build a relationship, to start a relationship, to continue a relationship. That's proven. That's a fact. That's not my opinion. It's many people's opinions. The second thing is that online, when you're trying to build a relationship online, think about what you're doing. It's not me. It's put and find out. It's a testing period. It's a dating period, as Alex likes to say, where you're finding out more and more about each other. Email them. Get them on the phone as quickly as possible. Maybe offer a testimonial, offer a suggestion, do something out of the blue for them that they wouldn't expect, and get them on the phone. You want to try to build that relationship. It's just like a marriage. Marriages are not made overnight. A good marriage takes some work. You don't always agree. You talk things over, you work on it, and you continue on. It's the same thing with a business relationship. You talk to them, you get to know the person, you find out what their likes and dislikes are, and you see if you're compatible with that person, just like as you do if you're dating somebody. It's the same thing. It's the same principles. And now once you feel comfortable with them, at that point, you finally, after you've built some sort of relationship with them, you finally can earn the right to ask them to email something for you. That may not always be mine. If you go with the thought, I want to get to this person because I want them to email my product, I can tell you right now, you're going to lose. You're not going to win. It's not going to work out because it's a one-sided position that you're coming from right from the start. Instead, and this may be hard at first, but what can I do for this person to make me valuable to them? It's like a job in many respects. I was in the direct sales industry, and I always had this one key piece. When I walked into any sales organization, I would be the number one salesperson for at least the first 30 days, tops. I would set a precedence, and now from that point on, in the back of their minds, no matter what I did, I was always the number one guy because I just blew the numbers out the first day. And I'm not saying I got lazy after that. I'm just saying that I set a precedent when I first started dealing with a company. As a business person, set a relationship, set a precedence up front. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? How can I help you in your businesses now? What you can do for me. Zig Ziglar says, if you help enough people get what they want, you automatically get what you want. And that's a true statement on many different levels. But go at it from the right reasons. Look at a business, look at a relationship, and try to build it. Don't try to just make it. You see, it's nothing instant about the Internet. It can be quick, but it's not instant. And relationships certainly are not instant. And networking takes skill. Networking takes practice. At the big seminar, each and every time I have Alex, who's done this really well, go over some basic networking techniques. It's showing you how to network face-to-face with people and how you can build your own audio billboard, your own audio postcard, basically, that you can go up to someone live and you can say, hi, my name is Armand Morin. This is what I'm about, and this is what I'm looking for while I'm here. And what do you do? And now you can ask a person back and forth. You see, by us, I realized a long time ago, because of what the experience that I've had at an event, at a live seminar, that the event was good. The information is great. But the most money I've ever made was not inside the meeting room. The most money I've ever made was out in the hall talking to other people. So when you realize what that can do, if the most money is made not in the meeting, it's made in the hall, then you need to know how to network effectively in order to get the most out of your there. I fully expect when people come to the big seminar that if they are looking for joint ventures with other people, if they are looking to build what I refer to as a $1 million Rolodex, that they have all the tools they need right there. We provide networking on Saturday night in between sessions, formal networking on Friday night, I should say. We have networking going on all weekend long, and we give you as much possible time that we can network as well, too, because we try to provide as much content that you can think of throughout that whole event. Plus, we also try to give you as much networking time as possible as well, too, and I'm sure you'll find other times that you can network as well that I haven't even thought of yet. But this is what's going to make you a tremendous amount of income when you come to a live event, whether you come to the big seminar or not. Think about the networking and what it can do for you and what it can do for your business. The big seminar itself is, we've done it 4 times now. Each time we think of new and creative ways in order to present it to people, so it's going to be a life-changing experience that they're going to have for many years to come. And that's what our main focus is all about. We try to bring in the best people that we can, and there's just not enough time over the course of 3 days to bring in as many people as I would like to have speak at our event. But each time I have to be very selective as far as the content that is going to be shared at the big seminar. So we're always going to, we're always going to be looking out to see what what is in our customers' best interest at the event. And the networking that's going to be provided there, because the people, we have a high level of person there that do have their own business, that are currently marketing online, that in some cases are doing millions of dollars in sales and in business on the internet. The networking is better than any event I've ever been to, and that's just not from my biased point of view, but that's from any point of view. So we really encourage you to come to our seminar and to network. I'm not going to make this really long. We only got a few short minutes left, but I can tell you this: the big seminar itself is something that we put a lot of time and effort into. I hope you can make it there. It's October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Some of the ancillary things that will be happening while I'm there will be that I'm giving away a PT Cruiser to one person in the audience. Jermaine Griggs last year won a 2004 Mustang convertible. We've been giving away the cruise, not the cruise, but the PT Cruiser at the events. Also, we have networking. We provide, actually, while you're there, every day we provide you lunches. I pay for all your lunches while you're there. On Saturday night, we also pay for a huge buffet dinner that we have on Saturday night. It's just a full decked out plan. We have an instant Rolodex party on Friday night as well. There's just just so many things. We're having a private VIP dinner that we're having. We have an affiliate awards ceremony on Saturday evening as well. And we have a bunch of bonus gifts that we're giving away to everyone as well, too. Such as resale rights to the preview calls. In fact, this preview call that you're listening to right now is just one of the preview calls you'll be receiving the rights to, the resale rights, which means you're going to be able to take this whole series of 14 speakers on a CD. We even have someone that's already going to do the fulfillment for you, and this CD is put together, and you can actually sell this and keep all the money, and the retail value is $97, and you can sell this all day long. And we're not only going to give you rights to this one, but our last one in Orlando, the one before that in San Francisco as well, too. So it makes it really simple. But the best part that we have is that you can actually come to the big seminar for free. And the way that works is really, really simple. All you have to do is once you sign up for our event, you're automatically sent our link for our affiliate program. And this is how you can come to the seminar for free. If you just referred 3 people to the seminar that also want to make a difference in their online business, then you have an opportunity to have your whole seminar paid for, because each and every person that you refer to the seminar is worth over $600 to you. Okay, which means $600 is a lot of money. So if you just referred 3 people to the event, you would be earning more than your money back for the seminar. And also, you say they referred anyone to the seminar, you'll also be paid on all their sales, all the guests that they refer, on the second tier as well, too. So we have a 2-tier affiliate program, which is pretty unique for this type of event. And the seating is limited. We only can have 400 people at this event. We're well on the way to filling up the room. I expect, in the next few weeks, it's just to go hog wild. And the rooms are going really, really fast right now. So I suggest, if you're interested in coming, register your seat today and come to the big seminar, because the sooner you sign up, and this is something you want to keep in mind, the sooner you sign up, the more opportunity that you have to get your seminar seat paid for before you even get to the seminar, because of the fact of our affiliate program. That's important. Again, the sooner you sign up, that means the sooner you can start promoting with the affiliate program. That means the sooner you can be making money and in profit while you're actually learning for 3 full days in Los Angeles. So again, I'd like to thank everyone for being on this call tonight. Again, my name is Armand Morin. Click on the link that you were sent with when you registered for this preview call, and that is going to take you back to our page where you can read more about the seminar in case you forgot about any information, and you can register your seat for the big seminar today. So again, thank you, everybody, and I look forward to seeing you. Yeah.
Yeah, you were going to tell them a humorous story.
Oh, let me tell you my funny story before I let you go. This is really funny. We got 3 minutes left anyway. My funny story is this. Now, in the early part of this call, I had told everyone that I had recently reviewed this information. Now, the reason why that's so funny and why George wanted me to tell everyone so quickly was the fact that I dialed into this conference call 1 hour earlier. Now, I'm actually in Nashville, Tennessee right now. I'm speaking at a conference here. But I had got my times messed up, and I was looking at my computer, which is East Coast time. I'm actually in, I don't know where I am, Central time, I guess. And so I'm thinking, I need to be on this conference call at 8 o'clock. So on my computer in front of me on my laptop, it says 8 o'clock. Well, that was East Coast time. And so I did not only 10 minutes, not 15 minutes, not 20 minutes, but I did 40 minutes worth of this call 1 hour before we started. And so either way, I felt kind of like a goofball because I had to do all that. But that's the funny story. Travel, time zones, and everything, it messes you up every once in a while. But think about it. I'm on this call. I'm wondering, why isn't there anyone on this call? I can't believe it. I've never had this happen before. And the reason was because I was on an hour ahead of time. And the other sad part is that George was on with me. So
we had two listeners also.
Yeah, we had two other people, so they must have screwed up somewhere too. So, but again, it's just funny things happen. It's all fun. It's all good. And, it's all part about doing business. And, it's a good thing when you can have a laugh every now and then about your own mistakes. When you stop laughing at yourself, that's when you're in trouble. So, but again, folks, I'd like to thank you for taking your time. I hope to really meet you live in person at the big seminar in Los Angeles on October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. I mean, literally, here's what you need to do. You go to our website, the link that you were sent, simply register your seat for the seminar. You'll get signed up for our affiliate program, and here's all you have to do is each week, every Tuesday, every Thursday, you send them to this conference call line with your affiliate link at the bottom. We're going to tell them all about the seminar. I'm going to be interviewing Jim Edwards this week. I'm going to be interviewing Marlon Sanders this week as well, too, coming up. And we're going to help you meet your 3-person quota as far as getting your seat paid for. If at all possible, we're going to try to do that for you. So, again, I'd like to thank you very much. If you have any questions, please send us an email at support@bigseminar.com. Everyone have a great night. I look forward to talking to you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Again, my name is Armand Morin. You are on the Big Seminar Preview Series, and this is a series of calls that we are doing over the course of the next, about 7 to 8 weeks prior to the event. And we're going to be talking with many of our different individual speakers that are going to be teaching everyone at the event, and just to kind of give you an idea of what the Big Seminar is. Some of you may have been on these conference calls before. Some of you may not have. But either way, let me explain to you what the Big Seminar is. The Big Seminar itself is one of the longest-running Internet marketing seminars. It's actually the largest Internet marketing seminar in the world, and we've sold out every event for the last 5 events. In fact, we're going on 3 years now. We do them twice a year, usually one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast, and where we bring in literally hundreds upon hundreds of people, and we bring the top marketing experts in the world to teach you about Internet marketing, and we do it in a few short days, actually just 72 straight hours, where you are totally surrounded with marketers, marketing expertise. Some of the top marketers are out there that come to the event, not only as speakers, but as attendees as well, too. Some of the huge companies that exist on the Internet actually come to these events as well. Why? Because they know the value of continuing education. This next event, we have a fantastic lineup of people that will be teaching you. For example, we have John Carlton. Now, some of you know John Carlton. Some of you may not know John Carlton. If you know anything about copywriting and advertising, the name John Carlton, I'm sure, has come up many, many times. And the reason is because he is literally one of the great copywriters in the world. There's very few people that know how to write effective, high-end, direct response copy that will get your prospects to convert into a customer. Now, some people always question the value of copy. Let me tell you this. The single most important thing on your website is the words. Bottom line, that's it. And with the right words, you can become a tremendous success. With the wrong words, you can fail miserably. and you need to learn everything you possibly can about copy. And that's why John Carlton, we've asked John to come to our seminar and teach you his killer copywriting strategies, and they will just blow you away. I had the pleasure of meeting John not too long ago at Carl Galetti's seminar, and it was just fantastic what he can teach you. We have Derek Gell. That's another one of our guest speakers that we're having coming to our event this time. Derek Gell, many of you know Derek from Corey Rudel's Internet Marketing Center, and Derek is now in charge of the business, and Derek is just a wealth of information that he has helped build that business over the course of the last 10 years to over $40 million in online sales over the course of the last 10 years. Amazing as far as what they've done. And he's going to be able to teach you a lot of what has made his students successful as well. So we also have PayPal. Now, this is a first for an internet marketing seminar, is to bring in corporate entities like this into the mix. Now, I have been on this quest for PayPal to come to our event for the last 2 years. And this time it happened to work out in our favor that we had Alex Bruton, who is the Senior Manager in charge of Business Development at PayPal. Now, many of you know, or many of you maybe use ClickBank, and ClickBank, as many of you know, has recently started using PayPal. Some of you have your own merchant account. I don't care what you're using right now. You should give your customers the option of PayPal. I know this by my own statistics, that my sales increase an average of, depending on the week or depending on the month, but between 10 to 15% just by having a PayPal option on my order forms. And that's not it, though. PayPal has done many other things recently. They've created a situation where we can now take micropayments. Now, some of you may not know what micropayments are. They're charges for very small items like $1, $2, or $3 even. Before, with the merchant fees that you attached to a normal merchant account and the processing, that was literally impossible. But with PayPal's new function, they've added that. They have PayPal Pro, which just came out. Alex is going to teach us all about those new developments at PayPal and show you how they can actually increase your business just by implementing them already. Over 80 million people currently are using PayPal, and if you're not using it as a method to receive payments online, you're kind of missing the big boat. A good friend of mine, John Reese. John Reese is going to be at the big seminar. Now, many of you know John does not like to speak. It's just a fact. You can ask him, he'll tell you. But John, as a favor to me, has agreed to speak at my next event. He had basically retired from the speaking market because he's got many of other things to do to build his business. Some of you that don't know the background of John, John's been around as long as I can remember on the internet, and he had one of the greatest days on the internet for someone in the home-based internet business. And let me explain to you what I mean. It's not uncommon for companies to do $1 million in a day. Now, one of the other things is the fact that those companies usually spend a lot of money in order to do that. Now, what happened last August, a year ago last August, is John Reese did something that he kind of paved the way in one respect. He proved the fact that you can do $1 million a day in online sales with a very few people and with no advertising costs whatsoever. And John has agreed to come and show you the methods and how he thinks about the internet marketing and the strategies that he used in order to create that immortal $1 million day. So again, those of you that missed this, you're going to be nuts. My good friend Michael Fortin is a multi-million-dollar copywriter. He's also a fanatical tester, and Michael has written copy for just tons of people. People like John Reese. Michael wrote that copy that produced over $1 million in sales in one day. He's produced copy for Frank Kern, who did over $800,000 in a single day. People like Yannick Silver, Jay Abraham, Stephen Pierce, Michael Kimball, Sean Casey, Kurt Christensen, myself. He's done this over and over again. He's going to teach you about copy and testing and what his results are. Once you see the results that Michael has received from his fanatical testing, you're going to want to be able to do this yourself. In fact, you're going to have to do this. It's that compelling. You have to do it. You know, one comment that many people always make to me about once or twice a year, and that is, ebooks are dead. You know, why should we even create an ebook? Well, my first response is, you don't know what you're talking about. Second thing is that I have a friend of mine, Jim Edwards, who literally creates ebooks and then sells tens of thousands of copies. And he has developed a simple way to do this that literally anybody can do it, no matter what your education level, no matter what your skill is at writing, no matter how much time you have, you can create a literal ebook empire online, and that can just feed this whole funnel. And I'm telling you, if there's anyone, I don't know of anyone more qualified to teach you this than Jim. He does this not just once, not just twice, not just 3 times, but over and over and over and over and over again. And he's going to be able to teach you his strategies for creating this empire, this ebook empire, all at the big seminar. We're going to be talking with Stephen Pierce. Stephen Pierce, who happened to be with this weekend here. Again, I was with him last weekend. We happen to be together again this weekend. He's done many things. I mean, online. He started off in the stock market industry. His marketing strategies carried him over into the internet marketing industry. He's done things like, produce $100,000 in 3 days, not just once, but multiple times. His book, The Whole Truth, was just amazing, and that's how I got to meet him, because the book was so impressive, I actually called him. You know, one strategy out of the book, Stephen and I produced a piece of software that came out to be Smart Pages. Many people have heard of that, where we just literally dominated the search engines with that strategy and that product right now. And Stephen's going to be talking to you about his hidden marketing tactics that he normally reserves for people at his own training facility that he has up in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And he's going to be going over all those details with you that people pay tens of thousands of dollars to learn, and he's going to be going over those tactics with you at the big seminar. One of Stephen's partners, one of his joint venture partners, happens to be a person by the name of Rich Sheffrin. And Rich has developed systems. You know, every business requires systems. You have to have a system in order to work. Because if you don't have a system, then your business is literally going to run you into the ground, meaning it's going to take up so much of your time, you're not going to be able to simply manage it. Well, Rich himself has done this, done it well. He's worked with many, many big names in the marketing world. He's one of those people that not only succeeded online, but he succeeded offline. He's had businesses that did over $35 million in sales, and he's going to show you his systems that he's created at the big seminar and how you can implement these systems to run your business more effectively. We're going to talk with Stephanie Frank, the accidental millionaire. She's going to show you how to get to the root of your fears and eliminate the analysis paralysis syndrome that many people have on the road to wealth. We're going to be talking with Dave Lacani. You know, many people describe him as a marketing genius. He is a business acceleration strategist. And, you know, Dave, interesting story about Dave. Dave, last year in Los Angeles, won the car that I was giving away. I was giving away a convertible PT Cruiser, and Dave had actually won that car. Turns out he didn't want the car, he wanted the cash, so I flew over to Boise, Idaho a couple of weeks later and gave Dave a check for, I believe it was $25,000, and so then he bought the car that him and his wife both wanted. And we also had talking with Kirk Christensen. Kirk Christensen has some fantastic strategies regarding search engines that will just totally blow you away. Simple things. There's 18 strategies that he teaches everybody that if you just start implementing these 18 things, you automatically will increase your search engine ranking. It's not if, it's not and, it's not, hopefully. You will. Just by implementing 18 separate things into your search engine marketing on your website, you will increase your website positioning. Alex Mondosian, many of you know Alex. Alex is a good friend of mine. He's worked with some of the biggest names in the world in marketing. But Alex is going to talk about something which he's never talked about before at any other seminar. He's going to be talking about this secret strategy. In fact, when I first heard about this, I was just blown away. I wish I would have thought of it myself, but I didn't. Alex had made me promise not to tell anyone before the event, because this strategy, I can tell you this, If you start using and implementing the strategy, we'll build you an income of thousands upon thousands of dollars, not just once, but on a monthly recurring basis. And he's going to show you how he did it, why he did it, and what's the benefit to you at the actually at the seminar. And then there's myself, and I'm going to be going over many, many different topics at the seminar. We're changing a lot of things in our business, and you're going to see all about that and what we're doing live actually at the event. So that's our lineup, and that's who's going to be teaching for 3 days. If you haven't signed up for your seat, I urge you to go ahead and sign up for your seat immediately for the seminar, because this event is going to be, bar none, our best event that we've ever put on yet. We even have an affiliate program. After you sign up for the seat for your event, we'll pay you $1,000 for every referral that you make. You know, Alex Mondosian has been the top out of 5 seminars. He's been the top affiliate 4 times. John Reese beat him out 1 year by 1 sale. People are literally walking home with tens of thousands of dollars in their pocket just because of our affiliate program. Here's the best part. I will give you your affiliate check live at the event. Also at the event, we do something that most seminars won't do, some are afraid to do, but we do it anyways, and that is I pay for your meals the time that you're at the event. I pay for your lunch on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I pay for your huge, huge dinner on Saturday night. Why? Because the more that you can stay around these like-minded people, people that are serious about building their business, you will learn, you will network, you will build relationships, and that's what this business is all about. Let me ask everyone a question. This is kind of going into a little bit of the topic that I want to cover tonight. Let me ask you a question. Why do people pay tens of thousands of dollars in some cases to play golf at a country club? Why do they do that? Is the golf really any better? Yeah, to some degree. The course is probably better, better maintained and things. But is it really that much better? Probably not. Is it the fact that the golf carts are nicer to ride in? Probably not. So why do they pay that money to go to the country club and play golf there, as opposed to going to a local, not so private golf course, a public golf course? The reason is one thing and one thing alone. It's the networking, right? The networking that they do at these events are big money in their pockets. I'm telling you, at an internet marketing seminar, the networking is one of the most important aspects, if not the most important aspect. Yes, you're going to learn a tremendous amount of information in the room. Your life will be changed with the information that you will learn sitting in a classroom environment. But I'm also going to tell you is that the real money is actually made between sessions and after sessions. It's because of the relationship. If you took everything away from me right now, everything, literally everything, if you took all the money that I have away, if you took my computers away, if you took my database away, if you took all my products away, if you took everything away from me and left me with absolutely nothing except the clothes on my back, you know what? I could literally make a few phone calls and be back up and running, full steam, really never miss a beat within a few short days. Not because of anything else, but other than just the fact that I have a network of people that I can turn to. Network of people that I've built relationships with, that I can truly call my friends, that I could call them at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning if I have to. I can get their advice. I can ask them questions. They can do the same thing with me. It's not just a one-way street. It's a two-way street. And we have this relationship that we can count on each other. You know, now, and the best part is just, again, it's not only in business, but in personal life as well, too. I mean, these people are people that I truly call my friends, people that I hang out with, not only at business events, but people I hang out with personally as well, too, people that I would go on vacations with, people that I travel with. Those type of relationships can't be bought. They have to be built. And that's the value of networking. And that's kind of what I want to talk about tonight. So let's get into kind of tonight's topic. Let's go about order of importance for your business. You know, we're going to talk about many subjects, and I really don't have a set path that I'm going to go on tonight, but I want to talk about the order of importance
of your business. So if you're taking notes, I want you to write that. The order of importance of an internet marketing business. Let's start off with this. The first thing in order to be successful online is this. You need to have a product. Now, some people say you need to have a list first. I don't agree with that. You can't really have a list first and then have a product. I believe that you have to have a product first in order to be truly in business. There's some detours that you can take, but ultimately you have to have a product. Now, let's talk about the types of product that you should have. Now, I realize on this call right now that we have people from all brackets, meaning we have people that are very new to the internet and we have people that are very experienced on the internet. Let's talk about the type of product that you should start off with. The type of product that you should start off with, number one, should not be a service. Again, that you start off with. Now, I have a couple service products that are out there, and I'll talk about those in a moment, but that is not the product that I started off with. I started off with a digital product. I believe that you should have a digital product on the internet. Why? There's no shipping. There's no fulfillment. There's no warehousing of it. You make it once, and it basically lasts forever. So number one is you need a digital product that people like, want, and need. They don't even have to like it, and they really don't even have to need it, but they have to want it. Isn't that true? People, many times we buy things, we don't necessarily like it, we don't necessarily need it, but we sure as heck want it, and therefore we end up buying it. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. And when it comes to business, you know what? No matter what your product is, no matter what your topic is, you need to have a product that people want. If you don't have a product that people want, you're in deep trouble. So the question is how do we develop or how do we find a product that people want? Well, let's start off with research. We have to do some research, isn't that right? We have to do some research into what people are looking for right now. Now, there's two trains of thought when we develop a product. The first thought is that we should develop a product that we have passion about, that we absolutely love that market, and that if we're not passionate about it, then we shouldn't do it. Well, there's a point to that, and I understand it. I don't necessarily agree with it, though, because although I believe that that would make life easier, we all know that life isn't that simple. A lot of things that I'm passionate about, I truly don't think I can make money with it. I may be able to, but why not just find low-hanging fruit? Meaning, why not just market things that people want already and just give it to them? You know, that's the key. To me, that is the key. Find things that people are already searching for, they already want it, and all we have to do is just give it to them. So now the question is how do we find those types of products? Let me go show you some strategies, some secrets that I use and that you can use too. And again, we're assuming that you're starting from scratch. There's other ways to do this. We could, if we have a list already, the first thing we want to do is simply ask them. If we have a list, we can simply just ask them. What Alex Mondosian refers to as an ask campaign. Alex developed a system specifically for this purpose called the Ask Database. If you go to the askdatabase.com, you can see more information about that there. It's basically the world's only search engine-based questioning system where it keeps a database of all the responses to your customers. So now, if you, for example, if I was thinking about 4 different products, I could simply ask my list saying, out of these 4 products, which one do you think would be the best one suited for you at this point in your marketing career? And if they just showed me which one that they wanted the most, that would be the answer. That would be the product that I should develop. That would be the product I should market, because they're telling me, my list is telling me what they want to buy. Or I could ask them an open-ended question. What's your biggest problem you have about if my market is gardening? What's your biggest problem do you have about gardening? What's the biggest problem do you have currently about fighting spam, if that's my topic? What's the biggest problem you have about marketing your online business, if marketing was my topic?
and obviously the internet. Well, I ask them, I wait for the response, and I let my list dictate to me what it is that I should develop and what it is that I should market. Now, assuming that we don't have a database, we don't have a list, we don't have any of those advantages, how do we start off from scratch? Well, the first thing that you can do is go to Google. And in Google, here's kind of what I do. It's kind of a neat thing. If you go to frugal.google.com, frugal.google.com. And if you go to frugal.google.com, that's a tongue twister in itself. If we go here, though, we're going to see a series of products. For example, I happen to hit this page, and yours is going to be something different than mine, and I'm going to show you why it's different. The first one is memory foam mattress. Second one is money sorter. Third one is car toys. Fourth one is armoire, digital camera. I'm just going to rattle them off. Leather armchair, snowboard bindings, walkie-talkie, dustbuster, cardigan. That's just the first two columns. But if I hit refresh, all of a sudden I have Sony Vaio notebook, greeting cards, bagel biter. Okay, I don't even know what that is. Ice chest, gas scooter, Simpsons Monopoly, electric fly swatter, loft bed, Lucky Brand jeans, pitching machine. And then it goes on to list a bunch of different stuff here. Every time we refresh this, we get a bunch of different products. Now, here's the point, though. When we keep refreshing this page, we get a list of different products. These are all things that people are typing right now as we speak, live, into Frugal. It means they're searching for this stuff now. Now, there's two ways that we can use this. The first way is we could simply keep refreshing the page and saying, okay, well, maybe if we see something that comes up all the time, maybe that's what it is that we should try to figure out how to make a product about. Or what we could say is, okay, here's a list of the topics, and I pull up the page. For example, let me read you the ones I have on this particular page. Evening dress, sharp LCD TV, thank you cards, free fire pit, origami paper, Half-Life, don't know what that is, sleep mask, fire wire scanner, body board, portable generator, TurboTax Deluxe, lanyard, Superman t-shirt, floor lamp, fire extinguisher, HP desk, jet, doghouse, jogging stroller, Pictionary, garbage disposal, bike lock, crutches, exercise bike, coat tree, and changing table. That's a mouthful. So, is there a product here that is there an idea here that I could create a product about? Well, thank you cards. We could create a product about thank you cards. We could create a product about origami paper. Let's hit refresh again. Let's see if I can find something else. Mullet wig, underwater camera. Okay, let's take underwater camera. I kind of like that. Now, I don't know if this is a topic or not, but we could do a product on underwater cameras. How to take the best photos you possibly can underwater for less than $100. Okay, could that be a product? Could be. Godfather DVD. Could we make a product out of that? Well, we could. Now, you see, you have to start thinking of different things. The Godfather DVD. Do you think The Godfather is a popular movie? Yes. Well, Godfather 1, there's Godfather 2, and Godfather 3. What if you watched the Godfather movie and you actually made a list of all the mistakes that they made in the movie? I don't know if there's that many mistakes in the movie, but what if you did all that? What if you did the research on all the different people involved in The Godfather? What if you did the research and found out how it was put together, how the story was written, why the story was written, and you did like your own little mini documentary on the Godfather movies? Could that be a product? Of course it could. Let's see. Let's refresh again. Retro shower curtains, snowshoes. Snowshoes. Let's take that one. Snowshoes. How to choose the best possible snowshoes for the type of environment that you plan on going to. For example, what are the different types of snows and what are the different types of snowshoes that you should use? And show people a comparative analysis of the different types of shoes and also links to where they can actually buy the shoes as well, too, as far as their back end.
high chair, lunch bags, glass coffee table, moon shoes, stationary bike. Okay, what if we did a Consumer Reports little book on stationary bikes, and we picked, let's say we picked 12 to 15 different bikes, and we rated them according to our own personal opinion. And then we also had reviews from other people inside that book. Is that an easy product to make? Pretty simple, pretty easy. You see, what I'm doing is I can refresh this, and not everything is going to float my boat, but I can pick out topics that I think would be good topics. Now, you have to admit, what this does is this is a great exercise for you anyway. And let me explain the exercise that I think that you should do. The exercise should be simply keep refreshing this page, scanning the content, and start teaching yourself how you can make a product literally out of nothing. And the reason why I say this is because if you can just look at a few words like this and you can identify a product, idea, a concept, you will never want for money in your life. Why? Because the power is all in the idea. Well, it starts in the idea. Most of the power lies in the implementation of that idea, meaning carrying out what it is that you set out to do, meaning to finish the product. You could have the greatest idea. You could have a ton of them. I've got tons of ideas. If you want one, I'll give you one off the bat. The fact is, are you going to do it? That's the part I can't help you with. No one can help you with it. I can't motivate you. If you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. But you need to start practicing thinking like this. When you can start thinking like this more and more each and every day, everywhere you look will simply be an opportunity. That's one way that we can think of product ideas. Number two, we could go to ClickBank. We go to clickbank.com. We can click on the link that says Buy Products, and let's just pick one. Let's just pick Health and Fitness. Burn the Fat, Feed the Muscle, the #1 book in this category. Acne-free in 3 days. How a Full Discovery Cured My Bad Breath. Fat Loss for Idiots. Quit Smoking Right Now. Now, some of you may have a knack for writing information like this. You may have a story for writing health information. Some of you may not. So what could we do? Well, what could we do is this, is that look at what people are buying here. We have asthma, we have positive habits, we have heartburn. These are problems, personal problems that people have. And then what we could do is, number one, we could hire someone to create a product for us on Elance or Rent-A-Coder and create us a product about that particular subject. Or we could make a product that's in conjunction with it. For example, acne-free in 3 days. How could we ride off of that success? It's the #2 bestseller in this category. Well, how could we ride off that already success? Let's assume they're doing pretty good and selling a few copies. What you can do is make an adjunct product. Write that down. An adjunct product. A product that complements the original product. An example. How many people in the world use Microsoft Outlook? Either Outlook Express or Outlook? A lot. Millions upon millions of people, right? Well, if you created a plugin that was appealing to all those people, do you have a good chance of selling that product now? The answer is yes. Well, now, how can we be of better value to this person, this guy or woman that's in #2 with acne-free in 3 days? Well, considering they said 3 days, it's a measurement. It's a measurement that they're saying that if you do this, you will be acne-free in 3 days. Well, what could a person do with that? Well, without going into their system, I bought the book, so I know a little bit about the system. But I buy everything, I'm telling you. But when you look at their book, it's not a huge book. But what you can do is make a tracking software. What if you made a tracking software that tracked a person's progress along the way, that reminded them to do the little whatever it may be? In some cases, maybe exercises if there was a method that you had to exercise, 3 times a week, why couldn't you make a piece of software that just reminded people to exercise, that popped up a big, bold image on the screen that says, exercise now? And, you know what I would do? Here's a good idea. You make a piece of software that reminds people that sits in front of a computer all day to exercise, and it pops up, and it says, exercise now, and it won't let you close it for 30 minutes, meaning it locks up your computer for 30 minutes. Now, that may sound a little harsh, but in some cases, your computer's locked up, you might as well go work out. You ain't going to work on your computer anymore. You could make something like that, acne-free in 3 days, where you're forcing people to do an action, and you're assisting another product, meaning the first product is already a bestseller, so now you're riding on what they've already accomplished. It gives you the opportunity to do a joint venture with this person, doesn't it? Well, if they're already successful and they have 10, 20,000 people, I don't know, I'm just making up numbers because I don't know their business. I don't know how many sales they've sold. But if that's the case, if that is the case, then we could create a product and they would send an email to those 10, 15, or 20,000 people, right? And we stand to make sales when? Almost instantly. Almost instantly, we would make money by doing something like that. Does that make sense? What's another way that we can research products? Well, to think of ideas. If you go to PayPal.com, you see, there's something that people tend to forget. I mean, one of the oldest form of product creation is just simply this: build a better mousetrap. I'm not saying copy another person's product. I'm saying if there's room for one product in a market, there's room for 2 products in the market. So go to PayPal.com. And if you go to PayPal.com, you'll see a link. It should be at the bottom of the page. Actually, yes, it is. It's called Shops. Very, very last row of the page. Shops, and it'll take you to PayPal Shops. Now, on the left-hand side of the page, there's a category. What you do is you simply click on the category. Let's click on entertainment. That's a good category. Let's click on it. Now I see a list of entertainment-type websites, and it also tells me what they sell. Interesting, huh? Well, the number one is CD Universe. It's a pretty big company. And then they have CD Universe says DVD, music, games, DVD, music, movies, and games. And then next to it, it says 35,781. That's 35,781. What is that number? That is the number of sales that they have through PayPal. It's the number of sales that they've had through PayPal. In that particular case, is that a good topic? Well, yeah, they're selling CDs. It's a great topic. They've had 35,000 sales just through PayPal alone. Well, remember what I said? If only 10% of your sales are through PayPal, and let's say my figure held it up true for these other people, how many overall sales did they make? 350,000, right? I don't know if they've sold that many sales, but it wouldn't shock me if they did. We have magazines down here. We have masquerade ladies' costumes. We're looking at the number to the right, and we can see how popular. This is probably not the greatest topic, but DVD party stores, net magazines, writing.com, mixtape.com, mixtape1.com, like television, virtual places, and we can see what all these companies are doing and how many sales that they are having right now. I mean, how many sales do they have right now? So now, if we see a company with a very, very big number next to their name, is that a good market? Obviously. They're making money. So why couldn't you make money in that market if you have the right product? But you need to be a little creative sometimes. Although you don't get paid on creativity, it does help sometimes. But let me explain to you something. When it comes to your first product, let's talk about the type of product. What type of product should we create? Well, we already know that we want to create a digital product, but a digital product has a wide range, a wide scope of what it entails. I mean, it could mean a number of different things. It could be an ebook, could mean software, could be a wide variety of different things. So, what type of product can we market that's easy, that's simple, that literally anyone can do? The simplest way that you can create a product is an ebook. That's it. An ebook. Now, I already mentioned that Jim knows a lot more about ebooks than probably I do, but I know a lot. Why? Well, heck, I've been selling ebook software for I don't know how many years. I'm selling it to people that are making thousands of ebooks. You know, with our software, there's over 350,000 ebooks out in the market with our software. We know a good substantial portion of an ebook. But even more so, I've been playing in an area that has unlimited potential, and I'm just going to touch on it today. And the reason is because we could go all night. I could go on for hours and hours on this one subject alone. The area that I'm referring to is called public domain. Public domain. Now, my good friend Yannick Silver, who's actually going to speak at my next seminar in Atlanta, Yannick wrote a course. It's called Public Domain Riches. And Public Domain Riches is a fantastic course about public domain. And if you're interested in public domain, after what I explained to you in a few minutes, I urge you to go to publicdomainriches.com and buy the course. You know, it's not my affiliate link. It's just that's his website, publicdomainriches.com, and buy the course. Why? It's a great course. First of all, you'll learn a lot in it, and this topic he covers in very, very much detail. Here's what public domain is, and I'm going to give you the short version. There's a lot more details to it than this, but I'm going to give you the very, very short version of this. Literally anything before 1923. That's public domain. What is public domain? Anything that doesn't have a copyright on it, anything that is up for grabs right now. Meaning that it doesn't have a copyright on it, you can publish it as your own. You can republish it as the author, as the original author of it. For example, are you going to republish Romeo and Juliet as your own? Well, I'm here to tell you that that probably wouldn't be a good idea. So, Romeo and Juliet, what could we do? Well, do you think, first of all, Romeo and Juliet was written hundreds of years ago. So, it was written well before 1927. So, is the copyright expired on it? Do you think it is? Of course it is. No one owns the copyright to Shakespeare stuff. Shakespeare's information plays or anything. I believe he has over 40 different plays. So now, Shakespeare, and let's just use Romeo and Juliet. Do people still read Romeo and Juliet today? Of course. In fact, the people that read anything about Shakespeare are usually fanatics, meaning they don't just read one, they read all. They all of a sudden decide that they want to be educated, and therefore they buy all the Shakespeare stuff. And some people, it's a huge, huge niche market. So why would we republish Romeo and Juliet if they can easily go to a bookstore and buy it themselves? Because we're selling it digitally. You see, people, here's the part that you need to get over, is that people will buy digital products at the same price or more, in most cases more, than what they would pay at a bookstore. You can charge them more online than you can on what they pay at a bookstore. Why? Only one reason, and that is called instant gratification. Instant gratification. So, if they want it now, they're going to pay more for it. So now let's take Romeo and Shakespeare. Again, why would a person buy it? Okay, first of all, they want it right now. They don't want to get out of their house and go all the way down to the bookstore and then have to look through it and then pay for it and then drive all the way back home. For some of you, it's not a big deal. For some other people, they just don't have the time. They forget it. But if I can order it right now and download it to my desktop, I'll buy it. Now, here's the key. Another reason why people tend to do something like this by the digital format is because many people are going to like a personal assistant, a PDA. Now, they go to a PDA like a Palm or whatever, and they download their information to this PDA. So if they're standing around, they need something to read, they may pull up Romeo and Juliet. So they can digitize all this information that we're selling them and put it on their little PDA. It's an amazing thing. They can put it on their phone. They can do a number of different things to it, but why should we judge whether that's what we would do or not? That's what they want. So therefore, what should we do? Give it to them. Now the question is, how do we find public domain information? How do we find public domain information? The way we find it, I'm just going to give you one site. Many of you may know about it already, but I'm going to give you some little rules in order to use it properly. The way we find public domain information is a number of different ways. The most simplest and most easily done way to find public domain information is to simply go to projectgutenberg.org. I believe if you go to gutenberg.org, you can just go there as well too, but it's Project Gutenberg. When you go to Project Gutenberg, you'll find that there's over 16,000 different public domain information there. 16,000 pieces of public domain information, mostly digitized books. So now, what we do is we simply select the book that we want, and you can search there for it. They have them ranked in order of what's most popular. We can simply go there, select the book that we want, copy it, paste it into a Word document, and then turn it into a PDF. Copy it, paste it into a Word document, and turn it into a PDF. And then remove any information. Write this down very carefully. I'm going to tell you why this is important. Remove any information about Project Gutenberg out of that. Why? Sounds almost illegal. The reason why you do this is because Project Gutenberg says if you leave our contact information in it, you are then required to pay us 20% of the sale if you sell that product. If you remove our name from it, then you are not required to pay us anything. Does that make sense? Not really, but that's the rule. So here's the deal. Remove their content. If you want to keep their content or the information about Project Gutenberg in it, you will pay them 20%. You're required to. But if you remove their information, you're not required to pay them anything. So what's your choice? Well, my advice, take it out. And then you don't have to pay them the 20%. Does that make sense? So by removing their content, we're good. We now can turn that into a PDF. Obviously, I'm a little biased on PDF production. If you use my product called Instant PDF Generator, you can just hit File, Print, and it'll turn it into a PDF in about 2 seconds. 2 minutes. And then you have a book. It's ready to market. But why create one book when you can create many? Let's talk about this. I have a friend of mine. Many of you know him. His name is Mark Victor Hansen. Mark Victor Hansen, him and Jack Canfield, wrote a book that many people know all over the world called Chicken Soup for the Soul. They've sold over 80 million copies. That's 80 million copies. So with 80 million copies, they set one philosophy. Mark has said this many times, as well as Robert Allen, and they said this: it's not just a book, it's a business. So I started thinking about that one day. When you're doing these types of books, what should you do? Well, not produce one, but produce many. Therefore, if we're going to produce Shakespeare, if a person bought one Shakespeare product from us, wouldn't they be more than likely to buy 2 Shakespeare products from us? Maybe 3, maybe 4. So now the value per customer has just risen quite dramatically. So instead of getting $15 or $20 or more from that person for this Shakespeare product, we can now get $50,
$100, $200, $300 from the same person by selling them something similar to what they've purchased already. So for in Shakespeare's case, we could have a whole series of Shakespeare products that people can buy online. We could not only make one, but like I said, I don't know the exact number of how many Shakespeare works there are, but I believe it's in the 40s. We would have 40 different products if that's the case. 40 different products about Shakespeare. Now, could we do this with other people? Hans Christian Andersen. Many people know who Hans Christian Andersen is. Doesn't he have like 15, 20, 30 different books? The Brothers Grimm. Many of you know of Grimm's fairy tales. Some of you know that there's a movie out right now called The Brothers Grimm. Well, The Brothers Grimm, because the movie companies are promoting this so heavily on television, all of a sudden, guess what people are looking for online? Grimm's fairy tales. And if they're looking for it online, do you think that they'll buy it online? Of course they will. So we could take that advertising from the movie and then ride on its coattails and simply sell a product via Google AdWords and market that product to the marketplace. You could have a product done in literally 5 or 10 minutes. Now you may be saying, Armand, well, that sounds pretty simple, but let me ask you this. Sounds pretty easy, but, I still don't know how to write a website, so therefore I can't do this. Well, first of all, I think you're selling yourself too short. The second thing is, website's easy. If you're not a great copywriter, let me explain to you some strategy. The first thing is this, is that with this strategy itself, reviews. If you have a review on a website, isn't that like a testimonial? Couldn't you take those reviews and put them also on the website? And wouldn't that be just like testimonials? So if you have a bunch of reviews where one person's saying it, and then another person saying it's good, and another person saying it's good, and another person saying it's good, don't you think that would suffice pretty much for a website? And then having an order button at the bottom of the page may not be the best sales letter that you could put together, but it's a heck of a start. It's better than what you got now. The point is that some of you, first of all, public domain is a huge business. I think everyone should be doing it to some extent. Some of you will take this concept and run with it. Some of you won't do anything with it. I can't do anything about that. I'd like to say everyone should be doing it, but I'm a realist. It's not going to happen. There's some of you out there that are making excuses as to why you can't do this. Don't make excuses. The more excuses you have, it's just going to mean the less money you have, if you want to put it in reality. Because, everything. Here, let me give you another category of person. There's another person on this call right now that is saying, well, that'll never work. How can you tell me that this won't work? First of all, I know it works. It's not like I'm thinking that it works. I know it works. It's been done. People do it all the time. We've done it. It's easy. You need to just take something sometimes, try it out. You need to look for different ways to make money. We constantly look for different ways to make money because I happen to see opportunity all over the place. Did I all the time see opportunity all over the place? No, of course not. It was a changing process. That little exercise I showed you that you could do with Frugal, that's an exercise and a half to train you to think differently than what you've been thinking all your life at this point. You see, in order to make big changes in your life, you have to take big steps. And, sometimes you just can't look back. You can't look back and think, man, I don't know about this. I don't know if just do it. Leave the excuses at home. Don't think about it. Just move forward. It's like what's that phrase? Damn the torpedoes. Forget what's in front of you. Just do it. The best way that you can overcome procrastination is to simply take action. And when is there a good time to really make a change in your life? Well, let me explain to you something. And I thought about this for a long time. Many people say, like, well, I'll do that because that sounds like a pretty good idea. But, kids just went back to school and they've got so much homework when they're first starting out. I just can't do it right now. And then next month, it's fall and, we've got to, I live up north and therefore we've got to, get the yard in place and everything. And that's taking up a lot of my time right now. And then, after that, we've got Thanksgiving. And, we just have this huge Thanksgiving, feast at our house. And there's no possible way in November that I could do this. And, then, of course, September means Christmas. I mean, who wants to work around the holidays? And then after Christmas, well, I got to work some overtime at my job, which is funny in itself because they're complaining and they still have the job. But I still have to work overtime at my job to pay for the bills that we just created from Christmas. And then, it's spring and there's spring break and, the kids are going to be off and then I'll never get any work done around spring. And then the next thing you know, it's tax time. And do you think I can do anything around tax time? It's almost impossible to do anything around that time. I mean, you've never seen me do my taxes. And all of a sudden, it's summer. Kids are out of school. That's when we go on vacation. There's no possible way we can do anything, in July. And, we've got 4th of July and everything there. And then August. I mean, heck, the kids are getting ready to go back to school again. And then what the next thing is? It's September again. You're back in the same place a year later, no better off than where you were last year. It sounds silly. It sounds funny. But you know what? It's true. There's never a good time. The point is I'm trying to make is sometimes you have to make the time. When I found that people usually make the time is usually when it's almost too late. Is when they have all the time in the world, but they don't have any money in order to do anything with. Not that any of this takes a lot of money. Because in reality, you can start a business that I just described to you for almost nothing. You could literally go to Adobe online and have the PDF transcribed for free once or twice, before they don't let you do it anymore. You could download Netscape. That comes with Netscape Composer, and that's your free website editor. You could put it on a free hosting account like at NetFirms or .easy or a place like that, and you could put it up on a free hosting company till you make a couple dollars. You could advertise it by posting it on news groups. You could advertise it posting on free classified ads. You could advertise it with joint ventures, which again doesn't cost anything. You could do all these different things, free, next to nothing. So money's not an issue. Don't let money be an issue in as far as you getting started online. Sometimes, though, we just have to put things aside. We have to push forward. We have to do things that we don't like to do. We have to do things that we're uncomfortable with doing. And the more times that we do an uncomfortable thing, the less uncomfortable it is. You ever notice that? There's certain things that I tend to put off myself personally. I'm just like you. I put off things that I don't like doing. And then it just kind of sits there. And it's still in the back of my mind, though. I need to do that. But it's just taking up mental storage space, and it's take up mental energy, and I have to think about it. Even though I don't do it, I still have to think about it, why I'm not doing it. And sometimes we just got to say stop and make a decision. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this now. I'm going to do this right now. Not tomorrow. I'm going to do this right now. And if you make that decision, all of a sudden things start changing. There's a guy. His name's Dr. Robert Anthony. He wrote a book. It's called Total Self-Confidence, I believe the name of the book is. It's a great book. I read this book a long, long time ago, and I read it. I've gone through 4 different copies of that book since then. And that book directly, in my case, is responsible for probably the majority of my success. I read that book, and I truly believed in what he was saying. He said, you have to make a decision. He told me about this law, and the law was this. It's called the law of mental attraction, I believe it was referred to. And I may be messing this up, but this is how I remember it. The law of mental attraction works this way. Once you place a thought out there, once you think of something, immediately it starts attracting its physical counterpart, meaning it starts attracting reality. For example, and the closer it gets to each other, the faster it builds. It's like a magnet. Now, think about this. Let's talk about a guy. His goal is to make $10 million. It may take him 20 years of his life to make that first $1 million. And then the next $1 million may only take 3 years. The next $1 million after that may only take 2. The next $1 million after that may only take 1. The next $1 million after that could only take a couple months in some cases. The next $1 million after that, it sometimes may take weeks. And it keeps building it. It's going faster and faster and faster. Eventually he reaches his goal of $10 million, if that's his goal. I'm not saying that you should have a goal of $10 million. All I'm saying is that this is a great example because it's true. I mean, we've all seen it happen in our lives in one thing or another. Once we've gotten on the right path, things start happening. But it all starts with one thing. That's a decision. So I want you to think about that. I want you to think about the decision. I want you to think about your business. Now, this is just a mental exercise, and it doesn't require you to do anything. But I want you to think about your business, and I want you to ask yourself one very important question. The question is this, and you don't have to tell anyone the answer to it. You don't have to write it down. I just want you to think about it. The question is, am I happy with where my business is right now? And then the next question is, am I truly happy with where my business is right now? Some of you may be, I'm happy with my business, and you're maybe very complacent, and that's fine. That's if you're happy with your business is growing at a great pace, great, fantastic. But then there's a lot of you that may be thinking, no, I'm not really happy. I need to do something. The question is what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do different what are you going to do different now that you didn't do in the past? Most of the time, I can guarantee it's down to one thing. It's action. It's taking action and implementing. You have the ideas. Some of you have there's a few people on here that have been almost on every conference call I've ever done online. And I appreciate it. And I hope you get something out of every time I give one. That's the whole purpose of it. But now the question is, are you taking what you've learned like on a conference call like today, and are you going to implement any of it into your business? Hopefully you do. So I urge you to just make a decision to do nothing more than to start taking action every single day. If it's just one thing that you can do to build your business, just one thing. Some of you lead hectic lives. I understand that. I'm not telling you that life is easy. I'm telling you that we have to make time. We have to make time. Your life, could be in total shambles right now. That's okay. Take a deep breath and choose the one thing that you're going to do for your business today. The one progressive thing, the one proactive thing to do for your business. Now, there's two parts of your business. Remember, there's maintaining your business and then there's building your business. Maintaining is doing things like answering email, making sure your server's up and running, your website's up there. That's maintaining. Building is how are you going to create new income today? What's the one action that you can do to create new income today? Is it a matter of getting maybe one more affiliate to promote your products? Is it a matter of setting up a joint venture with somebody? Is it a matter of sending an email promotion in some cases? What is it, that one thing that you're going to do today? Every day. I'm just going to say for 5 days. 5 days. That's it. A 5-day challenge. Do one thing each day to promote your business. And get in the habit. That starts to build a habit. If you can do it for 5 days, you can do it for 10. If you can do it for 10 days, you can do it for 15. If you can do it for 15, you can do it for 20. You can do it for 21. You can make that a habit just to do one thing every day. If you go to bed, and you're lying in bed, and you think, I didn't do anything to build my business today, then get your butt out of bed and actually do something. It's that simple. I'm not going to tell you that, we'll put it off to tomorrow. Bull. Get off your butt, get out of bed, and then get back on the computer, send out an email, send out a joint venture email, whatever it is. It's never too late. The day doesn't end. It's still noon somewhere in the world. So go ahead and send that email out and do it. Don't go to bed without doing that one thing. It doesn't have to be long. I firmly believe in 5-minute marketing. 5-minute marketing works like this, that anything can be done in your business in just about 5 minutes. The most complex task can really be done in 5 minutes. For the most part. I need to send an email. How long does it take you to write an email? 5 minutes. I need to test a new headline on my website. How long does that take? 5 minutes. I want to get more affiliates. Well, what do you need to get more affiliates? I need to place an advertisement. How long does that take? 5 minutes. Almost everything can be broken down to 5-minute segments. So if you can't take 5 minutes, then you got a bigger problem. You need to take 5 minutes. Don't make excuses why you can't. So the theme that I'm trying to get to is take 5 minutes, build your business, use some of the strategies that we talked about today, and then start doing it immediately for your business. I'm telling this for you. I'm not doing this for me. I'm telling you to start building your business today. Now, hopefully you've learned a couple things throughout this conference call. There's a lot of things that are going to be happening at the big seminar. We got some great things, and you're going to probably hear more about this as time goes on. There's some people I know that are starting some emails out promoting the event. We have some people that are already earned multiples. I'm just not going to tell you how much they've earned, but I'm just going to say multiple sales. Some people have 5, 6, 7 sales already on our affiliate program. That's fantastic. You figure out how much income that is that they're going to receive a check for just so far. We have a great lineup of people. I mentioned them earlier on in the call. And what you need to do is you need to, again, it comes down to a decision. You need to make the decision to come. I'm going to tell you that I think, because I've seen enough lives change, I've seen over 1,500 plus people come through the doors at our event. And, the people that come to our event, they leave there with new friends. They leave there with new goals. They leave there with new visions of what is possible on the Internet. Let me explain to you this. Some people, it amazes me on the Internet because the definition of success for everybody is different. And that's great. I truly believe that it's great. But do you guys know the possibilities of what can happen on the Internet? Do you know the reality of it all? Let me explain to you. $100,000 on the Internet, making that type of money on the Internet, that's nothing. $100,000 a year on the Internet, if you know the right things to do, you can do it piece of cake. If you little effort, $250,000. We have products that do $250,000 every year online. You put a bunch of those products together, and all of a sudden you're doing $5, $6, $7 million a year online, which is about what we'll do this year. The point is that what we do is not any different than what you're doing, except we're doing it in a little bit different way, a little tweak, a little bit of knowledge, because we've been around longer, we've tested more things, and we've failed more times. Why should you have to fail when you don't have to? When you have people like myself, John Reese, Alex Mondosian, Stephen Pierce, Michael Fort, and John Carlton, and all these guys are just going to tell you, don't do that, do this. And it works. See, that's what my seminar is about, is to save you the time, energy, and heartache as far as running your own business, taking your business and having to go through all those trial and errors. There's no reason. You see, when I started in 1996 online, there was nobody. There's a few people online. We didn't know each other, but we existed at the same time online, and that was fine. But we had to figure all this stuff out ourselves. We didn't have the luxury of having the opportunity of even going to an event. So you can take the advantage of what we didn't have and succeed much faster. What took me almost 10 years, next year will be 10 years that I've been on the Internet. What took me almost 10 years to learn, you don't have to go through that. You don't have to go through the trials. You don't have to try to figure it out. Why? Because I'm more than willing to tell you things like I did today on this call. The little things, little techniques that we're doing, that we're using, we can tell you that, and therefore you can supersede and you can just jump straight to the end result and just start making money a lot faster than what you've done previously.
the odds for a person succeeding today on the internet is greater than it's ever has been. And you can be one of those great success stories with a little bit of time, a little bit of effort. The seminar that we put together allows you to do it in an environment that's conducive to you learning this information in a very short period of time. I know by immersing yourself in 72 hours, you can walk out a little changed person on the inside and the mental aspects of it. I mean, because you're going to be talking with people, you'll be seeing the people, you'll be networking with the people, and, you know, I've never seen anyone walk away from the event without having a difference, without making a difference in their lives. It's just never happened. You know, I put this offer up. You know, people always ask me, well, if it's so good, what kind of guarantee do you have on your seminar? I'm going to tell you my guarantee. It's really simple. If at the end of the first day, after seeing five or so of our speakers teach you for a whole day, after you had lunch and you sat around and talked to all the other participants there at the event, if at the end of the first day you don't like what you see, it's not for you, for whatever reason, all you have to do is come up to me and say, Armand, you know, it's just not for me. Can I have my money back? And I say, oh, sorry, it's not for you. Appreciate you trying us out. Keep all of our stuff that we've just given you, our booklet, our manual, everything like that, as our gift for trying it out, and we'll part as friends. I mean, that's how confident I am that this seminar works and that will have an impact on you. So there absolutely. So if you can come the whole first day, if you're not satisfied, if you don't like it, if you don't feel like you're getting anything out of it, then come up to me at the end of the first day, and if you don't like it, we'll refund all your money. It's that simple. You know, in the last 6 times that we've done this seminar, you know how many taps on the shoulders I've had? None. 0. Nada. Why? Because I know what happens. We know, we've worked on it, we spend a lot of money in this. I mean, this seminar is unlike any other event that you'll ever go to. I know it because of what we do into it, the little things that we do, the amount that we spend on it. We're not afraid to invest in your education. Why should you? I mean, the cost of the seminar is $2,000. I don't apologize for the cost of the seminar because I've invested a lot of money in myself every year. When I've spent $1,500 to go to a seminar when I didn't have $1,500. Why? Because I knew it would increase my business. This year, I'll probably spend about $70,000 in myself. I paid as much as $20,000 to go to a seminar. I know the cost to go to the seminar. I know it's a lot of money. I also want you to look at it from this end. I'm willing to invest in you because we're spending $250,000 just for this one event ahead of time, by the way. I'm willing to invest in you. And therefore, shouldn't you invest in you? Of course you should, because $2,000 may sound like a lot of money, but let me ask you this. If you took $2,000 and you could turn that into $100,000, is $2,000 now a lot of money? No, it's not. It's all relative, isn't it? So do yourself a favor. Here's what I want you to do. I just want you to take 5 minutes out of your day right now. 5 minutes out of your day right now. And here's the deal. And if you're still on the phone and you're still listening, I'm going to make you a deal that the other people, if they hung up at this point, that they didn't have. If you go ahead and sign up today, today is, I don't even know what the date is today. What is it, 15th? Today's Thursday, September 15th. If you sign up, I'm going to give you 2 days. 2 days to think about this. If you sign up in the next 2 days, I'm going to give you 4 new reports that I just did. It's over 1,000 pages. There's 4 books that I'm going to be selling. I'm going to be selling those books for over $250. And one's on membership sites, one's on search engine optimization, one's on membership. I said membership sites. One's on ebook marketing, one's on e-zine marketing, and actually there's one on general internet marketing. And we just had redone. It's cost me over $3,000 to redo all these reports. And we're getting ready to sell those on the market here in the near future. If you go ahead and register your seat between now and noon on Saturday, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you those 5 books. It's over 1,000 pages worth of marketing information that I'll send you the PDF of immediately. So all you have to do is register your seat now, and after you register your seat, I want you to send me an email just to let us know that you did this so you don't slip through the cracks. Even though we know you've registered, I want you to send us a separate email to remind us to send you those reports. The email that you want to send the email to is support@bigseminar.com. So order your seat and then send us the email. I'll send you those over 1,000 pages of information to start your business right now, immediately, and start investing in yourself, because I want you to come to the seminar. I know it's going to do a lot for you. So go ahead and register your seat now. If you're an affiliate of ours and you're listening on this call, you can make that same offer that I just made out to everyone that you know on your list. If you've already registered your seat for the seminar, I will send you these reports anyway in the next few days. Actually, over the weekend, we'll send it to everybody. If you register between now and Saturday, I'll give you all the bonuses that we have listed on the website. Plus, I'll give you over 1,000 pages, those 5 new manuals that I haven't even released to the public yet. So go ahead and register your seat today, and I look forward to talking to everyone soon. And I look forward to seeing you in Los Angeles on November 4th, 5th, and 6th. So, again, register your seat right now. Thank you, everybody, and everyone have a great night. Bye-bye.
So the first thing I'd like to do today is welcome everyone to the Big Seminar Preview Series. My name is Armand Morin, and tonight's call is a very special call. In fact, it's with one of my favorite internet marketers of all time, and that happens to be me. And what we're going to talk about tonight is many, many different topics, but before I even get into all the different things that we're going to cover, I want to first tell you about something very special, that's happening on March 19th, 20th, and 21st in Orlando, Florida, where there's going to be the largest internet marketing conference that's ever been held in the United States. I know Mr. Silver set a very high standard for us. Yannick Silver, as many of you know, had his birthday bash last weekend, had just a tremendous amount of people there, heard it was a fantastic event, so congratulations to Yannick if he's on the call. But I can tell you this. My goal is to be Yannick. We have some great speakers that are going to be with us. One of them happened to be Saffron that was on this call, Alex Mondosian. Yannick Silver is going to be there. Jimmy Brown, who very rarely speaks in public, has told me that he will be there with Belzon. We're going to have Allie Brown, Alexandria Brown. The E-Zine Queen's going to be there. Stephen Pierce, the man that is just tremendous. You know, Stephen is one of those rare marketers that, he amazes me. You know, some people ask me, how much I work because I create a lot of products and I release a lot of things. Well, I think there's only one person on the internet that has ever done or does more than I do, and that is Stephen Pierce, because he's always coming up with something new. You may not see it as far as releasing it as a product-wise, but I can tell you he's one of the hardest working people on the internet today, and he just amazes me. So you're in for a real treat. He's going to be talking about his Pierce Power Plays. That's only 27 of his Pierce Power Plays. I just saw one of them, and I was amazed because it was from an angle I've never even seen before. So Stephen's going to be talking about his Pierce Power Plays. We have people like Mike Stewart. We have David Garfinkel is going to be with us. Fred Gleek, who we just talked with the other day on the phone. Fred's going to be with us at the big seminar talking about many things that he's never talked about before. There's just so many people. We have Michael Fortin, definitely the greatest copywriter on the internet today. He's going to be with us, and I'm really excited about that because I love Michael Fortin's work. I look at Michael Fortin's portfolio as just a tremendous learning tool just to see how he writes copy, if I can figure it out, which is not all that possible many times, but he's going to be there. Jim Edwards. Jim doesn't speak very often in public, but Jim's going to be with us at the big seminar. And there's many, many other people. In fact, I'm working right now, and I'm not going to tell you who it is. All I'm going to do is tell you this. It's one of the biggest names in the world today, not just the internet, but the world today, a person that sold over 80 million books across the world. He's authored many books. You can walk into any bookstore and see his name on the bookshelf, someone that everyone knows, loves, and wants to get to know better. and this person I'm working on getting to the big seminar, and I'm going to find out probably tomorrow. This person's not on my website. This person hasn't been talked about before on one of my conference calls, but this person is going to make you really excited and make you want to come to the big seminar. Because, folks, the big seminar is not just all about making money. It's about networking as well, too, and you're going to be able to hang out, talk to, and build an instant $1 million Rolodex. And plus, on top of everything else, not only are you going to learn how to make money on the Internet in 72 hours, and that sounds like a lot of hype, but it's actually true. Lives have been changed by the big seminar, as you can see by many of the testimonials on our website. But you're also going to have an opportunity to receive a 2004 Mustang convertible. I'm actually giving away a 2004 Mustang convertible, much against what many people have told me. I said, no, don't do that. Don't give away a Mustang convertible. Don't give away, something like that at a seminar. I said, well, why not? What's the difference? Someone is going to go home with this. And I don't know who it is. It could be you. It could be a person sitting next to you. But the odds, I can tell you this, the odds are great. If I have between 500 and 600 people at this seminar, which I definitely plan to have, the odds are great that it could be you. 1 in 600 is a pretty good odds at the very most. So we're really excited about that. That's, again, a great deal. We're going to have it right there at the seminar. We got a lot of things planned for the seminar. We have a great networking experience. You have the ability to build an instant $1 million Rolodex. There's everything there. And I'm going to tell you something later on in this call. I'm going to tell you something later on in this call that will just make a difference. If you're thinking about going to the big seminar right now, and I know I'm going on a little bit longer than my normal pitch today, but if you're looking to come to the big seminar, I'm going to give you a reason why later on in this call. This reason why, well, you hear all these hype, all this commercial and stuff like this, but the reason why is this. I want to offer this again on another call because this is my interview tonight, and I'm taking advantage of it, and I'm going to offer what I want to offer tonight on this call, and you're going to have a reason why, and it's going to be really good, so stay tuned for that. But right now, I'd like to introduce our next guest for the call today, and we're going to make the introduction very sweet because the guest is me. And tonight, I'm going to do something that I don't normally do, and that is just tell you flat out how to make money online. Let's start with the basics. Let's start with the basics, and let's start with some of the things that people aren't doing. Now, every now and then, I take on a coaching client. I'm not really big into coaching online because I tend to want to try to do it myself, and I just don't have time for things like that. But every now and then I coach with people, and we sit down for about an hour, and I tell them the things that they're doing right, I tell them the things that they're doing wrong, and how to fix it and how to make it better. The people that listen to me, they turn around, their businesses turn around almost instantly. I can tell you how to fix any business in just a matter of a few short minutes, usually, at least increase it from what it's currently doing, and with some obvious things. Now, it's not going to be a cure-all for everything, but some obvious things. And what I want to do is I want to start off with some of the obvious mistakes that people are doing online right now. The first thing is this, and let's talk about email capture, because email capture on the Internet is something that people aren't doing enough of. And here's what I mean. When a person comes to your website, the first thing that you need to understand is the odds are they are not going to buy your product. In fact, if you're really successful, 97% of the people will not buy your product. That's if you're successful. If you're unsuccessful, maybe only 99 people will not buy your product or service. You see, but what about all those other people? What about all those people that are not buying? I mean, what about those 97 or 99 people that are not buying out of every 100? What are you doing with them? Do you have a way to capture them? Do you have a way to grab their email address? Do you have a way that you can follow up with them and try to convince them to buy your product or service? You see, the Internet itself is all about sales. People are afraid of sales. You are afraid of sales right now, and that's fine, because the Internet gives anybody that's afraid of sales, that can't do it face-to-face, the opportunity to do it in a very passive way which you set up once and never have to deal with again. And let me give you some examples. Well, the only way, before I even give you an examples, I need to tell you how to capture the email address. Okay, so let's talk about capturing the email address. And let's talk about the ways that have worked most effective in capturing email addresses on your website. Well, the first thing is how many email addresses should you be capturing on your website? You're not going to capture 100% of the people that come to your website, so get over it right now. It's not going to happen. This is just a fact. Now, how many should you? What's acceptable? Well, to me, acceptable is between 12 and 20%. You know, that's acceptable. So I know some people have told me they've collected up to as high as 30%. Well, you know, there's a couple different ways that you can do this, but there's 4 things I should think you should have on your website. Okay, and this is on your website itself. Now, imagine this. Okay, I want you to just close your eyes. I want you to envision a website. Envision your own website. And I want you to experience I want you to feel the experience that a person has when they come to your website. Your website comes up on the browser. All of a sudden the website loads, and then boom, immediately a little gray window pops up in front of them. It's not a pop-up. In fact, it looks like a Windows error message. Okay? And we're going to talk about how to do this, where to go, how to get it, and everything else on this call. But it looks like a Windows error message. It says maybe a free subscription to your newsletter. It says, congratulations, you just won a free subscription to my blah, blah, blah newsletter. And if by simply clicking the OK button below, you're going to receive this, and this. To continue and get your free subscription immediately, simply click the OK button, and that's it. Have a great day. Do it now. And then when you click the OK button, their email is automatically sent to your autoresponder. And if you don't have one, we'll talk about that as well today. But it's immediately sent to your autoresponder, and they're signed up for your list. Does that make sense? We're going to talk about the details again in a moment. Now, as a person scrolling down the page, you look at your sales letter, hopefully you have an intriguing headline that grabs the person's attention, so they're going to stay on your site. They're going to start reading what you have to say. You've piqued their interest enough to read at least the first few paragraphs and get past the first fold in your website. And for those of you who don't know what I mean by the first fold in your website, it's the part that's actually shown without having to scroll. That's your first fold. And as you scroll down, you're seeing the rest of the website. As you scroll down the website, when you get about 3/4 of the way down the page, all of a sudden, there's another opportunity to grab that person's email address. Now, a couple things you need to remember and why this works. This place that's the 3/4 of the way down the page is going to be the most popular place that you're going to get the email address. Why? Because you've just built 3/4 of the page. They've read 3/4 of your sales letter. Do you think they trust you at this point? Did you create some kind of rapport? Did you create a relationship to some extent with that person at this point? Of course you did. You see, you built that trust, so now they're more likely to give you their name and their email address. You see, you have to understand that the more information you ask for online, the less information you'll get. What do I mean? Well, if you ask for name, address, phone number, and email address, very few people are going to do all that. They feel it's an invasion of privacy, especially if they don't know you yet. If you ask for just name, first name, last name, phone number, and email address, you're going to get fewer people. If you just ask for first name and email address, which is, in my opinion, the bare minimum that you want to ask for, you'll get a lot more people to subscribe. Again, the less information you ask for, the more people that will subscribe to your opt-in. So what should you ask for? First name and then your email address at the bare minimum. You could just ask for the email address. Why would I want the first name? So I could personalize an email to them at some point later that I want to send an email. See, I always want to use their first name. The first name is important. The more you use their first name, the better. I was just talking with someone today. I was talking with a coaching client today. And they were trying to contact and make themselves known among some well-known marketers. And they couldn't figure out how to do it. Here's my suggestion, is to put their name in the headline. You see, your favorite subject is you. My favorite subject is me. It's true. We like talking about ourselves. That may sound vain, and some of you may be saying, no, not really. I like fishing. But no, you like you fishing. You like you telling stories about fishing. You like you sitting out in the water catching fish, right? So therefore your favorite subject is you. And everybody is the same thing. We all like to hear our name. We like to read about ourselves. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just human nature. Don't feel bad. But if I want to catch someone's attention, what would I say? Let me give you an example. If you came to my site, let's say if you came to my big seminar site, and your name was John. Let's say your name was, let's use one of our speakers. Let's just say your name was John Childers, who's going to be speaking at the big seminar. And all of a sudden you looked at the headline and it said, John Childers wins a 2004 Mustang convertible at the big seminar in Orlando. Read on to find out more information. Would that get your attention more? Instead of someone could win a brand new 2004 Mustang convertible in Orlando. Which is more effective? John Childers wins a 2004 Mustang convertible, or someone wins a 2004 Mustang convertible. You see? There's a difference. How can you do this? Well, you can say, well, but Armand, that requires a little work and everything else, and that's true. It takes a little bit of time and a little bit of energy to do, and there's some automated tools which we'll talk about as we go on that you can do things like that on a website. But there's also you can do that in your emails. Think about this. If you're using the person's first name in a headline on your emails, you're going to get their attention more rather than just their deal. See, most people try to make their email sound personal. And is that right or is it wrong? It's neither. It depends how you look at it. It's not wrong. I do it all the time. But am I doing it right? Have I tested the system? Have I seen to find out what works more effective? Well, here's what works more effective is if I made my subject line in my email an actual headline. You see, I've only got X number of characters to work with when I'm setting a subject line in an email, so I want to get the most out of it. And so what if I use your first name? John, you've just won a 2004 Mustang convertible. Does that sound good? Would that fit in a subject line? Yes. Well, I know my lawyer's on the phone, so you'd probably say, well, that's probably not accurate. He didn't just win. But what you can do is this: is you could say, John, you could win. Okay, John, you could win in Orlando. Okay, is that a headline? Yes. Would you have to open it up to find out the rest of the details? Yes. See, what's the purpose of a subject line? To just get the person to read the email. That's the only purpose. There is no other purpose. Okay? What's the purpose of an email? To get them to click on a link. Is there anything else that should be told in an email? No. That is where people are making mistakes. You know, you'd be surprised how many emails I get. And I just want to give you an example. I'm just going to look at the last couple of emails I got, and I can guarantee you that, okay, now I don't have my email window open very large, but, you know, I just got like one. Let me see if I had to scroll down 1, 2, 3. I had to scroll down 3 times just in my email just to read one email that I got today. And let's see, let's check out another one. And I'm not just talking about my own, but I'm talking about many other people's. If you're advertising something, people are lazy. Get that through your mind. Write that down right now. People are lazy. You see, even though scrolling is a very minimal amount of work, and some people claim it's exercise, but it's not. You don't want your people to have to go through a whole exercise in order to read your email or to get them to do what you want or to get your message across. You want the message to be, boom, automatically shown to them in short, concise words. Very straight to the point. That is going to get your message across. What's the purpose of the email? To get them to click a link, not multiple links. People are not going to click multiple links. They're going to click one link. And if I'm going to have that one link, I might put it 2 or 3 times in that short email. make it more effective for them. But what I want you to do is I just want you to get through your head that the email that we're having right now is the email that you're sending should be very short. It should be to the point, and it should only be done to get the person to click on that one link. That's it. So again, the purpose of a subject line is to get them to read the email. The purpose of an email is to get them to click on the link. Okay? Write down. That should be your mantra. Click on the link. Okay? Click on the link. Now, let's get back to the capturing the email addresses. Okay, so what we just covered is this so far. Let's just recap a little bit because I ramble, and we're gonna recap a little bit. A person comes to your website. They see a little box comes up. They click OK. They may have subscribed, or they may have hit cancel. That means they didn't subscribe. But yet they're reading 3/4 of the way down the page. All of a sudden, there's another opportunity to get their email address, possibly for the same thing even. So all of a sudden, boom, you try to get their email address, and they may or may not. We don't know yet at this point. Third, the person decides as they get down the website, I'm not going to order at this time. I'm going to order tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to order. Well, guess what? Tomorrow is not going to come. You have to look at every visitor to your website as the last-ditch effort. They are not going to order today. So people can say, well, I don't want to put a pop-up because people really don't like pop-ups. So that is my technical answer. That is my official answer. So it doesn't matter. A, I don't know this person. B, it's my last-ditch effort to get them, and so at the very least, I'm going to try to get an email address. If they've spent this much time on my website, I should at least be able to get an email address from them. And if I don't, then it's my fault. It's my fault. I take it personally because I did something wrong apparently. If I didn't build enough trust in order to get an email address. So when they leave the site, okay, remember they didn't order. Now this is my last chance, my last ditch effort is to get their email address. And so what do? I put a pop-up when they leave the site. Why? Because I'm trying to get their email address one more time so I can follow up with them, so I can contact them, so I can build my list. You see, that is what you're looking for. You're looking to build the list of people that are interested in that product. You see, now, I used the example of your newsletter when they first came onto the site. But now let's talk about specifics because there is some reasons why a person should opt into your list. Okay, let me explain it this way. I'm going to assume that everyone has a newsletter that's on this call. If you don't have an e-zine, if you don't have a newsletter, you need to come to the big seminar and find out why. But no, you actually need to start one. You need to get one today. And don't worry about writing it yourself because we'll cover a little bit of tips about that later on the call. But you need to start one today. It's a great way to get your message to people, and it's a great way to convey what you know. It's a great way to convey or people that you know that do know if you don't at this point. Now, the other thing is that I'm going to assume you have a newsletter. I'm also going to assume you have, let's just say, 2 different products. Okay, so again, let's go back. We have a newsletter, and then we have product A, and we have product B. Now, on product A, here's what I want to do. When I'm trying to capture their email address, I want everything I'm doing pertaining to that product. So let's say if it was an ebook. If it's an ebook, the opt-in or the bribe might be to get 3 free chapters, as my friend Alex Mondosian says. It could be get 3 free chapters when they first come to the page. 3/4 of the way down the page, what should it be? 3 free chapters. When they leave on exit, what should it be? 3 free chapters. Why? Okay, think about this. This really makes sense now when you hear why. You see, here is what people are doing though. When you get to my website, when they get to the website, and they're saying, sign up to my newsletter. Then they're saying, I have 3/4 of the way down the page if they have that. Then they're saying, try 3 free chapters. And then when they leave, try my newsletter. Well, is that sending a mixed message? Now, first of all, let me confess. I'm making that mistake on some of my sites right now. But I've also realized my mistake. Okay? Here's why. Here's why it's a mistake. Is this. When a person comes to your site, why did they come to your site? Think of it. Think in your head. Why did they come to your site? Because they're interested, they've seen some sort of advertisement, something that you have out in the net, maybe an affiliate of yours, an advertisement that you're doing, a Google AdWord, that led them to come to your site to feel that your product or service was what they need. And then you're throwing them off. You're sending a mixed message on the easing opt-in. You see, the last thing you want to send is a mixed message to your people. So on your easing, when you're on your easing or your opt-in box, I should say, it should be consistent. Okay, it's going to be more. You're going to have more of an impact trying to give them 3 free chapters of your product or a sample copy of your software than it is trying to get them to sign up to your newsletter. Or else, you can do it on your newsletter. I've done it very successfully, but it's not the right message because I'm sending inconsistent messages to my prospects. And ultimately, what am I trying to do? I'm ultimately, let me give you my opinion on opt-ins. My opinions are this. Opt-ins are important, but a sale is much more important. I would rather build a list of customers than build a list of people that didn't buy my product. Because which is more powerful? If a person spent $97 with me once, chances are they're going to do it again. Okay. In fact, on my personal customers, they're going to order 3 to 4 more products in the next 30 days. So it's important for me to get that initial sale, and everything I'm doing is focused on getting the initial sale. So why should I try to get them onto my newsletter? As my last-ditch effort, or any part of the process, for that matter. No, I want them to be on my customer list because that is a much more powerful list for me. That is where my sales come from, and that is where they need to be. I know that because I believe in my products. So what am I saying? 3 free chapters, a sample, something having to do with your product. Do not send inconsistent messages to your prospects as they come to your website. Remember that. Write that down. Do not send inconsistent messages to your prospects. Don't confuse them. People are easy to confuse. Right now, half of you are confused listening to me. No, I'm just kidding. But, well, actually, if you think that you're that half, don't worry about it. Or if you think that's the other half, again, don't worry about it. But the point is this. You need to start doing that today. You need to do it. And when we get this call, you need to start doing it. How do you do it? Okay? How do you do it? Very simply. Let's talk about the tools that you need. The tools that you need are this. You need this product. Now, there may be another product that does this. I don't know. But all I know is this is the product that I use to do it. And he's a friend of mine. His name is Ryan Dice. And his website is optinautomator.com. Just like it sounds. Optin, O-P-T-I-N, automator.com, AUTOMATOR.com. Go there, buy that product now. I don't get any commission for that. Just go there and buy it. Do yourself a favor today and go ahead and buy it. If you have any friends, do your friends a favor and send them that link. And go ahead and do it today. Why? Because you have to have it. If you're going to succeed, you need to spend it. It's like $30, $40. It's for some of you that may be a lot of money. For some of you, it's a drop in the bucket. It's a tool. I think we can all understand that we need tools to succeed online. You see, it's not an expense. You see, when you're buying a tool for your business, it's to make you money. That tool will make you money, guaranteed, no doubt. But you have to have it. You have to do it immediately. You see, let me explain to you, everyone, something. The internet, I think, people are familiar with recipes. I think everyone knows what a recipe is. A recipe is simply this. It's a formula. It's a pattern. It's a pattern for success, meaning that if I was to bake a cake and you told me what you did to bake your cake, and I did those same steps, I put in the same ingredients, I cooked it for the same amount of time, I would have a cake that looked and tasted just like your cake. Is that right? I'm pretty sure I'm right on this one. Well, if I can give you my recipe for success, it would work. You see, the internet many times is like a minefield. As you're going through this minefield, what happens is you walk in all the wrong places, and therefore you get these little mines that go off, and you're blown away. Well, you know, if you could follow in someone's steps that has already successfully walked through that minefield, and you could just follow their footprints and you just walked in each one of their places, would it be better for you? Would it be easier for you to navigate this complicated mess? Well, sure it would. You know, I'm sure everyone can agree with it. See, so what I'm telling you is not to try to get you to buy anything. I'm telling you things because this is what works for me online. This is what I'm doing online. Okay? So just go ahead and get that product. Now the next thing is opt-in, autoresponders. Some of you, if you have a system like One Shopping Cart, QuickPay Pro, affiliate-software.com, realaffiliate.com, any of those programs, any of those tools, you have autoresponders already built into your system now, and you need to start utilizing them. The other people that don't have a system like that, maybe you're using ClickBank. Well, if you're using ClickBank, it's even more important you need to have an autoresponder. And there's a couple that I recommend. One is aweber.com. Just go there, aweber.com. They have a new deal. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know you can get unlimited autoresponders from them. They've been around the longest than any of them online that I know of, and they're reliable. That's key. That's ultimately what you need to understand is that they're reliable. They're up 100% of the time. So go get an account with them today. Second one is GetResponse. You know, I have an account with GetResponse I got a few years ago. Still have it. Still use it for some things. And use that. You know, that's another alternative. But you need to start utilizing autoresponders because these are the things that you need in order to succeed online. Again, it's one of our tools. I'm going to be mentioning the tools, and I'm going to tell you which ones I use throughout this whole process. So that's where to start off in this whole process right now. And that's just on the opt-ins. On the opt-ins portion of this. Now, let's talk about your actual website design. And let's talk about something first that is probably the most confusing question because I get this question an awful lot. And that is, how do I test and track what I'm doing online? Okay? Because everything that I'm going to tell you next, everything that we're going to talk about next is you're going to have to test it. You're going to have to track it to make sure it works because I'm going to tell you about conversion techniques that I've used and that people have told me to use, that I've tried, and I'm going to tell you my results from it, and I'm going to tell you what works more importantly. And you need to test this. If you're going to try any of the techniques that I'm about to show you, this is my little disclaimer. If you're about to try any techniques I'm about to show you, you need to test it. You need to know what you're converting now to find out if something worked better or less. You can't just say, I made more sales, or I think I made a few less sales. Therefore I stopped using it. So you need to know what your conversion is right now. What is your conversion rate? Now let's talk about that for a moment. And some people may say, well, I don't care about my conversion rate. I want to know my lifetime value per customer is. That's fine, but I like to go by conversion rate, meaning out of 100 people, how many people are going to actually purchase my product on average? Now, I can't just base that on a 100 number, first of all. You have to understand you need more than 100 visitors to actually get your conversion rate. How many visitors do you need? I don't know. It depends. Till you get 40 sales. That's a good number. You know what your conversion rate is when you get 40 sales. That may come early, that may come late. That may take you 1,000 visitors, or it may take you more. But when you get 40 sales on your site, and you know how many visitors you got to your site, that's when you can figure out a proper conversion rate. Okay? That's pretty good. I just thought of that. That's a good number. The reason I used 40 is statistically, 40 is the number that most statisticians actually use to base a true, accurate sample of something. When 40 actions are done, and remember, 40 actions, that's what we're talking about here, because I'm going to use that again in just a moment, so you'll see what I mean. So again, once you receive 40 sales from a website, that's when you can gauge what your conversion rate is. Now, at that point, once you have your conversion rate, you can now start testing things to increase your conversion rate on your website. Now, let's talk about, again, the tracking first. What can we use to track how many visitors we're getting that's accurate, that's up, and it's there all the time? And there's very few that I would even recommend out there. And here's the one that I use, and I'm going to give you a couple alternatives. The one that I use is called Web Trends Live, webtrendslive.com. This is by far the best tracking service that I know of. I use it personally, and that's why I recommend it to other people. It's a little expensive, more than the other ones that are out there. In fact, this one costs about $38 per month. And some of you are like, whoa, $38 a month, I can get something cheaper. Well, I did a lot of research on this because tracking and stats are very important to me in my business, and I couldn't find with everything that I needed on it, and that's why I chose Web Trends Live. It cost me $38 per month, and I got it kicking and screaming, and the reason is because I thought $38 a month for a tracking service was a lot of money too. And then I talked to my friend. You heard me mention him earlier, Alex Mondozzi, and I told him about it, and he's like, listen, if you spent $38 a month and it brought in an extra $6,000 to $10,000 a month, would you go ahead and do it? I was like, okay, I'll do it. Now, has it been worth $6,000 to $10,000 a month to me? Absolutely, 100%, no lie. It's been at least worth that to me. Here's another alternative, though, for those of you who maybe don't want to spend that much money or can't afford that much money or your business doesn't warrant it. Their website is indextools.com. Indextools.com. And I don't know what the charge is for it, but I know you can try it out. You can try it out for free, and you can then go from there. I know it's not very expensive. They have a low-end edition, and then they have a much higher edition as well, too. So I think they start at like $19 a month, and then it goes up. It goes up from there. So that's a great one. It has a lot of services. You can try for the free evaluation. Then you can go up. There's a $19.95 and there's a $49.95 one as well too. So you can look at which one works best for you. But that's a great service as well. But you need to start tracking with something, and you need to stay on top of your stats. You need to know what is happening with your website. How long is your visitor staying on your site? That's one of the keys I like to know, is how long is my visitor staying on the site? Because I can tell. The only reason I want to know that is just to see if they're reading my sales letter. If I know they're leaving like at 20 seconds, means I didn't do my job in the first part of my sales letter. If they're staying for about a minute and a half to 2 minutes, chances are they're reading my sales letter, 9 times out of 10. So I need to see if they're reading my sales letter first. That's step one. That's the first stat that I need to know. Here's the second stat. I'm going to make this really easy for you because this makes sense once you understand. The first thing is this, okay? Remember, how long they've stayed on your site. Write that down. How long did my visitors stay on my site? Okay, the second thing is how many went to my order form. Okay, to your order page. And how many from my order page bought? That's the figures that you need to know. Only 3 things. Okay? And if you know those 3 stats, you've just mastered stats and tracking on the internet. And here's why. Let me tell you why they're so important. We already talked about the first one. We know if they stay around a minute and a half to 2 minutes, they're reading our sales letter, right? Okay, first one's out of the way. You're a pro now. Okay, congratulations. Now the second part is this, is how many people went from my sales letter, okay, from my sales letter to my order page, which is the page where they would enter in their credit card number, okay? So how many people went from my sales letter to my order page? Now, how would I track that? How would I know? Well, okay, let's talk about a couple different scenarios because there's about 2 or 3 different groups of people on this call right now, and I need to explain it for each one of you so you know. Okay, the first group, I start with the one group that's working with ClickBank. Those of you that are just using ClickBank right now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to set up an in-between page, okay? An in-between page. Okay, there's 2 ways to do this. First is an in-between page, meaning that you're going to put your own order form online, okay? Your own order form on the internet prior to them getting to ClickBank, and I want you to put your tracking code on that page. Why? Because we can track how many people went from your main page to your in-between page that actually ended up ordering, okay? That's the one step. Okay, the second way is don't put the in-between page and just put a tracking link on your order button, okay? Meaning when a person went to your sales letter and it says click here to order now, make that a tracking link so you can just track the number of people that went to the ClickBank order page. Okay, that's a real simple way. It doesn't require you to do anything. But we just want to know how many people went from your page to your order page. And then we want to track how many of those people actually continued on with the order. And that's the second figure, is how many people that actually went to the order page, continued on, and actually bought the product. You're going to be surprised at your number. You see, not everyone that goes to your order page continues on and purchases your product. Does that make sense? You see, for some strange reason, people abandon an order process. They change their mind. They get spooked. And there's a lot of reasons why that happens. So you want to make the whole process as comfortable for them as possible. Now, here's where it kind of brings everything together. Where it brings things together is this, is when a person comes to your website, you need to ask them to buy. You see, their level of interest is at the lowest when? Is it at the beginning or at the end of your sales letter? It's at the beginning. From the beginning of your sales letter, you need to actually do this, is build up credibility with them first, create rapport with them, get them intrigued, get them to realize that they need your product, or essentially reveal to them the problem as to why they're there, give them the solution to the problem, and then ask them to buy the solution to the problem. You see, each one is an escalated measure. When we get to the highest point in that escalation, that's when their curiosity is peaked the most, that's when they're the hottest, that's when we're going to ask them to buy. At that point, they're either going to say yes or they're going to say no. If they say yes, they're going to go to our order page. If they say no, they're going to continue on reading the sales letter. And then we have to start all over again. Then we have to, again, talk about a different section. We have to talk about a different reason why they're there. Well, because our product makes it easy for them in this way. And here's why this is important to them. Here's why they should have it. Here's why our product does it better than everybody else's. And then, ultimately, ask them to buy again. Okay? And again, the same thing. Yes or no. And then we start all over again if it's no. And then same thing. See, each section of your order process is always building up. You see, every time we give them more information, we're building their level of interest, but we may not have built it high enough in order for them to go ahead and purchase our product yet. But we're trying to cover many different things. See, we don't know why people are buying. If we knew why people are buying, then we would just put the reasons why on our page, and, we have this, so you should buy it. And they would click on it, and it would be a very, very short sales letter. And so what we need to do is we need to ask the person often to buy our products throughout the sales letter. How many times is enough? Well, let me tell you what happened to me. And I'm going to try to give you my actual figures on in this whole process because this is pretty important, and I tracked this really close, and you're going to see why this was important to me and how this can help you almost immediately in the order process. Because what I did was I did some testing. This is just common sense things that people wanted to know. So let's start with this because I want to tell you my exact figures. So I'm going to tell you the actual things that we did, because what was interesting is that I was finding out that not everyone was purchasing my products. Was that a shock? Yeah, not everyone was purchasing my products. No, it's not, obviously. Not everyone's purchasing your products either. But what we need to do is we need to figure out why they weren't purchasing it, or how we can do it more effectively for our customers. So let's do this. Okay, here's what I did. I started tracking what I found out on my website, but here's what the deal was. Only 11% of the people that came to my page actually decided to click on the order link and went to the order page. Okay, remember that. 11% went from the sales letter to the order page, okay, which is where they would fill in their credit card information and things. Now, I also found out that only 13% of those people who clicked on the order page actually bought the product. So I was converting about 1.4% of my overall visitors. Do you follow that? So 11%. Now let's use some actual numbers. So if 1,000 people went to my website, 110 people, or 11%, would go to the order page. Okay? 13% of those, roughly 14 people, would actually then order the product. Okay? Do you follow me? Now, here's what I thought about. I said, well, only 11% are actually going through to the order page. If I can get more people to go to my order page, and if my 13% holds true, then I should have more sales. So here's what I did. I looked at my sales letter, and I found out that on my sales letter itself, I only had 5 links to the actual product, to the order page. Only 5 times did I ask them to buy. But here's what I was thinking. If 5 links got me 11% of people clicking on it, then 10 links, which should get me about 22%. Does that make sense? You see, all I did was I doubled the amount of links I had. So if I doubled the amount of links, I should get twice as many people clicking through, right? Makes a lot of sense. And if my 13% held true, I would make more money. Now here's what happened. Here's where it worked. Now, my 13% on my order page, that remained the same throughout the whole time that I was doing this test. But here's what happened to my figures. The number of people who clicked on my order link jumped to 18%. 18% now. I went from 11% to 18%, a 7% increase. So my new figures look like this. 1,000 people came to my website. 180 people would now click on the order link. 13% still purchased my product, okay, which equaled out to be about 2.34% conversion rate, equaling about 23 sales. Now, let's look what it meant in real dollars, because this is ultimately what we're looking at. Each sale I made was worth $97. So I made 14 sales. Before I made only 14 sales, so that grossed me $1,358. Okay, that was before I made the changes. Now, after I made the changes, I made 23 sales off the same 1,000 people, and I make $2,231 based on the same traffic. So what I did is I just gave myself an $873 raise just by taking 5 minutes to increase the number of order links on my page. Is that something that you can do? Is that something that you can do now? And will it work for you? Yes. It's not brain surgery. It's something that anyone can do in a couple minutes. You can do it immediately after this call. I want you to do it after this call. Well, after you make a lot of money, I want you to just send me an email, and I want you to tell me that it worked for you. Because you know what? There's a lot of people on this call. I know probably 500 or 600 people on this call right now as we speak. But you know what? There's only a couple of you that are really going to listen to me and do it. Why? I have no idea. These are true figures. I have no reason to lie to you on this. Just do it. I'm telling you, it works. We tested this. We tested this one step further. Actually, it was a pretty dramatic test. As many of you know, Alex Mondosian and Rick Raditz, they're my partners in Audio Generator. And we did a lot of testing with Audio Generator, and we added a lot of links. In fact, if you go to audiogenerator.com and read the website, you're going to find out that there's over 100 different ways for a person to come to our order page. Over 100 different ways. Every time it says click here, that goes to our order page. Every time it says Audio Generator, that goes to our order page. So, did that make a huge change? No. We're still converting about, 18 to 20% of the people. So does the more order links increase it dramatically? No. What's the max? I don't know. I don't think they're really the max is about 15. You don't really need more than 15 times. Anywhere between 9 to 15 times you should ask for the order on your order page. Now, if I had to guess right now, and I'm not looking over your shoulder, and I don't have one of these Big Brother monitors where I can actually look in and see everyone's websites, but I can tell you this, that right now you probably have between 3 and 5 links at the most to get people to go to your actual order page. And just think about it. How many links do you have right now? If you don't, then you need to change it. See, the problem is that I'm not telling you to put on, that many times to. I'm not trying to tell you to put in that many times in order to bore the person, because see, some of you are thinking, oh, I just need to click here to order, or click here to buy now. Throughout my sales letter a bunch of times, and therefore I'm going to get a bunch more sales. No. It's there's a little bit more finesse in doing this. You need to look for different ways to get people to buy. You look for different ways to say order now. If you continually just say order now, it gets redundant, people catch on to it, and it becomes totally useless to that person. See, by saying the same thing over and over again, you're conditioning your customers, you're conditioning your prospects to ignore your words. That's the last thing you want to do. You need to come up with different ways and different angles to say the same thing. Let me give you an example. I could just say, click here to order now. But if I was advertising my ebook software, I would say, every minute you wait is another minute you're not building your own ebook empire. Click here to start today. Okay, which sounds better? Click here to order now, or every minute you wait is another minute you are not building your own ebook empire. Click here to start today. The second one. Now, that's one example. See, different ways to get people to say the same thing, to get the message across, to put a benefit in your statement. You want to put a benefit in those call to actions. Robert Cialdini in his book Influence, the Psychology of Selling. Go to Amazon right now. If you don't own the book, go get it. Get it now. Okay? Because, again, it's Robert Cialdini at Cialdini. And in his book, Influence, the Psychology of Selling, and what he talks about scarcity is one of the key factors in getting people to purchase your product or service. You need to think of ways to get people to buy today. Again, what did I say earlier? You have to look at it like people are never going to come back and buy your product or service ever again. So if there's a limited number of your product, I know some of you sell digital, and I do too, it's kind of hard to say, well, we're running out of stock, but you can put a deadline on certain aspects of your product. When you can order the product in order to claim the discounted pricing, a way to get extra bonuses, it still instills a sense of urgency in the mind of your customers, and it causes them to take action. But not just action. It's not just any action that we're looking for. We're looking for immediate action. That's the key. You see, action tomorrow, it's a promise. You can't take a promise to the bank. You can't feed your family on a promise. You have to get, I don't want to sound crude, but you have to get their money today. That's the only way to do it. There's no other way to say it. You need to get the sale today, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is just a promise. They're not going to come back Get over it. You know, I was in sales. I was in direct sales for 5 years. I've sold thousands of actual vacuum cleaners, door to door, believe it or not. And I got quite good at it after a while. But you know what? Every person that, you know, there's several people that told me that they were going to come back and order. You know what? I'm still waiting for them to come back. They never came back. And I learned that then. It was even more crucial face-to-face. But now, online, I don't have to try to get them to buy because I don't have to. My sales letter will do it for me. That's why your words are so important. That's why copywriting is so important. That's why I invited Michael Fortin to the big seminar, because words are so important. He's the best that I know at doing it, and I talk to him about advice as much as I can. I pick up everything he can. Go to his site right now. Go to successdoctor.com. Grab this book. It's a free book. Sign up for his newsletter. You're going to get his 10 steps to power positioning. It's a great book. Read it. I'm telling you, it's awesome. So read that book. Do it after this call. But you need to create ways that we can get people to buy today. For example, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a list right now. Take your product. Take one of your products, and I want you to do just one product first. Because once you do it one time, you'll be able to do it with all your products. Write down 20 reasons why your potential customers should purchase today. Think about it. There's a lot of reasons. You're probably not. Look at the obvious things. If you don't purchase today, what happens? Well, they can't use your product today. That's the obvious reason. If they don't purchase it, they can't use it. It's another day they're not going to be doing what? Okay? Write down a bunch of 20 reasons. Just start writing. And then you're going to, out of those 20, get rid of the ones that are bad. Get rid of the 8 bad ones and leave yourself with about 12. Okay, and work with those 12. And those are the 12 ways that you're going to convert into an actual action item to get people to buy today. For example, you're going to take, most of the time it's going to be a feature and a benefit. For example, the feature, most people have this a little confused. A feature is what something does. For example, my ebook software would be creates an unlimited number of ebooks. That's the feature. The benefit is simply what it means to my customer. It means you don't have to pay us any more money ever to create an ebook any time you want to. Does that make sense? That's just one benefit. Obviously, there's several benefits that actual phrase has. For example, let's take the feature and the benefit and let's turn it into an action item. Let's take what I just said and let's turn that into an action item. For example, if you'd like to immediately start creating an unlimited number of ebooks anytime you want, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without any additional costs, you need to click this link now. Does that make sense? You see, your feature is basically what your product or service does, and your benefit is what it means in simple terms to your customers. What's in it for me? What's in it for them? You know, so do this right now. Take those 12 action items, those 12 ideas, and turn them into an action item, an action statement for your readers. And then what you need to do is start developing those into your website copy. You know, for example, take your benefits, for example. Take the items the 12 reasons why they should buy today. And here's some examples of some ways that you can phrase this. If you'd like to do this, and this, click this link now. Okay? That means you're moving people towards something. Okay? It's a positive statement. Or you could reverse that. If you want to stop doing this, and this, click this link now. So there's 2 ways to do that. You can take the same thing. You can kind of mix that in your sales copy, one at the beginning, one at the end. Only click this link if you want to do this. Okay? Do you see how easy it is to do this? Click here now. If you're truly serious about then your topic, then you need to click this link now. Every minute you delay is just more time you're not than the benefit, and click this link now. You see, there's so many different ways that you can put this, and as you start doing this in your own sales letters, it's going to make a difference for you. It's going to make a difference in the way that people are looking at your products. It's going to make a difference in the way that they buy your products. It's going to make a difference in the amount of money that you make on the Internet. Does that make sense? You see, you are in business to make money. You see, a business that does not make money is called a hobby. Okay? That means it's not making money. You're doing it just for the sake of doing it. You're spinning your wheels. Wake up. What you need to do is make money from your business. We don't want to play the game of Internet marketing. We want to win the game of Internet marketing. There's a difference. I just don't want to play. I want to win. And, you know, that's the way you win is you make money from the products and services you sell online. And I think everyone can understand that. You know, some of you are trying now to go full-time into your own Internet business. If you're trying to go full-time in your own Internet business, you need to do the things that the full-time people in the Internet do. And these are the things that they do. They test. They add. They try different things. They see what happens. And these are what you need to do. One of the other things that they do that's so powerful, it's called an upsell. And there's several people I learned about upsells like just dramatically from. And that is, one person is Yannick Silver. I took Yannick's idea as far as an upsell. He had an upsell a couple years ago. I looked at it. I studied it. I figured out why he was doing it. And then I created my own upsell. And because of that, because of his upsell, you know, I'm achieving upsell rates of over 70% now on some of my products. You know, I've never had an upsell rate lower than 52%. Now, is it easy? Yeah, actually it is. It's pretty easy. But right now, I'm going to give you a license to steal. Okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what has worked for me, what has worked for others, and what will work for you right now. You see, let me give you an example. It's really simple if you know how to do it. I think everyone can agree, right? If someone sits down and shows you step by step how to do it, it's very simple. Let me give you an example. If you were going to shoot a bow and arrow and you had a target on the wall, and what's the first thing you need to do? Let's look at the steps that we need to do to shoot a bow and arrow. Okay? There's a target on the wall, or there's a target, 25 feet away from you. What's the first thing you need to do? Well, the first thing you need to do is get off your butt. That's step one. Get off your butt and then point yourself at the target. Point yourself where you want to go, and that's where what you need to do first. Second thing is you need to actually put your hand out and you actually need to point towards that target and line up that arrow, pull the arrow back, hold it, take a deep breath, and let the arrow go after you pointed it. It's going to go right at the target. Now, which is easier? Let me ask you this. Which is easier? Is it easier to hit the target from 50 feet away, or is it easier to hit that target from 2 feet away? Is it easier to build a relationship with someone 100 miles away or 500 miles or across country, or is it easier to build a relationship with someone when you're staying 2 feet from them? You see, everything is easier the closer that you get, and that's one of the reasons why networking is so important at the seminar. But let's talk about the upsell itself and how it really affects you. Let's talk about what it is so you understand this. Anytime you ask the customer to purchase an additional product prior to them finalizing the order is called an upsell. That's the definition, at least in my book, of an upsell. Let me give you an example. A customer comes to my site and decides to order my product A, let's call it. Okay, they click on the order link and they're taken to a page that not only tells them about the product A, which they are ordering right now, but also gives them a special offer to order product B, which is a complementary product to column A. In fact, if they should order product B, I just increased the dollars I generated from this one sale. I mean, some cases it's 100%. For example, if product A was $97 and product B was $47, the total price was increased by $47, and so I'm getting $137 in just my standard $97. And this wouldn't have happened unless I offered them an upsell. See, it's easy money, and I'm going to show you how to do this. It's very, very simple. When's an upsell utilized? Well, you have to understand that there's timing. The timing is everything when it comes to an upsell. And an upsell is used when a person's decided already to order your product and has now clicked on the order link and they're brought to your order page. At this point, what we do is we try to increase the total dollar volume. We try to get more money. See, we know that they've already committed to buying a product from us. They've already committed to spend X number of dollars with us. What we want to see is how much more are they willing to spend. And sometimes it will surprise you at how much more they're willing to spend. Never pretend that you know what your customers are going to do. Because every time you think that way, you're probably going to miss out on thousands of dollars. And it's also easier. You see, let's look at the math. If you want to make, let's say, I have a lot of people telling me, I want to make $10,000 a month on the internet. That's true. You can do that. It's easy. It's really easy. But you have to know how to do it. So let me give you an example. If I want to make $10,000 a month on the internet, okay, here's my options. I could sell a $97 product. First of all, let me get everyone to agree on this. It's easier to get to $10,000 a month selling a $20 product or a $97 product or a $100 product. It's a $100 product, right? Let me give you an example. $10,000 divided by 97 means I need 103 sales. Now, if I had a $50 upsell, I only need 68 sales. You see? It doesn't take many different ways, many upsells or much dollar volume to make it easier for you. See, I'd rather make 68 sales. Think about that. That's 2 sales a day, roughly, to make $10,000 a month. Could you do that? Most people can. It's not complicated. It's not hard, and it's not even like you're setting the world on fire. But that's a great living, and you can see very quickly how you can make more money than that. A friend of mine who's going to be at the seminar, at the big seminar in Orlando, is Jimmy Brown. And if you don't know Jimmy's website, it's 123webmarketing.com. You see, Jimmy's products are mostly in the $19.95 to $29.95 range, and he earns a tremendous living online. And when Jimmy releases a product out to the marketplace, he sells thousands of these. Thousands, literally thousands in just a few short days. But, the one thing that you need to remember about Jimmy Brown is this. You are not Jimmy Brown. You see, it took Jimmy years of building a reputation and a customer base where he can release a product at that price and sell thousands of dollars. You, on the other hand, chances are you're not going to sell thousands. I'm not here to bring you down. I'm here to give you the truth. I'm here to give you the reality. Raise your price, make more money. It should be a chant. Raise your price, make more money. Raise your price. But, the key is that you need to raise your price. $97 should be the minimum that you're selling a product online. Very rarely will you see me sell a product for less than, I think I have one product less than that. But $97 is the key. Separate yourself from the crowd. Even if your competitors are at half the amount of money, right? When you increase the volume, when you increase the dollar volume that you're charging, people look at it as value. Let me ask you this: if you looked at let's just use a car. If you looked at a Honda, for example, right? If you looked at a Honda and you looked at a Bentley, okay, is a Bentley worth, $300,000? No. I mean, in comparison to a Honda, I don't know, was it $25,000? Is it worth that much more money? Is it that much nicer on the inside? Does it drive that much better? No, but it's perceived value. It has the name Bentley on it, so that's worth probably $200,000 by itself because they built a reputation up over the years as being top of the line, the best. And Honda didn't. Honda's built a reputation being a good quality car that's affordable for people. Bentley is different. You see, And is Bentley going out of business anytime in the near future? No. And that's an extreme comparison. You see, so between $19.95 and $97 is not that much of a comparison. We're only talking, what is it, $80, $70, whatever, $70, $70 difference, a $70 difference. So would $70 make a difference to people to buy your product? Chances are probably not. You see, Jimmy released a product at $19.95 that was comparable to a product that I had at $97. You would assume, since we cover this a lot of the same market, that Jimmy was going to, clean my butt as far as sales go. He's going to totally kick my butt. But you know what? He didn't. In fact, what happened was all my sales increased for that product because he exposed the market to more people, which then went out and said, if that one was $19.95 and this one's $97, I'll go for the $97 because it's got to be 5 times better than the other one. Now, I'm not saying my product's 5 times better than Jimmy's, but I am saying this. I am saying it wasn't the perception of those people that bought my product during that time. And we do have a lot more features anyways that does warrant our higher in price, but you need to look at this. Charge more money. Don't be afraid of the dollar. Don't be afraid of the dollar. You see, Yannick, let me give you some more examples. A lot of you are already familiar with Yannick Silver. I buy a lot of his products, and like instant sales letters, web copy secrets, and instant internet profits. A great marketer. He's a great friend of mine. And I'm on his mailing list, and I get his emails just like everybody else. So one day I received an email from him, and he was telling me that he was revising his instant internet profits course, which sounds pretty normal, nothing out of the ordinary with that. But here's what happened. He totally messed up my whole thinking. He made me rethink my whole online strategy. And here's what happened. I went to his order form, and here's what I found. Well, you have to know a little bit about the background of instant internet profits. I think he was originally selling that product for about $125. And when I looked at the newly revised sales letter and order form, he raised the price to $247. You see? And he made it a product that was offline that had to be delivered. And so, I looked at that, I said, And my mind started to wander at that point. I started to think about, why is he doing that? And, why did he create a physical product? He added tapes, he added a bunch of bonuses, and he increased the price, and it was well worth it. And he's making $122 more for each and every customer. And I started thinking about it. I said, wait a minute. So I'm selling my products on average for $97, and he's selling his for $247. So that means for every one sale that he makes, I have to sell 2.5 products in order to make the same amount of money. You see, I knew at that point I needed to sell a higher priced product, and I needed the value of an upsell. Now, here's the 2 methods of an upsell. Some people use the upsell on the order page itself. Simply, when a person's made the commitment to order the product, on the same page is an additional offer for an upgrade to maybe an advanced version of the product or an additional product of the same process. Now, the second method is this. This is on the second stage of the order process, and this is much more complicated to do. I know those of you that are on this call that are using one shopping cart can do this really easy because they have a feature called "Would you like fries?" with that. And what they do is simply this: is that when you go through the order process, you can actually set your one shopping cart to ask them if they'd like to order after they've already processed or put in their credit card information. And then you ask them because there's no turning back at that point. You already got their credit card. So that's an awesome feature. And again, that's built into one shopping cart. And also it's actually built into affiliate-software.com as well too. So which upsell method do you use? Well, let me give you some examples, and I'm going to give you some comparisons between some of my products. First one is my ebook generator product. ebook generator product, it's a $97 product. I upsell people to my Ecover generator product, and that product in itself also sells for $97. I give people a 25% discount if they order both at the same time. Okay? Now, here's what happens. 52% of the people that come to the order form actually buy the upgrade. 52%. Is that pretty amazing? 52%. How much more money am I making each and every time? That's a lot of money that I'm making. Let me give you another example. Toolbar Generator. Toolbargenerator.com. That product sells our toolbar software. And that particular product sells for, actually sells for $97. Our upsell to our most advanced version of that is also $97. Actually, it's $149. But if they get both today, they'll get it for $97. The upsell for $97 instead of $149. So we increased the upsell by 100%. It's $194. And you know what? Over 70% of the people go ahead and take the upsell. What does that tell you? 70%. How much more money is in our pocket? A lot more money. Now, how can you do this? How can you do this? Well, let me give you the upsell process. Okay, name 2 products you have or own which complement each other. Product A and Product B. That's step 1. Okay, write this down. 2 products that you have or own which complement each other. Step 2, what's the total retail price of the 2 products combined? Okay, how much are they both combined? Number 3, what percentage of the second product are you willing to discount? Is it 10%? Is it 25%? What's the discounted price you can offer off the second products? Now, what's the total amount of the 2 products minus the discount? Okay, how much are they going to save? How much are they going to save? That's the number that you're looking for. Now, here's where I give you a license to steal. I said this earlier in the call. I'm going to give you a license to steal today. I'm going to give you a license to steal my upsell offer. My upsell offer is really, really simple. Okay, and I'm going to read it to you, but I'm going to show you how you can steal it in a moment. Since you are ordering, here's how it starts off. After I told them about my first product, okay, after I told them about my first product, all of a sudden I'm telling them about my second product. It says, because you're ordering today, and then insert the date, you're eligible for a one-time only discounted upgrade. Since you're ordering today, you have the opportunity to instantly upgrade then the name of the product 1, purchase to include my amazing new, then the name of product 2, with a savings of, then the percentage off, its normal retail price. This is a one-time offer and will not be repeated ever. You have to stay to that. Don't repeat it ever. Not only will you be able to do this, which is what product 1 does, but you'll also be able to do this, which is what product 2 teaches, and do this with my amazing blah, blah, blah product 2. And then here's the link for product 2, which opens up in the window. So when you accept this upgrade offer, offer below, you will receive the name of product 1 at the normal price, the name of product 2, the normal price, less a blank percentage discount. You get both amazing products for a total discounted price of then this. Then to take advantage of this one-time offer, by simply clicking on the button below, you'll be able to download both amazing products in just a few minutes. That has a bare minimum 52%. The highest we've had was over 70%, almost 80% at one time. But you can copy that today. How do you copy it? I'm going to tell you really easy how to do this. Go to ebookgenerator.com. I want everyone to do this. Go to ebookgenerator.com. I want you to click on the order link. Hopefully you'll order the product, but if you don't, go to the next page, where is my in-between page, where my product is, and then I want you to go up to File, and I want you to click Save As, and I want you to save that onto your hard drive. That's your template now. That is your template to put on your website. That will work for ClickBank. That will work for any processor you have, change the order links to the way it is. Leave the buttons. The buttons are necessary. The buttons work. Obviously change where the buttons are going. You might need a program or something like that to maybe help you make some changes. A web designer can do it no problem. If you know anything about web design, you'll be able to change it almost instantly. But steal from me. I'm giving you permission right now to steal what I have. And go ahead and do that now. And that will increase your sales immediately online. You could increase your sales by the end of the weekend if you put this up tonight or tomorrow and start doing it. Now, here's what I want. Here's what I want from you. I want you to do this. I just want you to pay attention just for a couple minutes because we've gone way over our time. We're actually about an hour and 18 minutes in. And what I want to do is I do want to do this. As you can tell, I get really excited about certain things. I get excited about the internet. I think there's a lot of people making mistakes, and the information I just gave you is the truth. It's how you can do it. It's how it can work for you. Well, there's a lot more people that are going to be talking about the internet, and it's going to be at Orlando, Florida, on March 19th, the 20th, and the 21st. And if you like what you heard today with just me talking, imagine some of the other people and what they're going to be talking about in Orlando. What the difference it will make in your business and things that they don't get a chance to normally talk about. Some people, like myself and Alex, we're on conference calls a lot, but we really don't get a chance to really teach a lot. And some of the other people just don't get a chance. They don't like doing teleseminars as much, and they don't get a chance to teach a lot. And they don't get a chance to really talk about what they want to do. And this time they have an open forum where I'm allowing them to talk about anything that they want on the subject of the internet and marketing. And it's totally up to them. And they're going to be able to go over it for 90 minutes straight without any interruptions, without any commercials, and they're going to be able to tell you how to succeed, and they're going to be able to do it very effectively. And I truly believe this, that our lineup that we have is by far the best in the industry right now. This lineup cannot be matched, cannot be beat. There is not a single seminar anywhere, anytime, ever put together that has the power that we have in this seminar. And that's a pretty bold statement, knowing some of the other seminars out there. But I'm telling you this, is that no other seminar has been able to put together this crew together, and there's one other person that I'll be adding to our lineup that is going to make a lot of people stand up and take notice. Because this person is well known, like I said. This person is a best-selling author, wrote several books, has partnered with many, many people across the many people that in the standard let's call it wealth building industry, and you'll know his name. But I'm going to be making that announcement in the next couple of days. We're just firming up some things with him, and everyone will know it. But, I'm also doing this. I made an offer last week that a lot of people got really excited about. I'm going to make it one more time since this is my personal interview on my personal call, and that is this. Here's the offer. If you want to go ahead and come to the big seminar, I'm going to give you the reason. See, Johnny Kennedy was famous for creating reason why advertising. And the reason why is this. The reason why is I'm going to bribe you to come to the seminar. I'm going to bribe you in the way it's very simple. All you have to do is say, yes, I want to come to the seminar. Say, yes, I want to change my life and make a significant difference in my income in just 3 short days online. And here's the deal. I'm going to give you the recordings from my first big seminar in Dallas. I'm going to give you all of them. That's over 16 hours of recorded information. I'm going to give you the recordings of my big seminar in San Francisco. Again, 16 hours plus of all the information. It's 32 hours we're up to now. Now, I'm also going to give you the big seminar preview calls from San Francisco, okay? And those preview calls we're currently selling for $97 online. I'm also going to give you the preview calls from Orlando as well too, which again we're going to be selling those for $97. Resell rights, I'm going to only give you those preview calls, but I'm going to give you the resell rights to the preview calls, which I sell for $194. It's over $1,082 in bonuses if you go ahead and register your seat for the seminar over the next couple of days. And I can tell you this, you will not be sorry. It's going to be a tremendous time. I'm taking everyone to lunch every single day. On Saturday night, I'm also doing it. Now, that's something that no other seminar does. No other seminar actually goes out and actually buys your meals for you. A lot of seminars cost a whole lot more than the big seminar. But why are we doing it? Because it's an experience. You see, I know you will get more if I provide your lunch for you. I know you will create more joint ventures if I pay for your dinner for you. I know that this is the way that it needs to be done in order for you to succeed, to get the most out of learning for 3 full days. That's a fact. And that's the way it's got to be done. That's the way I will do it, and I'll try to do it for as long as I can in the future, as long as, I physically can. Obviously, once we get over a certain number, it makes it very difficult to do things like that. But right now we still can, and you can take advantage of that. The joint ventures, the deals that have been made during dinners are tremendous. The friendships that you make will last a lifetime, and more importantly, your business will change. If you don't do it for yourself, do it for your business, do it for your family, because this will make a change in your life. So I urge you now to simply just do this. Go to the Big Seminar site, click on the order link. You're going to get the bonuses, everything I talked about. You receive a chance to win the Mercedes. You're going to meet some of the greatest marketers in the world. And I can tell you this, in the next day or two, I'm going to be announcing a special guest that is going to make people want to flock to the seminar and be there. And I know we'll sell out the seminar very shortly, even though we've got till March. But we'll sell out way before then because this one guest will be there. That may sound like a little bit of hype, a little bit of curiosity, and guess what? Yes, it is. Because it's about selling. I'm trying to sell you to come to my seminar. Well, guess what? It's either going to work or it's not. But it doesn't matter. You see, my business is going to continue either way. The people that they're at a seminar, their business is going to continue either way. It's going to increase or not. See, the choice is it doesn't matter. It's up to you whether you come. It may be right for you, it may not be. But seriously, just take a look at it. Sometimes I say this on every call. And some of you may catch on to this, that I say this on every call, and I mean it. Actually, read the sales letter that I have. It tells you, and actually just take a few minutes. There's 17 testimonials of people. I didn't pay them to give me a testimonial. I asked if anyone would like to give a testimonial at my last seminar, and this is what they said. They had no script. This is totally impromptu. This is what they said. It's not what I said. They said it themselves. So if we could change that many lives in that many ways, and those are just the people I have on recording, and that's because my sales letter, I couldn't get it too long because I have many more. I have a lot more testimonials. But, you need to decide if it's for you, and you need to do it today. So what I'd like to do is, again, wrap up the call for tonight. I hope you've learned at least one thing, maybe two, from this call. And if you did, great. If you come to my seminar, great. And if you don't, that's fine too. Either way, I'm sure we'll meet someday in the future. If you come to my seminar, come up to me. I want you to introduce yourself. I want to meet you at the seminar. I want to meet every single person at the seminar, which I normally are able to do at one point in time throughout the whole weekend. At least come up to you, shake your hand, talk for at least a second. And it's a lot of people. But I want to know every single one of you. I want you all to succeed, and I want you to succeed in a big way. So, again, I hope you've learned something tonight in the call. I hope you've paid attention. I hope you take what I've said and put it into action. That's what I want to see done. And then when you do, when it does work for you, send me an email and let me know. And if you like this call tonight, shoot us an email to support@bigseminar.com and send me a testimonial, because maybe I'll use this call as part of a training in the future, and I can use your testimonial. So, again, I'd like to thank everyone for being on the call. Everyone have a great weekend, and look for an email shortly from me about a special guest that we're going to have at the big seminar. And, again, my name is Armand Morin, and I hope to see you in Orlando, Florida on March 19th, 20th, and 21st. Everyone have a great weekend. Bye-bye, everybody. My name is Armand Morin, And today we're going to talk about how to double your sales in 60 days or less. Now, what I want you to do right now is simply grab a pen, grab a piece of paper, open up a notepad on your computer, open up a Word document, however you want to take notes, open it up, get ready to take notes, because we're going to talk about things that usually I don't get a chance to talk about, and that is really how to increase your sales, how to double your sales. And we're going to talk about every part of your website, from your opt-in list, we're going to talk about, to the actual sales page itself. It's all going to be about getting sales. We're not going to talk about creating products. We're going to talk about actually how to increase the amount of sales that you're getting right now. So we're going to get started right now. In fact, let me get the call officially started. Again, welcome everyone today. My name is Armand Morin. You're on the Big Seminar Preview Series. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get right into the call. I'm going to give you a commercial about the seminar about halfway through. It's really simple. In fact, I'm going to give you my commercial now. If you'd like to come to the seminar, go to bigseminar.com and click the order button. That's the commercial. So, with that said, let's move on to the call itself. Today's call is titled How to Double Your Sales in 60 Days or Less. So, what do you need to double your sales? The majority of the things that we're going to be doing and talking about today are going to have to do with your website. We're going to be talking about ad copy. We're going to be talking about order pages. We're going to be talking about order links. We're going to be talking about how to get the customer, once they come to your website, to buy more products, more services from you today. Because, you know, a lot of people will say, well, I want two things to happen when I come to a website. I either want the person to subscribe to my opt-in list, or I want the person to order. Well, I'm here to tell you, a bunch of bull. All I want is one thing. I want the person to order my product or service, and that's it. That's great that I have a person on my opt-in list, but you know what? That person today doesn't make me money today. Sure, they may be of benefit to me in the future, but ultimately, I'm assuming that when a person comes to my website, they're never, ever, ever going to come back again. Now, there's some things that I can make it easier for them to come back, but if you treat that person like they're never going to, that you're never, ever going to see them again, you're going to do everything in your power to get them to order today. That's the key, urgency and today. So we need to formulate our website, we need to formulate our web strategy in a way that's going to get people to order from us today, not tomorrow, not next week, not after they receive 3 email messages from us, but today. Do you see the point? Okay. So what do we need to start off with and what we need to do? Well, one of the many things that I've found in online marketing is order links. And now let me talk about order links for you. After I discovered this simple step, it really made a huge difference in my business. And I'm going to give you several different examples of how this works. And I'm going to give them to you right from my own websites, because those are what I use to make money with, and those are the things that I test on a daily basis. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that you already have a website currently, and you're in the process of trying to market your product or service online. After spending, about 7 years online now, I've many problems with a few minor adjustments that could be corrected. And you, as the website owner, are really losing thousands of dollars in revenue by following some misguided information. So the order links themselves are the most misunderstood item on a web page. Now, there's a few schools of thought when it comes to order links. Now, one, there's no order links in your ad copy at all until the bottom of the web page itself. Okay? That's the one thing. And if you look at many sites, many people go by this. Now, the second school of thought is several order links throughout your whole page, or I should say sparingly throughout your whole page, because some people are afraid to really ask for the order. They feel if they ask for the order that they're going to turn off the person's going to go away. Now, this is farthest from the truth, okay? And here's what I mean. Let me walk you through a typical sales process. Okay, offline or offline, online or offline, I should say, it doesn't matter. The process is exactly the same by your customer. Your customer is going to think this way every time that they come to buy something. Okay, here's what happens. A person comes to your site, they see your headline, and hopefully your headline is appealing to them enough that they're going to read the rest of what you have to say on your sales letter. Now, hopefully you've structured your sales letter in chunks. Okay, and what I mean by a chunk is each section of your sales letter is its own mini sales letter. Okay? Now, I'm going to come back to this part. Again, remember, chunks. That's what we're going to talk about in a second, because the chunks is this key to this whole process. So a sales letter chunk, we're going to talk about that in a second. Now, let's get back to the actual process, and then I'm going to come back to the chunks. The person comes to your website, they read your headline, which starts them into this whole process of climbing up the ladder of value. Okay, it's called the ladder of value, and here's what I mean. The more they read, the more interested they become. It means the higher they go up the ladder. You ask them to order your product now, somewhere on your website, and all of a sudden their interest drops. Okay, it doesn't drop totally away. It just drops a little bit because they were asked to buy something. That's a natural reaction. But it doesn't drop as low as when they first came to your website. So in order, we've built up a little bit of value in our prospects' minds while maintaining their interest. So now they read the next chunk. Okay, and again, I'll explain all about the chunk in a second. Again, we cover a different aspect of our product or a different aspect of our service, and hopefully it's one that hits our hot spots, one of their hot spots. Once more, we ask them to purchase. Their interest drops again, so they go down another rung on the ladder, but they didn't go all the way to the bottom. See, because we've built more value in our product, so they're now closer to actually buying. We repeat this process maybe 9 to 12 times or slightly more throughout the sales letter, and if we did a good job of explaining our product or service, at the end or sooner, our prospect will purchase. Do you see how it works? Do you see what I'm saying? It means it's like they're climbing up a hill. They fall down a little bit, but they didn't fall to the bottom of the hill. They go back up the hill again, and then all of a sudden they fall a little bit, but again, not as far as they were down before. Again, they go up the hill again, and then they go back down again. Again, they go up the hill again, they fall again, but they don't go back down all the way. They get to the point where they continue. They made it to the top of the hill, and at the top of the hill is when they actually bought your product or service. The whole process of an actual sales letter is to build value in what you have. A person comes to your site, they have zero value. That's zero value as far as your product and service goes. As they come up, they read about your product and service, you've built a little bit of value. As they read more, you build a little bit more value. As they read more, you build a little bit more value in your product or service, and they're trying to justify if your product or service is worth the price that you're asking for it. So what you're really weighing out is how much value you have on one side as opposed to your price. Does the value equal as much as your price or more than your price? When you get to the point where it's a fair exchange, that they received enough value for that price, that's when the person goes to purchase your product or service. Now, how many times do you have to actually go through this process? Well, what I discovered is that you actually have to go through this process in about 9 to 12 times on a website. That's about what the average person what takes the average person to go through the page. So, the question really is how many order links should there be on the page? So let's first define what an order link is. Now, when I say an order link, I'm referring to the number of times you have a link or a button going directly to your order page. Okay? Each time you give the potential prospect a way to actually enter their credit card and information to purchase your product or service. So an order link could be as simple as a click here now to order today, or maybe a button with some similar type of phrasing. So how many order links should be on your website? Now, let me ask you this first before we even go any further. Right now, I want you to write this down. This is what I call a to-do action. Write down how many order links are on your website right now. At this point in time, if you went to your website, how many times would you ask me to purchase your product or service by the time I finished reading your sales letter? And if you have it, that number, keep it in mind, because now I'm going to bet that there's less than a total of 5 order links to your order page. Okay? Now, chances are I'm probably right. In fact, or you have 5 or less. And the reason is because when I do my research on the internet, what I'm telling you is not just all pure theory. I went out and I looked at the number of order links on other people's websites. And then when I looked at the number of order links on other people's websites, I actually found that most of them have only 3 or less going directly to the order page. So ask yourself this question. It's very simple. Why? I mean, seriously, why do you only have 5 or less or 3 or less or whatever number of order links you have to your order page on your site right now? Why did you do it that way? So and also, who told you to put that many, or should I say that few order links on your page? No one probably told any of you that. Chances are you're probably right now you don't know why you have that few on your page. And that's okay, so don't worry. That's why you're on this call right now. As we review each part of this whole process that we're going to talk about today, it's not just me telling you what to do. That's a quick fix, because as long as I'm around and you can get information from me, then you just say, well, let's see what else he has to say. The most important part is to teach you why, understand the psychology of what you do on your sales process, and understand the psychology of what you want your customers to do on that sales process. So you have to understand what you're doing, and you have to realize what you're doing. You just can't do it. You have to have a reason why behind it. And, hopefully we're going to have, as you do this process, you're going to have several types of those aha-type moments, and you're going to finally realize that you're doing everything wrong in some cases. And I've had many of those moments where all of a sudden it became crystal clear to me, holy crap, I'm doing this wrong. What the heck am I doing this for? So back to the point. Okay, so realize what you're doing and understand that. So don't feel bad if you only have 3 to 5 order links. Just means you're doing what probably most of the people you've seen have done in the past. And you maybe just seen someone else's page and you just copied it. Or you might have seen a website that you know is selling pretty well and you copied that. And that's okay. That's what most of us do when we got online. That's what I did. I copied existing order pages from people that I assumed were making money on the page. Okay, again, keyword is assumed they were making money. I didn't know for sure that they were making any money from their sales letter. So how many order links should you have? Well, in order to understand this properly, you have to realize this. For example, I'm from the direct sales industry. I actually sold vacuum cleaners for about 5 years. I owned a vacuum cleaner store. We actually went door to door selling vacuum cleaners, and I really got quite good at it after a while. And it was really one of the best experiences, and it taught me a lot about people. And that's what you have to know when you're selling on the internet. You have to know about people. Now, one thing I learned that in any direct sales situation, whether online or offline, you need to ask for the sale in a variety of different ways and get a lot of what I would refer to as trial closes out of the way before you get to the final close, meaning where the person actually buys. Now, let me define a trial close when it comes to your website. A trial close means they read one of your chunks, and that reminds me I have to come back to the chunks. They read one of your chunks, and then after it says, if you'd like to do this, this, and this, then click here to order now. Okay? That's a trial close. That wasn't the definitive close because I know I'm going to ask them again several times throughout the ad copy. That's a trial close, and we're going to have to go through several of those in many cases in order to make our sale happen. So let's go back to the chunks so you understand the chunks concept. It's what I call chunk marketing. And this refers to exactly what your ad copy is. Sales copy, most people don't know the proper sequence in order to write a sales copy. And remember that ladder process that I talked about, and I gave you the different analogies of people going up a mountain and falling down, and going up a sales ladder and coming down a little bit each time where you're building value? Well, the way that you do that in your ad copy is by writing your sales letter in chunks. Now, let me give you some ideas on how to write a sales letter. because this is important. The words sell. It's the most important part on your whole website. But let's just walk through a couple different steps. It starts off with your headline, and then you're basically a brief introduction, and then it gets into the actual benefits of your product, the different features, I should say, of your product. In your sales letter, you're probably going to have between 5 to 7 different features of your product listed. There's going to be 5 or 6 different segments that you're going to highlight among all the other things that your sales letter does. These are the major points, okay? And each one of those, you're going to go into detail about it. So you're going to start off with feature number 1, and you're going to detail. It may last a paragraph or 2 paragraphs. It doesn't matter how long it lasts, as long as you explain it thoroughly to your prospect. But at the end of that section, and at the end of that chunk, you're going to ask the person to buy. And what you have to do is you have to rephrase the actual feature. For example, if you were on my website, let's say it was Ebook Generator, okay? You come to the top part of the website, and let's say I'm not on the site now, so let's just say that I talk about how to secure your ebooks so no one can rip you off. So if you at the end of that section, I'm going to tell people, well, if you'd like to stop digital thieves in their tracks immediately and have your product totally prepared to not. That's really bad wording. Let me go to the website. I'll give you some great examples from the website because this is what I actually have on there. This tells you it's a Saturday and I can't talk off the top of my head at all. Okay, for example, one of my sections says you'll receive lifetime free upgrades. Okay, and then it goes into this whole thing about give people lifetime free upgrades, and they're going to get it for obviously for the rest of their life. And then after that it says, click here to start your own ebook publishing empire. That my chunk was, you'll receive lifetime free upgrades. I told them what it is, and it says, click here to start your own ebook publishing empire. That was my chunk. And then I go into several different aspects of the product. Now, I go through a chunk. My features and benefits are laid out in a big chunk, but halfway through my features and benefits, it says, when you place your order today, you will get a 7-day free e-course on the best ways to create and publish your own material online. Why are you waiting? Click here to get started right now. So I gave them a feature and a benefit, and then I asked them to order. You see, it has to be structured in that way in order to make sense to the user. Because you have to, the reason why you divide your sales letter into chunks is because you're building value. You're hitting different hot spots with them. If you push the right button as to what appeals to them, that's why that's why long sales letters work. You see, we don't know what the end user is going to be interested in with our product. It might be the most crazy thing about your product or service, but that's what gets them excited about it. And so then when they get excited about it, that's when they're more apt to buy. So we get them excited, and when they're at their peak, where they're most excited, that's the point where we hit them. Okay? And we can say things like, this feature is only available in Ebook Generator Code. You can't find this anywhere else on the Internet. Take advantage of this new technology today. Click here now to start tracking your ebooks. And that was that. I explained to them the feature above that, and then I brought them into this. My segue into the to click to order was the previous line I just read. You see, we're just kind of summing up what we just said, but we're putting it into a benefit-laden statement where a person will order. Now, you need to do that again. How many times? Well, 8 to 9 times. Well, I should say 9 to 12 times on a website. Anything too much over that gets into a big overkill, and it doesn't make a difference. I'm going to show you why that is. And, in fact, let me give you an example of why you should ask a person 7 times or more to buy your product or service. Now, how many of you ever did something wrong and didn't know what you did? Okay? All you guys out there right now, you know what I'm talking about. Now, if you ever had you did something wrong, and you women too, and you didn't know what you did, and your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, significant other, they were mad at you, but you didn't know why. So here's the scenario. It goes something like this. Okay, you first asked, you knew something was wrong, but you knew you probably did it. But you asked, so, what's wrong? And they said, probably nothing. You ever get that? So you waited again, and then you asked again. So, come on, really tell me what's wrong. And again, they probably said nothing. Don't worry about it. And so you thought about this for a moment. See, now you're thinking because you know you did something. You don't know what you did, but you do know that it was your fault. So you thought about it. You regrouped again, and seriously, you ask them one more time, please, now really, tell me what's wrong. And, well, at about the sixth, seventh time or more, your normally sane spouse or significant other finally answers back in a way that you really weren't expecting. In fact, they may, different people react different ways, but they may have just blown up and give you all kinds of information that you really didn't even want to hear about at that point. And they brought up things that you did probably 10 years ago, and somehow that related to what you just did a second ago. Well, that's kind of why you need to ask 6 or 7 times to really get the truth from people as to why they're not buying or why they should buy. And that's just a simple scenario that we've probably all been through at one point or another with somebody. But that is really the essence of a sales letter. I mean, seriously, you're asking people to buy, and you're not sure why they're not buying, so you continue to ask them and ask them and ask them, and you give them different points. You can restate it different ways until finally you hit one specific point that's a hot button for them, and then they order. Okay? And this is how it works on your website. You see, we become calloused online. Okay? We become calloused online. We ignore everything. Do you know what I mean? I mean, for example, when's the last time that you really took a good look at a banner ad? I mean, seriously, think about it. When was the last time you took a good look at a banner ad on a website? Probably not recently. Why? Because we've trained ourselves, and the industry has trained us and taught us to ignore them. Some of the best marketing ideas that are out there right now, you're probably walking by with your eyes shut. You just don't see it. Why? Because you're trained to ignore these things because you see them every day on a daily basis. When was the last time you really – let me ask you this. Yesterday you were probably online if you have an internet business. If you have a business right now, you're probably online. How many people yesterday, a pop-up came up on the site and you closed it immediately? You didn't even look at the pop-up. You just closed it. Why? Because we see them all the time, and we're probably not interested, or we could be interested, but because we're instinctively just closing them left and right, or we buy a pop-up blocker to block them, and so it makes no effect on us. So you need to make your advertising a little different. And, with your sales letter, repetition is your friend. Okay, you have to ask over and over and over again. With your online sales letter, you need to repeatedly ask for the order. The question arises, how much is too much? Well, I can't really answer that because it's different for different markets, but I can give you some basic guidelines. I mean, obviously you need to test and just test and test again. And we'll talk about testing in a few moments. But what I will tell you is what worked, for me in the past and what works for me right to this day. And so let's get into some things as to what I found out. So let me give you an example. This is the classic example. Okay, I was finding out that only 11% of the people who came to one of my pages actually clicked on the order link. So out of 100 people that came to the site, 11 people actually went to the actual order link. Clicked on the order link and went to the web page. I also found that 13% of the people who clicked on the order page, went to the order page, actually bought the product. So again, we have 11% of the people going to the order page, and then 13% of those people actually continue to order the product. Does that make sense? So what was my conversion? Well, it was only, at this rate, 11% and 13%. If you figure it out, it's 1.4% for the overall visitors who came to the site. Not bad. I mean, average site on the net converts much less than that, but that's not anywhere near where I need to be. I know I can get much higher, and on many of my other sites I do. So I knew my website needed to have somewhere between a 2.8 to 3% range, which would make me happy. So think about it. If 110 people out of 1,000 people, let's go back. If 1,000 people came to my site, 110 people would go to the order page. 13% of them, or roughly 14 people, would then order the product. So with these figures, I knew what I needed to do. Now, I needed to get more people to my order page. So if my order page consistently pulled at 13%, all I need to do is get more people there. You see, people talk about, how much session time, and I believe there's a correlation here with session time as far as how long a person stays on your site will determine how long they're going to continue to buy. And other people will talk about, the unique visitors that come and everything. That's good, and that's important too. Visitor value is probably more important, which means how much is each visitor that comes to your website, how much are they actually worth to you? And again, we'll go over that in a second. I don't want to get off this issue totally right now. But really, the two most important figures that I know about my websites is A, how many people went from my main site to the order page, and how many people from the order page click through to order my product. Those are the two figures that I want to know. If I know those two figures, I can doesn't matter what I do, I can make more money with my website. So here's my thought process, and here's what I did. If I could maintain the 13% conversion rate on the order page, which I thought was pretty good, now my thought is different, though, because you can actually get a higher conversion on your order page. I'll talk about that in a moment. Then I would get more people to purchase my product by simply showing my customers more ways to click the order link. Does that make sense? It means, let me give you specifics. I looked at my sales page and I found out that the number of links to the order page itself was only 5. I only had 5 links. So I was the average person out there. I'm probably like where many of you are right now. I only had 5 links going to asking people or to order my product. So what I thought was, if 5 links got me 11%, then 10 links should get me 22%. Does that make sense? That means if I could just, if that process kept true, if 5 got me 11, then 10 would get me 22. Now, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out that, that's probably the most simplest way to figure out this whole process. And I didn't know, so I figured, well, let's try it out and see what happens. I mean, I can't do any worse than what I'm doing right now, and I really wasn't doing that bad. But so here's the results of what just happened, though. I increased my order links. I didn't go from 5. I went from 5 to 9. I didn't go to 10. For some reason, I didn't do 10. But my 13% conversion rate on my order page remained constant, which means it didn't go down. It stayed the same. But here's what happened to my figures. The number of people who clicked on the order page jumped to not 22%, but it actually jumped to 18%. 18% of the people now was going to my order page, and that was a pretty substantial jump. So my new figures after the test were, out of 1,000 people who came to my site, 180 people would now click on the order link. 13% of the people still purchased my product for about a 2.34% conversion rate, equaling about 23 sales. So now here's the real dollars. Look at this. Look at this, and you can see how this works. Each sale I made was worth $97. Most of my products sell for that. So before I made only made 14 sales, which gave me a total gross income of $1,358. Now I had 23 sales from the same 1,000 people, and I make $2,231 based on the same amount of traffic. So I just gave myself an $873 raise by taking 5 minutes on my time to increase the number of order links on my page. Do you see what's happening? It took me 5 minutes to really do this. It didn't take me a tremendous amount of time. It's what I call 5-minute marketing. Your business usually can be saved in 5 minutes or less, believe it or not. That's a whole other call. But I have to tell you, to get I get a whole lot more people than 1,000 people to my website every month. I usually get around 1,000 people a day to certain sites. So this little tiny percentage of increase, really made me thousands of extra dollars every month. So the answer to the question is between 9 to 12. Now let me give you a little update. We've also tested a recent site. In fact, many of you have probably heard about it, and many of you are probably utilizing it right now. And that is my audio generator site. If you go to audiogenerator.com, count the number of links going to the order page. And that's really not a fair assumption, because Alex Mondosian who's the one who wrote the ad copy for the site. He's a friend of mine. I hired him to do the ad copy because I believe Alex is a great copywriter. So he wrote the ad copy, and I helped tweak it and things, to put my own style behind it. And one of the things that Alex had us do was we have every time you see audio generator on the site or click here, that's all an active link to the order page. Now, if you go through and you take the time, but just take my word for it because there's too many to count, there's actually over 100 different places for a person to click to my order page. So out of 100 different places, did it increase the number of people going to my order page? No, it didn't. It didn't increase. We gave more opportunity, but the thing that we needed most was the benefit-laden statements, and those are what getting people to click to the order page. So what your job is to do in this process is look for different ways to say order now. You don't want to just continually say order now, blah, 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 order now, or blah, 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 click here to order now. Okay? Don't alternate between the two, or don't just keep on saying click here to order now. Because by continually saying the same things over and over again, you're unknowingly conditioning your readers to ignore the words to click here to order now. You see, if you see it once, you may do it. You see it twice, you know better because you know it goes to the order page. You see it 3 times, you know definitely that goes to the order page now. And everything else that you see after that on a page, you're going to ignore, which is another thing that I just want to off subject, but I'm just imagining people doing this right now. I'm going to talk about this in a second, but the thing is that I've been to many sites, and I'm wanting to order this product that I've been to, right? And so the person thinks that a link that is underlined is ugly, so they put a little code on their page so their click here to order is not underlined anymore. You know how much of a pain it is to find something if you want to order it and if the link is not blue and it's not underlined and it just looks like your regular part of your text? Don't do it. Give people what they want. I'll go back to that in a second. But, you need to come up with new and different angles and perspectives to get the same results as click here now. You need to rephrase it in a different way. You need to put a benefit into it and then attach on click here to start today or click here. You do want to have the click here is a call to action. Okay, that's why you say click here, because that's what you want them to do. Click here. Okay, you're telling them what to do. Click here to start today. Or every minute you wait is another minute you're not building your own ebook empire. Click here to start today. Okay, the click here is the most important part. If there's a better way to say that, I wish there was. But that's ultimately, you could say press here. That doesn't make sense because you press, I'm thinking of button. It's not a button, it's a link. Click here, click on me to order today or whatever. I mean, something to say, I want you to click this link right now. Okay, so try some of these methods to increase your order rate. You have to create a sense of urgency. Okay, urgency is one of the biggest things that you can do in your marketing arsenal. Robert Cialdini, in his book, if you don't have this book, buy it. It's called Influence, The Psychology of Selling, states scarcity is one of the key factors in getting someone to purchase your product or service. That's true. If there are a limited number of your products or services, or a limited chance to get your service, I should say, or maybe there's a deadline when they can order the product to get their discounted price, it will instill a sense of urgency in the mind of your potential customer, causing them to take action right now as opposed to tomorrow or later on or next week or whatever else. Again, your objective is to get them to order now. Here's what you want to do. Okay, this is, again, an action item. Ask yourself what the main reasons are my customer should purchase my product today from me. Okay, write them down. Take a minute or two and write down 20 reasons why your customer should purchase from you today. Okay, and don't skimp. You need the whole 20. You have to have the whole 20, and you're going to see why, because this is a process I'm giving you. This is the exact process that you should take when you need to increase the number of people to your order page. So think hard about it. Now, after you've got your list of 20, go through and now reevaluate them. You're going to find some reasons are better than others, and others you have no idea why you wrote it down. But now pick out the 12 solid reasons of why your customer should buy today. So from the 20, break it down into 12. Now, what I want you to do is now take a list and create 12 benefit-laden statements. If you don't know what your benefits are, go back through and make a list of benefits from your product or service. Okay, make a list of benefits from your product and service, and then combine them into the 12 reasons why a person should buy today. Okay, so you have the benefit, and then why they should buy today, and then the third aspect is a call to action. Now, think of ways for you to say, click here now, click here to order now, click here to start doing blah, blah, blah today, click here to immediately download your product. Product is available immediately for download. Click here. Do you see how that works? And you're rephrasing this, and you're combining your reasons why they should order today, your benefit, the reason why they should order today, and then the call to action, what you want them to do, which is to click on the link. Again, benefit, why they should buy today, and then the call to action. That's what you need to do, and that's how it should be structured. And if you follow that format, and you place your links on your order page immediately, then that's what you need. Then that's going to increase the amount of sales that you're getting from your page. Now, that brings up another question. That's tracking. Tracking is the key to your business. Most of you, and again, I'm using some very general statements, but most of you are not tracking anything on your page. And then you're wondering why you're not making any money. Because you don't know what's happening on your website. Okay? You don't know what's happening. You don't know where your traffic's coming from. So how can you possibly adjust anything if you don't know what's happening? I use a service, and there's a lot of services that are good out there for tracking purposes, but there's only one service that I found that actually works, and that's WebTrends. WebTrendsLive.com. If you go to WebTrendsLive.com, it's more expensive than all the others, but it's better. You see, the reason why it's better is because it works. That's why. That's the key. Is you need something that works, not just sometimes, not just once in a while. It has to work every time. Okay, I expect 99% of the time that it's going to work, that I'll be able to track what a person did on my site. I'll be able to know that they came from Google, that they searched on this keyword, that they did this, they did that, and then they came to my order page, and they stayed on my site 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm saying? It tells me all this information. They came from Google. They searched on, say ebook software, which I know my link for ebook software is actually on like number 12 or something. It's not even on the first page, which I'm working on now, but it's on number 12, like page 2, which is like listing number 12 or something. And so they have to search for my product from there. They had to go through all the stuff on the first page, then finally come to my product. And then when they come to my product site, I know that they clicked on the first link to go to my order page. I know they clicked on the second link to go to my order page. And then I know that they were on my main site for 2 minutes and 36 seconds. And then they went to my order page, and they were on my order page on average of 1 minute and 10 seconds, and then they finally ordered my product. And so I can see if they went to the order page, I can see how many times they went to the order page. I can see all this good information. And I use WebTrends Live to do that. And the reason I use them is because, again, they work. So why should you use Web Trends Live? Well, I'm not a salesperson for Web Trends, but I can tell you this is it works because it gives me some great information. If I know all this information, I can know where my customers are going. If I know their habits, if I know what's going to work on my site, which I already do know what's going to work, then what's going to happen is I can immediately start working on my conversion from that point. You see, it's very, very important for me to start and to continue to improve my website. So I need a reliable service. So Web Trends Live is great. There's some other ones out there. There's web-stats.com. I know that's pretty inexpensive, but I know it works pretty well. There's several of them out there. There's HyperTracker and a few others. But again, you're looking for reliability. Track everything that happens on your website. You need to put a unique tracking. You only care about unique visitors. You don't care. Ultimately, I care about unique visitors because I don't care about that other stuff. And that's just me. Different people, when it comes to tracking, will tell you different things. But ultimately, I need to track and I need to know what's happening on my sites. I need to know what's working best, what's not working, what's the next step. What do I need to do to increase my conversion? If I know what their habits are on my site, I can, as an average of the people that come to my site, then I can do changes to make it work better. So, okay, that's the order links. Now, we're going to talk about the order page in a minute because there's 11 steps that you need to have a successful order page. Utilizing upsells. Okay, upsells will increase the amount of money you're making immediately. I mean, literally, right now, today. So before we get started on the subject of an upsell, you have to know what is an upsell. Okay, an upsell is when anytime that you ask a person or a customer to purchase an additional product prior to them finalizing the order. Okay, so they come to a page, I ask them to buy product A, and then while they're trying to order, they've already initiated the order process, and while they're trying to order product A, I ask them to purchase product B. So, for example, if product A was $97 and product B was $47, the total purchase price was increased by $47. For now, we have a new total of $137. So that wouldn't have happened unless I utilized an upsell. So the psychology behind an upsell, and this is where you understand how an upsell works. The person has already committed themselves to actually buy your product or service. They've already said, yes, I want it. Okay. Now, it's not a question as if they will purchase the product. The question now becomes, how much will they spend purchasing the product? Do you see? Okay, they've already committed. They're going to do it. Now let's get more money out of them. That's ultimately what's happening here. So, see, this is important to you. I mean, think about this. You can make more money with less sales. Excuse me. For example, if your goal is to sell $10,000 worth of products, it's much easier to get there with a $147 product than it is a $97 product. Let me give you a hypothetical example. To earn $10,000, let's say you sold a $97 product. Well, you need 103 sales in order to make $10,000. At $147, you only need 68 sales. That's 35 less sales you have to make in order to achieve your goal of $10,000. And this is assuming you only had a $50 upsell on your page. Again, your original product was $97. You use a $50 upsell to get up to $147. You make more money in less time. Again, more money in less time. And this is where people make a huge mistake online. Okay, it's a perfect time to tell you about product pricing, because unless you're capable of moving thousands of products at $19.95, this isn't the right price for you. Now, many of you probably know a friend of mine, Jimmy Brown. His website's 123webmarketing.com. You can check all of Jimmy's products. There's some fantastic products, and one of the things that you'll notice at Jimmy's site, though, is that most of his products range from like $19.95 to $29.95. And and I don't know what Jimmy makes, but I do know this: he makes a substantial month-to-month income by selling these low-priced products. Now, there's one thing you have to remember: you are not Jimmy. Okay? Again, you are not Jimmy. You see, Jimmy built his business for like years and years and built a reputation and a customer base. So when he releases a product for $19.95, he has thousands of people out there buying it. You, on the other hand, probably don't have that advantage at this point in your career. You may have it later on, but if you're just getting started, you probably don't have that luxury. You're not going to sell thousands of products out the gate within a few short days. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that's just the way it is. Okay, if you do, congratulations, and I'm really happy for you. But many of you on this call, that's probably not going to be the case. It wasn't the case for me when I first sold my first ebook for $19.95, which I still sell to this day for $19.95 because it's one of those baby projects I'll never get rid of because I'm stubborn. It still sells, by the way. If you have no following, no credibility, no customer list, do you think you're going to sell thousands of products your first month? No. Chances are probably not. Sure, you could do some JVs, but that's a whole other subject and, a whole other call. But don't let me bring you down, but, the solution to this is not to sell the $19.95 products. That's what I'm pointing out to you. Don't sell the $19.95 products. I really believe that you shouldn't sell a product for less than $97. It's not worth it. You know what? I have more customer service from the people that order a $19.95 product than I do from people ordering a $97 product. I even have less customer service from people ordering a $200 product as opposed to a $97 product. I'm qualifying my customers in this respect. The people that are charged a higher amount of money, for some reason, don't give you any problems. The people that spend $20 or less, those are the people that have problems. I mean, when I say problems, I don't mean personal problems. I mean problems with whatever. They have issues that they're trying to get you to figure out for them. And it's because of price. You're catering to the bottom rung. You need to increase the market where you're marketing to. Separate yourself from the crowd. So people buy based on perceived value. Okay, think about it. If a product costs $19.95 and the second product costs $97, which product do you think is better? If they both look the same, and they both feel the same, okay, which product is probably the better product, though? If one's only $20 and one's $100, obviously the $100 one has got to be better because it costs more money. Do you see my point? See, I personally sell most of my products in the $97 range. Some of my newer products are higher. And I have one product that I sell for a monthly $30 every month. And the thing is, at $97, it's still an impulse item. It's an impulse item, believe it or not. I'll purchase anything for $97 or less all day long. And once it gets over $97, you know what? I stop. I actually have to think about it now, because for some reason, that 3-digit number puts me off, and I'm not going to buy it. So at $97, you would think I'd be, you'd think that is the key. Well, I was happy at selling products for $97. Now I'm working on products to sell more than that, and it's all because Yannick Silver screwed up my whole frame of thinking on my pricing strategy. Now, let me give you an example. Some of you may know Yannick. And here's how Yannick really screwed me up. What he did was this. I got an email from him that many of you are probably on his list right now. And I had purchased his Instant Internet Profits course, which is a great course, by the way, but he just revised it a while back. Okay, which sounds normal. It's normal for most people to revise their products after a point in time. And heck, I love upgrades just as much as the next guy. But then I went to his website and I checked out his new sales letter, his new order form. And I was like, crap, because he just made me changed my whole strategy just by this one sales letter, and here's why. You have to know a little bit of background behind the Instant Internet Profits product first. It's an awesome product, and the original product sold for $125. But when I went to the newly revised sales letter and order form, he raised the price to $247 and turned it into an offline delivered product, and he added videos and everything to make it even a bigger product. And so at that point, I had to really think about what his strategy was. I said, okay, he created this physical product, added tapes and many bonuses, and increased the value of the price to worth well more than $247. And he added a tremendous amount of value to the product, but he's now making $122 more for every customer he acquires from this one product. So I said, wait a minute. Okay, I'm selling my products at $97, and he's selling his product for $247. So for every one sale he makes, I have to sell 2.5 products in order to make the same amount of money. So at that point, I knew I needed to get a higher priced product. That doesn't take a lot of brain surgery, or it doesn't take a huge amount of thinking to figure out. I need a higher priced product to make more money. Bottom line. If you sold a product for $1,000, how many products do you have to sell in order to make any decent money? Not many at that price. I'm not saying that you're going to sell a $1,000 product every day of the week, although many people do. And if you're just getting started, you're probably not ready for a $1,000 product. But eventually, I think that you're going to see your business going more and more into higher priced products. If you start off low, I wouldn't start at $20 though. I'd start at a higher price point, $47, $67, $97. $97 being the optimal key. Why $97? Well, if I pay out 50% commission over a two-tier scenario, let's give you an example. Myself, I pay 35% in the first tier, I pay 10% in the second tier, and it brings me up to 45%. So after 45%, I figure let's take the other 5% for my processing fees. I still make 50% roughly. So basically, I'm making about $50 for every sale I make for my affiliates, if my affiliate sold it, and obviously I make roughly $100 for every sale I make that I sell. You see, it doesn't take a lot of sales. If I sell 10 sales a day, I'm making $1,000 a day. Okay, if I sell 20 sales a day, obviously I'm making $2,000 a day. So, think about it. $1,000 a day times 30, $30,000 a month, $360,000 a year. It's not a bad income. What if you sold 20 a day? Again, you're making like $600,000-$700,000 a year, and it doesn't take a lot to do that. It's very simple. It's very minor. With a little bit of marketing, you can get to that point in no time, really. So I got off track a little bit. So let's get back onto the track to creating the upsell. There's really two methods I've seen with the upsell. Some people use the upsell in the order page itself, and then some people. Let's explain that process a little bit. Simply, when a person has made the commitment to order the product, on the same page is an offer for an additional product or an upgrade to order a more advanced version of that product. And method number 2 is on the second page of the order process, meaning that a person comes to the order page, they fill out their information, nothing's mentioned about an upsell at this point. They submit their information, basically not their credit card yet, but they submit their information, and then on the next page after they submitted it is an option. And it says, because you're ordering today, you can now order this XYZ product for an extra $50. Would you like me to add this to your order? Yes. Boom. And then they sell it. And I've seen people doing it different ways. I don't know. Ultimately, because the way my order system has worked, I can't do the second method. And many of you probably are in the same scenario. For example, I can't have it go where I submit it and have it on the second page. So I really can't tell you the effects of testing that because I personally haven't been able to test it. Although I know some people using it very effectively. Yannick actually uses it on one of his pages. I have tested the first method, though, with some astounding results. And let me give you what those results are. If you go to this website right now, ebookgenerator.com, Many of you probably own it already. But Ebook Generator, if you go to the order page on it, you're going to see that the order page for Ebook Generator says, because you are ordering today, you are eligible for an automatic one-time upgrade. And I'm just kind of paraphrasing right now, but I'm going to go to the exact order page so I can tell you how what that actually reads, because the phrasing is very key. The phrasing on this whole process is key, and that's what you need to understand. The phrasing would go something like, I can't pull up the page right now for some reason. Actually, I'm off the internet right now because my cable modem, for whatever reason. Anyway, it says, because you're ordering one time, you get a one-time upgrade fee. You can see it on the order page on that site. Click on the order button, you'll see it. Because you're ordering right now, you're allowed to this one-time upgrade, and then it tells about my second product, which is Ecover Generator, and it says it's for $97, and that if they order today, they can get Ebook Generator and Ecover Generator. Ebook at the regular price and Ecover Generator at a 25% discount for a total price of $167 and I think 70 cents. Or they can, and then underneath that there's a button that says, click here to order the Ebook Generator upgrade for $167 and blah, blah, blah cents. Or click here to continue your order for $97. Now, the phrasing on that page is the key. Now, first, it works. It works. Why does it work? I couldn't tell you. Seriously, I couldn't tell you why it works. It's because you're interrupting them in the order process, and this is my logic, but I don't really have some firm things on this. But I'm going to give you another example where that phrasing works even better. What happens is a person comes to the order page. It says, because you're ordering today, you get this one-time only free discount. So there's scarcity right there. Boom. They can only get it today, and it'll never be offered to them again, which it isn't. It's not offered to them ever again. And this is it. So at that point, there's a limited time. They can see the value of if they go to the other site and they try to order the product, it's $97. There is no other way of ordering. So they go to order the product now, and there's two options. The key is I give them the order button for the upgrade first, and then the second button to continue their order second on the page. Now, on that page on the Ebook Generator site, I currently convert 52% of the people that click on the order button order the upgrade. Okay, they order the upgrade. Now I don't know what the math is on that. Excuse me. But the upgrade, there's 52% of people ordering the upgrade, and it's roughly about a 70% upsell as far as dollar goes. Meaning I'm selling them for $97. I'm trying to get them to order for $169. Okay? Normally, now here's the norm. Think about this. Most people, when they talk about upsells, what do they normally tell you? If you've read all these internet marketing books and stuff, what do they say? They say that normally it should be 30% to 40% of the actual value of your original product. That's the most you want to go on the upsell. Well, I'm here to tell you, it's bogus. Don't listen to it. You can get more money. And I'm going to give you a better example in a few seconds that proves this theory totally crap. Okay? I'm selling a product that's got it's $97. I'm asking them for an additional like $70 plus. I guess it's more. It's like about $80. Let's just say, roughly around $80 more. Okay, and they're still ordering with a 52% upgrade. Okay, 52% of the people that come to that page order the upsell. That's a lot more money I'm putting in my pocket. I mean, can you see that? Let me give you another example that even makes this better and even more, shocking. Okay, I just released a product. Actually, I'm releasing it today. Actually, after I get off this call. I'm releasing the product out there. You guys are actually the first to hear about it. Some of you may have seen it because I let Stephen Pierce, because he's kind of instrumental in this whole process, market it the other day. And it's converting very well, but it's a product called Toolbar Generator. Okay, Toolbar Generator. It makes Internet Explorer toolbars. and it's fantastic. It's an awesome product. I teamed up with a guy named Deon Jones, and Deon had this all together, and he's been working on this for months, and we teamed up and released this product, Toolbar Generator, and you can go to his website and see it. Now, that's the commercial for Toolbar Generator out of the way. Here's the key, though, on the product. The Toolbar Generator product, when you go to order it, again, it utilizes the exact same wording as what's on the ebook generator page. Exactly. It's just changed with different things. We have an upsell. We have a platinum version of Toolbar Generator. Okay, and by itself, the platinum version normally sells for $147. The Toolbar Generator sells for $97. The platinum version of it sells for $147. So let's just make it round. So if you ordered them together, that would be like $250, right? So we gave people the option to upgrade immediately when they click on the order page. You can get the $97 regular price for Toolbar Generator, or what you can do is actually order the upgrade to the platinum version for an extra $97. So we're asking now for $194. It went from $97, 100% upsell, into a $194 product as far as price goes. So we're at $194 or a $97 product. Now, again, how many people you think are going to the $194 product? Well, let me tell you this. This is what really amazed me. Right now, it's at 76.9% of the people are ordering the upsell. 76% of the people right now are ordering the upsell. That is amazing. It's a 100% increase in price at the last step of the process, and that's adding a lot more money, obviously, to the bottom line when it comes to marketing. Okay, and it has, most sites have about roughly, if they have $1 as far as the value per visitor, that's great. Ours is producing like almost $4 value per visitor. Why? Because of the upsell. It's amazing, folks. I mean, you're missing the boat if you're not upselling. You obviously, in order to do an upsell, you have to own the product. I mean, if you don't have a product to do an upsell, here's what I suggest. Look on the internet for resale rights of something else. Seriously, go out, buy some resale rights today to another product that has value to it, and it may cost you $100, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just buy the resale rights and utilize that. Put that on your order page before they order. So now people are probably thinking on this call, well, but Armand, I use ClickBank. I can't possibly, have an upsell on my page. Yes, you can. Look how I did it. Look how I did it. In fact, go to my site, steal my code, for Christ's sake. I mean, geez, be a little innovative here. Go there, take my code, go file, save, copy the page, and then edit it. I'm giving you permission to go there and do that right now. And all you're going to do is you're going to change my code to replace my buttons with your order buttons, to change my text to your text, and to create my upsell, and convert to your upsell. Okay? Do that because it's important. If you're using ClickBank, though, all you're doing is creating two separate order buttons. That's it. Two separate products. One is for more money and one's for less money. That's all you have to do. It's simple. But do it today because you're missing a lot of money. Okay, we've been at 60 minutes on the phone so far. We're going to continue on for another little bit. What you need to do is at the top of the hour, we started off talking about the order links page. If you increase the number of order links, you're going to increase the number of sales. Bottom line. Then we just talked about the upsells. If you're not using an upsell now, do it because it's going to make a difference in your sales. There's a lot more topics that we can cover here as well too, but there's only a couple that we're going to have time for today on this particular call because we're going to go probably about another 20 minutes or so onto this call. And we're going to cover, a few different things. One of the most important things is the order page itself, and that's what I really want to talk about as well too. You might be wondering, man, Armand's really prepared for this call. Well, this everything I'm telling you is actually in preparation for a book that I'm getting ready to release sometime in the near future. So it's giving me practice on the information. But all the stuff I'm talking about is not something that's theory. Everything I'm talking about is things that I'm doing currently today on my order page, on my websites, on my, in my whole business. It's not theory. This is facts. These are things that I'm doing. These are things that affected my business because I can't tell you about something that I've never done myself. And that's what a lot of people out there are doing. Sad to say, people are giving you theory. Theory is a bunch of bull. Theory is, theory doesn't work. I want practical information that works right now. I want facts when it comes to my marketing. I don't want to rely on my marketing and rely on my income on theory. I want my marketing to be based on factual information that I know is currently working right now that wasn't, factual information 6 months ago, because 6 months ago on the Internet is like a lifetime. You need things that are working today. What works on the Internet last year does not necessarily work on the Internet today. Pop-ups were working tremendously last year. Pop-ups still work, but do they have the same effect as they did last year? No. Okay, I don't think so, because people have become used to them. They become calloused, as I mentioned earlier, as to our online marketing strategies, unless we make them a little outrageous. One of the most effective ways, though, that you can increase your pop-ups and getting people to subscribe to your newsletter, getting people to subscribe to anything, is putting audio on your website. And I'm not going to go into all kinds of things about audio, but Audio Generator is a product that I recently released, and we found that by putting audio on a pop-up box to getting people to order, not order, but to sign up for something or to give us information, increase over 350% the number of people that actually filled in the information. 350%. Just by having my voice come on and say, hey, wait, before you go, could you tell us why you're not ordering Audio Generator today? And telling them to fill in the information. 350% difference. You can put that on your website. Okay, let's wrap this up and let's go right into the order page before we do wrap everything up. Because the order page is the most, it's confusing. People don't even know what to put on the order page. They only know what it should contain and why. That's the key part, is why. So, and most people, marketers, they totally ignore this. They just figure, I'll just throw up some information up there, and that'll be good enough, and then they can fill in the information over their credit card, because it's not really that important to people. It's the most important part of your whole process. I can't see how people don't understand it's not important. It's the most important part of the whole process of your order form. Aside from your actual ad copy, the order page is the next important thing. That's how, it's crucial. So, let me give you a quote here. It's actually a little bit of information I found. Both Anderson Consulting and Forrester Research shows shopping cart abandonment rates at 25%. Jupiter Communications reports shopping cart abandonment rates at 27%. eMarketer reports the rate at 32%. Think about that. People just come to the order form and just leave it, or they start filling out the order form and they just leave it. Gone. And that may be happening to you too, but there's some reasons, and I'm going to tell you why that is in the next few minutes here. So it's been shown that many people already abandon the order page process in the shopping carts, and the reasons are really pretty diverse, and some of them unfounded. But if you use the order page properly, you're going to decrease that figure tremendously. So the process, or the sales process, doesn't stop on your sales letter. Doesn't stop on your sales letter page. It continues all the way until the sale and after the sale. But, after the sale is obviously something we're going to have to talk about another time. So the question really comes down to is, what should my order page look like, and what information should it have on it? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a checklist. Now, some of you may have heard this from me before. I've said this twice ever before, and that's it. And I've never put this down in writing until I come out with this book. It says, 1, similar page designed to your sales page. Okay, it's got to look the same as your sales page. And I'm going to go into details on every one of these. 2, a checkbox. 3, yes. It's got to say yes. Okay. 4, agreement. 5, restate the benefits. 6, restate the bonuses. 7, show that it's on a secure server. 8, a testimonial with a picture. 9, click to order or payment information. 10, upsell information if available. 11, if an upsell checkbox or button for it, meaning if you're going to do the second aspect of the upsell, you need a checkbox for it. So it's either going to be 10 or 11 steps. Most of your pages are going to have 10 steps, though. Now, similar page design is the first one. Now, here's what I mean by that. You have to keep in mind that people on the Internet are still very leery about putting their credit card information into a form online. People are. They need to be assured that their information is personal and private and that it's being sent to the proper place. So on your sales page, you've shown them one environment. You've shown them, they've gotten used to what your page looks like, the feel and what the graphics on your page, and so they remembered that because they were just there. And you've taken the time for them to read the page. You've built their trust. So now most people blow it all on their order page. All that work you just did in the sales page is out the window. It's worth nothing now. And it's all done with one click of the button, and that's when they clicked on the order page. So let's imagine that I'm a customer. I'm your customer. I come to your site, or I read your sales letter. I start to feel like I know you and what you're talking about, and I finally feel that your information product will help me, and I decide to buy it. So I click on the order page, and here's what I notice. I notice that the page looks nothing like the sales page I was just on. There's no logo that's similar. There's no graphic that's similar. I don't see anything there. Okay, I look at the URL that I'm on, and I notice I'm on some site which looks like, for example, https secure.somehostingcompany.com /yourname/orderpage2.shtml. Okay, it's a big long string. So I have a hard time even seeing what I'm ordering on the page because it's all disorganized. I notice I'm being charged a shipping fee that you've never even told me about. So what happens? Well, at this point, I just say, forget it. I get spooked. Too many things to me didn't make sense, and I don't trust you anymore. I mean, have you ever done that? Have you ever done that on the page and you just bailed? You bailed at the last minute because you didn't want to continue because you didn't feel like your information was going to be handled properly. So can you see why a customer would just simply leave? So now that we know that, we need to do something We need to do something about it. So the first thing we need to do is create a familiar environment with them. And this can be done with a simple graphic. I personally use a header graphic on all my pages. It's the same header graphic I had on my sales page that I put on my order page. It's a very familiar environment. So my order page and my sales page look almost identical. So you can also put your logo at the top of the order page. At a bare minimum, put the logo. Put your company name on the order page, or who they're ordering from, or your name, and use the same colors you use on the sales page on your order page. Okay, those are just some simple things that you would think that would be common sense, but that's not for many people. Just make it a familiar environment. That's the first step. The second thing that I mentioned on my checklist was a checkbox. Okay, it's going to seem absolutely ridiculous to some people, but add a fake checkbox to your order page. Okay, again, some of you may be thinking, but Armand, I use ClickBank or I use a third-party payment processor, and I can't add all that HTML stuff at the top. Doesn't matter. Use what I refer to as an in-between page, which means when they click to order, it takes them to an order page which has all this stuff on it, and then they finally click to order to ClickBank. It makes no difference in your sales and your conversions. There's one more step in the process, but you're reassuring the customer, so that overcompensates for the extra step. Think about filling out an offline order form. Now, when you fill out an offline order form, what's the first thing you do? Okay, one that you would get in the mail, what's the first thing you do? You check a checkbox, right? It's right at the top of the page. You check it, and then you go through and you read it, and then you sign it down at the bottom and all that other good stuff. So so everyone's familiar with this process already. I mean, direct marketers have used this for years, and now we're just doing it online. People are used to doing this. They've done it hundreds of times offline. So why not have them do it online? But it goes much deeper than this. By making a person check the box, you get them involved. You get them to make a small commitment on the order process. A friend of mine, Alex Mondosian, calls this a shy yes. many different things. But this is what we're asking for, is just a commitment, a firm commitment saying, yes, I want to order this today, and I'm excited about it, and so I'm going to click this box. And they have to do something, small commitment, and they're taking ownership of their product. See, the more ownership of the product, the more you can get people to envision that they already own the product, the more steps that you can do to make that happen, then that's what it's going to be. So taking ownership of the product is something that many non-salespeople don't understand. I think it's very important for you to realize what I'm talking to or what I'm referring to. So you see, in direct sales, you make the prospect feel as if they already own the product by doing subtle things like talking like they already own the product and telling them what they'll do when they start using the product, or showing them how to care for the product when they will be buying. Now, this is all done before they even order it. So, for example, when you get your product in 3 days in the mail, the first thing I want you to do is open up the box, take the wrapper off of it, and then turn it upside down and take the batteries out. Okay? Does this make any? Does it matter if all this what I just said? Does it matter to you if you didn't order? No, it makes no difference. But I'm making you think. I'm making you vision what to do on the next step. I'm making you take ownership of it by talking like that. And it's the same thing on your order pages. And this is all done, again, before making them even paying or saying they're going to buy it. The salesperson is giving them a mental image of what it'll be like after they buy it, when they do buy it. So the checkbox is the first step in taking ownership of your product. They wouldn't check it if they're not going to buy it. Number 3, yes. Okay, you have the checkbox. Now put a big yes next to it. Yes, I wish to purchase Armand Morin's new product, blah, 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 blah. The red is all in capital letters, and it's bold, and it's in red, and it's larger than the rest of your text, and there's no doubt about it. When they read it, they know 100% that they're going to buy the product or service. So, again, it's restating the benefit to them. After the yes, though, it's what I've identified as an agreement confirmation. After the yes, you need to place the agreement. Now, this is the part that's confirming your potential customers purchasing your product or service. So, a simple agreement is as follows: yes, I understand. By me purchasing Armand Morin's Internet Success Secrets, I will have everything I need to know in order to increase my online sales 100-fold in as little as 6 months if I follow his time-tested and proven marketing methods. Obviously a bit of an exaggeration, but you get my idea. You have the yes. There's a checkbox, a yes. I understand by purchasing Armand Morin's blah, 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 and then I get this. So if you notice, the agreement immediately follows the yes. So it's a continuation of the same thought process in the sample statement above. What I've done is really made it very simple. For people. I accomplished a lot of different things. I mean, think of the things I just accomplished. Again, let me repeat the whole thing for you. Yes, I understand by me purchasing Armand Morin's Internet Success Secrets, I'll have everything I need to know in order to increase my online sales 100-fold in as little as 6 months. So if I followed his time-tested and proven marketing methods. So here's what I got. I got a confirmation from them that they are ordering. Okay, I got a confirmation that they know what the product contains or is about. I got a confirmation about what kind of results they can expect from using my information. I got a confirmation as far as expectation of how long it takes to see results. I got a confirmation from them that they must use the system in order for it to work. And I also get a confirmation that this is how I want to phrase this. I also get the confirmation that it's time tested. Okay, meaning that it's not new. I said it was a time tested information. 5 short lines, and I accomplished quite a few things. I mean, it really comes down to what kind of wording that you're using. I mean, it comes down to copywriting, obviously. And you can state a lot of information in that agreement, as we just did. I just got all that information in just one little short sentence. So. Next step, number 5, is restate your benefits. Okay, restate your benefits. It's exactly what it sounds like. You simply restate the benefits you described on your order page. In fact, a lot of times what I do is I simply copy the benefits I had on my order page, And this acts as a reminder of the great things your product or service will do for your prospect. So it may seem a little redundant, but, again, you're trying to stop buyer's remorse before it even happens. Because if it settles in before they actually buy, it's obviously not buyer's remorse. It's called sales letter abandonment, sales page abandonment, sales order page abandonment. You see, after they buy, it's called buyer's remorse, and they cancel the order. So it's simply reassurance. Here's an example again. We're going to build off of what we've built up to this point. It says, checkbox, yes, I understand me purchasing Armand Morin's Internet Success Secrets. I'll have everything I need in order to increase my sales 100-fold in as little as 6 months. If I follow his time-tested and proven marketing methods, and then here's the statements. Now, I understand I will learn how to increase my sales with simple steps I can take action on in 5 minutes. Determine my website's value per customer at a glance. Create cash-producing ad copy with simple psychology. Make boatloads of cash with my follow-up systems, and create high-converting order pages with an 11-step formula. Sounds pretty good. I'd buy it. And I'm sure you get the idea at this point. But the question is really is why does this work? Why does this all work? You have to understand how the customer thinks. So you need to understand psychology about the customer. That's the biggest part. The best thing you could ever take, if you're a psychologist, hopefully you know how to apply to what you're doing. If you're not a psychologist, hopefully you're listening, and then you can apply what I'm talking about. The steps is if you have to put yourself in the buyer's shoes. You have to put yourself there and understand what's happening with them and what are the possible outcomes. You see, sales is a game. It's a play, actually. Okay, here's what I mean. Most of you probably on this call have been to a play before at one time. If at the worst case scenario, the last time you might have been when you're in high school or grade school, even for some of you. Well, the play, obviously, we know the outcome of the play always. We know what the next words are going to be. We know what all the outcomes before it even happens. Well, in sales, it's also a play. You see, if I do this, then, and I know all the possible outcomes, then I know how to, I can cut them off. For example, if I throw a ball at you, there's only a couple different outcomes that could possibly happen. Okay, 1, you catch the ball. 2, you let the ball hit you. 3, you move and don't catch the ball or let it hit you at all. Or, there's only a few things. You could certainly, and again, that's just the initial steps. Obviously, you could catch it and throw it back to me, but that's, again, you had to catch it first. So, again, there's only about 3 or 4 different possible outcomes. Now, from those outcomes, whatever happens, there's only, again, 3 or 4 possible outcomes. And from that, there's only 3 or 4 possible outcomes. And from that, and if you know all the outcomes of a particular sequence of events, then you can guide a person back always to where you want them to go. And that's what sales is. It's knowing all the possible outcomes and then going there before the customer does and then guiding them gently back on track to where you want them to go. So that's what we're doing here on this process. You have to make the customer feel good. They're getting ready to give you your credit card. Chances are there's a good chance your prospect has never, ever heard of you and probably never, ever heard of your product before. They just got there. So they just need to know that they're getting the right product and basically, they're dealing with a total stranger at this point, so there's really not a relationship built there. But you just need to help them along the way and give them a gentle nudge on the order page, and that's what we're doing. 6, restate your bonus gifts. Bonus gifts are important. If you have bonus gifts, restate them on there. I don't really need to go into a whole lot on the bonus gifts, but restate it, give them all the bonus gifts there. It's important, though, on the bonus gifts, this is one key part, that you put a value next to the bonus gifts. How much does it cost? How much does the bonus gift cost, if you were to buy it separately? What's the value on it? Secure server. This is the next part. Secure server is extremely important, especially where they're entering their credit card. If they're putting their credit card any place, it better be secure. If they're just putting basic information that's not really that personal, it's not necessarily. If you're just having them click on a button, it doesn't have to be on a secure order form. But if they're ordering, it should be on a secure order form. So as we stated before, I mean, the customer is very leery about doing business with you in the first place. So we've just covered the reasons why in previous sections, but what we need to do now is assure them on the order page itself. Everywhere you look on the internet, someone's hacking into something or a virus is being sent to you. I probably get 150 viruses a day coming in. I'm serious. I get about 150 of them a day coming into me. And it looks like it's coming from, friends of mine. And it wreaks havoc on people's thought process when it comes to ordering things online. So, if a person, gets your credit card, it could be a disaster. Here's what happened to me. I received a phone call from my bank, and they were telling me that there was a $500 purchase made at an online casino with my credit card, and they said that it looked suspicious because it didn't have. I've never had that kind of activity previously on my credit card, and so they called to verify the transaction. Well, it wasn't right. Heck, I love to gamble as much as anybody, and anyone that's ever seen me in Vegas knows that. But I don't gamble online. So, so they saved me the money. But again, it was just a hassle. I had to go and no real damage was done, but I had to go in and cancel the card and do all kinds of stuff and change all my recurring billing and all the stuff. It was just a pain in the hassle. So, I'd like to be sure that my information is safe when I order things, and I'm a little bit more leery now when I order things, even though I know the whole process. So, think about the average person that doesn't know what the process is or what it does. That's something you need to take into consideration, truly. So, your customer also wants to be assured that, all their information is real. So, how do we do that? Okay, there's two types of secure domains. One has an HTTPS and then usually says www.yourdomain.com/orderpage.html. Okay, the key part to this is that your domain name is in the order link, HTTPS. And the other one is what's called a shared certificate. And by a shared certificate, it's usually given to you or you're allowed to use it from your hosting company. So it will look something like HTTPS www.hostingcompany.com/yourname-/secure/orderpage.html. Okay. Now the second one obviously is a lot longer. It's still secure, but we've still introduced a whole new element. If you have the option, obviously option 1 looks more cleaner and it's easier for the customer to relate to. Now, some of us don't have the benefit. If we're using a third party, we don't really have the benefits of this. But if you're not using a third party and you're using your own merchant account, get your own secure server. It will actually make the process easier for you and cut down on abandonment rate. So it's very simple. One of the keys, though, to the order page process is a testimonial. Again, the whole part of the order page is primarily to reassure the customer and to either reassure them or gently nudge them to complete the process. And a testimonial with a picture on it is key. If you put the testimonial on, it's good. See, if a person has just their wording there with their website, that's good. It's great, in fact. And if they have the URL of where they're actually located online, it's even better. And the reason is for this is people, you have to have the URL. And the reason why the URL is there is because you can verify that it's a real person, it's a real website. It's right there in front of you. And, obviously the words make a statement, a benefit, and then the picture, though, solidifies it. Obviously the next step is to add audio to it. And you can certainly do that as well, too. But put the testimonial on it, and again, obviously this is your best testimonial on the order page. And it's hopefully, if your product is industry specific, then have the most notable person in that industry, as far as testimonial goes, that you have on that page, on that order page, because you're using their credibility in order to keep the customer flowing through the order processes. So number 9 is we click to order or their payment info. Again, I say click to order or payment info. If you're using a third-party account or something, then you might have to click to another page in order to actually put in the credit card info. Or if you have your own system, then you're going to probably just insert the payment info at that point. So again, you're going to have your buttons there. But now how your buttons are displayed are determined by the upsell information. If you have an upsell, which you should have an upsell, that's where we're going to place it, is on this page. After all these other things that we just talked about, underneath that we're going to have the upsell information. Number 11 is the upsell button. Okay, if you have the upsell button, you can check a box to complete the upsell, or check a button to, when you press the button, have a button so when they press it, they go to the next page so they can do the upsell as well too. But there's really about 10 steps primarily. 11 is really an optional piece, and that's the order page. Those are all the information that you need to have on an order page. It's simple, it's easy to do, and it works. That's really everything that I've told you today works. I'm not giving you a line. I'm not giving you just theory. I'm giving you what truly works on a page, and it's very simple. So what I advise you to do is really take what I learned. I learned a lot today too, but take what you learned today and apply it to your business. And by applying it to your business, I mean seriously. I mean, you know, I hopefully I spent the last hour and a half giving you useful information. The information that I just went over for you, really, I mean, it comes from my own testing. It comes from I currently do on my websites, and it can make a difference for you as far as your business goes. Just do it today. Start making changes in your business. Start increasing the amount of sales that you have. If you do just the simple things, I mean, we didn't get a chance to really go into everything that I really wanted to talk about today because I went into very much detail on everything. But the thing is that, you know, just the things that I talked about will double your sales. They will. Don't believe me? Do them all. Do every single one of them. Don't just do part. Don't just do some. Do all of what I said today on the phone, and your sales will double in 60 days or less. In fact, you know, they'll probably double in the next 7 days. Quite honestly, once you put these things on your website, you're going to increase your sales. Okay, so 60 days or less. That's, you know, it just sounded really good. It's actually going to be much less than that. As soon as you put all these implementations on your website, you're going to notice an increase in sales. Track it, test it, find out what works. Now, it may not work in all industries. Okay, well, you know what? It will work in all industries, no matter what you're selling. But the thing is that these things are general principles. You know, ultimately, what you need to find out what works in your industry, though, is you need to test, because there might be some tweaking. You might find out that some things are, I don't know, may annoy or offend people in some industries. But for the most part, it's going to work in no matter what industry. I mean, I'd be willing to really bet on that. And so I would definitely go through and apply these techniques, put them to work for you. It's simple. They're easy to do. Now, I think I've earned the right to give you a 2-minute commercial on the big seminar. You know, this is some of the information that I've been covering. This is information that there's no way I'm going to be able to cover at the big seminar because I've got some new stuff that I'm also going to be releasing at the seminar, such as I got another book. I call it Opt-in Logic, and I'm going to talk about some studies I've done, how to increase your subscribers that I've been doing over the past 4 weeks that are just really phenomenal results that people no one's ever tested, and they've tested but they're not sharing. But I'll tell you this is that it's going to be some good information there. We've got, you know, some great speakers. I mean, I really mean that. I mean, the people that we have, Alex Mondozian, you've heard me mention Alex several times. Not only is he a good friend of mine, but he's really one of the greatest and most brilliant marketers I know. Dr. Joe Vitale, he's truly one of my internet heroes, made a significant impact on my marketing business. Jonathan Mizell is going to be with us there. Again, Jonathan doesn't speak much at any of the conferences. Declan Dunn's going to be there. Stephen Pierce, Stephen Pierce, tremendous marketer. He's got some information that's going to just knock your socks off, because what he's going to talk about is what recently happened to him. And some of you may have known, but he generated over $100,000 in just a couple, just a few short days. I mean, literally within 3 or 4 days. It's amazing, and he's going to tell people how he did it and how you can do that too on the internet. And he's going to reveal that for the first time actually on our conference, at our conference at the seminar. We have people like Kirk Christensen, Carl Galletti. Carl's been doing some things with a person selling J. Abraham products, and he's going to go over some testing things that he found out and discovered, and that's going to be really interesting. Kurt talks about buying and selling web businesses, which I really like that. It's great stuff. He has a great website, and we'll talk about that another time. And there's people like Randy Chirac and Frank Garrett and Frank Kern is going to be there. Frank Kern, I don't believe has ever spoken at an internet marketing conference. It's the first time. So we're really happy to have him there. There'll be many other people there as well too in the audience. I mean, Alex Sampson, is coming from Trinidad. He's going to be there. Raymond McNally is going to be there. A friend and a partner of mine on another project on the Smart Page Generator. Dion Jones, the person who I just teamed up with on the Toolbar Generator, he's going to be there. He's going to be talking about the Toolbar Generator a bit with everybody and show them how that works. It's the Toolbar Generator is totally different, and you just go to the website, you'll see what I mean. It's an awesome product. And we're going to have just many people. Len Thurman, Bruce Safran. You guys may have heard of their websites, AutoWeb Law. They're going to be there. Ken McCarthy said he's going to probably be there. John Reese is going to stop by with us. There's just a tremendous number of people are going to be there. And you get to meet all these people there, interact with them. We're going to have a great crowd. There's no doubt. We're having a golf scramble the day before the seminar. So, again, after you sign up for the seminar, you're going to hear about that. You can sign up for it. There's also going to be, several other, bonuses. We've been putting together some bonuses for you that I didn't advertise on the website, but these are awesome bonuses that I think everyone's going to really like. We've got some great marketing material for you there. But more importantly, we have 3 full days of learning how to build a successful business. If you liked what you heard today, obviously that was just me going on for an hour and a half or so on things that I don't get a chance to talk about too often. Well, imagine 12 people or 13 people, I think, going on for, just hours on end about things that you can do to make your business more active and better today, and things that you can do immediately to your business. And they're going to go on for this. The whole weekend is going to be like what we experienced today on the call, just pure content, pure information. It's easy. And it's going to be a great event. I truly believe that. We try to make this as much for the end user as possible. What we do is we go through and we have several different networking events. The networking events I have specific times on Friday night. After dinner, which I'm buying, by the way, on Friday I'm doing lunch and dinners the whole weekend, except for Sundays there's no dinner because most people leave after that. But on Friday night, after dinner, we have this networking event where it's an organized networking event. We tell you what to do, how to do it. We show you the power of networking. And then what we do is we actually, just give you some free time to really interact and get to know all the other people. I mean, it's an awesome event, and it's fun. It's fun, and you get to know everybody, and you can make some tremendous business deals there. You meet some friends. Friendships really last a lifetime. The friends that I have now on the internet, I wouldn't trade them for anything in the world. They're the greatest bunch of guys, and they happen to be the ones speaking at the seminar. And these guys are not only, as far as the teaching faculty goes, they're not only the world's greatest marketers. They're some of the most genuinely nice people you'll ever meet in your life. They'll take the shirt off the back for you, and they're really open with their information. You can just simply go up and ask them. It's not just, come see me on stage and I'll talk about that tomorrow or buy my course. No, what it's all about is to go there. You're going to hear from them. You can talk to them in the hall, corner them in the bathroom, whatever, and you're going to make, some tremendous contacts and information with people, not only the speakers, but the people around you as well too. It's really an experience, and you can go there. And you can go there and you can find out all this great information, but really just go to the website. You'll find out all about it. Order your seat today, I mean, because time is running out. I mean, seriously, it's not a ploy. Time is running out. Look at it. It's August 2nd. Okay, we've got 20 days. 20 days, but there's still plenty of room. So come on down. We've got well over 200 people going to be there. It's going to be a fantastic event, and folks, I know you're going to love it, and I know you're going to get some information. One thing I want to ask everyone that's on this call right now, if you could just do me one favor. The call that we did today, I did it as part of a preview call, obviously, for the seminar, but I also did it as part of a preview for the book that I'm going to be getting ready to release. And what I really need on this book is I actually need some people from testimonials. Now, you haven't obviously read the whole book yet, and it doesn't take, you can get an idea of what the book is right now. But what I really need is I need testimonials for my book, because the value of testimonials on a website is obviously tremendous. So here's what I need you to do. If you enjoyed the information, if you get some value out of the information that I gave you today on the topics that I talked about, what I need you to do, if you could send me a testimonial about this at testimonial, okay, in fact, let's just make it brief, at test@gogenerator.com. Again, test@gogenerator.com. And what I need from you is I will need your name, your website address. I need a website address. It's important. I already told you why. And I need to know what you thought about the call today and the information that I gave you. Okay, that's what I need to know. And if you could send that over to me at test@gogenerator.com, there's a good chance that I'll probably use your testimonial on my website. And I really need that. So again, if you enjoyed the call today, send me a testimonial. I'd appreciate it, and definitely I'll be trying to use it on my website, because I think I think the information was great. But again, I'm biased. I mean, come on, it was my own info. But but if you could do that for me, that'd be great. I'd really appreciate it. Test@gogenerator.com. And again, if you're interested in the seminar, come on down. I'd appreciate it. Either way, I hope I've given you some helpful information today for your business and things that you can take home immediately. So everyone, have a great day, and we're going to have another call with Jonathan Mizell on Monday. So everyone, have a great day, and we'll talk to everyone in the near future. And again, send an email to test@gogenerator.com, and we'll talk then. Bye-bye.